Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
SPOV. The moment he uttered his name, a suffocating silence settled over us. Or maybe it wasn't silence, not entirely. The relentless howling of the crimson dust storm still echoed around us, an endless, mournful wail that seemed to come from every direction. It seeped into my bones, an unceasing reminder of the desolation of this realm. Time felt distorted, stretching the pause between his words and the next moment into an eternity. The swirling sands around us danced like living things, their chaotic movements painted in deep reds and blacks under the faint, ominous glow of the sky. Noir, however, stood unaffected by the storm's fury, a stark contrast to the restless, shifting environment. His presence seemed to demand stillness from the world around him. He shifted his gaze away from me, his golden eyes with red pupils narrowing as he studied the horizon. Then he moved. His steps were deliberate, unhurried, and eerily smooth. His foot touched the sand without disturbing it, leaving no imprint, almost like he glided just above its surface. "Everything will make sense soon," he said, his voice calm and measured, cutting through the howling winds like a blade through paper. Without a glance in my direction, he began walking forward at a steady, unbroken pace. The wind seemed to part before him, leaving a calm trail in his wake. "If you want answers," he continued, his voice carrying effortlessly over the storm, "then feel free to follow me," he told me. And just like that, he walked away, leaving me standing there. My mind raced. What am I supposed to do? I wanted answers, desperately so. But following him, this impossibly powerful, clearly dangerous man, felt like a gamble I wasn't sure I wanted to take. What if it was a trap? What if following him meant sealing my fate? But what other choice did I have? Wandering alone in this infernal wasteland seemed like a death sentence. I clenched my fists, my heart pounding as I weighed my options. Move. Just move before he gets too far ahead. Before I realized it, my legs carried me forward. I stumbled at first, trying to catch up, until I finally fell into step just a few paces behind him. We walked silently, his calm pace contrasting sharply with my hurried, uncertain steps. My eyes wandered to the landscape, trying to distract myself from the gnawing unease in my chest. The crimson sands stretched endlessly in every direction, shifting and swirling under the force of the storm. Strange, jagged rock formations jutted out from the dunes like the ribs of some long-dead beast, their surfaces etched with eerie, glowing runes. Above us, the sky was a pitch-black void, save for the ominous red glow pulsing faintly through the dust storm like a heartbeat. Is the entire realm like this? My thoughts drifted to something Noir had said earlier. He called this place the underworld. The word stuck with me, and the pieces clicked into place. So, this is hell. It makes sense, I guess. I did end up here after all. Isn't that where people like me are supposed to go? The thought was bitter, but I couldn't argue with it. Maybe I deserved this, a fitting punishment for whatever life I'd lived before. The details of my past were still hazy, like trying to remember a dream after waking, but the guilt and regrets were fresh. It sat in my chest like a stone, heavy and cold. After what felt like hours of walking, something ahead caught my attention. Figures, humanoid but distinctly demonic, were scattered across the sand, their forms faintly illuminated by the red light of the storm. Some were taller and more humanoid in appearance, their skin a mix of shades ranging from dull gray to deep crimson. Others had grotesque features such as horns curling from their heads, tails swishing in agitation, and claws flexing as though itching for violence. Demons. The group was gathered ahead, their sharp gazes locked on us as we approached. I froze, my breath catching in my throat. I expected Noir to stop, to at least acknowledge the potential threat. Instead, he just kept walking, his calm stride unbroken. I couldn't believe it. He was walking straight into a pack of demons as if they weren't even there. Is he insane? But then something even stranger happened. The demons didn't attack. They didn't even growl or posture like I expected. Instead, they froze, their eyes widening in what could only be described as sheer terror. And then, one by one, they bolted, some scrambling on all fours, others spreading bat-like wings and taking to the air, fleeing as fast as their bodies would carry them. I stared in disbelief, watching as the supposed predators of this realm turned tail and ran like prey. What just happened? I turned back to Noir, who hadn't so much as glanced at the fleeing demons. His expression remained calm and unbothered as if this was nothing unusual. The realization then hit me like a punch to the gut. They were afraid of him. The demons, those terrifying creatures I'd been so wary of, had been terrified of him. My knees felt weak, but I forced myself to keep moving, hurrying after him before the distance between us grew too wide. Whatever Noir was, whatever power he possessed, one thing was clear. Following him was my best, and possibly only, chance to survive this hellish place. I followed a few paces behind, still uneasy but no longer trembling. Noir didn't speak. And honestly, I didn't know what I'd say to him if he did. Occasionally, we'd encounter a group of demons. My body would tense, ready for another fight, but the moment they saw Noir, their reactions were almost comical. Without fail, they froze, their monstrous faces twisting in fear before they scattered like frightened animals. At first, it made me more wary of him. What kind of being could terrify demons like that? But as the hours dragged on, I felt something I hadn't expected. It was relief, or at least, the closest emotion to it. I was still alive, wasn't I? Maybe I didn't understand what was happening or why I was here, but for now, that was enough. Even if my circumstances were beyond bizarre and the company I kept was unsettling, I couldn't deny that I was safe with him around. Safe from everything else, at least. As we walked, I began to notice a pattern. Whether they had horns, wings, or strange glowing eyes, the demons we passed all had distinct colors tied to their features. Their hair, eyes, horns, wings, and even their clothes fell into one of 6 groups, which were red, white, green, yellow, purple, and blue. It wasn't subtle, either. The colors stood out sharply, almost as if they were deliberate markers. My mind wandered, trying to piece together what it meant. Factions, maybe. I knew nothing about demons, but it wouldn't surprise me if they were split into clans or groups. It was something to remember, assuming I survived long enough to use the knowledge. Eventually, the endless crimson sand started to change. The shift was subtle at first, a slight darkening of the horizon, but the change became more dramatic as we got closer. The dunes gave way to solid black earth that seemed to drink in the light around it. And the sky wasn't much better. It was now a blood-red canopy stretching endlessly overhead. The clouds, though, caught me off guard. They were white. Normal, even. For a moment, the sight of them made my chest ache. They reminded me of my old world, which I wasn't sure I'd ever see again. Shaking my head, I pushed the thought aside. We crossed the threshold into the new terrain, and the shift in atmosphere was palpable. The air felt heavier here, more oppressive, but at the same time, there was something fascinating about it. The environment was different enough to confirm what I'd been starting to suspect. Hell wasn't just one endless wasteland. It had biomes. I wasn't sure whether that made it better or worse. We're nearly there. Noir announced suddenly, his voice cutting through the silence like a blade. I flinched, my heart skipping a beat. It felt like we'd been walking forever, neither of us saying a word, and I convinced myself he wouldn't speak until we reached wherever he was leading me. A quiet sigh of relief escaped my lips before I could stop it. I wasn't sure how to respond, or if I should, so I kept my mouth shut, letting the silence fall between us again. Curiosity, however, got the better of me. As we continued our trek, I shifted slightly to the side, trying to catch a glimpse of what lay ahead. And then, I saw it. I stopped in my tracks, my breath catching in my throat. What loomed before us was massive, far bigger than anything I'd ever seen before. Its sheer scale was overwhelming, even from this distance of at least several kilometers. It wasn't just big. It was sinister. The structure ahead seemed to be an impossible blend of a castle and a cathedral. Entirely black, with streaks of dull gray and dark brown cutting through its surface, it rose high into the blood-red sky, its spiked towers like claws tearing at the heavens. Every inch of it radiated malice, like the very stones it was made of had been infused with darkness. Encircling the structure was a faintly glowing barrier of light purple. It shimmered and rippled like an otherworldly mirage, giving the whole thing an even more unreal quality. As we moved closer, I caught glimpses of demons, just dark silhouettes against the glowing field, flying in and out of the enormous entrance at the monument's base. A chill ran down my spine. This looks like something straight out of a nightmare. It was a villain's lair, complete with ominous spikes and an unholy aura to match. And I'm following him straight toward it. I felt my legs stiffen as though my body was screaming at me to stop moving. But Noir showed no hesitation. He walked toward the monstrous structure with unbothered ease, as if it were nothing more than a quaint little house. I clenched my fists, forcing myself to take another step. No. If he's not scared, then I shouldn't be either. Even though the oppressive aura resonating from the building made every instinct scream at me to turn back, I gritted my teeth and kept moving, matching Noir's steady pace. Still, I couldn't shake the gnawing pit of dread in my stomach. What kind of place was this? And what was waiting for me inside? I pushed my questions aside. If what he'd said earlier was true, everything would eventually make sense. As we approached, the imposing structure loomed ever larger, and its menacing presence became almost palpable. Details began to emerge from the shadows of the storm, revealing more than I could have imagined from a distance. The sheer size of the monument was staggering, its base sprawling across the arid landscape like a fortress carved straight from the earth itself. The stone walls were smooth and pristine, their surface unmarred by cracks or signs of age. Yet, they exuded an ancient aura as though the structure had stood here for an unspeakable amount of time. Although the walls were deep black, muted gray and dark brown tones streaked through them, breaking up the monotony and adding an almost artistic depth. I caught myself marveling at the intricate patterns etched into the stone. Runes and symbols, alien and incomprehensible, shimmered faintly as if alive with latent energy. Each design seemed purposeful, as though the building itself was imbued with a sentience I couldn't quite grasp. The windows drew my attention next. They were tall, elegant, and unnervingly dark. Their surfaces seemed to drink in the light, pitch black yet offering ghostly glimpses of what lay within. I couldn't make out any details, but the faint outlines of movement behind the glass filled me with unease. And then there were the towers, spikes that jutted skyward like claws. Massive, arched bridges formed from the same unyielding black stone connected each spike to the central structure. The bridges curved gracefully but radiated strength as if daring anything to challenge their permanence. I stopped walking, unable to continue without letting the sheer scale of it all sink in. My chest tightened as I tried to make sense of the conflicting emotions swirling within me. I was astonished, in awe, and deeply fearful. "Impressive, isn't it?" Noir said, his tone prideful. His voice startled me out of my thoughts. I hadn't even noticed he'd stopped walking until he turned to face me. His expression was calm, almost unreadable, yet his golden eyes held a faint glimmer of expectation. He didn't say anything else, but the slight tilt of his head seemed to encourage me to take it all in. I turned back to the monument, trying to steady myself as I examined the finer details. The scale alone was overwhelming, but the activity around it brought it to life in ways I hadn't noticed before. Demons flew in and out of the massive double doors at the structure's base. The doors were an imposing shade of brown that contrasted sharply against the black stone, their surface engraved with more of those cryptic symbols. The demons themselves were unmistakable. Like the 6 I'd seen earlier, each one was marked by a single dominant color: black. Their hair, wings, horns, eyes, and even their clothing were all dyed in shades of black. Some had faint variations, subtle highlights that distinguished them from one another, but the theme was undeniable. I remembered the 6 distinct colors I'd seen before, and the realization struck me. 7 factions. 7 groups. Is that what they are? I glanced at Noir, the truth suddenly clicking into place. He belonged to this black faction. Everything about him, from his hair and eyes to the aura he radiated, fit perfectly with the theme. He met my gaze for a brief moment as though he'd been waiting for me to figure it out. Then, without a word, he returned to the structure and gestured for me to follow. I hesitated for only a second before falling into step behind him. Whatever lay inside that monolithic fortress, I wasn't ready. But, ready or not, there was no turning back now. We started up the massive staircase leading to the entrance. Each step we took echoed through the still air, a low, rhythmic thud growing louder the higher we climbed. Overhead, the occasional sound of wings flapping broke the monotony as demons soared in and out, their forms silhouetted against the crimson sky. The step stretched on forever, or at least it felt that way. With every step, my unease deepened. When we reached the top, my legs felt heavier, not from exertion but from the weight of uncertainty pressing down on me. At the entrance, I saw them. 2 figures standing like sentinels on either side of the open doorway. Demons. However, they weren't like the one I had fought earlier. These 2 radiated a different kind of power. It was controlled and refined but no less terrifying. They were humanoid, their features striking rather than grotesque. Their horns curved elegantly, their claws gleamed, and their wings, folded neatly against their backs, seemed like extensions of their imposing presence. It was strange, though. Every demon I'd seen so far had shared these features, except Noir. He lacked the horns, the claws, the wings. He looked human. Almost. The thought barely lingered in my mind before the knot in my stomach tightened. As we approached the door, a suffocating anxiety gripped me. My heart pounded against my ribs, and I had to force myself to keep walking. Fear clawed at me, but I couldn't stop. I didn't dare. Then, something happened that I couldn't have prepared for. The 2 demons stepped forward as we neared. My breath hitched, and for a moment, I thought they would attack. But instead, they did something that left me completely stunned. They knelt. Both dropped to one knee in perfect unison, bowing their heads so low they might as well have pressed them to the ground. "Welcome back, Noir-sama," they said, their voices low and resonant yet laced with an unmistakable reverence. My mind reeled. I couldn't process it. These weren't just demons. I could tell from a glance that they were powerful. It was evident in the way their presence weighed on the air. And they were bowing to him. Noir didn't even say anything. He merely nodded, the motion so subtle it was almost dismissive. That single gesture seemed to satisfy them. They rose without another word, stepping aside to let us pass through the towering doorway. I didn't have time to dwell on it. My legs moved independently, following Noir through the entrance before I could fully register what had happened. Who is he? The question screamed in my mind louder than the echo of our steps or my heartbeat. And why, for the first time since arriving in this hellish world, did the fear gripping me feel less like terror and more like awe? I forced myself to shove my swirling thoughts into the back of my mind. They weren't doing me any favors right now. Answers would come, right? They had to. Hopefully. Turning my attention to my surroundings, I was struck by the sheer grandeur of the place I now found myself in. It was breathtaking in a way that felt almost otherworldly. The walls were adorned with intricate patterns that seemed to shift ever so slightly when I wasn't looking directly at them. It was as if they were alive. The ceiling loomed impossibly high above, making me feel small all over again. Twin staircases flanked the main hall, spiraling up in sweeping arcs to different levels of the building. And that was just the start. The first floor branched off into countless hallways and doors, each one hinting at secrets and stories I couldn't begin to imagine. The warm, orange glow of levitating chandeliers illuminated the space. They hovered above us, utterly ignoring gravity's rules, framed in shimmering gold. Their flames burned steadily, soft and timeless, without any apparent source. It was like they had always existed, forever burning in defiance of the passage of time. But none of that compared to what lay in the center of the room. A wide red carpet stretched out from the entrance where I stood, its golden embroidery catching the light like threads of fire. It ran straight to the heart of the hall, up a small set of steps, and onto a large circular pedestal. And there, perched in the middle of it all, was the throne. Black as the void itself, it seemed to draw all the light in the room toward it, devouring it whole. Its sharp, angular design gave it an almost menacing aura. Sinister didn't even begin to describe it. It wasn't just a piece of furniture. It was a declaration and a symbol of absolute power. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. Somehow, I felt that it wasn't just a throne. It meant something terrifying. Gazing at the throne, I felt an overwhelming rush of emotions. I froze in place, my eyes glued to the throne, which dominated the center of the vast, imposing chamber. It wasn't just a chair. It was the throne. Massive, ornate, and impossibly regal, it radiated authority and power. My feet felt glued to the floor, and my gaze refused to budge. Meanwhile, Noir continued walking without a care in the world. He barely spared the room a glance, his steps unhurried, confident, and utterly indifferent to the throne's overwhelming presence. And then it happened. Something so unexpected it made my breath hitch. Noir stopped in front of the throne. My trance shattered, and panic flared in my chest. I didn't know why, but something about how he stood there, composed and calm, with his back to me, felt almost surreal. I couldn't breathe, couldn't even blink. What's he going to do? Without a word, Noir turned to face me. Slowly, deliberately, he turned his back to the throne, then, he sat. The motion was seamless, fluid, and confident, making my heart skip a beat. His movements were deliberate, like every step and turn was part of some grand performance. He settled into the throne with an ease that could only be described as natural, as if it had been waiting for him all along. Something about the act sent a shiver racing down my spine. It wasn't just powerful. It was elegant, like watching a king take his rightful place. Before I could even process the sight, the room seemed to change. The warm, muted glow of the chandelier above suddenly intensified. The orange flames licked higher, brighter, casting sharp, vivid light across the stone walls. The air shifted, almost humming with energy. It felt alive, like the castle itself was responding to him. I blinked, my heart pounding. Was I imagining this? No. This wasn't my mind playing tricks on me. The entire room seemed to acknowledge him as if the very act of him sitting down breathed life into the castle. I could only stand there, frozen in place, as the impossible unfolded before my eyes. The sharp snap of Noir's fingers rang out, the sound slicing through the eerie stillness of the throne room. It echoed off the grand, shadowy walls like a command to the void. I stiffened, unsure of what was about to happen or if I should even be doing anything at all. Before I could make sense of it, a figure materialized before him, appearing out of thin air. He dropped to one knee with an elegance that spoke of practice and loyalty, his head bowed low on the carpet at the base of the throne's steps. "Is there anything you need, Noir-sama?" the man asked, his voice deep and measured, carrying a tone of unwavering deference. I blinked, trying to process what I was looking at. Noir barely glanced at him before shifting his gaze back to me. His expression hadn't changed, still calm and unreadable, but his focus felt heavier now, like the weight of the entire room had settled on me. "I'd like you to show her around the place and explain everything that needs to be explained," he instructed, casually waving in my direction. The kneeling figure raised his head at the instruction, finally looking at me. When our eyes met, I felt my breath catch in my throat. His gaze was sharp, yellow irises glowing faintly, but the expression behind them wasn't the cold indifference I'd expected from demons. No, it was recognition. And it wasn't just him. My eyes widened slightly, too, mirroring his reaction. We stared at each other in mutual shock, and for a moment, it was as if the rest of the room had fallen away. I took him in, every detail of his appearance pulling at something deep in my memory. He had a lean frame, almost wiry, with messy blonde hair that fell in casual, untamed locks. A spiked collar circled his neck like something from a punk fashion catalog. His black leather jacket fit snugly, its sharp lines adding to the rebellious image, while the purple shirt underneath provided a striking contrast. His ripped black pants and the red and black flannel tied loosely around his waist made him look like a rock star who'd just walked off the stage. For a moment, I could only stand there, stunned. He didn't look anything like the demons I'd seen before. He had no horns, no claws, no leathery wings. He looked like someone I could have passed on the street back in my old world. Everything about him, from the fashion to the vibe, was painfully familiar. His expression mirrored mine. Was he surprised for the same reason I was? I swallowed hard, trying to steady my thoughts. The air between us felt charged, an unspoken connection threading itself into existence. It was unnerving yet strangely comforting in a way I couldn't explain. Noir's voice cut through the silence like a blade, snapping me back to the present. Well? He prompted, his tone light yet carrying an undeniable authority. The blonde demon blinked, breaking our stare. He rose smoothly to his feet and turned to face Noir with a respectful nod. Understood. He said, though his voice still had a faint edge of distraction. As he turned back to me, I found myself bracing instinctively. For what? I wasn't sure. Maybe for answers, or maybe for more questions. He stood up, dusting himself off, and started walking toward me. Every step he took made me tense up further, but I couldn't miss the faint trace of awe in his expression as he closed the gap between us. When he was close enough, I straightened up instinctively, bracing myself for whatever came next. It's gonna be weird at first, you know, since we don't have names. But you'll get used to it. He said, his voice low and casual, like we were chatting at a diner and not in the middle of a desert hellscape. To my surprise, he extended a hand toward me, his lips twitching into a half-smirk. Why yeah. I stammered, my voice barely audible as I hesitantly took his hand. His grip was firm but unthreatening, and something about it made him seem normal. You from Earth, too? He asked, tilting his head slightly. At his question, my heart skipped a beat. My eyes widened, and my mouth opened, but no words came out. He chuckled softly, breaking the handshake as if my reaction had told him everything he needed to know. Heh. Thought so. Good to know I won't be the only reincarnated sucker around here anymore. He said, his tone light, with a teasing edge. How long have you been here? I blurted out, my disbelief spilling over before I could stop it. He shoved his hands into his pockets, shrugging like he was answering a question about the weather. About 2 years or something. Who knows? Time doesn't mean jack around here. I stopped counting ages ago. He said, his voice dismissive. 2 years. The weight of those words hit me hard. I tried not to let it show, but the sympathy bubbling inside me was impossible to ignore. Was that my fate now, too? If you don't mind me asking, how'd you get here? I asked, careful to keep my tone respectful, though my curiosity was barely contained. He grinned faintly, the expression almost mocking but not directed at me. Sure. Why not? It's not like it's some big secret. He agreed. Then, he leaned back slightly, his posture relaxed as if he were retelling a funny story. Dumb buddy of mine was driving way too fast. Like, way too fast. I'm talking pedal to the metal, and the dude was smashed. We'd just come back from this killer concert. Big night, you know. He explained, his voice almost nostalgic. I blinked, trying to process his words. Late at night, highway, drunk driver. Pretty sure you can fill in the blanks. He said with a dry chuckle like it was the punchline to some inside joke. I didn't know what to say. His tone was so casual that it made the story almost surreal. But there was no bitterness, no anger, just acceptance. And you're okay with that? I asked softly, the words slipping out before I could think better. He smirked, shrugging again. What's the point of being pissed about it? Can't change it now. Besides. He paused, glancing around at the sinister room, his smirk fading into something more thoughtful. I've seen weirder crap here than dying in a stupid car crash. This place makes all that seem small. He continued. His words hung in the air, heavy despite his nonchalant delivery. And for the first time, I wasn't sure if his attitude was confidence or something else entirely. I took a deep breath, steadying myself. Words could be dangerous in such situations, but silence felt even worse. Is there anything I should know about? I asked, keeping my tone low and careful. The man tilted his head and nodded slightly before turning toward one of the hallways branching out from the throne room. Then, he gestured for me to follow. His footsteps echoed sharply in the vast, empty chamber, and I forced myself to move, trailing just a step behind him. Every step felt heavier than the last, and something about the room made my skin crawl. At first, I couldn't put my finger on it. The lighting had shifted back to its original warm orange glow, less harsh, almost comforting, like a fire crackling in the hearth. But that comfort only made the other details stand out all the more. The throne was empty. More was gone. I froze mid-step, my heart skipping a beat. My eyes darted around the room, scanning every corner, every shadow for some sign of movement. But there was nothing, no flicker of black hair, no glint of those unnerving golden-red eyes, just silence. It was like something out of a horror movie. The kind where you know the monster is still there, watching, waiting, just out of sight. My body betrayed me with a slight shiver. "Something wrong?" he asked. I snapped back to reality, realizing the blonde demon had stopped and turned to face me. He raised a single eyebrow, his expression a mix of curiosity and faint confusion. "And nothing," I stammered, cursing the crack in my voice. "I just wondered where you went," I added. His gaze shifted toward the throne, lingering there momentarily before he let out a quiet sigh. "Don't concern yourself with Noir-sama. He's attending to other matters," he said, his voice calm but firm. I nodded quickly, trying to shake off the unease coiling around me. But it clung stubbornly, like a shadow I couldn't escape. The weight of the empty throne lingered in my mind, a question left unanswered. Trusting his guidance, I followed him through the dimly lit hallway, the sound of our footsteps muffled by the eerie quiet. The torches on the walls flickered weakly, casting faint, unsteady shadows that seemed almost alive. Their light didn't bring warmth. If anything, it only deepened the chill seeping into my bones. I rubbed my arms, shivering. The cold gnawed at me, sharper with each step. I tried to ignore it, but the shivers soon became uncontrollable. My teeth chattered as I clenched my jaw to stop them. He stopped abruptly, turning back to me with a neutral expression, his head tilted slightly. "You all right?" he asked, one brow raised in curiosity. Yeah, I'm fine," I stammered, though my voice betrayed me, shaking as much as I was. Is it always this cold here?" I questioned. He hummed, tapping his chin thoughtfully before shrugging. "Maybe. I think it was when I first got here. You get used to it after a while," he replied. Before I could respond, he stepped closer, his gaze slightly softening. Then, without a word, he started removing his jacket. The motion caught me off guard, and I froze, watching as he shrugged it off, revealing a purple shirt with a bold black pentagram imprinted across the chest. "Here." He held out the jacket toward me, the gesture so casual it made me feel out of place. I blinked, staring at him as though he'd just sprouted horns. Was he serious? The cold still bit at me, but the offer itself left me more flustered than anything. Wait. I finally managed, my voice catching. "What about you? Won't you get cold?" I asked. For a moment, he just looked at me like I'd said something absurd. Then, he chuckled. It was a short, dry laugh that somehow felt amused and dismissive. "Cold? Nah. I've been here so long I've got thermal fluctuation resistance. Or I think that's what it's called. Doesn't really matter," he said, waving a hand. I hesitated, my eyes darting between his face and the jacket. It wasn't just a piece of clothing. It looked worn yet well kept. It was as if it had been with him for a long time. It's from your past life, isn't it?" I muttered, and he nodded. "Are you sure you want to give it to someone you just met?" I asked, my voice filled with concern. His expression didn't change, but there was something in his eyes, something unreadable that made me feel like I'd asked the wrong question. Then, he smiled faintly and nodded. "Yup. Don't sweat the small stuff. Besides, you need it more than I do," he replied. I swallowed hard, my throat tight. Gently, I reached out and took the jacket from him. The fabric was warm even before I slipped it on. As I pulled it around my shoulders, the chill eased instantly, replaced by an almost comforting heat. Thanks," I muttered, my cheeks burning despite the cold. When I looked back up, he was watching me again. His expression was as calm and unreadable as before, but it didn't feel so intimidating this time. If anything, it felt reassuring, almost safe. "Don't mention it. Anyway, let's keep moving. I need to show you where we'll be staying," he said, gesturing for us to resume walking. I nodded quickly, trying to hide the lingering heat in my cheeks. For the first time since I'd arrived in this cold, alien place, I didn't feel entirely alone. Our footsteps echoed softly against the stone floors, but the sound no longer carried that suffocating unease. As the tension began to ease, curiosity bubbled to the surface. I wasn't sure when I'd get another chance like this, and now that I felt more comfortable, I decided it was time to start asking questions. Who exactly is Noir? I ventured, keeping my voice low but making sure it was loud enough to be heard. He turned his head slightly to glance at me without breaking his steady pace. Noir-sama. His tone was casual, as if my question was the most natural thing in the world. He's a primordial. One of the top dogs of the demon race. He replied. I blinked, his answer leaving me momentarily stunned. I'd already figured Noir was powerful. Seeing him sitting on the throne earlier was enough to cement that. But this? A primordial. The weight of the revelation settled in my chest like a stone. He wasn't just a king among demons. No, he stood at the very top. And if there was one primordial, did that mean there were others like him? The thought made my stomach twist. As if sensing my thoughts, he continued, his tone remaining casual. I don't know if you've noticed, but all demons down here in hell have some kind of color assigned to them. Did you run into any on your way here? He asked, and I nodded mutely, recalling the strange encounters I'd had before arriving in this place. He paused briefly, his gaze fixed ahead on the seemingly endless corridor. There are 7 colors in total. Those would be red, white, black, green, yellow, purple, and blue. Each one represents a demonic lineage. He explained, his voice steady but carrying a hint of weight now. My mind began connecting the dots. So Noir is. I began, my voice trailing off. The black primordial. He said without missing a beat, glancing at me again. He's the originator of all demons under the black lineage. He continued. I tried to process that, but then he added something that made my steps falter. We're part of his line, too, though our case is a little different. Since we were reincarnated, the process is weird. Not sure how it works, exactly, but somehow, we ended up under Noir-sama's lineage. He said with a shrug, his voice echoing faintly in the vast hall. I didn't respond immediately, my thoughts racing as I tried to make sense of it all. If Noir was the origin of an entire demonic lineage, and we were connected to him, I wondered. What did that make me? I will say this much. The 7 lineages of demons are all defined by their personality. In fact, that's what eventually determines which lineage a lesser demon falls into. He began, his voice calm but carrying an air of knowledge. Lesser demons? I repeated, curiosity piqued. They're the lowest tier. Basically, they're colorless demons that lack a strong ego or identity. You can usually tell just by how human a demon looks. While it's not a hard rule, the more human-like a demon appears, the more powerful it tends to be. He explained. My eyes widened at this new revelation. The demon I'd fought when I arrived in this hellscape flashed through my mind. Unlike the ones roaming this castle or the men standing before me, it had been grotesque and monstrous, far removed from anything human. It seemed incapable of reason, lunging at me like a rabid animal the moment it saw me. If what he said was true, then that creature must have been one of these lesser demons. Pushing the thought aside, I refocused on him as he continued. When a lesser demon lives long enough and develops its personality, it naturally falls into one of the 7 lineages. I don't know all the details, but what I do know is that the blue lineage is laid back, the yellow ones are completely unhinged, the purple ones are as cruel as they come, the white and red lineages are prideful to the core, the green lineage is all about seriousness and duty, and the black lineage. He paused, giving me a sly grin. Well, we're the oddballs. He said. Oddballs? I asked, raising an eyebrow. He chuckled softly. Think of us as the outliers. We're the unique ones who don't really fit into the other 6. Of course, there are always variations. Nothing's ever that simple. But generally speaking, whichever primordial demon you resemble the most determines which lineage you'll fall into. Personality is everything. He explained. He leaned back slightly as if his explanation required no further elaboration. But my mind was already spinning, piecing together the implications of what he'd said. There was a lot to process, but I shoved my thoughts aside when I noticed him stopping in front of an unassuming door. He stood still, one hand casually brushing against his side as if he had all the time in the world. I stopped a few steps behind, waiting to see what he'd do next. Without ceremony, he raised his hand to the door. Instantly, a large magic circle appeared on its surface. The intricate symbols and runes etched into it glowed with dark purple energy, pulsing softly like a heartbeat. I blinked in surprise as the doorway faded from existence, vanishing as though it had never been there at all. I stared blankly at the now empty space. It was just a doorway. Nothing special. But, of course, that had to be turned into some sort of magical spectacle. Extravagant. Definitely. But who was I to question the aesthetics of a demon's domain? "We're here," he announced, stepping through the doorway without even glancing back. I let out a shaky breath, forcing myself to take a step forward. There was no turning back now, even if I wanted to. After a moment's hesitation, I followed him into the room. The sight that greeted me stopped me in my tracks. It was a bedroom, and a ridiculously spacious one, at that. The walls were painted a deep purple, almost black, with streaks of red and black accents breaking up the monotony. The lighting was dim, yet the entire room exuded a vibrant, rebellious energy. Against one wall was a row of electric guitars mounted like trophies, each one uniquely styled. Their designs were bold and aggressive, with jagged edges, flames, and skull motifs. They were the type of guitars you'd see in the hands of a punk rocker on stage, screaming into the chaos of a mosh pit. Tucked in the corner was a black desk cluttered with odd trinkets and small devices that looked straight out of a tech store. Wires snaked across the surface, alongside what I could swear were headphones and an old MP3 player. My gaze shifted to a large cabinet positioned near the guitars. Its shelves were filled with an eclectic mix of items. Some were just books, dark leather-bound tomes with cryptic titles written in glowing letters. But it was the other things that caught my breath. These were objects from our world. Stepping further into the room, I made sure to take everything in. It was nostalgic, jarring even. It was a punk rocker's dream room, complete with relics from a life that felt so distant it was almost like a dream. "How do you have all these?" I blurted out, my voice rising with disbelief as my eyes darted around the room, taking in the impossible sight. The shelves were lined with objects that felt painfully familiar. There was a battered baseball cap, a collection of band CDs, and even a worn paperback novel with a faded cover. I hadn't seen anything from the world we left behind since I'd arrived in this hellscape. Just seeing them again hit me harder than I expected. He turned toward me, raising an eyebrow before letting out a low chuckle. "Sorry to disappoint you," he began, scratching the back of his head. "But these devices don't actually work," he said. I blinked, my excitement crashing into confusion. "They look just like the ones from our world. Are they broken or something?" I asked. He shook his head lightly, a small smirk tugging at the corner of his mouth. "Nah. They're not broken. I just recreated what they looked like based on my memory." He clarified, but his words left me more bewildered. "Recreated them? How? And why?" I asked. He let out a short laugh, the sound carrying a mix of self-deprecation and nostalgia. "If I'd actually paid attention in school, like, learned how electronics work, I might have been able to make these things functional. But, well, I didn't. Who knew I'd end up regretting slacking off back then?" he remarked jokingly. I stared at him, raising an eyebrow. "Wait a second. What do you mean by recreated? Are you telling me you just made these out of nothing?" I questioned. "Pretty much," he said, shrugging. "Nothing too crazy. I used material creation and my unique skill to piece them together. They're not functional, but they look the part. I made them as a kind of memento, something to remember my old life by," he explained. His voice grew quieter near the end, a bittersweet undertone lacing his words. I caught the faintest flicker of emotion in his yellow eyes, something raw and heavy. I glanced back at the replicas around the room. They were perfect. Everything was spot on, down to the last detail, and I could tell he poured so much of himself into making them. I didn't think anyone else would miss our world so much. I muttered, more to myself than to him. His gaze softened as he looked at me. "It's not just about missing it. It's about remembering who I was before all this, and trying not to lose that," he muttered. His words struck a chord deep within me. This man had been here for over 2 years, maybe longer, considering how completely his sense of time had eroded. Yet somehow, he'd managed to hold on to pieces of his past self. That resonated with me. That's what I want too, isn't it? To hold on to some shred of who I used to be. As strange as things are, I guess I should be grateful that I was reincarnated into the black line of demons. He muttered, his voice soft as though the thought had drained him. His words carried a strange weight, almost like he was reassuring himself. Slowly, he approached the window, his steps deliberate but unhurried. I hesitated for a moment before following him, trailing just behind until I caught up. Standing beside him, I gazed out the window and immediately felt a sense of vertigo. We were high, absurdly high, perched in one of the jagged spikes that made up Noir's castle. The view was surreal, an unbroken expanse of crimson skies and dark terrain stretching endlessly into the distance. Demons darted through the air like shadows with wings, their movements perfectly coordinated as they passed in and out of the castle. The strange thing was, I didn't remember climbing this high. We'd walked in a straight line from the first floor, hadn't we? Yet here we were, higher than I thought possible. For a while, we just stood there in silence, watching the rhythm of demons moving through the air like a strange, chaotic dance. Eventually, the quiet started to gnaw at me. My curiosity won out. How come? I asked, glancing over at him. He turned to meet my gaze, and a faint smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth. There was something faintly teasing in his eyes. But it wasn't unkind. I guess it's because I know I'm unique. And I don't mean my circumstance. I mean who I truly am as a person. He replied, letting out a small chuckle. His words caught me off guard, and my eyes widened slightly. It wasn't arrogance in his tone. It was something deeper, like a quiet certainty that couldn't be shaken. Well, there's that in the fact Noir-sama is quite the chill guy. So long as you don't actively go out of your way to bother him and do as he says, which, to be honest, isn't much, you'll live a pretty comfortable life in hell. He added with a small shrug. I nodded slowly, taking in his words. Comfortable life or not, the thought of living in hell was still bizarre to me. But something about the way he said it so casually made it seem less overwhelming. Still, I couldn't help but wonder how long it took him to feel this way. Do you still wish you could go back? I asked, my voice softer than I intended. For a moment, he didn't respond. His golden eyes shifted toward the window, and his expression grew distant like he was gazing at something far beyond the stormy horizon. I waited, watching the subtle flickers of emotion cross his face, thoughtfulness, a hint of melancholy, maybe even resignation. Finally, he spoke. Nah. Not really. He answered. His words surprised me, but it was what followed that truly piqued my interest. Though, we'll apparently be on the cusp of something extraordinary. He added. The way he said it, so vague yet deliberate, made my curiosity flare. Extraordinary? What could someone like him possibly mean by that? Extraordinary. I repeated, the word tasting strange on my tongue. He gave a light shrug, his demeanor still relaxed despite the weight of his next words. Noir-sama won't explain it. He simply told me to wait for the time to come. We'd be leaving the underworld soon. He said. The underworld. That's where we were, right? My thoughts spun, trying to piece together the puzzle of his cryptic statement. Where will we end up? Who knows? He continued, his voice calm, almost conversational, as though discussing something mundane. Could be the cardinal world, but I digress. I'm not gonna question him. He said. His words felt heavy like they carried more meaning than he was letting on. The cardinal world. I had no idea what he was talking about, but the way he spoke made it sound like the place held significance. He leaned back slightly, his tone shifting, laced with a subtle hopefulness. I've just been living out my days, hoping I'd eventually escape from this monotony. He muttered, his voice carrying a bitterness that tugged at something in me. Yet, beneath it, there was a flicker of hope, faint but present. Before I realized what I was doing, my hand moved on its own and rested on his shoulder. The moment I made contact, he looked at me with a mix of confusion and surprise. I felt the heat rise to my face and quickly tried to mask my awkwardness. I'm not sure what's going to happen. I mean, I literally just got here. But. I hesitated, then offered a small smile. I'm sure things will turn out okay in the end. I said. The words felt strange, even as I said them. Optimism wasn't exactly my strong suit, but in that moment, it felt right. He stared at me for a long moment, his stunned expression slowly melting into something lighter, more mischievous. A grin tugged at the corners of his lips, almost boyish in its cheekiness. Let's see how long you can keep up that sunny attitude. He teased. I rolled my eyes and gave him a light smack on the back. Hey. It doesn't hurt to be optimistic, does it? I bit back. His chuckle was soft and genuine, like a spark of warmth breaking through the bleakness around us. You, an emo. Being optimistic. Now that's comedy gold. Name a more mismatched duo. He teased back, and I felt my cheeks heat up, this time from embarrassment rather than awkwardness. Fuck you. I stammered, aiming another swat at his side, this one harder. He clutched at his ribs dramatically, letting out a fake groan of pain. Ow, geez. Calm down, killer. He yelled. I rolled my eyes again, but I couldn't help the small smile creeping across my face. His antics were irritating, sure, but they were also oddly comforting, like a reminder that even in this desolate place, not everything had to be so heavy. You're such a drama queen. I muttered, crossing my arms. And you're such a softie. He shot back, his grin widening. I opened my mouth to argue but stopped. Maybe he wasn't entirely wrong. Maybe, deep down, I didn't want to spend the rest of my time here fighting everything around me. For the first time in what felt like forever, the weight on my chest felt a little lighter. The storm around us began to calm, the wind softening as the desert seemed to hold its breath. I glanced at him, his yellow eyes catching the faint light of the fading storm. Maybe this wasn't the end. Maybe, just maybe, it was the start of something new. Yo. I'm back. It's been some time since I posted a chapter, finals week is here. I know I said this chapter would be the reunion of Rimuru and Velzard, but I decided to move it to the next chapter, which will also include the introduction of cherries. This chapter is quite long, and it's not strictly necessary for the overall plot. However, I couldn't help but feel there was great potential for the Nevra x Venom storyline, and I just had to write this chapter down. It also allowed me to flesh out the underworld some more, explore Venom's and even Diablo's personalities, and establish Nevra's closeness with Venom, which will be shown later on. Of course, their story will only be a side plot. Don't worry about the story diverging from the main premise because it won't. I simply want to explore some interesting ideas. If there are any other characters you'd like me to explore similarly in the future, then I'd be glad to hear some suggestions. Of course, I won't be able to incorporate them all, but I'll do my best. I already have plans for Apito, Chloe, Kamara, and my other OC, Shimo. Anyway, that is all. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Seal's suggestion caught me entirely off guard. Ifrit. I hadn't thought about him in what felt like forever. It had been over 2 years since the Ifrit incident, and honestly, I'd forgotten he was even lying dormant inside my imaginary space. He'd been quietly absorbing my magicules all this time, which meant he was definitely stronger now. And with Veldora hanging out with him during that whole time, who knows what they'd been scheming. Still, the idea made me hesitate. My mind drifted back to Shizu. She was the first otherworlder I'd met and befriended in this world. Her warmth, resolve, and how she carried the weight of her past, all left a mark on me. I still remember the pain in her eyes when she spoke about the torment Ifrit caused her. He wasn't just a tool Leon forced on her. No, he was a constant reminder of her suffering. And now here I was, contemplating setting him loose. Looking down at my hands, I couldn't help but notice their form, her form. Shizu had entrusted me with her legacy, ideals, and face. How could I reconcile that with reviving the very being that caused her so much anguish? You shouldn't worry, Rimuru-sama. Ifrit is no longer the same as before. Under Veldora's influence, he has been purified of his prior allegiances and has grown into a powerful force that can be used for your benefit. Purified or not, Ifrit's existence feels complicated. I sighed, pushing the thought aside for now. My reflection was abruptly shattered by the sound of the laboratory doors slamming open. Quahaha. Rimuru, I've been waiting for the day you gave me my own servant. A loud voice exclaimed. The booming sound practically shook the room, dragging me out of my thoughts. I turned toward the source, spotting Veldora standing at the doorway, his arms flared open dramatically. Ramiris hovered beside him, her tiny figure brimming with chaotic energy. Eh? Veldora, what are you talking about? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I also have a request, Rimuru. Ramiris added, her voice loud enough to rival Veldora's. The pair marched, or floated, in Ramiris's case, toward me with purpose, completely ignoring the legion of demons standing at attention behind me. My mind was spinning. What was Veldora on about? A servant. Did he mean Ifrit? Were those two plotting during the 2 years they were sealed away? The way Veldora spoke about it makes me think they'd forged some strange dynamic, maybe something akin to his bond with Zijin. Within moments, they stood a few meters in front of me. Veldora crossed his arms, surveying the remnants of the Dragotype bone golems with a critical eye. Ramiris hovered near his head, mimicking his posture but looking far less intimidating. I folded my arms, leveling a flat stare at the duo. What exactly are you two scheming? I asked, crossing my arms as my gaze flicked between Veldora and the vessel. Veldora ignored me completely, focusing on the array of vessels lining the room. His eyes darted from one to the next until he stopped, a wide grin spreading across his face. Without a word, he bolted toward one of the containers, leaving me behind with a bemused shake of my head. I sighed and followed him, curiosity outweighing my reluctance. We stopped in front of his chosen vessel, and Veldora turned to me, his excitement practically radiating off him. He puffed out his chest dramatically as if preparing to deliver some grand proclamation. Here's the deal. He began, his tone resolute. I've decided I need a servant of my own. After spending 2 years trapped inside your stomach with Ifrit, I realized he's the perfect candidate. He declared, nodding to himself in satisfaction. I rubbed my chin, contemplating the idea. Letting Ifrit go didn't sound like a bad plan. Keeping him locked away forever felt wasteful, and honestly, I had more than enough subordinates. Ifrit might even help keep Veldora in check. Besides, the thought of Veldora having a subordinate of his own was amusing, and I couldn't deny he'd been well behaved lately, relatively speaking. I'll agree to release Ifrit and let him serve you. I was already thinking about setting him free anyway, I said with a casual wave. Veldora's eyes widened with delight, and he erupted into laughter that echoed through the lab. That's the spirit. I swear you won't regret this, he declared, extending his fist to me. I sighed and bumped his fist half-heartedly. Yeah. Let's get this over with, I replied. Stepping closer to the bone golem, I examined its lifeless form. It was a sturdy construct, more than capable of housing a powerful elemental like Ifrit. With a slight nod to myself, I raised my hand over the vessel, initiating the process of creating a suitable core. A tendril of glowing purple energy spiraled from my hand, shimmering with fragments of Charybdis essence. The bright and radiant energy coalesced into a sphere above the golem's chest, casting an eerie glow across the lab. Slowly, the core solidified into a dense orb of power, pulsing like a heartbeat. I guided it downward, embedding it into the golem's chest. Once the core settled, I moved on to the next step. My frame began to radiate a fiery red and orange light, the heat crackling around me like a living aura. The glow shifted, taking the form of an ephemeral, ghostly humanoid figure that hovered over me. With a subtle gesture, the figure began to swirl, spiraling into the vessel as Ifrit's essence was drawn into his new body. The bone golem jerked violently, rattling as though resisting the surge of energy flooding into it. Then, it began to levitate, rising off the ground as a brilliant orange light engulfed it. The energy surrounding the vessel twisted and morphed, reshaping the figure within. The glow intensified before shattering like fragile glass, fragments of light scattering in every direction. When the light cleared, the golem was gone, entirely replaced by a new form. Ifrit stood tall and imposing, his new body radiating power. His horned, muscular frame was covered in dark brown skin, and his claws and tail gleamed faintly in the dim light. His once fiery red hair had deepened to a darker shade, and his golden eyes burned with intensity. He wore nothing but simple pants, leaving his upper body exposed, and his every movement exuded raw strength. Well, I muttered, stepping back to admire my handiwork. That's definitely an upgrade, I said. Ifrit dropped to one knee, bowing deeply. His massive frame moved with surprising grace, and the flickering orange flames radiating from his new body cast dancing shadows across the lab's walls. I thank you for your kindness, Rimuru-sama, he said, his voice a rich baritone, low but carrying a sincerity that caught me off guard. Just make sure I don't end up regretting this, I replied, my tone firm yet laced with a hint of warning. Ifrit kept his head bowed. Of course, Rimuru-sama, he assured. I nodded, satisfied for now, though my mind buzzed with questions about what this new arrangement might bring. Before I could dwell on it, Veldora's booming laugh echoed through the lab as he clapped a heavy hand on my shoulder, nearly making me stumble forward. Magnificent, he bellowed, his golden eyes gleaming with excitement. Ifrit, my loyal servant, your new life begins now, he continued. Ifrit raised his head slightly, meeting Veldora's gaze with unwavering respect before bowing again. As you command, my lord, he responded without hesitation. I groaned internally, already imagining what kind of chaos this dynamic would bring. Ifrit might think he signed up for a position of honor, but I was almost certain his role would be closer to Veldora's babysitter than his servant. Still, that was better than leaving the job to Velzard. Her idea of supervising her brother usually involved threats he wouldn't dare challenge. Now, Veldora announced with his signature flair, throwing his arms wide. I shall grant you a name, he continued, his voice thundering across the room, brimming with melodrama. I turned to him, blinking in confusion. Wait, isn't Ifrit's name Ifrit? Why would you need to give him a name when he already has one? I asked, confusion laced in my voice. It is because Ifrit is not a proper name, Rimuru-sama. Seal's voice cut through my thoughts, calm and informative as always. Eh? Then what is it, exactly? Similar to how Diablo was originally known as Noir, the Black Primordial, Ifrit's name is more akin to a title rather than an actual name. Understanding dawned on me, and my eyes widened slightly. So, it's a species designation, then. Precisely. Ifrit is the term used for greater elementals of flame. By naming him properly, Veldora can grant him individuality and power in the same manner as you did for your subordinates. I see. Thanks for the explanation, Seal. Of course, Rimuru-sama. With that cleared up, I returned to the scene before me. Ifrit was now hovering slightly above the ground, his new vessel aglow with steady, controlled flames. The fire wrapped around him like a living aura, crackling softly with latent energy. From just a glance, it was clear his power had skyrocketed. He was easily strong enough to qualify as a demon lord seed already. With Veldora naming him, that strength would grow even more. And knowing Veldora, he'd make a whole show of it. Well, if you're naming him, that's fine. But are you sure you can transfer the Magicules properly? I asked, my voice tinged with a mix of curiosity and mild concern. Veldora turned toward me, his trademark smirk firmly in place. He radiated confidence, perhaps a little too much of it, considering the risks involved. "MHM. Don't worry, I've got this," he assured me, clenching his fist in a display of determination. While I wasn't entirely convinced, I stepped back to observe. Part of me wanted to believe him. He was the mighty Veldora Tempest, after all. But the other part couldn't forget his tendency to underestimate the consequences of his actions. It had been over 2 years since he gave me my name. That moment is still vivid in my mind, but it was a different kind of naming. Back then, he named me as an equal, not a subordinate. I hadn't experienced the usual explosive surge of power that accompanied being named by a superior. Now, for the first time, I would witness Veldora naming someone as his subordinate. If he couldn't regulate the flow of magicules, well, Ifrit wouldn't survive long enough to carry his new name. Veldora stepped forward, positioning himself before Ifrit, who dropped to one knee, his flaming aura crackling faintly as he bowed his head in submission. "All right. By the power vested in me by myself, I shall name you." Veldora paused, stretching the silence for dramatic effect. He raised his hand toward Ifrit, his energy already beginning to radiate outward. Ramirez and I held our breaths, the air in the laboratory growing heavy with anticipation. "Cherries," Veldora declared, his voice booming with finality. Cherries had dipped lower, his new name already carrying an almost palpable gravity. "Thank you, Veldora-sama. I shall carry this name with honor," he replied, his voice resonating with pride as his flames flared brightly. Veldora nodded approvingly, and a surge of deep purple energy erupted from his hand. The tendril of power snaked forward, enveloping Cherries in an instant. The room was bathed in a radiant glow, the sheer magnitude of the energy making my skin prickle. Cherry's body began to tremble violently as the raw power coursed through him, yet his expression remained firm and resolute. The flames surrounding him grew brighter and hotter as if trying to keep pace with the overwhelming force being unleashed. "Ramirez. Check his EP." I called out, my gaze fixed on the blazing spectacle before me. "On it." Ramirez replied, her tiny form darting through the air as she deployed the dungeon's analytical system. Her voice rang out moments later, breathless and full of excitement. 900,000, 1,200,000. 1,800,000, 2,100,000. 2,500,000, 2,900,000. She said. The numbers shot up faster than I expected, and my gut twisted with unease. The room itself seemed to quake under the strain of the energy Veldora was pouring into Cherries. "It's growing too fast," I shouted, alarm rising in my chest. "At this rate, he's going to dash," Ramirez yelled, but I interjected before she could finish. "That's enough," I yelled, my voice cutting through the cacophony, sharp and commanding. Veldora reacted immediately, withdrawing his hand with a sharp motion. The tendrils of purple energy dissipated, their glow fading until only the steady burn of Cherry's flames remained. The lab's eerie silence returned, broken only by the faint hum of the magical instruments around us. I let out a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of my nose. Veldora always had a tendency to go overboard. "You almost obliterated him," I muttered, half under my breath. "Quahaha. Nonsense," Veldora declared, crossing his arms with a satisfied grin. "Cherries is my servant. Of course, he can handle it," he claimed. I shot him a flat look, unwilling to dignify that with a response. Instead, I turned to Ramirez, who was still analyzing Cherries. "Ramirez. What's his final reading?" I asked. Checking, ah. Got it." She beamed, twirling in the air as her tiny hands gestured wildly. "His final existence value now stands at 3,120,560. And he's now a Flame Lord," she announced, and my eyes widened as the number hit me like a blow. Over 3 million. Cherries wasn't just strong. He was a powerhouse now, easily rivaling true demon lords in raw energy. "Color me impressed," I murmured, exhaling slowly. "I guess he really is your servant now, Veldora. Just try not to break him," I muttered, shaking my head slightly. Veldora turned to me with a grin, his laughter booming through the laboratory like thunder. "What, do you take me for some kind of brute? Your evaluation of me needs to change," he said, his voice dripping with playful mischief. I sighed for what felt like the 100th time that day, letting his antics roll off me. Now that Veldora's request had been addressed, I shifted my attention to Ramirez, who was watching me eagerly, her eyes brimming with excitement. "All right. What's your request, Ramirez?" I asked, my tone soft yet curious. Her eyes seemed to light up, sparkling with anticipation. "I want the rest of the Dryads to be incarnated as well. They've helped so much around the dungeon, and they deserve to roam free without relying on a magic body." She blurted out, her voice full of hope. My brow furrowed slightly as I considered her request. Like Trainee and her sisters, the Dryads had relied on magic bodies to interact with the material world. Since I'd already infused their essence into physical vessels, they'd evolved and no longer needed bodies sustained by their own energy. The solution was simple. I still had plenty of leftover Drago-type bone golems. So I could repurpose them for the task. Sure thing, Remuru. Call them over, and we can begin the transfer process. I said, smiling as I watched her face brighten even further. You're the best, Rimuru. She shouted, her voice laced with an overwhelming sense of gratitude and excitement. I chuckled at her enthusiasm. It was clear the Dryads meant a great deal to her. And given their immense contributions to the dungeon, it was only right to provide them with a proper vessel. I'll call them over right now. Remuru exclaimed, disappearing in a flash, her excitement leaving a faint shimmer in the air. I turned to Veldora and Cherries, a quiet satisfaction settling in my chest. You should show him around, Veldora. I said, my voice calm but firm. Veldora's booming laugh filled the space once more. Even though he's already seen most of the outside world from your subspace, I'd gladly give him a tour. He replied, his tone playful and light. Cherries, standing by, bowed respectfully. Thank you for your kindness, Veldora-sama, Rimuru-sama. He said, his voice steady and appreciative. Just make sure not to cause any trouble. I added, a smirk tugging at the corner of my mouth. My voice softened but still carried a firm edge. With that, they began heading for the laboratory's entrance. I let out a soft sigh and turned my attention to the group of demons who had been quietly observing the scene. To my amusement, Carrera and Ultima's expressions were frozen in shock, their disbelief palpable. I stepped forward, my footsteps echoing across the room like a drumbeat. What's wrong, you two? I asked, my voice teasing, a playful lilt in my words. Carrera and Ultima blinked as if trying to process what they had just witnessed. After rubbing their eyes, they exchanged glances, still uncertain. Rimuru-sama, was that the Veldora? As in, the storm dragon? Carrera asked, her voice full of disbelief as her gaze fixed on his retreating figure. I couldn't help but chuckle, finding their shock both amusing and endearing. Yeah. He's my sworn brother. Don't worry about him. I replied, offering a dismissive wave of my hand as if Veldora's presence was nothing unusual. The two demons exchanged glances, the surprise still lingering in their eyes. After a moment of silence, they regained their composure, their expression softening into respect. It's truly impressive that you managed to get Veldora-sama on your side, Rimuru-sama. Ultima said, her tone laced with admiration. Carrera nodded in agreement, a new understanding in her gaze. Yeah. I wasn't expecting that. She remarked, her voice calmer now, tinged with a hint of awe. My thoughts drifted to Velzard, and I couldn't help but smile at the idea of their reactions when they learned that I had not one but two true dragons on my side. That was a revelation for another time. Beside them, Diablo and Testarossa shared a knowing glance, their amusement evident in the subtle lift of their brows. Their expressions, though composed, held a quiet acknowledgement of their peers' realization. Stepping forward, I allowed my aura to flare just enough to make the air feel heavier, ensuring every demon in the room could sense the shift. The tension in the air thickened, and all eyes turned to me. From this day forward, I began, my voice steady but laced with undeniable authority. You are no longer mere demons. You are the sword and shield of our nation. You are its guardians, its defenders, and its enforcers. I paused, letting the weight of my words settle into the silence before continuing, my gaze sweeping across the room. As such, you shall now be known as the Scourge of Tempest. It is a title that bears a heavy responsibility. I said. The words rang out, sharp and commanding. I could see the fire in their eyes, each demon feeling the gravity of the title. You will be the punishment to those who dare defy us. You will be the shield that protects our people from anyone who would threaten them. Live up to your name, and serve this nation with the honor it deserves. I said, each word deliberate. My voice echoed through the room, the very foundation seeming to tremble with the power behind it. I felt the pulse of their loyalty in the air, vibrating like a living thing, as every demon bowed low, kneeling before me in perfect unison. We swear our eternal loyalty to you, Rimuru-sama. They proclaimed, their voices thunderous, a singular, resonant sound that seemed to distort the very air around us. At that moment, I could feel the full extent of the power that stood before me. Each of them individually held the strength to bring down nations. But now, they were united under my command. There were over 1,000 demons bound by loyalty and purpose, and their might was at my disposal. Tempest had become more than a nation. It had become a force that could not be ignored and would carve its place in history. And now, it was my responsibility to guide it. Third-person POV. With the demon's resolve and loyalty firmly established, Remuru gave a dismissive wave, signaling the end of the ceremony. One by one, the archdemons melted into the shadows, their formidable presence fading, yet their power still lingering just beyond the veil, ready to be summoned at a moment's notice. The only ones remaining were the 4 primordials and their demon peer subordinates. 189 Drago-type bone golems sprawled across the floor, silently waiting for their time to be used. Moments later, the stillness of the room was broken by the entrance of Remuru, who flew in through the open door, followed closely by over 20 Dryads. Among them were Trainee and her younger sisters, their faces alight with a mixture of excitement and anticipation. Without hesitation, the Dryads approached Rimuru, bowing in perfect unison. Their graceful movements exuded reverence, and their voices carried the sincerity of their gratitude. "We thank you for allowing us to incarnate properly, Rimuru-sama," they said. Rimuru's expression softened, a warm smile crossing his face. He had seen their dedication and effort, and it brought him a sense of satisfaction to know they would finally be able to live freely. "Don't mention it," Rimuru replied, his voice calm and reassuring. "You've all contributed immensely to the dungeon, and I believe Remuru will be in good hands with your assistance from here on out," he added. The Dryads bowed once more, their gratitude evident in the soft glow of their eyes. Rimuru nodded once, signaling that it was time. He gestured to the row of golems lined up before them, the vessels that would house their essences. The Dryads approached without hesitation, each taking their place before a designated vessel. Remuru, Trainee, and her sister stood aside, their eyes gleaming with eager anticipation as they watched the unfolding scene. With a deliberate motion, Rimuru's hand extended, and his palm began glowing with a soft but undeniable energy. A wave of power flowed from him, and tendrils of radiant energy surged outward, spiraling around the bone golems. Each tendril twisted and stretched, reshaping the material of the golems to better align with the Dryad's deep connection to nature. The air around them shimmered as the tendrils worked, their power seemingly drawn from the earth's very core. With each movement, the golems transformed, their forms becoming more malleable, more alive. Then, the tendrils shifted again, curling around the Dryads themselves. Their ethereal forms began to glow with a bright, green light, the color of life and renewal. Slowly, their bodies became engulfed in the light, twisting into spherical silhouettes as their essences were guided into the vessels. Rimuru's concentration never wavered as the energy flowed smoothly, and he gently lowered their essences into their new bodies. The light around them flickered and dimmed, the powerful glow fading into nothingness. Moments later, the bone golems began to stir, their bodies rattling as if jolted back to life by some unseen force. Slowly, they rose from the ground, their once stiff forms now animated with a newfound vitality. The vessels, now transformed, began to shimmer again, this time morphing into the Dryad's preferred appearances. The light around them swirled and pulsed, taking on the shape of nature's beauty. A few seconds later, the light shattered like glass, revealing the Dryads in their new forms. No longer were they mere spirits in need of a magic body. They had become Dryad-doll Dryads, their bodies fully incarnated and capable of interacting with the material world without limitation. The transformation was complete. After a brief moment of adjustment, where they took in their new forms, the Dryads knelt before Rimuru, their heads bowed in deep reverence. Their movements were slow and deliberate, each acknowledging the gravity of the change they had just undergone. "We will never forget your kindness, Rimuru-sama." The Dryads spoke as one, their voices resolute, filled with gratitude and determination. Rimuru nodded, a sense of satisfaction settling within him. The transformation was complete, and his people were one step closer to fully realizing their potential. Then continue serving Remuru to the best of your abilities," he replied, his voice gentle yet firm. "Understood." They responded in unison, their voices laced with unwavering resolve. With that, Remuru, Trainee, and her sisters rejoined the group eagerly. Their expressions were bright, filled with excitement and an overwhelming sense of gratitude for this new chapter in their lives. Rimuru watched them momentarily, a small, warm smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Satisfied with the outcome, he turned his attention toward his demon peer subordinates, who were already anticipating their next orders. "Diablo, Testarossa. I want you both to show the newcomers around the city," Rimuru commanded, his voice steady and authoritative. The two demons bowed in perfect synchronization, their obedience unquestionable. "As you wish, Rimuru-sama," Diablo affirmed, his voice carrying his usual reverence. Rimuru gave a slight nod, acknowledging their dedication. Then, he turned to the other 2 primordials, who stood by, awaiting their assignments. "Carrera, Ultima. I'll give you both your positions once you're settled," he said, his tone still firm yet considerate. The 2 bowed low, their expressions showing their respect and loyalty. "You got it, my lord," Carrera responded, her voice filled with enthusiasm. "Gladly, Rimuru-sama," Ultima added, her tone calm but full of readiness. The 12 demon peers, having received their instructions, bowed once more before vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. Rimuru let out a satisfied sigh as the room fell into quiet. His work for the moment was complete. His eyes turned toward the laboratory exit, where Remuru and the Dryads had already departed. His responsibilities were far from over, but all tasks had been fulfilled for now. Rimuru's POV. Man, I'm beat. It's strange. I can't physically tire out, yet somehow, I feel completely drained. Maybe the constant stream of events hit me all at once. First was the meeting with the Western Council, which dealt with their petty schemes before we were even formally admitted. I still can't believe there was an assassination attempt aimed at framing me. And the spiritual interference. Turning all the counselors into unreasonable, conniving bastards. The goal was clearly to make me lose my temper and tarnish my image. Then, we had to interrogate the culprit, a mere pawn in a bigger game. At least now I know it's the Rosso family pulling the strings. They'll be dealt with soon enough. Plus, Glenda Attlee now works for Tempest and will be the future instructor on handling firearms. After that, the meeting with Luminous. We had to discuss the sage's scheme to turn Hinata against me. If their plan had succeeded, there's no doubt there would have been a war between Tempest and Lublius. I'm sure we'd have won, but the damage would have been significant on both sides. More enemies, more bloodshed. A needless conflict. And yet, none of that compares to the weight of having 2 more primordials on my side. I asked Diablo to raise our military numbers, and he went above and beyond. 1,400 archdemons and 12 demon peers. That's no small thing. It's a massive responsibility now sitting squarely on my shoulders. But Tempest and its people come first. I'll shoulder this burden, no matter how heavy. To think all of that unfolded in the span of a single day. I've definitely earned a break. I activated instant motion, arriving in front of my quaint home in less time than it took to complete the thought. The sudden shift in lighting was jarring. If I still had a human brain, I would have fried it from my constant use of teleportation. That sudden shift in information overload couldn't be good, but it's not like I needed a physical brain to process things now. It was late in the evening, almost midnight. The full moon hung high, casting its pale glow across my humble home. The night air was cool and crisp, carrying the distant sound of crickets singing their lullaby, while the gentle trickling of the hot spring water nearby brought a sense of calm that melted away the tension of the day. For a moment, I simply stood there, taking it all in. This house, my home, had been a constant source of comfort and refuge. The stone path leading up to the house was smooth beneath my feet, and the koi pond beside it shimmered in the moonlight. The wooden porch creaked softly as I stepped forward, the scent of the earth and the fresh, cool air filling my senses. Something about this place always made me feel grounded, no matter how much the world spun out of control. I admired the simplicity and beauty of the structure. The house's clean lines and the warmth radiating from the interior light spilling out through the shoji doors provided a sense of comfort. It was a humble space, a far cry from the grand halls of kings and emperors, but it was mine. As I reached the door, I slid it open, the familiar sound of the wooden frame gliding smoothly against the tracks. Inside, the living room greeted me, filled with the soft glow of lanterns casting shadows against the brightly painted walls. The quaintness of it all, the warm hues, and the subtle elegance of the furnishings made it feel as though the world outside didn't matter for a moment. The kitchen was modest but perfectly arranged. It was simple, elegant, and functional. Stepping inside, the air was warmer than outside, the scent of wood and earth mingling with a faint trace of jasmine. This was the place where I could forget everything for a while. I sighed, feeling a weight in my chest lift just by being here. No matter how powerful I became or how many lives I was responsible for, this would always be where I returned to. Once satisfied, I made my way to the stairs that led to the second floor, where our room awaited. I could already imagine Velzard, no doubt curled up in bed after a long day, likely fast asleep. After all, she'd been filling in for me, handling the mountain of paperwork that had piled up while I was out, a task she wasn't accustomed to. But I knew her well enough to trust that she'd tackled it with the same poise and elegance she did everything else. Heh. I'll have to thank her for all of that tomorrow. A little gesture would be nice. Maybe that's when I should hand her the bracelet I'd bought. Not that I needed a reason, but it felt right. With that thought in mind, I reached the door to our room and gripped the handle. My hand moved effortlessly, opening it with a quiet creak, but what I found on the other side was nothing like I had expected. Sitting on the edge of our bed with her legs outstretched, my beautiful girlfriend, Velzard, gazed out the window. Her features were bathed in the soft glow of the moonlight and the scattered stars, casting a serene yet almost ethereal aura around her. Her presence seemed to fill the room, even without saying a word. But it wasn't just the quiet stillness that left me stunned. It was the way she looked. She no longer wore her youthful form or the off-shoulder dress she usually preferred. Instead, she had taken on a more mature appearance. Her diamond blue eyes had shifted to a warm golden hue, glowing faintly in the darkness. Her figure had become more voluptuous, the curves of her body enhanced by the two-toned black and white dress she wore, which elegantly exposed a generous portion of her cleavage. I stood frozen at the doorway, the sight of her so captivating that I couldn't tear my eyes away. A heat rose in my cheeks as I took in the details of her appearance. She was beautiful, yes, but it was more than that. The intensity of her presence, the calm yet powerful energy she exuded, struck me deeply, as if she were not just my lover, but something far beyond that. My mind raced with questions. Isn't this her form when she's in battle? Why is she like this now? What's going on? I couldn't quite wrap my mind around it. But before I could dive deeper into those thoughts, Velzard slowly turned her gaze from the window, her golden eyes locking with mine. The intensity in her gaze made the room feel even more charged, her eyes shining like stars in the dark. That's when I noticed something else. Her star-shaped pendant, the one she always wore, was pulsing. A faint, blue glow emanated from it, rhythmic like a heartbeat, glowing in intervals that matched the pace of a person's breathing. It was an odd but undeniably mesmerizing sight, as if it carried some significance beyond what I could grasp. My heart skipped a beat. Something was different, something I couldn't yet understand, but the gravity of the moment was apparent. Before I could summon the right words, Velzard shifted her position on the bed. The neutral expression that had been on her face disappeared in an instant, replaced by something far more captivating. Her lips curled into a smile, but it was hard to decipher. It wasn't warm, cold, or threatening. It was something in between. Then, her voice cut through the silence. "Fufufu, I've been waiting for you, Rimuru," she said, her tone light and teasing but with an underlying edge. Her voice carried a kind of hunger that I couldn't ignore. I found myself unable to speak immediately. My body froze, and for the first time, a sense of unease crept into my chest. It wasn't fear, per se, but the weight of her gaze and how she held herself made it seem like there was something more to this moment than I was prepared for. Unconsciously, I gulped, my nerves finally catching up to me. Hey, Vels. Sorry for arriving late. I was busy. I tried to explain myself, but Velzard raised a slender index finger to her lips, cutting me off with a simple motion that carried more power than it should have. It's all right, she replied smoothly, her voice like velvet, yet the way she spoke sent a chill down my spine. She patted the bed beside her with a soft gesture, her eyes never leaving mine. It was clear what she wanted. I took a deep breath, hoping to calm myself. It's all right, Remuru. She's your girlfriend, and she's just missed you. That's all this is. I tried to reassure myself, but there was still something unsettling in the air, a tension that thickened the space between us. With steady, measured steps, I moved toward the bed. My heart pounded a little harder with each movement, the unease gnawing at me despite my best efforts to stay calm. As I got closer, I could feel Velzard's eyes on me, her golden gaze intense, scrutinizing every inch of me. It wasn't meant to intimidate, nor was it harsh, but it wasn't warm either. Each step I took seemed to intensify her stare, making it more focused. And then, I realized what I had been feeling all along. It wasn't just the atmosphere. It was her. Her smile had grown clearer now, and it held an unmistakable intention. I felt the weight of her presence pressing on me, and that's when it hit me. It was lust. The realization made my heart race, and a part of me stiffened with a mix of confusion and apprehension. Velzard rarely expressed herself this way, not openly, at least. So why now, and why like this? The question buzzed in my mind, but my thoughts seemed scattered. I was too overwhelmed by her presence to fully process them. With a hint of hesitation, I settled onto the soft mattress beside Velzard. Before I could fully get comfortable, she suddenly reached out and cupped my cheeks with both hands, pulling me in for a deep and passionate kiss. For a moment, my eyes went wide in utter shock. However, my initial surprise quickly gave way to desire as I responded to her actions, closing my eyes and surrendering myself to the intense sensation. Our tongues danced and tangled in a heated battle as I wrapped my arms around her, feeling the curves of her body pressed against mine. At that moment, all rational thought disappeared as the heat between us grew and intensified with each passing second. We broke away after what felt like an eternity, the strands of our intertwined saliva stretching thin before snapping apart. Our intense gazes locked onto each other, the golden glow of our eyes radiating outwards and filling the room with pulsing energy. I could feel the heat of her breath on my skin, igniting a fire within me that matched the intensity of our kiss. A devilish smile spread across her face, revealing her satisfaction with our passionate reunion. "Welcome back, my dear," she purred, her voice thick with desire and lust. I finally realized the true intention behind Velzard's transformation. She had been planning for this moment all along, and her earlier mention of a favorite now made sense. Despite my initial shock, I couldn't deny the intense desire rising within me. With a grin on my face, I reached out and grabbed her exposed thigh with a firm grip. "You couldn't wait for me, could you?" I taunted, my voice dripping with seductive playfulness. A deeper blush spread across Velzard's cheeks as I ran my hand up and down her smooth legs, savoring every inch of her soft skin. The electricity between us was palpable, and I knew she felt it, too. How could I? After all, you've been gone for so long. she replied, her voice dripping with playful malice as she ran her fingertips down my cheek. My hands roamed over her body greedily, unable to resist the thrill of this forbidden reunion. Her dress only added to the intensity, adding to the battle-ready form she now assumed. We were about to engage in a different kind of battle, one filled with raw desire and pent-up emotions. And I suppose you want me to take responsibility for that, correct? I growled, locking my gaze with hers as she nodded knowingly. She wanted me to take responsibility for this heated moment, and I was more than willing to oblige. With one hand caressing her thigh, my other hand grabbed hers and pulled it towards my mouth. Without hesitation, I took her 2 fingers between my lips and sucked on them voraciously. Her expression remained unchanged, but I could feel her writhing beneath me. My tongue danced around her fingers, savoring every taste of her. But my other hand had its own agenda, traveling closer and closer to her most intimate area. As she moaned and gasped, I could sense the tension building between us. This wasn't just a battle of words anymore. It was a primal dance of desire, and we both knew that there would be no turning back from this intoxicating pleasure. Her taste was like a drug, igniting a burning desire inside of me that I couldn't resist. My mouth hungrily devoured her fingers, coating them in my saliva as I reveled in the addictive flavor. But this was just the beginning, and I knew it would be a long, wild night. Reluctantly, I released her fingers from my mouth, but my other hand continued its exploration of her body, igniting a fire within her. Velzard's lustful gaze never wavered as she readjusted herself on the bed, eagerly anticipating what was to come. There were no words needed between us. With a slow and deliberate movement, Velzard's hand reached for the strap of her dress, pulling it down slowly while keeping her eyes locked on mine. As the strap fell, her left breast came into full view. But she stopped before revealing everything, covering her breasts with her arm and teasing me with a mischievous smile. Yet behind that facade, I could see the pent-up emotions bubbling underneath. Fufufu, be sure to enjoy this, Rimuru. She urged me as she entirely pulled down the strap and exposed her perfect breasts. A primal instinct took over me as I moved closer, shoving her onto the bed and positioning myself on top of her. With closed eyes, I brought my mouth to her nipple and gently sucked on it, eliciting a soft moan from Velzard that filled the room. Despite her slight squirming beneath me, I continued to devour her with an intense hunger that consumed us both. Her moans filled the room like a symphony, each more intoxicating than the last. With one hand, I yanked down her dress strap, exposing her other breast for my taking. Now fully exposed, her upper body was mine to explore and dominate. My fingers eagerly found her other nipple, pinching and teasing it until she winced in pain but also moaned in pleasure. Time seemed to stand still as I devoured her with my mouth and hands, consumed by the need to please Velzard. Finally, I pulled away and admired my work. Her nipples were swollen and marked with a deep red hue, one for my hungry nibbling and the other for my unrelenting pinching. But my eyes quickly returned to her, a mischievous smirk playing on my lips. "We're just getting started," I taunted, but she pouted in response. "Don't leave the job half done," she scolded, a mix of frustration and desire evident in her voice. I knew exactly what she wanted. Closing my eyes with a smile, I returned to her other nipple and began sucking on it with fierce determination. Velzard's back arched off the bed as she cried out in pleasure, entirely at my mercy. She wrapped her arms around me like a vice, crushing me against her chest. My face was buried in the softness of her breasts, a sensation I couldn't get enough of. Every inch of my being was consumed by this moment, savoring every embrace as if it were our last. Velzard's desires were mirrored in my own, burning fiercely as we explored each other with reckless abandon. For so long, I had believed my physical needs to be extinguished upon my reincarnation as a slime. But her touch ignited something deep within me, a primal hunger that grew stronger with every moment of intimacy. As spiritual life forms, our wills reigned supreme, and at this moment, it was clear that our desire for each other surpassed any limitations of our form. My body trembled with a surge of power, and my resolve hardened like steel. A primal sensation coursed through me, awakening a part of me that I thought was dormant forever. Universal shapeshift took effect without my input, and then I felt it. "Welcome back, my son." Seal was in shock as the transformation came to a close. I felt my inner fire burning brighter, unyielding to anyone's commands but my own. No matter how much Seal tried to restrict or control me, I was still in charge. He. "Sorry, Seal. You'll just have to sit this one out." Abruptly halting my assault on Velzard's breasts, I hungrily surveyed my handiwork. A devilish smirk crept across my lips, brimming with mischief and a primal hunger. She gasped for air, her chest heaving as she desperately tried to regain composure. But I would not grant her even a moment's reprieve. Without warning, I seized both of her trembling thighs in an iron grip. Her eyes widened in shock and anticipation as I spread them apart, revealing the hidden depths nestled beneath the folds of her dress. A flush of crimson stained her cheeks. Wait. Rimuru. She tried to speak, but I merely gave her a grin. Her earlier bravado now evaporated in the heat of the moment. Fueled by desire and lust, I descended upon her flower like a ravenous predator, its intoxicating scent igniting every nerve in my body. Closing my eyes in ecstasy, I plunged my tongue deep into her core, relishing in the electrifying sensations that coursed through me. But it was undoubtedly Velzard who felt the full force of my fervor. My thumbs eagerly pressed against her quivering entrance, parting it wider to grant me deeper access. As if possessed by a primal urge, her body writhed and bucked under my ministrations. Every movement only served to fuel my arousal further, driving me to push her to new heights of pleasure. MMHNM more Rimuru. She moaned uncontrollably, her voice thick with unbridled ecstasy and need as she begged for more. Her invitation was like a call to arms, igniting a primal desire within me. Without hesitation, I hungrily ravaged her with my mouth and thrust 2 fingers deep inside her. A guttural moan escaped her lips as I searched for her sweet spot. Her velvety walls enveloped my fingers in a warm and wet embrace as I relentlessly thrust into her. AHHNH Rimuru, Velzard screamed, her voice dripping with ecstasy. Time became irrelevant as we were consumed by our carnal desires that had been building since our first encounter. With every touch, lick, and thrust, we lost ourselves in each other. I couldn't get enough of her delicious juices, eagerly drinking them in as she released them in abundance. It was intoxicating, addictive even. But just when I thought I couldn't take any more, Velzard reached her climax, drenching my face and hands with her love juices. As she lay there panting and spent, I slowly pulled away and savored the taste of her on my lips and fingers. She was utterly at my mercy, her body still trembling with pleasure as she clung to the bed sheets. Our eyes locked in a primal dance of desire, her hunger evident in every movement. She recomposed herself with a sly smirk, ready to pounce on me like a wild animal. Fufufu, aren't you supposed to be gentle? It's my first time, after all. She teased, her voice dripping with seduction. I couldn't help but chuckle, my voice mirroring her eagerness. I did consider it. But when it comes to you, it's impossible to hold back. I replied, my tone dark and alluring. At that moment, Velzard's smile transformed from sinister and lustful to warm and loving. Her gaze softened as she spread herself wider, a challenge in her eyes. I'm glad to hear that. She purred. Now, take me. Her voice shifted suddenly, becoming commanding and urgent. A burning desire consumed me as I launched myself towards her, giving in completely to the primal urges between us. With a wave of my hand, my clothes vanished in an instant, leaving my body exposed and ready. I stood before her, unchanged except for one crucial difference. My manhood had finally returned, throbbing with anticipation. Pressing myself against her, I could see the hunger in Velzard's eyes, begging me to take her. Without hesitation, I positioned myself at the edge of pleasure and plunged inside her with a primal force. Velzard's eyes burned with desire as she eagerly welcomed me into her depths. The grip of her thighs tightened around me, urging me deeper. A guttural moan escaped her lips as she arched her back and writhed beneath me. Her tongue danced out of her mouth in a desperate attempt to hold on to reality as waves of ecstasy consumed her. Her nails dug into the bedsheets, tearing them in a frenzy. The warmth of her insides encased my entire length, sending shockwaves of euphoria through my body. I lost myself in the moment, surrendering to every sensation. Velzard's breaths were ragged, her body trembling with excitement and anticipation as I stood over her. The air crackled with electricity as we gazed into each other's eyes, knowing what would happen between us. May I begin? I asked, a hint of seductive playfulness in my voice. With a fierce determination in her eyes, Velzard gave a nod, and a mischievous grin pulled at the corners of her lips. What are you waiting for? Do it. She commanded, her voice firm and impatient. Without hesitation, I entered her and began to move my hips in a steady rhythm. Her moans echoed through the room, filling the air with a symphony of sounds that drove me wild. But I didn't stop there. As she adjusted to the sensation, I increased my pace, taking in every inch of her and making sure she felt every movement deep within. Her moans grew louder, almost shaking the room with their intensity. My hands moved of their own accord, exploring every inch of her body. With each touch, I could feel her writhe beneath me with pleasure. As I pulled down more of her dress, revealing more of her perfect form, a primal urge to ravage her consumed me. But I fought against it, savoring every moment and every inch of her until we both reached our peak. On MMHNRIMU more. Velzard screamed in pure pleasure. Amidst our intense coupling, my hands roamed freely over every part of her. My hands explored her heaving breasts and exposed stomach, and my fingers even dove into her mouth to silence her screams of ecstasy. It was an unforgettable experience that left us both gasping for breath and desperate for more. A mania of sensations consumed me, my mind unable to process the sight of Velzard's writhing body, her screams of ecstasy, and the otherworldly feeling of her insides. But I reveled in it, giving in to every urge and desire without hesitation. Our movements became a chaotic symphony, our bodies moving in a frenzy of pleasure. Our mouths were rendered useless, only moans escaping between breaths. We twisted and turned, exploring every position imaginable with reckless abandon. Time ceased to exist. The only thing that mattered was the intense pleasure pulsing through our veins. At this moment, Velzard was pressed against the wall with my body behind hers. I ravaged her relentlessly, my hands groping and kneading her breasts with unbridled hunger. Her delicate nape beckoned me, and I gave in, sinking my teeth into it and sucking with primal need. She moaned in both pain and pleasure as I marked her once untouched skin. When I finally pulled away, a red brand stood out on her skin as a testament to our wild passion. Velzard turned around to face me, her eyes blazing with unbridled passion and lust. Her moans grew louder and more urgent, begging for release. I could sense she had something she wanted to say, but I didn't slow down my pace. Instead, I increased it, driving deeper into her until her cries became incoherent. Rimuru and I love you. She finally managed to gasp out between breaths, her body trembling under mine. I let out a low growl of satisfaction without breaking our intense connection. There was no need for words when our bodies spoke the same language. In response to her declaration of love, I thrust harder and faster, invading every inch of her with primal desire. Our tongues tangled in a heated battle as my hands greedily explored every inch of her body. Our hips moved faster and harder than before, both of us on the brink of reaching our climax together for the first time. It would be Velzard's second time experiencing this pleasure, but for us, it would be our first time sharing it together in this passionate embrace. I tore my lips away from hers, the saliva stringing between us, snapping with a wet smack. Our eyes locked in an intense gaze, our chests heaving as we struggled to catch our breath. I could feel the heat of her breath on my face, igniting a fire within me. My breathing was ragged and staggered, but I couldn't care less. I was consumed by the desire coursing through me. My arms tightened around Velzard, pulling her closer as we both reached the brink of climax. Huff. Velz. I can't hold on much longer. I panted out. Her eyes were filled with longing and lust, her body trembling with anticipation. On P please, let's finish together. She pleaded. Moans cut off her words as I increased my pace, causing her to scream louder. My hands roamed down from her breasts to her waist, gripping onto her tightly as we both gave into pleasure. And then it hit us like a bolt of lightning as the sweet release washed over us in waves. My manhood throbbed inside her as I poured everything I had into her. The sensation was electrifying, and we both cried out in ecstasy. We were left panting, our bodies still locked together in a state of euphoria. But eventually, reality crept back in as I slowly pulled out of her. The sight of my release spilling from her sacred flower only added to the intensity of the moment, reminding me that we had just shared something truly passionate and unforgettable. As the sun rose on a new day, I knew this memory would forever be etched in my mind. Feeling completely fulfilled, I settled onto the plush bed and leaned my back against the soft headrest. Velzard joined me soon after, her naked body nestled between my legs and arms. Tenderly, I wrapped my arms around her, and she leaned into me, her warmth radiating against my skin. As much as I desired to continue our physical intimacy, I also wanted to savor this peaceful moment with her. I knew there would be many more opportunities for us in the future, but for now, we were content in each other's embrace. My eyes wandered to the window, where the sun began to peek over the horizon, casting a warm glow into the room. But it was nothing compared to the warmth I felt in my heart while holding Velzard close. Fufufu, we really kept at it until sunrise, huh? Velzard taunted, turning her head sharply to face me. A devilish grin spread across my face as I drew closer to hers. Our lips met in a fiery kiss, our tongues battling for dominance. With each touch, the heat between us intensified, and our bodies pressed against each other in a frenzy of desire. My hands roamed over her body, feeling every curve and crevice, igniting sparks of pleasure with each touch. I could feel Velzard's body twisting and writhing beneath mine, her moans melting into mine. But then, a sudden urge hit me. It was to show restraint, to prolong the sweet agony we were both experiencing. Breaking away from the kiss, I pushed myself back and chuckled darkly. I'm glad we lost ourselves in that moment. I growled, my eyes smoldering with lust. Velzard's eyes widened, and a blush crept onto her cheeks at my comment. She giggled softly, leaning closer to me. Suddenly, her hand found mine, and our fingers intertwined naturally. A beautiful smile spread across her face as she whispered in my ear. And I'm happy you were my first. Well, it finally happened, folks. The Forsaken Lemon chapter has arrived. And there's no surprise that this is the longest chapter by far at nearly 10,000 words. Also, I just want to say that I'm incredibly proud of the artwork for this one. If you read that part, you can tell I got a bit experimental with the scene, perhaps I even went into a bit too much detail. Regardless, I'm satisfied with how it ended up. Will there be more scenes between them? Probably. That entirely depends on whether or not you guys are okay with it. Obviously, if you guys are, it will be something that only happens on occasion. Or rather, shown on occasion. Since there's no doubt those two will go at it behind the scenes, but I'll only show it rarely. The next chapter should finally begin the Kronoa arc. It will start with Rimuru observing his student's growth and witnessing Chloe's remarkable progress. Then, after handling matters in other departments, he'll arrange for the orchestra to perform at Lubliu's. This is the arc I've been dreading, but here we are. Anyway, that is all for today. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Slowly, I began to peel open my eyes, the warm rays of the morning sun spilling into the room and casting a golden glow on the walls. I took a moment to gather my bearings, noticing that I was still in the same position I had fallen asleep in. However, something felt different. As I stretched out my limbs, I realized I was now dressed in comfortable pajamas, and Velzard was no longer nestled in my arms. That's odd. Did she sneak away while I was sleeping? And why was I fully clothed? I'm pretty sure I fell asleep completely naked. My gaze drifted towards the window, and I saw it was nearly noon. Shit. I must have slept in for at least a few hours. Fortunately, my schedule for the day was relatively light at this point. As I sat up at the edge of the bed, preparing to start my day, the door creaked open with a soft whisper. My eyes met Velzard's as she walked into the room, her form draped in an oversized shirt that barely covered her sacred area. Clearly, she hadn't bothered to put on anything else underneath. She held 2 mugs of coffee, one stamping and the other iced cold. Good morning, Rimuru. Velzard greeted me softly, her voice carrying a warmth that mirrored the gentle air of the morning. Good morning, Vels. I mumbled, rubbing my eyes slightly as I stretched, still sluggish from waking up. While I blinked away the remnants of sleep, she moved closer to me, her presence bringing a sense of calm and familiarity. With a graceful motion, she handed me my mug of coffee, still hot with steam rising from the surface, just how I liked it. The scent of freshly brewed coffee hit me, a comforting reminder of home. Gratefully, I took the mug from her hands, and together, we walked over to the small desk tucked in the corner of my room. The gentle warmth from the coffee seeped into my hands, easing away the last bits of grogginess. Thank you, dear. I said, letting the gratitude flow into my voice. Velzard nodded with a soft smile, the expression lighting up her features. She seemed in a particularly good mood this morning, her demeanor light and playful. Don't mention it. I thought it was about time I made us coffee for the morning instead. She teased, letting a soft giggle escape her lips, the sound so warm and melodic. At her words, I let out a chuckle. I had prepared our coffee every morning for as long as I could remember, though the process was a bit misleading. The mugs I pulled from imaginary space were always prepared ahead of time. It was a small trick I used to save time, but I knew the gesture wasn't lost on her. Regardless of the magic behind it, I was thankful for her thoughtfulness. I appreciate it, dear. I said again, my voice full of warmth, before taking a sip from my mug. Velzard nodded, her smile deepening in satisfaction as she took a sip from her own mug. She savored it briefly before setting it down with a contented sigh. Once she seemed content, she spoke up again, breaking the comfortable silence that had settled between us. So, what are your plans for today? Her voice was light, filled with curiosity, as though she was genuinely interested in how the day would unfold. I leaned back slightly in my chair, resting my elbow on the desk and letting my head fall into my hand as I thought about what to do. There isn't much on my plate today. I muttered, letting my mind wander over the few tasks that needed to be handled. I might go check on my students, I said, considering the idea more seriously now. I want to see how they've been progressing. Hinata and the other saints come by Tempest occasionally to train them, so I'm curious about their growth, I said. Velzard nodded thoughtfully, her eyes shining with genuine interest. That's lovely. You wouldn't mind if I accompanied you, right? She asked, her voice tinged with that playful edge, and I couldn't help but smile at the thought of her wanting to join me. Chuckling softly, I shook my head. You're free to come along, Vels. In fact, I'd love that, I replied, my voice softening. Then, don't mind if I do. Velzard's voice was playful yet soft, making my heart flutter. We resumed sipping our coffee in peaceful silence, the air around us thick with a serenity that felt almost like time had come to a halt just for us. In those quiet moments, nothing felt more natural than the stillness we shared, and I couldn't help but feel at ease with her by my side. As I savored the warmth of the coffee, my gaze drifted over to the star-shaped pendant that always hung around Velzard's neck. I'd seen it countless times before, but today, it caught my attention more than usual. The way the light from the window played off its surface made it seem almost alive, and I couldn't help but wonder what the pendant meant to her. For as long as I'd known her, she'd never taken it off. And I'd noticed that whenever she seemed troubled or deep in thought, her fingers would instinctively touch it as if seeking comfort from its presence. My curiosity got the better of me, and I decided to break the silence that had settled between us. Vels, if you don't mind me asking, I began, carefully choosing my words to avoid sounding intrusive. Where did you get that pendant? I asked. Velzard paused, her mug halfway to her lips, and followed my gaze to the pendant. Her eyes softened as her fingers moved to gently cradle it, almost as if the act of holding it grounded her. A faint smile tugged at her lips, but it was a complex one that spoke of memories, of emotions I couldn't fully grasp but could feel in the air between us. She seemed lost in thought for a moment before she answered, her voice quieter now, like she was sharing something deeply personal. "This pendant is a gift from my elder brother, Veldonava," she began, her words laced with an emotion I hadn't expected. Her usual calm demeanor shifted, and for a fleeting second, there was something tender in her voice, a depth of affection that surprised me. My eyes widened slightly, though I stayed silent, waiting for her to continue. I didn't want to interrupt the moment. "He gave it to me not long after I was born," she continued, her gaze distant as she traced the edges of the pendant. "Around 200 years after I first came into existence, he gave me this necklace." She paused again, her fingers lightly brushing the star's surface as though the touch brought her comfort. I couldn't help but marvel at the difference in perspective between her and me. To her, 200 years was little more than a fleeting moment, a mere blip in the endless stretch of her existence. But to me, a former human, the idea of time passing so quickly was unfathomable. It was hard to imagine a lifespan that could stretch for centuries without a second thought. Her fingers lingered on the pendant, and I watched in awe as it pulsed with a faint blue glow. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, and I couldn't help but feel drawn to it, captivated by the ethereal light it emitted. "It's one of the last two mementos I have of him," she added, her voice softer and tinged with a hint of sorrow. "The other would be the ultimate skill he gave me, one I still wield today," she said. Her words hung in the air, heavy with meaning, and I felt a wave of empathy wash over me. The pendant wasn't just a piece of jewelry. It was a symbol of something far more significant to her. It was a reminder of Veldonava, of the connection they shared as siblings, a bond that transcended time itself. Velzard's eyes became clouded with a mix of nostalgia and sadness as she fell silent, the faint blue glow of the pendant slowly fading as her fingers withdrew. I could sense how much this simple object meant to her. The way she spoke of it, the way her touch lingered. It was clear that Veldonava's gift was one of the few things that kept his memory alive for her, something she held onto tightly. I didn't know what to say at first. The weight of her words settled between us, and I found myself at a loss for how to comfort her, knowing how vast her grief must be. But I didn't need to say anything. I knew she wasn't expecting comfort, not in that moment. Instead, I gently placed my mug down and reached out, placing my hand over hers in a silent gesture of solidarity. I didn't need to speak. I just wanted her to know I was by her side. She looked up at me, and I could see the sorrow in her gaze begin to fade. The distant reflection in her eyes melted into something warmer, more present. Her lips curled upward into a gentle, grateful smile as our fingers intertwined. We placed our mugs on the desk, letting the quiet comfort between us settle again. "I'm sure he wouldn't want me to be miserable my whole life," Velzard murmured, her tone soft yet filled with a budding sense of hope. I stayed quiet, listening as her voice gained strength with each word. "He'll come back one day. After all, true dragons never die," she continued, a flicker of determination lighting up her expression. I felt a smile tug at my lips as I watched her lift herself from the heaviness of the past. Velzard didn't need anyone to pull her out of it. She had always been strong, but seeing her choose to focus on the future was inspiring. "Until then, I'll make sure I live the best life." That's what he would have wanted for me and the rest of us, she said with a newfound brightness. I nodded in agreement, her words resonating deeply. There was no need for me to say anything. She had already come to her own conclusion, and I could tell it came from the heart. The silence that followed wasn't empty. It was filled with peace and a shared understanding between us. Our fingers remained gently locked together, and I felt a sense of closeness that words couldn't capture. Then, a sudden thought hit me like a spark of lightning. My eyes widened in realization, and the shift in my expression didn't escape Velzard's notice. She tilted her head slightly, her curiosity piqued. "What is it?" she asked, her voice soft but tinged with intrigue. "I just got reminded of something," I admitted, rubbing the back of my head sheepishly. The realization had come so abruptly that I felt slightly embarrassed by the timing. Velzard giggled at my predicament, the sound light and teasing. "Oh. What could have you looking so flustered this early in the morning?" She leaned in slightly, her expression a mix of amusement and genuine curiosity. "Perhaps it would have been better to save this for a special occasion," I said, freeing my hand from hers with a touch of reluctance. "But..." I trailed off, lifting my palm in front of me. With a small burst of magicules, an ornate wooden box appeared in my hand, its polished surface catching the morning light. Velzard's eyes shifted to the box, her blue irises glowing faintly with intrigue. "There's no better time than the present," I continued, offering her a small smile as I carefully opened the box. The lid clicked open with a soft sound, revealing the treasures nestled inside. A pair of matching bracelets shimmered within, their golden chains glinting in the sunlight streaming through the window. Velzard's breath hitched slightly, her eyes widening at the sight. The sleek gold design was striking enough, but it was the gemstones that truly stood out. Each bracelet was adorned with a single, flawless diamond. One was as pure and white as freshly fallen snow, while the other was as dark and mesmerizing as the void. The contrasting gems seemed to hold their own meaning, their brilliance almost symbolic. The white diamond radiated a sense of purity and calm, while the black gemstone seemed to embody depth and mystery. Together, they were complementary opposites, perfectly balanced. She reached out instinctively, her fingers hovering just above the bracelets as if hesitant to touch them. Her gaze was fixed on the pieces, her expression a mixture of awe and emotion. "They're beautiful," she whispered, her voice barely audible. There was something in her tone. It was a softness that made the moment feel even more significant. I smiled at her reaction, relieved that she liked them. I decided I'd get something nice to symbolize our connection. I explained, my voice steady but filled with sincerity. "The white diamond reminded me of your elegance and strength. And the black gemstone, well, it was more of a reflection of who I was." I added, letting a soft chuckle escape my lips. Her gaze lifted to meet mine, and I could see the gratitude and emotion shining in her eyes. She didn't say anything for a moment, but her expression spoke volumes. Slowly, she reached out and gently touched the edge of the black diamond, her fingers tracing its smooth surface with care. They're perfect," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you, Rimuru," she added. Her smile brightened, and I felt a wave of warmth wash over me. "Here," I said, taking the bracelet with the black diamond and gently clasping it around her wrist. It fit perfectly, the gold chain gleaming against her pale skin. "This one is yours," I continued. Velzard looked down at the bracelet, her smile growing wider as she admired it. Then, she took the remaining bracelet with the white gemstone and carefully placed it around my wrist. Her fingers lingered for a moment before she pulled back, her expression soft but filled with meaning. "And this one is yours," she said simply, her voice carrying an unspoken promise. As we sat there, our matching bracelets catching the light, it felt like something had shifted between us. There was an unspoken connection, an invisible thread linking us in a way that words couldn't describe. Velzard placed her hand, the one with her bracelet, on top of mine. The warmth of her touch was grounding, but what followed was anything but ordinary. Her free hand extended outward, and a soft, ethereal glow radiated from her palm. The energy surrounding her hand was faint yet unmistakable, its presence filling the air with a subtle hum. My attention was drawn to the bracelets, which began to glow with the same blue hue. "What are you?" I began, but my voice trailed off as I watched in stunned silence. Tendrils of blue light stretched outward from both bracelets, weaving through the air like tiny streams of water. They moved toward one another, meeting halfway between us. The moment they touched, the glow intensified, casting shimmering patterns across the room's walls. It was an utterly mesmerizing sight, the kind of magic that felt ancient and profound. I couldn't tear my eyes away. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the light dimmed and faded, leaving the room quiet again. I glanced down at my wrist. The bracelet was still there, appearing outwardly unchanged, yet I could sense something different. Magicules emanated from it, unmistakably potent and refined. They weren't the same bracelets we had placed on our wrists moments ago. I shifted my gaze to Velzard, who was admiring her handiwork with a gentle, proud smile. She seemed entirely unbothered by the miraculous display she had just performed. She looked up, her expression soft but playfully knowing. "I added a little touch of my own," she said, her tone light-hearted yet filled with meaning. "Oh. What exactly did you do?" I asked, my curiosity getting the better of me. "You could say I enchanted them. The bracelets should be god grade now," she replied, a teasing lilt in her voice. "God grade?" I echoed, my eyes widened in disbelief. "How?" My mind raced as I tried to comprehend the impossibility of her claim. Normally, enhancing any equipment or item to such a level requires immense care and time. Pouring too many magicules into an object all at once was a guaranteed way to destroy it. Even my blade had to be gradually reinforced over time to avoid catastrophic failure. Yet here she was, casually turning what were once ornamental bracelets into artifacts of immense power. How? I stammered, unable to mask the awe and disbelief in my voice. Velzard's melodic giggle filled the air, the sound both amused and self-assured. "I have my ways. Efficiency is my specialty, after all," she said, her words teasing yet laced with unmistakable pride. I stared at her, speechless. Of course, it made sense. Yet it was still very impressive nonetheless. Before I could gather my thoughts, she leaned in close. Her icy blue eyes sparkled with mischief as she pressed a soft kiss to my cheek. The unexpected gesture sent a jolt through me, and I felt the heat rushing to my face. Vels. I exclaimed, my voice rising an octave. She pulled back, her expression one of pure amusement. You're so easy to fluster, she said with a light laugh. I raised a hand to my cheek, still feeling the ghost of her lips against my skin. My mind raced, torn between the sheer absurdity of the magic she had just performed and the sudden intimacy of her actions. Velzard, meanwhile, looked entirely composed. Her calm demeanor only made my racing thoughts more chaotic. Consider it my way of thanking you, she added, her voice softer now. Not just for the bracelet, but for everything, she said. Her words, combined with the lingering warmth of her kiss, left me utterly disarmed. All I could do was nod, still trying to make sense of the whirlwind of emotions and events that had unfolded in mere moments. I raised my hand, turning it slightly as I examined the bracelet with keen interest. What had once been a simple ornament now radiated a steady, potent energy that was impossible to ignore. The white diamond embedded in my bracelet pulsed faintly, its light traveling through the golden chain like a living current. Goodness, it really is a god-grade bracelet now, I muttered under my breath, feeling the immense power coursing through it. A soft chuckle escaped me as I lowered my hand to my lap, marveling at the transformation. My concerns about wearing the bracelet during battles melted away. If it were god-grade, durability wouldn't be an issue. Velzard's pendant caught my eye again, its soft glow barely perceptible against her skin. I felt a newfound appreciation for it, knowing now that it must be on par with the bracelets. No, her pendant was likely leagues above the bracelet since it was made by the creator himself. It explained how she could wear it effortlessly, even in the most intense clashes. Welp, I suppose we should get ready for today, I said, breaking the serene silence. Velzard nodded, her expression shifting from calm contentment to quiet determination. As we rose to our feet, I felt the energy in the room shift slightly. With nothing more than a thought, the air shimmered around us. In an instant, our casual outfits dissolved into streams of light. I returned to my usual demon lord attire, a sleek, dark ensemble that exuded authority. Meanwhile, Velzard had transitioned into her signature youthful look. She wore a stunning blue and white off-shoulder dress, which accentuated her regal presence. The elegance of her transformation was so natural that it felt effortless. Her gaze met mine, and a small, knowing smile tugged at her lips. "Shall we?" she asked. I nodded, a matching smile forming on my face. "MHM," I affirmed. With a simple thought, the world shimmered and warped around us. In an instant, we were no longer in our private quarters but standing in the lively halls of one of Tempest's newly constructed schools. The sunlight streamed through tall windows, casting warm patterns onto the polished floors, while the sounds of students chattering and teachers giving instructions created a pleasant cacophony. My students should be on their break at this moment, so now's the perfect time to visit, I said, glancing toward a nearby classroom. "I'll follow just behind," Velzard replied with a slight smile, her calm demeanor contrasting the lively environment. Nodding, I led the way toward the room, but the familiar sound of bickering reached my ears as we approached. Sigh. Of course, it was them. Those kids always found the strangest reasons to argue, even over the most trivial things. Though their behavior had improved by leaps and bounds since I first met them, some habits were harder to shake. The culprits were easy to guess. Alice and Kenya never failed to butt heads over the most inconsequential topics. And as usual, their spirited squabbles inevitably roped in the others. Chloe and Gale were likely trying to play peacemakers while Ryota teetered on whether to watch or intervene. I stopped just short of the open door, leaning casually against the wall to listen in on the commotion. Velzard mirrored my movement, standing beside me with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Together, we looked more like conspirators than dignified visitors. "I'm telling you, Kenya, it's not even worth discussing." Alice's voice rang out, sharp with exasperation. Kenya's scoff was audible even from where we stood. "When we get our next chance, I'll prove I'm the third strongest among us," he shot back, his tone brimming with confidence, and I blinked, bemused. Seriously? Are they arguing over strength placements? Beside me, Velzard stifled a soft giggle, her shoulders shaking ever so slightly. "Are they always this rowdy, Rimuru?" she asked, her tone laced with amusement. I sighed, running a hand through my hair as memories of my early teaching days resurfaced. "They've toned it down a lot since I first met them," I replied, a wry smile tugging at my lips. "But, yeah, this is pretty much what you'd expect from them," I added. Velzard chuckled quietly, clearly enjoying the display. Meanwhile, I remained focused on the argument brewing inside the classroom, steeling myself for whatever antics awaited. My eyes drifted to the teacher's desk, where Hinata and Fritz were seated. They appeared utterly uninterested in the growing chaos, chatting casually as if nothing unusual were happening. Their indifference only underscored how commonplace this spectacle had become. Kamar's excited voice broke through the commotion, her mischievous grin matching the spark in her eyes. "Hey! Why don't you two settle this with a fight?" she asked. The room fell silent for a moment as all eyes turned toward her. The suggestion seemed to hang in the air, and for a brief second, I thought the idea might fizzle out. No. We'll be in serious trouble if they fight. Chloe countered, her voice stern and laced with worry. She crossed her arms, her disapproving glare directed squarely at Kamara. But aren't you curious who'd win this time? Kamara pressed, bouncing slightly in her seat with excitement. Ryota, sitting nearby, tilted his head thoughtfully. Hey. Alice wins most of their fights, so is there any reason to assume it'd be different this time? He questioned. When the words left his mouth, Kenya's head snapped toward him, his expression twisted in indignation. Shut it. She just gets lucky every time. He barked, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Alice, meanwhile, leaned back in her chair, her lips curling into a prideful smirk. Lucky. Oh, please. It's called skill, Kenya. Maybe you should try it sometime. She mocked. You dash, Kenya started, fists clenched and teeth grinding audibly. Chloe sighed heavily, stepping between them. Can we not do this? You'll end up breaking something again, and guess who'll have to clean it up? Me. She scolded. See. Even Chloe thinks I'd win. Alice teased, her tone dripping with smugness. That's not what she said. Kenya growled, clearly on the verge of snapping. The rising tension hung thick in the air, but Hinata and Fritz barely acknowledged it. They briefly glanced toward the children, their expressions betraying mild disinterest, before resuming their conversation as though the racket didn't even exist. I pinched the bridge of my nose and exhaled slowly. What am I going to do with them? Beside me, Velzard leaned slightly closer, whispering in an amused tone. Is it always like this? She asked, and I shot her a sideways glance. This is tame. I said. She chuckled softly, clearly entertained, while I braced myself to intervene before someone said or did something they'd regret. With a resigned sigh, I straightened myself and stepped through the open doorway. My footsteps echoed in the room, deliberate and steady, carrying an air of authority akin to a parent or teacher catching their charges in the act. Velzard followed closely behind, her regal presence amplifying the weight in the air. The bickering came to an abrupt halt as all heads turned toward me. Wide eyes and startled expressions greeted me, the unmistakable looks of children caught red-handed. At the front of the room, Hinata and Fritz stood from their seats, their previously indifferent expressions shifting to relief now that the noise had ceased. Rimuru-sensei. The children exclaimed in unison, their earlier squabbles forgotten instantly as they rushed to gather before me. Excitement bubbled in their expressions as they crowded around, their faces glowing with the kind of energy only kids could muster. Rimuru-sensei, you're here. Alice chirped, her earlier smugness replaced by a wide grin. Have you come to spar with us today? Kenya asked, practically bouncing on his feet. Did you come to visit us? Kamara added, her eyes glinting with anticipation. I couldn't help but smile at their enthusiasm, though I shook my head in mild exasperation. The fact that none of you sensed I was here means you all need to work on your awareness. I said, my tone teasing but with an edge of seriousness. The children collectively froze, their smiles faltering as frowns took their place. That's not true. Chloe blurted, stepping forward with a look of protest. I knew you were nearby. That's why I didn't want them to cause you trouble. She said, and I chuckled at her earnestness. You're too good sometimes. I said, the teasing in my tone prompting a soft pout from her. You're such a sucker, Chloe-chan. Kamara teased, sticking her tongue out, which only deepened Chloe's pout. My eyes scanned the group before a light scoff escaped my mouth. So, are you saying you'd be more than willing to cause trouble if I weren't around? I asked, my tone filled with a playful edge. The question hung in the air like a challenge, and the group's energy shifted. Kamara met my gaze with a sly smile, unbothered, but the others weren't so bold. Alice and Kenya quickly averted their eyes, looking everywhere but at me. Chloe fidgeted, clearly trying to come up with the perfect excuse. Gale opened his mouth but closed it again, thinking better of it. Before any of them could stammer out a response, Hinata's voice cut through the room, sharp and amused. That's more or less it. You saw how they were behaving even with us right here. She said, stepping forward with her usual air of confidence. All heads turned as Hinata and Fritz approached from the front of the classroom. The children's nervous expressions shifted immediately to ones of wide-eyed betrayal. Hinata-sensei. Gale stammered, his voice tinged with disbelief. The mischievous grin on Hinata's face only widened. What? You're surprised? She shot back, crossing her arms as her gaze swept over them. Traitor. Alice exclaimed, her tone filled with mock outrage. I'm not one to side with this devil, but she's right, you know, GAH. Fritz tried to remark, but his sentence was cut short by a sharp elbow to his side, courtesy of Hinata. He winced, clutching his ribs as he shot her an incredulous look. What he's trying to say is that they only act prim and proper when you're around, Rimuru-san. Hinata continued smoothly, ignoring Fritz's pained groan. Velzard let out a soft laugh behind me, clearly enjoying the scene unfolding before us. Meanwhile, I sighed again, pinching the bridge of my nose as the kids sputtered in their defense. We're not that bad. Alice protested, her voice rising. Yeah, we're usually good. Kenya added, though his tone sounded far less convincing. Chloe stepped forward again, arms flailing slightly as she tried to rally their defense. It's not fair to say that. We're just more comfortable when you're here, Rimuru-sensei. She. Comfortable enough to argue non-stop, huh? I countered, raising an eyebrow, which silenced her immediately. The group collectively wilted under my gaze, shifting nervously on their feet. Meanwhile, Hinata chuckled, her expression smug as if she'd won some invisible battle. Typical. She muttered, clearly enjoying herself. A soft chuckle escaped my lips as my gaze shifted to Hinata and Fritz, the latter still trying to straighten himself from the sharp jab he'd received earlier. Aren't you two supposed to maintain order among them? I asked, raising an eyebrow in mild reproach. That's what we would do. Hinata replied smoothly, shrugging with mock innocence. But since we could tell you were nearby, we knew they'd calm down once you entered. She continued. Her teasing tone made it clear she didn't feel the least bit guilty about it. I sighed, recognizing that arguing with her logic would be a waste of time. Fine. Let's put that aside for now. I responded. Turning my attention back to the children, I addressed the tension that had been simmering before my arrival. I'm curious about the rankings you guys were so heatedly discussing earlier. I said, leaning slightly forward as curiosity piqued my tone. Most of the children's eyes lit up in excitement. It's a ranking to place us in order of strength, Rimuru-sensei. Ryota explained, his usual quietness replaced with an uncharacteristic enthusiasm. The other kids nodded eagerly. Alice and Kenya were practically glowing with anticipation, and Kamara looked downright smug. Chloe, however, stood out like a sore thumb. Her posture was more hesitant, her expression timid, as though the subject made her uneasy. Rimuru-sensei, you have to help us finalize who gets third place on the list. Kenya pleaded, his hands clasped together dramatically. Third place. I echoed, raising an eyebrow. You guys seem pretty fixed on first and second, then. Who holds those spots? I asked. It's Chloe and Kamara-san, Rimuru-sensei. Gale answered, and I couldn't hide the slight widening of my eyes. My gaze darted between the two. Chloe made sense. After all, she'd always been exceptional. But Kamara wasn't even part of Class S, though I guess her constant tagging along with the group earned her a spot on their list. Curious, I flicked my eyes toward Hinata and Fritz for confirmation, and they nodded. Those two are on another level. Don't get me wrong, Alice, Gale, Kenya, and Ryota are all exceptionally skilled. But Chloe and Kamara are in a league of their own. Hinata said, her voice matter of fact. Down below, the rest of the students nodded in agreement. Even though they were technically ranked beneath the top two, their expressions didn't show jealousy, only grudging respect for the gap they clearly felt. Predictably, Kamara stood tall, an air of pride radiating off her. Meanwhile, Chloe shrank further into herself, her unease growing more palpable by the second. He. I may look like a child, but I'm centuries old, Rimuru-sama. Kamara said, her voice brimming with confidence. My strength is only natural given my age and experience. She added. I see. Still, it's impressive. I'm looking forward to seeing how far you can push your limits. I replied, letting a small smile creep onto my face. Her face lit up with joy at my words. I won't let you down, Rimuru-sama. But you really should see Chloe in action, too. She's absolutely amazing. She exclaimed, and all eyes turned to Chloe, who stiffened like a deer caught in headlights. Kamara's praise only deepened the divide between her and the others. Where Kamara basked in the spotlight, Chloe seemed to wilt under its weight. The subtle contrast between their reactions wasn't lost on me or anyone else, for that matter. Is that so? I muttered, my curiosity deepening. You've got me really eager to see what you're capable of, Chloe. I said. Her face turned an even brighter shade of pink as the room fell into an awkward silence. The other children watched her with a mixture of awe and expectation. She fidgeted nervously, clearly uncomfortable with being the center of attention. Sensei. The list. Kenya shouted, finally breaking the tension and snapping everyone's focus back to him. You have to help us decide the rest of the rankings. He said. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully, glancing over the eager faces before me. It had been a while since I'd seen my students in action. That does sound like an interesting exercise. I muttered. Kamara grinned, and even Chloe seemed to relax slightly at the shift in attention. I snapped my fingers, gathering their attention. All right. How's this? I'll help you finalize your list, I said, my words sparking a wave of excitement across the group. Except for Chloe, whose nervousness was just settling, the rest practically bounced in place, their enthusiasm evident as they leaned in closer. I know just the place where you can let loose without worrying about causing any unnecessary damage, I added, my voice carrying a hint of intrigue. Alice's hand shot up, her eyes gleaming. Is it the dungeon, Rimuru-sensei? She asked, her voice full of anticipation. I nodded, confirming her guess. The shift in Chloe's demeanor was noticeable, her earlier anxiety melting away as a glimmer of excitement lit up her face. Yes. We've always wanted to explore deeper into the dungeon, Kenya exclaimed, his eagerness infectious as the others nodded in agreement. Yeah. But Hinata-sensei never lets us. Alice chimed in, shooting an exaggerated pout in Hinata's direction. Hey. It's dangerous for a reason, Hinata retorted, crossing her arms as if to shield herself from the accusation. Unless you want to meet that ice-wielding Kijin face to face, I'd say my caution is warranted, she added. I couldn't help but chuckle at the mention of Shimo. She's no doubt one of the most ruthless bosses in the dungeon, so it's probably best the children are kept far away from her. Fufufu. Sucks to be you guys. I basically live there, Kamara teased, smirking triumphantly. The others turned to her in unison, their dissatisfaction evident in their narrowed eyes. Quit bragging, Alice snapped, hands on her hips. Kamara responded with a playful shrug and stuck out her tongue, making Alice's frustration even more palpable. All right, I interjected, raising a hand to quell the brewing squabble. The room fell silent again, with all eyes snapping back to me, their expressions a mixture of expectation and curiosity. There's only one way to figure out your placements, I said, deliberately keeping my tone vague to build suspense. Which is? Kenya asked, practically vibrating with anticipation. A playful smile spread across my face as I leaned forward. Simple. You'll spar with me. First, one-on-one, and then all 6 of you, at once, I challenged. EHHH. Welcome back, readers. Today's chapter is the calm after the storm being the previous chapter. You guys really ate that shit up, horny bastards. Glad y'all enjoyed it, though. Moving on, Remuru will spar with the students of Class S plus Kamara, and I will showcase the level of power she rightfully deserves. Of course, this version of Remuru is also far above his canon counterpart, so he will largely hold back. After their training session, the journey back to Lublius will commence, thus officially beginning the dreaded arc. Anyway, that is all for today. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Flash forward an hour later. Hinata's POV. Our group currently stood deep within the dungeon's mock battlefield, a space designed to test the most formidable fighters. The circular arena had stone-tiled floors worn smooth by countless clashes, and towering pillars lined the edges like silent sentinels. The ceiling stretched high above us, its dome shape lending the place a grand, almost sacred air, while several glowing orange orbs bathed the space in a warm but surreal light. Rimuru had just completed his one-on-one spars with the first 4 students, leaving only Chloe, Aubert and Kamara for last, who were undeniably the most formidable of the group. To make the duels fair, Rimuru restricted himself to using a heavily watered-down clone, devoid of skills or his true monstrous strength. It was an admirable handicap, though it spoke volumes about how far the children had come. Yet what caught my eye during the matches wasn't Rimuru's performance but a small, personal detail. Around his wrist gleamed a golden bracelet with a pristine white diamond set at its heart. It wasn't his style. At least, not until I spotted Velzard sporting a matching bracelet, hers adorned with a pitch-black gem. So, those two finally made it official, huh? The thought surprised me more than I cared to admit. A union between a demon lord and a true dragon was unheard of. But leave it to Rimuru to be the first. Man, those kids have improved a lot. Just on skill alone, they could qualify to be a crusader, Fritz remarked, breaking the reflective silence. I turned to him with a knowing nod, a teasing edge creeping into my voice. Indeed. Give them a little more time, and they'll surpass you soon enough, I said. Fritz sputtered, stumbling over his words like a cornered beast. Like hell they will, he shot back, though the lack of confidence in his tone betrayed him. A chuckle escaped my lips. He wasn't wrong to feel threatened. One of the students had already eclipsed him, though I didn't bother rubbing salt in the wound. If you keep whining about my training, it'll happen even faster, I replied. Geez, I won't, all right, Fritz grumbled, clearly defeated. But yeah, they've got great potential, and they're only going to get stronger, he added. That much, at least, was undeniable. I'd seen the same fire in their eyes during these spars. There was a passion that spoke of untapped strength, sharpened skills, and boundless growth. Even against a clone of Rimuru, an opponent still leagues beyond most warriors, the children's individual talents shone brilliantly. Alice Rondo had been the first to face him. She played her role flawlessly with her creation magic, never allowing herself to fall into Rimuru's rhythm. Her strategy was methodical. She used the battlefield like a puppeteer, summoning golems to keep Rimuru occupied while staying comfortably out of reach. Now and then, she'd toss a kunai or two his way. It wasn't meant to harm but to distract, showcasing her knack for mental warfare. Gale Gibson took a different approach. His earth elemental magic made him the master of terrain, shifting the ground beneath Rimuru's feet to tilt the flow of battle in his favor. He wasn't one to rush in recklessly, but when the moment called for it, he pressed forward with a spear and shield combination that showed flashes of brilliance. There was hesitation in his movements, a slight falter in conviction, but his potential was there, waiting to be honed. Then came Kenya Misaki, whose combat style was fiery like his magic. His swordplay was raw and aggressive, and every strike was imbued with roaring flames that lit up the arena. Clearly, he aimed to overwhelm Rimuru with sheer power, but his impatience held him back. Kenya's footwork lacked polish, and his swings bordered on reckless. Rimuru didn't even need to push back. His superior swordsmanship simply turned Kenya's aggression into openings. Even so, the sheer ferocity in Kenya's strikes hinted at something more. Finally, Ryota Sekiguchi stepped forward, wielding not just his water elemental magic and wind elemental magic, but also the extra skill, frenzy, which allowed him to double his physical strength, though at the cost of magicals and a temporary loss of sanity. Despite that setback, he was relentless, and his combat instincts were sharper than the rest. His water spells crashed against Rimuru's defenses like relentless tides while sharp gusts of wind cut through the battlefield, forcing Rimuru's clone onto the defensive. And yet, Rimuru remained unshaken. Even while holding back, he dismantled their strategies one by one, proving that experience would always reign supreme over raw talent. "They'll surpass me someday, huh?" Fritz muttered under his breath, likely echoing his own insecurities. I didn't reply immediately, my gaze lingering on the children as they regrouped, sweat-soaked and smiling despite their defeats. It's not a matter of if. It's a matter of when. We're guiding them, and under Rimuru's watch, there's no telling how far they'll go. I finally said. At that, Fritz let out a resigned sigh. Yeah. I guess you're right. He replied. I said nothing more, my thoughts drifting to Chloe and Kamara. The others had shown tremendous growth, but those two were a class of their own. Rimuru was saving them for last, and I couldn't deny the small spark of excitement that tugged at my chest. This should be interesting. All right. I've saved the best two for last. Rimuru announced, his voice carrying across the vast arena like a steady drumbeat. He and Chloe stepped into the center of the battlefield, the air itself growing heavier with anticipation. Around us, the faint hum of magicals seemed to rise in response, as if the dungeon itself held its breath. Beside me, Rimuru's real body extended a hand toward his clone. Streams of magicals flowed out, shimmering like threads of light as they surged into the replica. The clone was stronger now, its presence far more formidable than before. Unlike his earlier matches, Rimuru was serious about testing Chloe's limits. Ready when you are, Chloe. Rimuru called out, his stance loose, almost carefree. His blade rested casually at his side, but anyone with experience would see it for what it was. It was a predator's calm. Oh okay. Chloe stammered, her hands trembling slightly as she tightened her grip around the hilt of her sword. Her movements were stiff at first, betraying her nervousness. But I knew it wasn't fear. Chloe was never afraid of a challenge. No, her nerves came from something deeper. She's holding back. It was a burden only someone of her strength could understand. Training with Chloe had made me painfully aware of her potential. Her power was a double-edged blade. One misstep, and she could lose control. Chloe. Rimuru's voice cut through the tension, firm yet encouraging. It's all right. You might not be able to control your power now, but soon enough, you'll wield it properly. Breathe, clear your mind, and don't hold back. He said. His words struck a chord. Chloe's shaking stilled. Her grip steadied. Slowly, her nervous expression melted away, replaced by an intense, unwavering focus. It was like a switch had been flipped, and the childlike hesitation was gone. Here I come, Rimuru-sensei. She shouted, her voice echoing with newfound confidence. Rimuru's posture shifted, subtle yet telling. His stance sharpened, blade angled slightly as his senses locked onto her entirely. In an instant, she vanished. The sheer speed of her movement sent a shockwave across the arena, the air booming as it caved under the force of her departure. Dust and wind blasted outward, whipping at our faces as a spiderweb of cracks spread from where she'd stood, fractured tiles exploding underfoot. Clang. Their blades collided, the metallic clash reverberating through the arena like a thunderclap. Sparks danced wildly as their swords ground against one another, locked in a bind that showed a tremor through Rimuru's arms. For the first time today, Rimuru's clone didn't look like he was holding back a yawn. Not bad. Rimuru remarked, his voice light but edged with approval. Chloe responded not with words but action. She pushed off, leaping back with a quick twist before her boots had even touched the ground. Her eyes were locked on Rimuru, razor sharp. In less than a heartbeat, she dashed forward again, faster than before, her form blurring with every step. She's getting even faster. Rimuru's blade moved in response, and his parries were precise and fluid. Every strike Chloe unleashed was powerful and clean, her swordplay refined to a level far exceeding everything else I'd seen today. She wasn't just swinging wildly. Every slash, every thrust was deliberate, calculated to pierce Rimuru's defense. The floor bore the brunt of her strength. Wherever her feet landed, tiles cracked and shattered. A single thrust created a shockwave that sent debris flying through the air, forcing Rimuru to sidestep and deflect rather than risk taking the hit directly. Good. Rimuru grinned as he twisted his blade, redirecting her momentum with a subtle flick of his wrist. Chloe spun midair, landing in a crouch before dashing forward yet again. This time, she changed her approach. Her sword glowed faintly as she imbued it with magicules, a soft hum resonating from the weapon. She darted to Rimuru's left, only to feint at the last second, twisting her body and striking at his opposite flank. Rimuru barely adjusted in time, blocking the attack with a grunt of effort. Her assault was relentless, each strike faster and stronger than the last. Rimuru remained on the defensive, but I could tell he was beginning to enjoy himself. His movements were sharp now, as if Chloe's strength had reignited something within him. Focus, Chloe. Rimuru called as he deflected a particularly vicious strike that sent a loud crack echoing through the air. Your technique is there, but don't let your strength control you. Control it. He said. Chloe's eyes widened slightly, and for a moment, her grip faltered. Rimuru seized the opportunity, thrusting his blade forward, not to attack but to force her off balance. She stumbled back, panting heavily as sweat trickled down her brow. But instead of frustration, a determined smile tugged at her lips. She straightened, her breathing steadying as her magicules flared faintly around her. Understood, sensei. She murmured, voice low but resolute. In a blur, Chloe launched herself forward again, her blade a silver arc cutting through the air. Rimuru met her strike head-on, and the force of their clash sent out another shockwave, this one powerful enough to rattle the pillars lining the arena. I watched as a strange sense of awe began settling over me. Despite her remarkable speed, clean swordplay, and bursts of strength, there was more within Chloe, something vast and untapped. And as Rimuru parried yet another strike, his calm demeanor unwavering, I knew he saw it too. This battle wasn't just for her to prove herself. It was for her to understand herself. And under proper guidance, Chloe would grow into something far greater than we could imagine. Yeah. Go get Chloe-chan. Kamara's enthusiastic voice rang out, her cheers echoing through the arena. She's scary when she gets serious. Alice muttered, and the other children silently nodded in agreement, too entranced or intimidated by the display to speak. Chloe's focus, however, never wavered. The momentary break in the battle wasn't hesitation. It was strategy. With a swift pivot, she leaped backward, creating an immense gap between herself and Rimuru. The air around her began to tremble. Magicules flared and crackled as she raised her sword, its blade shimmering with faint blue light. Then, she moved. In an instant, the battlefield erupted into chaos. A torrent of water burst forth, swirling into a massive vortex surrounding Rimuru in a cage of liquid blades. The water spun faster and faster. Each ripple was razor-sharp, deadly enough to slice through solid rock. Worse yet, the enclosure left no room to maneuver, leaving no gaps to slip through. But Chloe wasn't done. Outside the water cage, she layered her assault with fire and wind projectiles. Sharp gales howled through the air, twisting into spears that hurtled toward Rimuru with frightening precision. Flames followed close behind, molten orbs blazing red-hot as they streaked toward their trapped target. Her control was incredible. It was smooth and precise, with no wasted motion. She attacked with the expertise of a seasoned warrior, not a student still learning her limits. Rimuru, on the other hand, looked thrilled. From inside the swirling prison, his grin stretched wider, eyes glittering with amusement. Smart move. He called, his voice carrying even through the roaring water and howling winds. Despite the ferocity of the spells closing in, he seemed unbothered, his casual tone betraying just how confident he was. Then, his expression shifted. But I think you've forgotten something. He added, his voice dropping into a sinister edge, sending a faint chill down my spine. Chloe's eyes widened in confusion. She hesitated, just for a moment, but it was enough. The instant before the magic struck, Rimuru's form blurred. Pop. His silhouette collapsed into his slime form with startling speed, seamless and instantaneous transformation. Like liquid flowing through cracks, his body elongated and morphed into a flexible tendril. What? Chloe gasped, her composure finally breaking for a split second. Before the water cage could close in completely, Rimuru's slimy body slipped through the narrowing gaps like a phantom. The swirling torrent snapped shut a moment too late, missing its target entirely. The incoming spells of fire, wind, and water collided simultaneously. Boom. The resulting explosion tore through the arena, sending a colossal shockwave rippling outward. Tiles shattered, and debris flew into the air. A plume of smoke and dust swallowed the battlefield. Even from where I stood, the ground quaked beneath my feet. I shielded my face instinctively, barely able to see through the haze. Did she get him? Fritz whispered, his eyes squinting into the chaos. As the dust began to settle, a figure emerged unscathed. Rimuru stood tall, back in his human form. A faint shimmer lingered around him, the telltale remnants of a barrier that had absorbed the shockwave's force. His grin was unmistakably smug, a mischievous glint dancing in his eyes. Close one, Chloe. He teased, his tone light yet laced with undeniable praise. You almost had me there. Almost. He added. Chloe exhaled sharply, her stance low and her sword at the ready. Her expression had hardened, not with frustration but with renewed focus. Sweat beaded on her brow, but her gaze remained locked onto Rimuru, sharp as a blade. Her mind was racing. I could see her fingers shifting slightly on her hilt, her posture subtly adjusting as she analyzed what had happened. She's thinking of a new strategy. I murmured to myself. Rimuru noticed it, too. Good, good. He said, his voice carrying a hint of excitement. Come on, Chloe. Show me what you've really got. He bellowed. The wind howled again as Chloe tightened her grip on her sword. Magicules began to build up around her again, the energy swirling like a storm. Chloe's aura flared up uncontrollably, like a dam bursting without warning. Rimuru's sharp gaze immediately zeroed in on her, sensing the anomaly before anyone else could process it. Her small hands gripped the blade so tightly I swore the steel would splinter under the pressure. Then, nothing. The tension that had been building reached its peak and vanished. One moment, Chloe stood trembling, power spiraling out of control. The next, she was crumpled on the ground, gasping for breath, her face pale. Rimuru was already by her side, his form perfectly still, yet somehow out of sync with reality. What just happened? It was as if reality had skipped or if someone had cut part of a video reel and stitched it back together without warning. I blinked. Once. Twice. My heart pounded painfully in my chest as I tried to comprehend what I'd just seen. My surroundings, the sounds, the shifting air, seemed to stumble in my mind as though they'd been out of step, then corrected themselves. What the hell was that? I muttered under my breath, too quiet for anyone to hear. Beside me, Fritz stood as still as stone, his wide eyes darting back and forth between Chloe and Rimuru. His mouth opened and closed, searching for words that refused to come. I am at a loss for words. He finally choked out. Same. I whispered. My voice was hoarse. In stark contrast to our confusion, the other children were quick to react. Kamara and the others ran toward Chloe, their faces pale with concern. Chloe. Chloe-chan. Kamara called, her usual cheer replaced with panic. What happened to her? I don't get it. She was fine just a second ago. Alice's voice trembled. The group gathered around Chloe, frantic but clueless. Their fear rippled through the air, their desperate questions overlapping like static. But Fritz and I couldn't move, our limbs frozen under the weight of what we'd seen. Or rather, what we hadn't. Slowly, I turned to glance at Velzard, still sitting off to the side. Unlike the others, she hadn't moved a muscle. Instead, her gaze was fixed on Chloe, unwavering, unblinking. And that's when I noticed it. Velzard's eyes narrowed, sharp enough to pierce steel. The usual calm in her icy blue gaze was gone, replaced with something far more terrifying. It was calculated scrutiny. Her brows furrowed ever so slightly as if she were analyzing every fragment of the phenomenon that had just occurred. The glow in her eyes intensified like shards of frostlit crystal, studying something no one else could see. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. She knew something. I swallowed thickly, trying to shake off the unease pooling in my stomach. Turning back to Fritz, I forced my legs to move. We should check on her, I said, my voice sounding steadier than I felt. Fritz blinked, snapping out of his daze, and nodded quickly. Why yeah. Let's go. He replied. As we walked toward the group, my mind raced, replaying the missing seconds over and over again. But I couldn't, no matter how hard I tried to understand it. What did Remuru do? What did Chloe do? And why did Velzard look like she'd already figured it all out? As Fritz and I approached the group, the worried voices of the children grew louder, overlapping into a frantic chorus. Kamara hovered protectively over Chloe, her fox ears flattened with worry. Alice clung tightly to Gale, her expression stricken as she anxiously looked between Chloe and Rimuru. "Chloe-chan, are you okay?" Kamara practically shouted, crouching down to peer at Chloe's face. "What happened? You scared us," she yelled. "You just fell." "And Rimuru-sensei, Alice tried to speak, but Rimuru interjected. "It's fine," he assured her, his calm voice cutting through the chaos like a blade. His reassuring tone was paired with a small, easy smile as though nothing unusual had happened. He crouched beside Chloe, one hand gently resting on her back, helping her sit up. "She's safe. Just a little worn out, that's all," he continued, his voice even and steady. "Right, Chloe?" he asked. Chloe blinked tiredly, then managed a weak nod. She gave the children a small, reassuring smile. "Yeah. I'm okay. I just ran out of energy." Her voice was soft but confident enough to ease some of the tension. The children didn't look entirely convinced, their worried eyes darting between Chloe and Rimuru. "But, what happened? It didn't look like you just ran out of energy." Kamara questioned, her voice filled with doubt. "Yeah. It was weird. You were fine, then suddenly." Kenya's voice trailed off. "She tried something new with her magic." Rimuru explained, his voice smooth and unwavering. He glanced at Chloe, silently prompting her to play along. She nodded again, this time with a bit more confidence. I tried to use magic that I'm not ready for yet. It didn't go very well." She replied sheepishly, scratching the back of her head as if embarrassed. "I'll be more careful next time," she added, and Rimuru chuckled. "We all push too hard sometimes. No big deal. It's just part of training," he said. The children exchanged glances, clearly still concerned but beginning to relax under Rimuru's calm assurance. Gale finally let out a sigh, his tense shoulders sagging. "If you say so, Rimuru-sensei, but Chloe, you better not do that again. You scared us," he scolded, and Chloe smiled softly at him. "I won't. I promise," she reassured everyone. The rest of the children murmured in agreement, their earlier panic gradually giving way to relief. Alice still looked skeptical, but she didn't press further. I stood a short distance away, watching the scene unfold. Rimuru's explanation was smooth, too smooth. His tone was lighthearted, and Chloe's nervous chuckle was convincing enough for the kids, but I wasn't buying it. Something happened. Something none of us were able to see. I glanced at Fritz, and his furrowed brow told me he shared my suspicion, though he chose to remain silent. Finally, I stepped closer to Rimuru, arms crossed and my voice firm. "She just ran out of energy, huh?" I asked, deliberately pausing to let the weight of my words hang in the air. Rimuru tilted his head innocently, that same easy smile still plastered on his face. "That's what I said, isn't it?" he shot back, his tone nonchalant. I narrowed my eyes, but before I could press further, Chloe tugged at my sleeve, looking up at me with wide, apologetic eyes. "I'm sorry, Hinata-san. I didn't mean to worry you," she said. Her genuine tone threw me off just enough that I sighed, letting the matter drop for now. I glanced at Rimuru again, silently telling him this wasn't over, before crouching beside Chloe to check her over. Her breathing had evened out, and while she looked exhausted, there were no lingering signs of harm. "You should rest for a bit. Don't push yourself," I told her, my tone softening. "Okay," she replied quietly, a hint of gratitude in her voice. I stood back up and turned my attention to Velzard. She hadn't moved or spoken, yet her piercing gaze lingered on Chloe as if the answers to every unspoken question were etched onto her form. A chill ran through me as I realized that Velzard knew, unlike the rest of us. But for now, silence would have to do. Velzard's POV. From my place at the edge of the arena, I watched Chloe closely. I'd always had a strange feeling about that child. Something was lurking beneath the surface, and my instincts were correct. Brief though it was, she managed to activate time stop. Her execution was sloppy, inefficient, and lacking the grace to wield such power. And yet, she managed it, even if only for a fleeting moment. The toll had clearly overwhelmed her fragile body, leaving her crumpled and gasping on the ground, but that wasn't the problem here. The problem was how. My gaze narrowed ever so slightly as a dangerous possibility flashed in my mind. Could it have found its way to her? The mere thought stoked a quiet fury deep within me, icy and absolute like a glacier had cracked from within. For a split second, I had to resist the urge to act, to force out the presence that this child might, just might, be housing. My fingers curled faintly into the fabric of my sleeve, tension boiling beneath my calm exterior. But I forced myself to relax. I was letting my emotions cloud my reason. Jumping to conclusions would do no good. The girl was exhausted and harmless in her current state. If she did house it, then it was dormant for the most part. Chloe likely has no understanding of what she did. That didn't absolve the matter entirely, but I couldn't lash out without certainty. Releasing a quiet breath, I allowed my features to soften, settling back into that composure I was known for. For now, I will stay vigilant and watch Chloe closely. Whatever had occurred today, it wouldn't escape my notice again. Once the tension finally ebbed, the group returned to their places at the arena's edge, leaving Rimuru and Kamar in the center. The dungeon had dutifully repaired the arena floor, and the destruction from Chloe's earlier outburst was completely erased. Both combatants stood a few meters apart, the air between them crackling with anticipation. "I've been waiting for this day, Rimuru-sama." Kamar bellowed, her voice filled with palpable excitement. A soft yellow glow enveloped her, spreading across her body as her form shifted. Her childlike figure stretched and grew, the light sculpting her into something far more imposing. The silhouette twisted, graceful yet lethal, until the radiance shattered like glass. The light dispersed to reveal Kamara's true form. She stood tall and confident, her appearance striking, a woman of captivating beauty and wild strength. Her 9 elegant tails fanned out behind her, each radiating controlled ferocity. A folding fan now rested in her hand, its ornate design a sharp contrast to the raw power surrounding her. Every step she took exuded predatory grace, like a beast stalking its prey. Remuru grinned, unshaken by her transformation, his own aura rising to meet her excitement. "Show me what you've got, Kamara," he challenged, his voice carrying a dangerous edge. "Gladly," Kamara cried, her words laced with untamed glee. Before the sound of her voice could fade, she vanished from sight. The ground beneath her shattered, spiderwebbing cracks outwards from the force of her launch. The faint blur of her form rushed toward Rimuru, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Clang! The battlefield echoed with the sharp clash of metal meeting metal. Kamara's fan, though delicate in appearance, struck with bone-rattling force against Rimuru's sword. The shock wave rippled through the arena, shaking the stone pillars and sending gusts of wind roaring outward. Locked in a fierce bind, Kamara's lips curled into a feral grin. Her eyes glinted with sheer exhilaration, her 9 tails twitching behind her like snakes poised to strike. "I won't be holding back, Rimuru-sama," she declared, her aura blazing around her like golden fire. "Good," Rimuru replied, his tone low and teasing as he met her intensity with his own. Kamara's fan shifted in her grip, her movement fluid and serpentine. With a sudden twist of her wrist, she angled the weapon toward Rimuru's exposed side. Her strike was sharp and decisive, aimed to push him off balance. But Rimuru reacted instantly, stepping back in perfect rhythm. His blade intercepted her fan in a clean, practiced arc, the impact sending sparks scattering through the air. "Not bad," Rimuru praised, his expression gleaming with amusement. With a smooth sweep of his sword, he deflected her weapon, forcing her to regain her stance. "But you'll need to do better than that to impress me," he continued, but Kamara's grin only widened at the challenge. "Oh, you'll be impressed soon enough, Rimuru-sama," she promised, her voice a purr of excitement. The ground trembled as her tails suddenly whipped around her, their movements synchronized and precise. The golden energy flaring off her tails pulsed like living fire, gathering strength for her next strike. Rimuru's stance shifted slightly, his grip on his sword firm as he observed her movements. Flicking her fan, Kamara lunged forward again, her power surging like a storm. This time, the air around her shimmered from the sheer speed of her movements. Each strike of her fan came faster, stronger, and with ruthless precision, testing every inch of Rimuru's defense. Sparks flew as their weapons clashed repeatedly, ringing through the arena like a relentless drumbeat. The energy swirling between the two combatants grew fierce, shaking the walls and filling the space with heavy pressure. The others watched in awe from the sidelines, their eyes wide as they struggled to keep up with the speed of the battle. She's incredible," Kenya muttered, his voice barely above a whisper. "Of course she is. That's Kamara-san for you," Alice added with a mixture of pride and awe. The battle was only just beginning, but one thing was clear. Kamara wasn't holding back a single ounce of her strength, and Rimuru would have to take things more seriously. A clash of weapons reverberated through the arena as Rimuru and Kamara continued their dance of combat. Rimuru's blade moved with precise elegance, meeting every strike of Kamara's fan with deliberate force. Each clash sent ripples of power surging outward, and the sparks of impact flared like fireworks. Kamara's ferocity was undeniable, but her refinement stood out even more. Her strikes weren't wild or chaotic. They were measured, calculated, and executed with the confidence of a seasoned warrior. The snap of her fan seemed to carry an intent behind every movement, whether she aimed to strike, feint, or disorient. Rimuru's expression was alight with excitement as he parried another blow. Kamara, seeing his satisfaction, grinned fiercely. You're just having fun, aren't you, Rimuru-sama? She asked. Of course I am. Keep it up, Kamara. Rimuru bellowed back, his voice filled with genuine thrill. He was only using a clone, but it didn't matter. Kamara's growth and tenacity were enough to excite him. Their weapons collided again, the resulting shockwave rattling the arena walls. Kamara slid back slightly, her 9 tails curling with anticipation behind her. Her golden aura pulsed like a heartbeat, wild and intoxicating, but her eyes remained sharp and focused. It's time I take things up a notch, she declared, her voice cool but laced with challenge. Rimuru raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh. Let's see it, then. He responded. With a flick of her wrist, Kamara twirled her fan in a tight arc, and her tails suddenly surged to life. 8 of them began to glow with radiant energy before detaching and coalescing into independent forms. Rimuru's eyes widened slightly as the creatures emerged from her tails, 8 distinct beasts, each radiating its own menacing power. An ape pounded its fists against the ground, its presence exuding overwhelming strength. Beside it, a massive rabbit crouched low, its rippling muscles promising incredible speed and ferocity. Above them, an eagle spread its wings, its sharp eyes glimmering with keen intellect and magical power. The remaining beasts varied. There was a serpentine lizard with shimmering scales, a lion crackling with electricity, a lithe wolf with shadows curling around its form, and 2 others cloaked in indistinct energy that made them difficult to perceive. Now that's new. Rimuru muttered. These are my tailed beasts, Rimuru-sama. Kamara announced, pride glowing in her voice. Each of them possesses a part of my strength, and together, they'll overwhelm you. She added. Before Rimuru could respond, the beast sprang into action. The ape surged forward first, its massive fist slamming down toward Rimuru with devastating force. Rimuru dodged with a quick step, the ground where he'd stood crumbling into dust. The eagle dove at him next, its wings whipping up razor-sharp gusts using wind magic. A barrage of slicing wind blades screamed through the air, forcing Rimuru to deflect them with quick flourishes of his blade. The rabbit lunged low, a blur of movement that closed the gap instantly, aiming for Rimuru's legs with vicious precision. Rimuru countered just in time, spinning his blade downward to intercept the strike before leaping back. But Kamara wasn't done. The beasts didn't operate independently. Each strike was orchestrated with tactical brilliance. The ape and eagle flanked Rimuru from opposite sides, forcing him to choose which to block. Simultaneously, the rabbit rebounded, aiming for a blind spot with pinpoint accuracy. Rimuru ducked low, narrowly avoiding the pincer attack. However, the beasts weren't stopping. In a sudden shift, the ape and eagle merged midair, their energies fusing into a monstrous creature. It was an armored ape with massive wings, combining brute strength and aerial speed. The amalgamation roared as it dove toward Rimuru, fists glowing with charged energy. Well, that's just unfair. Rimuru joked, though his excitement was evident. With a grin, he reinforced his blade, meeting the beast's attack head-on. The impact sent a shockwave through the arena, the force splitting the earth beneath them. Kamara's eyes gleamed as she continued to direct the battlefield like a maestro commanding an orchestra. With a wave of her fan, she activated her next tactic. Terralith Wrath. She shouted. The ground beneath Rimuru began to rumble violently before massive chunks of earth tore free and hurtled toward him. Columns of stone erupted in erratic patterns, forcing Rimuru to weave through the shifting terrain. The beasts capitalized on this, using the broken ground to gain positional advantage. Now split off again, the eagle perched atop a stone spire and unleashed a gale of slicing winds. Meanwhile, the ape shattered boulders with its fists, launching debris like cannonballs in Rimuru's direction. All the while, Kamara remained at the heart of the chaos, poised and unshaken. Her movements were fluid and elegant as her tails split, reformed, and merged into new combinations of beasts, each shift presenting a new threat. Rimuru was surrounded, and his clone's movements were tested at every angle as Kamara pressed the advantage with relentless brilliance. Despite the overwhelming odds, he couldn't stop the grin from spreading across his face. You've really outdone yourself, Kamara. He shouted, parrying a barrage of attacks. Don't praise me yet, Rimuru-sama. This is far from over. Kamara shot back, her fan glowing as she prepared her next move. Rimuru's clone stood at the center of the storm, an arena that now looked nothing like its original form. The broken ground, surging magic, and relentless beasts transformed the battlefield into a chaotic war zone. Yet despite the sheer scale of the onslaught, Rimuru's excitement never faltered. My earlier concerns had vanished as I watched the battle unfold. Despite the chaos erupting in the arena, there was something serene about observing it all from the sidelines. Perhaps it was the knowledge that Rimuru's clone could more than handle himself, or maybe it was simply the pleasure of witnessing Kamara's brilliant display. The sound of footsteps broke my focus. Turning slightly, I found Rimuru's real body approaching, his casual demeanor softening as his gaze met mine. A small smile tugged at my lips. "You're back," I murmured, my tone carrying the warmth I couldn't hide. Once seated beside me, I leaned in closer, brushing my lips against his cheek in a soft, fleeting kiss. "Fufufu, you returned just in time to see the climax of this battle," I teased, pulling back to watch his reaction. I knew, of course, that he was already aware of everything happening. Rimuru laughed, his mirth as light-hearted as ever as he scooched closer to me, the space between us now non-existent. I wouldn't want to miss out on my fight with Kamara," he replied playfully, his voice a perfect match for my teasing tone. I turned my attention back to the arena, though my awareness was split. It was a bizarre sight watching Rimuru's clone fight so fiercely while his real body sat beside me, unbothered and relaxed. The contrast was striking but also oddly comforting. Unconsciously, my hand moved toward his. My fingers slipped through his without thought, our hands finding their natural place intertwined. It was a small gesture but one that anchored us to the moment. "Rimu," I began softly, my voice laced with caution and curiosity. "Is there something up with Chloe?" I asked. I felt him turn toward me. Out of the corner of my eye, I could see his expression shift, his playful warmth replaced by a look of recollection. "I guess you could say that," he said, his voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. His gaze drifted across the arena, settling on Chloe, who sat with the others, her calm expression betraying nothing. "It was odd," he continued, pausing briefly as if carefully choosing his words. "Something happened when I was saving the children from their impending deaths. Well, something happened with Chloe, that is," he added. His voice was soft now, as though he were treading carefully on fragile ground. Whatever had occurred clearly lingered in his thoughts. I nodded lightly, my grip on his hand tightening just a little, both in reassurance and as a quiet gesture that I understood. "There's no need to worry for now," I said softly, my gaze following his toward the group. Chloe sat perfectly still, her demeanor almost too composed. "Whatever it is, everything will make sense in time," I continued. Rimuru's eyes shifted back to mine, searching for something I wasn't sure he'd find. I let my expression remain steady and calm, though a small, uneasy thought clawed at the edge of my mind. Was she actually housing it within her? I didn't voice that concern. There was no need, not yet. For now, the storm of the arena and the warmth of Rimuru's hand in mine were enough to keep those darker thoughts at bay. "Let's focus on this for now," Rimuru murmured, nodding toward the arena where Kamara's beasts roared, and his clone continued their dazzling display. "It's not every day we get to see you push this hard," I joked, and he chuckled, his earlier tension fading. "You're right. Kamara really is something else, huh?" he praised, and I nodded. "Yes, she is," I replied quietly, though my thoughts lingered elsewhere. "Aurelia, where had you gone off to?" My eyes briefly locked in on Chloe's figure in the distance. She remained oblivious while I put her under scrutiny. However, it wasn't her that I was interested in. If it had indeed attached itself to Chloe, I wanted it to know that I was watching. After a few seconds of nothing, I sighed before returning to the intense sparring session. As the battle raged on, I let the moment wash over me, the clash of power and strategy in the arena filling the air while the faint whisper of uncertainty stayed tucked away in the back of my mind, waiting for the right time to resurface. I couldn't tear my eyes away from the spectacle before me. Rimuru's clone was being overwhelmed. Even knowing it was just a fraction of his true power, it still unsettled me to see him falter, even if only for a moment. The way Kamara moved as her tailed beasts merged and separated from her was graceful yet brutal. Every strike she made was filled with a purpose I couldn't ignore. Kamara manipulated the battlefield with her Earth Soul magic, closing in on the clone with precision and power. Her beasts, each different and deadly, had formed an intricate dance of destruction. The ape, with its raw strength and the eagle's wind magic and speed, was designed to overwhelm. I refocused my attention. Kamara's fen slashed through the air again, pushing the clone into a defensive stance. She was relentless, and the true extent of her power was now on full display. Each strike she made was deliberate, the sound of metal ringing against her fen echoing across the arena. Now fully united, the tailed beast circled the clone, creating a suffocating trap. I didn't need to be told what would happen next. Kamara was closing in for the kill. She pushed her Earth Soul magic to its limits, and the very earth around them began to shake, morphing into a massive cage that encased Rimuru's clone. The clone fought back, but the stone was too thick, too unyielding. Rimuru's voice echoed beside me, his tone utterly unconcerned. "Well, guess I'm done for, huh?" He joked, and I could sense the clone had already expended its last bit of energy. "You're awfully nonchalant despite the fact that you're about to get crushed," I teased back as I leaned on his shoulder. He let out a laugh, his gaze fixed on his clone's impending demise. I was still massively holding back, you know. Had to keep things fair," he replied. I suppose you're right, I said. Kamara broke off another massive chunk of land and hurled it at the rock cage. The force of the impact sent a shockwave through the arena, and a violent crash shook the entire structure, scattering debris in all directions. I could see the barrier protecting the spectators, the dust and rubble bouncing off it harmlessly. The dust slowly began to settle, and as it did, my eyes narrowed, scanning the area. When the smoke cleared, Kamara stood tall in the center of the battlefield, her breathing heavy but controlled. The marks of battle were clear. Her clothes were torn, her skin blemished with cuts, but there she was, victorious. And Rimuru's clone. It was completely destroyed. Nothing left but rubble and dust. The children cheered, their excitement palpable. Kamara's victory was beyond doubt. Even Hinata and Fritz stared in awe, though their expressions held more disbelief than admiration. I glanced at Rimuru's real body sitting next to me, and we shared a knowing look. I could see the approval in his gaze, and I gave a similar nod of satisfaction. She had earned it. Kamara was more than a worthy opponent, and it was clear she could go much further under proper guidance. After a few moments, Rimuru and I stood up, approaching the rest of the group. The tension of the battle began to fade, and the crowd's excitement settled into a warm hum. The children had gathered around Kamara, their faces bright with admiration and awe, eager to congratulate her on her victory. She stood tall, still catching her breath but looking every bit the warrior she had proven herself to be. Hinata and Fritz, however, sat off to the side, their expressions a mix of disbelief and contemplation as they processed the spectacle they had just witnessed. Rimuru and I exchanged a glance before he called out to them. "You two all right?" he asked, his voice casual but with a hint of concern underneath. Hinata turned to meet his gaze first. A small sigh escaped her, and then a grin tugged at the corners of her mouth. "It was strange to see you get overwhelmed in battle, Rimuru-san," she teased, her tone light but playful. Rimuru chuckled in response, the corners of his lips twitching upward as he shrugged. "What can I say? I wanted to give them a chance," he said nonchalantly, his hand brushing through his hair. "You know, you could have given me the same leeway when we had our rematch." Hinata continued, raising an eyebrow as her teasing grew more pointed. Rimuru scoffed, crossing his arms and raising an eyebrow of his own. "And have you win again?" "Hell no," he shot back, though the amusement in his voice was unmistakable. "Still not letting go of that, Rimu," I chimed in, my voice playful as I nudged him lightly with my elbow. Rimuru's cheeks flushed a shade of pink, and he quickly turned to face me, his eyes widening as he stammered. Shut up," he replied, his voice a little too high-pitched to be entirely convincing. Hinata and I laughed at his expense, the sound echoing in the quieted arena. Still somewhat reserved, Fritz let out a hesitant chuckle, unable to hold back a smile at the sight of Rimuru flustered. The tension of the battle seemed like a distant memory now, replaced by the warmth of camaraderie and shared amusement. Unable to retort, Rimuru sighed in defeat, his shoulders slumping. "Whatever," he muttered, clearly resigned to the teasing he'd never quite managed to escape. By now, the last remnants of the battle's intensity had completely faded. The children were still celebrating Kamara's victory, but the air had shifted, becoming lighter and more relaxed. The dust from the arena had settled, and with it, so had the tension. Rimuru's tone grew more serious as he turned to Hinata, his smile fading into a more thoughtful expression. "By the way, has Lumina said anything yet?" he asked, his gaze steady but curious. Hinata raised an eyebrow, unsure of where this was heading. "About what?" she inquired, her confusion apparent. "The music performance at Lubliu's. I am finally back with another chapter. Our finals is over, and I just completed all my tasks, giving me plenty of freedom to write. You may be wondering what it is or who Aurelia is. Are they somehow connected? Everything will be explained soon enough. I'm setting up the inevitable clash between Cronoa and Velzard. However, I didn't want it to be just a one-sided beef, with Cronoa lashing out at Velzard because she took Rimuru. I want Velzard to have a reason to square off against Cronoa, and it begins here. As for Chloe using time stop for a brief moment in this current form, that's another change I implemented to set things up. I'm not sure if she could at this point, but it doesn't matter for this story. Regardless, it was unintentional on her part. Writing the fights, particularly Kamara and Rimuru's spar, was fun. I got to experiment with her abilities and have her defeat Rimuru's clone, a very weak one, I'll stress that. Only 2 of Kamara's tailed beasts are properly described and shown, so let me know which ones should receive the names they do in canon. Anyway, that is all for today. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. Hinata took a moment to process my words, her expression thoughtful. With nothing else currently on my agenda, aside from bolstering Tempest's forces, which my subordinates were already handling expertly, I figured now was the perfect time to follow through on the deal I made with Luminous. After all, Lubliu's had technology that might prove invaluable to our efforts. It was in everyone's best interest, even if luminous motivations were decidedly more artistic. After a few seconds of silence, Hinata finally spoke up. She has, actually. Luminous-sama's been gathering the top scientists under her and preparing to send them to Tempest. She informed me. That's to be expected. She really wants her concert, huh? And now all she's waiting for is your signal. Hinata added. I see. I replied, raising a hand to my chin thoughtfully. The musicians had been diligently practicing ever since the music festival's success and had certainly grown in skill. However, performing in another nation on such short notice. I couldn't just throw them on stage without any preparation. They'd need at least a week to perfect their performance. Could you inform Luminous that the musicians will need about a week to prepare? I asked, keeping my tone light but firm. Hinata nodded, crossing her arms. All right. I'll let her know when I return. She said. Thanks. I flashed her a soft smile, grateful for her cooperation. With that settled, the second trip to Lublius was officially underway. The musicians would get their time, the preparations would go smoothly, and I'd take the opportunity to check on Tempest's various departments before the performance. Still, I couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Aren't you gonna battle the children 6-on-1? Hinata asked suddenly, a teasing smirk pulling at her lips. I froze, narrowing my eyes at her. I'd rather not. Especially after what happened with Chloe. I refuted almost immediately. At the mention of Chloe, her curiosity flared up visibly. Hinata opened her mouth, undoubtedly ready to press me for answers, but I was prepared. Raising an index finger, I cut her off before she could even get a word out. As for what exactly happened, that'll be explained at a later time. I said, my tone calm yet firm. My refusal made her narrow her eyes at me, the way she always did when she didn't get the answer she wanted. I remained unwavering. Explaining the intricacies of time stop and what really happened with Chloe wouldn't help her right now. And even if I did, would she even believe me? Finally, Hinata let out an exasperated sigh and gave me an unimpressed look. Fine. I'll let this matter go, for now. She muttered, clearly not satisfied. I nodded in appreciation. Small victories were still victories, after all. Just then, the sound of footsteps approaching pulled both of our gazes to the side. Kamara and the children of Class S were heading our way, their energy as high as ever. Kamara led the group, holding her head high like a conquering hero while the kids practically swarmed her. They were buzzing with excitement. You were so cool, Kamara-san. Alice exclaimed. How did you do that eagle attack? Gale asked, his voice filled with genuine curiosity. You have to teach me that move. Kenya pleaded. The sight amused me. Watching Kamara bask in their admiration was like watching a champion returning home. To be fair, she deserved the praise. Her performance had been phenomenal. Stopping a few steps ahead of me, Kamara struck a confident pose, her expression filled with pride. Well. Are you impressed, Rimuru-sama? She asked, her tone cheeky but still respectful. A chuckle escaped me as I waved a hand casually. Yeah. Well done, Kamara. I told her. Her smile beamed brighter at my praise, practically glowing with satisfaction. Behind her, the kids erupted into claps and cheers, clearly proud of their older sister. That's what Kamara had become to them. As a reward for your performance, allow me to grant your 8-tailed beasts names. I said, my voice steady but warm. Kamara's eyes widened in shock, her cheeks tinged a faint pink. Our Rimuru-sama. She stammered, clearly taken aback. Smiling at her reaction, I stepped forward. She immediately dropped to one knee, her head bowed low in reverence. I am grateful for your kindness, Rimuru-sama. She said, her tone filled with sincerity and awe. I nodded, extending a hand toward her. Be sure to wield this power wisely. I added. My voice was gentle and firm, carrying the weight of the responsibility I would entrust to her. I won't disappoint you. She replied resolutely. At her words, her 8 tails began to glow, shimmering with a radiant yellow light. Slowly, the ethereal glow detached from her body, drifting like golden embers into the air. They hovered there, coalescing into shapes, 8 distinct forms aligned in 2 rows, 4 on each side. The glow pulsed once, twice, then shattered like fragile glass, leaving behind the physical forms of Kamara's tailed beasts. All of them were bowing, or at least performing their version of a bow, given their varied forms. Seeing such respect emanating from creatures brimming with raw power was humbling. To Kamara's right stood 4 formidable beings. The first was a white ape, its muscular arms crossed as it gripped a steel rod that seemed to hum with latent energy. Its pale fur shimmered faintly in the light, giving it a regal, almost mythical aura. You shall be called Byakuin, I declared. The white ape lifted its head, meeting my gaze with intelligent, gleaming eyes. Without a word, it pounded the steel rod into the ground, the impact sending a shockwave through the earth, not threatening but reverberating with reverence. Beside Byaquan was a majestic eagle. Its wings burned with fiery plumage that seemed alive, flames crackling softly with every movement. Its gaze was sharp, piercing, and filled with unspoken pride. "Your name shall be Enchu," I said, my tone steady. In response, Enchu spread its blazing wings wide, a burst of embers dancing into the air. With a powerful beat of its wings, it released a soft screech, a sound that resonated like a solemn vow. Next to Enchu crouched a large rabbit, its silver-gray fur gleaming like polished steel. It exuded quiet strength, its ears twitching ever so slightly as though attuned to every sound around it. "You are Get," I proclaimed. Get gave a deep bow, pressing its front paws to the ground and holding the position briefly. The action was understated yet filled with reverence. It radiated a sense of calm and unyielding loyalty. Beside Get stood a lion with a mane that crackled with sharp arcs of electricity. Every hair on its body seemed alive with power, sparks dancing and popping faintly across its golden fur. Its fierce, unblinking eyes regarded me steadily. "Your name will be Reiko," I told it, my voice firm. Reiko let out a low, rumbling roar, and the electricity around it surged brighter for a moment before calming as though it were pledging its might to me. Turning my attention to Kamara's left, I observed the remaining 4 beasts. The first was a serpentine lizard with smooth, shimmering scales that reflected a myriad of colors as it moved. Its elegant form curled on the ground, eyes sharp and calculating. "You shall be known as Yoda," I said. Yoda uncoiled slightly, its long tail sweeping across the ground with a fluid motion, leaving faint trails of light behind. For a brief moment, its scales seemed to shimmer brighter, a silent display of gratitude. Beside Yoda stood a sleek, dark-furred wolf, its figure lithe and agile. Shadows seemed to cling to its fur as though drawn to its presence, giving it an almost spectral appearance. Its golden eyes glowed faintly in contrast to its dark aesthetic. "Your name is Igami," I declared. Igami let out a soft, almost soundless growl, its ears twitching forward as it dipped its head respectfully. A faint ripple of shadow spread outward like a pulse of loyalty directed toward me. Next was a white tiger, its fur pristine and its muscles taut beneath its elegant frame. It exuded raw power and grace in equal measure, standing tall and unwavering as it met my gaze. "You are Mink," I named it, my voice calm. Mink lifted its head, letting out a deep, resonant growl before lowering itself to a crouch, a warrior's bow, firm and precise. The action seemed to carry a promise of strength and unwavering resolve. Finally, to the far left was a winged snake. Its scales were pale blue, almost translucent, and its wings shimmered like thin panes of crystal. Its coiled form gave off an air of quiet mystery, and its soft, unblinking eyes watched me closely. "Your name shall be Kakuso," I announced. Kakuso slowly unfurled its wings, the delicate structures emitting a soft hum as they refracted the light. The sound was almost musical, as though it were offering its gratitude through a gentle song only it could produce. With the naming complete, I stepped back, letting my gaze sweep across the 8-tailed beasts. Each of them had accepted their names with silent but palpable gratitude, their unique gestures affirming their loyalty and reverence. Kamara, who had been watching in awe the entire time, lifted her head to look at me. Her eyes glistened with emotion, and her hands clenched tightly in front of her chest. "Rimuru-sama, thank you," she said softly, her voice barely above a whisper. I smiled at her, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Be proud of them, Kamara. Their strength is yours to command, so use it well," I replied. "I will," she vowed, her voice brimming with determination. As her 8-tailed beasts took their places around her, their power felt palpable, like a silent storm ready to awaken at her call. Kamara had come a long way, and this was only the beginning. One after another, the tailed beasts' forms were engulfed in radiant golden light, their silhouettes dissolving into shimmering particles before recombining with their master. Kamara's tails began to regrow, each pulsing with energy as though renewed. A vibrant aura surrounded her, swirling like a cyclone of pure power as her strength surged to unprecedented heights. Beside me, the children of Class S stared, their mouths hanging open in awe. Their excited gasps filled the air. "That's so cool!" Alice practically shouted, her eyes sparkling. "She got stronger just like that," Gale exclaimed. Kenya nodded vigorously, fists clenched. "I want to get stronger like that, too," he said. Ryota and Gale exchanged looks, equally stunned but grinning from ear to ear. Chloe, meanwhile, kept her usual calm demeanor, though her curiosity was evident in her wide eyes. Fritz and Hinata, however, were a different story. What did we just witness?" Fritz muttered, his voice barely above a whisper as his wide-eyed gaze darted between me and Kamara. Hinata folded her arms, her brows furrowed as she observed Kamara's newfound power. Do you not care about the consequences of giving monsters a name? She asked incredulously as if struggling to comprehend the sheer scale of what had just occurred. I gave them a nonchalant shrug as though this were just another day in Tempest, which, to be fair, it was. Yeah, pretty much. I replied casually. I have the liberty to name all my subordinates, which is pretty neat. I added. And you feel no adverse effects at all? Especially after empowering her into that. Hinata shot back, pointing toward Kamara, who now radiated a quiet, controlled power. She could probably fight a demon lord at this rate. She added, but I shook my head. Kamara's almost at that level, yeah. I admitted, a proud smile tugging at my lips. Her existence value just reached 484,035, so she's well within the demon lord seed range. I informed them. Fritz's jaw practically hit the ground. What? That's absurd. He yelled, eliciting a giggle from Velzard. Absurd for your standards, maybe. She interjected smoothly, stepping forward with her usual regal poise. Her voice was calm yet carried a hint of amusement as she regarded Hinata and Fritz. This sort of occurrence is perfectly normal here in Tempest. She continued. Normal. Fritz repeated, his voice cracking slightly as he looked back at me as if seeking confirmation. I shrugged again, suppressing a grin at their disbelief. Hinata shook her head slowly, her expression caught somewhere between admiration and exasperation. I don't think you realize just how insane this is for the rest of the world, Rimuru-san. She muttered, barely suppressing a heavy sigh. Soon enough, you'll get used to it. I shot back playfully, finally breaking free the sigh Hinata was holding back. Velzard chuckled softly at my remark, her sapphire eyes gleaming with amusement. Meanwhile, Kamara stepped forward, her form brimming with newfound grace and power. She moved with more confidence than before, as though the strength she now possessed perfectly aligned with her resolve. Bowing her head deeply once again, she smiled at me. You can count on me, Rimuru-sama. She said, her voice steady and brimming with pride. Good. I replied, nodding approvingly. Continue to serve the dungeon and fulfill your role as the manager of its forest. Protect this place and its people. I continued. With pleasure. Kamara vowed, her golden eyes alight with unwavering determination. The children erupted into cheers, clapping, and shouting praises as they crowded around Kamara. Alice tugged at her sleeve excitedly. Kamara-san. Teach me how to be strong like that. Yeah. Me too. Kenya followed, practically bouncing on his feet. Kamara blinked at them in surprise before letting out a soft laugh, her stern demeanor momentarily giving way to sisterly warmth. You're all too impatient. Strength doesn't come overnight, you know. She explained, her voice soft. But you just dash, Alice spoke out, but Kenya interjected. Became super strong just now. He exclaimed. Their protests earned a smirk from Kamara, who crossed her arms and glanced at me. I'll consider it if you behave yourselves and listen to Rimuru-sama. She teased, which shut them up. They straightened like soldiers at attention, their eagerness unmistakable. Velzard let out a light laugh beside me, and I followed suit. It seems you've created quite the role model for them, Rimu. She joked, and I sighed. I'd say so. I replied, watching Kamara effortlessly bask in her newfound power and admiration. As the scene settled, Hinata let out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose. I don't even know why I'm surprised anymore. She muttered, and Fritz nodded weakly. At this point, I'm just going to stop asking questions. It's safer for my sanity. He said, mirroring Hinata's demeanor. That's the spirit. I teased, grinning at their exasperated expressions. Ignoring their sighs, I moved toward Kamara and the children. Their attention promptly shifted to me, their eyes alight with excitement and nervous anticipation. My gaze swept over the group, and I nodded in approval. Good work, all of you. You've shown a lot of growth today, but there's still room for improvement. I began, keeping my tone calm yet encouraging. The kids straightened up at my words, their eagerness showing in their expressions. I decided to start with Alice, who looked particularly confident, almost too confident, given how she was grinning at me. Alice. I said, and her eyes gleamed. Your tactical mind is one of a kind. The way you planned out your golem's movements and reposition during combat was impressive. But. I paused for emphasis, holding up a finger. You need to keep honing your creation magic. It's your greatest weapon, and it can turn the tide of any battle if used properly. I added. Alice blinked, her grin softening as she absorbed my words. I wasn't done yet. And don't rely on it too much. You need to improve in close combat as well. I continued, meeting her gaze firmly. There may come a time when you won't have the luxury to sit back and analyze. At that moment, your ability to fight up close will make all the difference. I said. Her excitement faded into something more focused, a spark of determination taking hold in her expression. She clenched her small fists and nodded. I understand, Rimuru-sensei. I'll work harder on my close combat and master my creation magic. I promise. She said, her voice brimming with resolve. Good. I replied, smiling at her before moving on to Gale. The boy stiffened when our eyes met, though he quickly tried to mask his nervousness. Gale, your use of earth elemental magic was solid. You demonstrated good awareness of your surroundings and knew how to adapt. But, I said with a nod. He swallowed hard, awaiting the critique. You're hesitating too much when you engage in close combat. You've got the potential, but you need to commit once you decide to strike. I continued, softening my tone slightly. Trust in your instincts and training. If you hesitate, you'll only give your opponent the upper hand. I told him. Gale looked down, his brow furrowed as if he were weighing my words carefully. After a moment, he lifted his head and met my gaze, his fists clenched tight. I won't hesitate next time. I'll get stronger, Rimuru-sensei. Just watch. He said, his voice steady. That's what I like to hear. I replied with an approving nod. Next up was Kenya, and as I turned to face him, I could already see his confident smirk. This kid. Kenya. I began, making sure my voice was firm but not too harsh. Yes. He practically shouted, straightening up like I was about to heap praise on him. I gave him a flat look. Stop fighting like an anime character. I said, crossing my arms. What? But Rimuru-sensei he was about to interject, but I held up a hand, cutting him off before he could protest further. Listen. Your ferocity is admirable. It really is. But flailing around with big and flashy moves isn't going to help you in the long run. I said, pointing at him while narrowing my eyes slightly. You've got great potential, Kenya, but you need to refine your technique. Ditch the unnecessary theatrics and focus on efficiency. Power without control won't get you anywhere. I explained. Kenya looked like I'd just stomped on his pride, his shoulders drooping slightly. But. He muttered. No buts. I said firmly. It's fine to take pride in your fighting style, but don't let that pride hold you back. Improve your form, sharpen your strikes, and then show me how strong you can be. I encouraged him. There was a beat of silence before Kenya straightened again, his earlier sulking replaced with renewed determination. Fine. I'll show you, Rimuru-sensei. I'll make my style better and prove how strong I can be. He declared, his voice burning with resolve. That's the spirit. I gave him a small grin before turning to Ryota. Unlike the others, Ryota was already calm and composed, though his usual quiet demeanor made it hard to read his thoughts. Ryota, your control over your magic was excellent today. It's clear you've been working hard. I began. He blinked, his lips twitching into a faint smile. But, be careful with frenzy. I know it's tempting to rely on it when things get tough, but without proper control, you lose yourself in the process. I continued, my tone becoming a bit more serious. Ryota's expression darkened slightly as though he understood all too well what I was referring to. I softened my gaze. I'm not telling you to abandon it. Your extra skill is powerful, but it's a double-edged sword. Use it only when you must and train until you can control it completely. I told him, and a quiet fire lit in Ryota's eyes as he met my gaze and nodded. I will, Rimuru-sensei. I'll master frenzy one day. You'll see. He declared. I'm counting on it. I said with a small nod of approval. Finally, I turned to Chloe. She stood quietly, arms crossed and a faint frown on her face, as though anticipating her turn. Chloe. You've done more than enough for today. I said gently. Her frown deepened, and she shook her head stubbornly. I can still dash, she was about to speak, but I cut her off. Rest. I said firmly, though my tone remained soft. You're incredibly strong, stronger than most people your age could ever hope to be. Your swordsmanship is unmatched, and your power speaks for itself. But pushing yourself too hard won't help anyone. I told her. Chloe stared at me, clearly torn. Before she could argue further, I spoke up again. Trust me, Chloe. You're already amazing. Focus on controlling that immense power of yours, and you'll go even further. I added. Her eyes widened slightly, and after a brief pause, she sighed in defeat. Fine. I'll rest. But only because you said so, Rimuru-sensei. She muttered. That's all I ask. I smiled, nodding in satisfaction. With the children taken care of, I turned back to Kamara. She stood quietly, a small smile on her face as her newly regrown tail swayed gently behind her. As for you, Kamara. I have nothing left to say. I said, meeting her gaze. Her eyes widened slightly. You demonstrated the best performance out of everyone today. You've grown stronger, more confident, and you wield your power with precision. Keep improving, and fulfill your duty as the manager of the dungeon's forest. I told her. Bowing deeply, Kamara's voice was steady and filled with pride. As you command, Rimuru-sama. I will continue to grow stronger and protect the dungeon as my duty demands. She said. I smiled as I stepped back, surveying the group with satisfaction. Good. That's what I like to hear. I replied. Everyone, now brimming with newfound determination, stood tall, their previous fatigue forgotten. They had come far, but this was only the beginning. With their resolve solidified, I couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Bringing myself back to the present, I glanced around the group, taking in their various reactions. Velzard stood with her usual regal air, arms folded and expression serene. Her eyes were closed, and the faintest smile tugged at her lips, her approval evident without needing to say a word. On the other hand, Fritz looked like he'd seen a ghost. His mouth was slightly agape, and his wide eyes flickering between me, Kamara, and the kids. Meanwhile, Hinata simply smirked, satisfied with the situation's outcome. I stepped forward, hands casually tucked into my pockets, and let out a relaxed sigh. Shizu-sensei would be proud of you. Hinata told me, her expression and tone softening. Her words hung in the air, soft and genuine. I allowed the silence to settle for a moment, my small smile lingering as I glanced down at my hands. After a few seconds, I spoke. I can only hope she is. I replied, my voice low but filled with hope. I let the brief moment of recollection settle in before continuing. Once satisfied, I took a deep breath and began. All right, everyone, we've had enough excitement for one morning. It's time to get back to the rest of the day. I announced. At my words, Kamara tilted her head slightly, her tail swishing playfully behind her. A sly grin spread across her face as she spoke up. Ah, what's this? Canceling the 6-on-1 duel already? She teased, her golden eyes glinting mischievously. I shot her a flat look. Only because of what happened with Chloe. I quickly replied, gesturing toward the kids still recovering from the day's sparring session. Besides, you already managed to beat my clone. What more do you want? I shot back, my voice equally playful. Kamara pouted slightly, but there was no real annoyance behind it. I suppose that's fair, for now. She muttered. The kids exchanged glances, looking somewhat grumpy about the duel being called off, but they couldn't argue with my logic. I caught Kenya muttering something under his breath, but Alice gave him a quick nudge, shutting him up before he said too much. With a flick of her tails, Kamara turned to face me and bowed politely. Thank you for today, Rimuru-sama. I'll return to my floor and continue my duties. She told me. Good work, Kamara. Keep up the effort. I replied, giving her a small nod. With that, Kamara straightened and vanished in a burst of golden light, no doubt returning to her post deeper within the dungeon. As the dust settled from her departure, Hinata suddenly spoke up, her tone casual yet carrying an edge of excitement. Oh, right. There's that musical performance coming up in Lublius. She announced. Yeah. What about it? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I'll need to head back and inform Luminous about it. Hinata answered, and I nodded in understanding. The kids froze. For a moment, there was nothing but stunned silence before Alice practically exploded. A concert. You didn't tell us there was going to be a concert. She yelled. What's this about a performance? Kenya chimed in, his face contorted in betrayal. Why didn't we know? Gale added, his voice rising an octave. Within seconds, I found myself completely swarmed. The kids surrounded me in a chaotic frenzy of pleading and puppy dog eyes, their voices overlapping as they bombarded me with questions. Rimuru-sensei, can we go? Alice begged, pulling at my sleeve. I have to see this concert. Kenya added, practically shaking my arm. I'll study harder if you let us go. Ryota chimed in, clearly trying to strike a deal. Even Chloe, who normally stayed composed, was looking at me with an unusually intense expression. Her piercing gaze made me feel like I was being backed into a corner. Before I could respond, Hinata and Fritz stepped forward with matching looks of mild amusement. You do realize you'll miss out on a few days of classes if you go, right? Hinata told them, her arms crossed. Yeah. You'll fall behind. Fritz added, smirking. The kids froze for half a second before Alice responded. We don't care about that. She responded. Classes can wait. Kenya agreed, looking downright rebellious. I pinched the bridge of my nose, pretending to think about it as the kids collectively stared me down with hopeful expressions. After a long pause, I let out a heavy sigh. All right, fine. You can go to the concert. I told them. The group erupted into cheers, their excitement practically shaking the walls of the dungeon. But, I said, holding up a hand and cutting their celebration short. You'll have to do extra homework to make up for it. I continued, and their joy visibly deflated. Extra homework. Gale whined. That's so unfair. Kenya added, looking utterly betrayed. It's the price you pay for skipping out on classes. Take it or leave it. I said, shrugging nonchalantly. Despite their grumbling, the kids exchanged resigned glances before nodding in agreement. Alice spoke up, her tone flat. Fine. We'll do the homework. She muttered. Good. Then it's settled. I smiled triumphantly, satisfied with the compromise. With everything taken care of, Hinata and Fritz gathered the children, herding them toward the dungeon's exit. The kids continued to chatter excitedly about the concert as they walked, their earlier exhaustion completely forgotten. See you all later. I called after them, waving casually as they disappeared into the distance. Once they were out of sight, I turned to Velzard, who had been watching the entire exchange with a bemused smile. Ready to head back? I asked. Of course. Velzard's tone was calm and warm, her expression as serene as ever. Having finished our business, I activated spatial transfer, and we warped out of the dungeon. In the blink of an eye, we reappeared outside our quaint home. The warm, golden light of the setting sun reflected off the serene koi pond, casting dancing shadows across the grass and stone pathway. The soothing sound of trickling water filled the air, adding to the peaceful atmosphere. It's good to be back. I murmured with a contented smile, taking a deep breath of fresh air. Truly. Velzard replied, her voice echoing my sentiment. Without even realizing it, our hands gravitated towards each other until our fingers intertwined, fitting together perfectly as if they were always meant to be connected. Together, we strolled towards the entrance of our home. Using my other hand, I slid open the elegant shoji doors, revealing the inviting warmth of our humble living room. The soft glow of lights illuminated the space, and the faint scent of incense lingered in the air. Relishing the familiar warmth and comfort of home, I led us up the grand staircase, eager to reach our private haven. A sense of relief washed over me as I swung open the door to our room. Everything was just as we had left it. My gaze swept over the room, taking in every detail until it landed upon the tousled bed. A flush of heat crept up my face as memories of last night flooded my mind. It suddenly hit me that Velzard and I had crossed a new level of intimacy. While the thought of it was pushed to the back of my mind because of today's activities, standing here now, I realized it was impossible not to acknowledge what had happened between us. Velzard's soft chuckle broke through my thoughts as she moved closer beside me. Before I could react, she reached up on her toes and pressed a gentle kiss to my cheek. The delicate sensation sent a rush of pleasure through me, and I turned to face her as soon as she pulled away. Fufufu, forgive me for ruining our bed. She teased, her playful smile dancing in her eyes. My hand instinctively lifted to where she had kissed, the warm tingling still lingering. Regaining my composure, I let out a light laugh. It's fine, dear. Perhaps I could have been gentler. I admitted with a sheepish scratch of my head. Velzard's smirk widened playfully. Humph. That's right. She replied with mock seriousness before breaking into a grin. Sighing in defeat, I slowly made my way towards the bed. Velzard's victorious laughter followed me as I approached. Raising my hand towards the torn fabric, I intended to fix it. A soft, otherworldly glow enveloped the mattress, and the threads began to mend themselves with fluid and graceful motion. Within seconds, the bedsheets were restored to their previous perfection. Velzard brushed past me, eagerly settling herself onto the now fixed mattress with a content expression on her face. I couldn't help but chuckle at her enthusiasm. It's still early to be going to sleep, I remarked, a smile playing on my lips. Velzard simply gave me a cheeky grin before laying down on her back and playfully sticking out her tongue. The bed now looked as inviting as ever, beckoning me to rest and relax in its comfortable embrace. However, that wasn't what drew me in the most. I snapped my fingers and, in a flash, changed into my sleeping pajamas. Velzard's content expression as she lay on the bed only fueled my desire. Without hesitation, I positioned myself on top of her, pinning her down with my hands tightly grasping her wrists. She didn't resist, instead meeting my gaze with an inviting warmth. With a deep breath, I leaned in, and our lips collided in a fiery embrace. Our tongues intertwined in a fervent battle for dominance, igniting a primal desire within us both. As I released one of her wrists, my hand roamed her body with unrestrained greed. The kiss lasted longer than planned, but neither of us wanted to break away. My hand found its way to her breasts, eliciting a muffled moan from her. When we finally parted, a bridge of saliva connected us briefly before collapsing onto her eager mouth. Her cool blue eyes held a hunger, longing for more intimacy and passion. That wasn't my intention, I whispered, trying to mask my own satisfaction. Velzard's face turned red with a wide grin. "Don't apologize, Rimuru. Take me." She purred back. I sucked in a ragged breath, unable to resist the pull towards my insatiable desires. The setting sun cast a crimson glow through the window, illuminating Velzard's body beneath me. With reckless abandon, my hands explored every inch of her skin, leaving trails of fire in their wake. As my mouth claimed her neck with an unbridled hunger, I felt my self-control slipping away. "MMHN on," Velzard moaned while wrapping her arms around me. The memories of earlier events blurred and faded into the background as primitive instincts took over. This would be another night of untamed passion, and I welcomed it eagerly, knowing that it would consume me entirely. Did I just edge you guys? Mwahaha. Unfortunately, not all lemons will be shown. Don't worry, there will be more of those chapters in the future, just not today, horny bastards. To compensate, here's a drawing of Velgrind I drew out of boredom. Moving on. This chapter is rather laid back, except for the end. Kamara's tailed beasts receive their names, Remuru goes full sensei mode and gives his students critiques, and the second journey to Lublius is set in stone. I'm starting to dread the Cronoa arc less, which is good. Anyway, that is all, folks. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Third-person POV. Deep within the heart of the Eastern Empire's grand castle, the air was stifling with unease. The chamber, illuminated only by faint beams of sunlight filtering through tall, narrow windows, seemed to close in on its occupants. The Imperial Council had been summoned unexpectedly, the urgent call bearing the name of Emperor Rudra himself. No one dared to speak. No one even dared to shift. The silence stretched, heavy and oppressive, broken only by the faint rustle of robes and the anxious beating of hearts. Then, a sudden clang echoed through the hall as the massive doors at the far end burst open. The sound was deafening in the stillness, like a war drum signaling the beginning of a campaign. All eyes snapped forward. In stepped Emperor Rudra. His presence alone was suffocating, exuding authority so absolute that it could crush lesser men. Every step he took reverberated with quiet power, each footfall louder than it should have been, as though the very stone beneath him acknowledged his dominion. On his right walked Tatsuya Kondo, commander of the Imperial Guardians and master of the Empire's intelligence network, his gaze sharp and unyielding. On his left followed Damrata, the vice commander, his composed exterior hiding whatever schemes lay beneath. As one, the council dropped to their knees in perfect synchronicity, their foreheads pressed to the cold marble floor. With every step Rudra took toward his throne, the air grew colder and more suffocating. He did not spare his subordinates or the prostrating council so much as a glance. Finally, he ascended the short platform leading to his ornate golden throne. Without pause, he lowered himself into his seat, the sound of his figure settling, breaking the silence like a judge's gavel. "Rise," he said softly, but the command carried like thunder. The council stood, moving stiffly, fear etched into their faces. Rudra reclined slightly, resting his elbow against the arm of his throne and his chin on his hand. Though his expression was as cold and calculating as always, sharp-eyed observers might have noticed something unusual. Hidden beneath the practiced veneer of his gaze was something almost unthinkable. It was apprehension. A whisper of movement stirred the stillness, a faint sound behind the throne. The council froze, their collective breaths catching. The curtains began shuffling. No one moved. This had never happened before. The sound of heavy fabric sliding open seemed deafening in the near silence. Slowly, deliberately, the crimson curtains parted, and a figure emerged from the shrouded darkness beyond. She stepped forward, every movement exuding authority and control. Her azure hair, styled into twin buns held by sleek black ribbons, seemed to shimmer faintly in the dim light. Her golden eyes pierced the council with an inhuman, calculating, cold gaze, yet holding a spark of something beyond their comprehension. She wore a dark cheongsam adorned with golden dragon motifs that seemed to ripple as she moved, the fitted design making her figure all the more striking. Long white gloves and thigh-high white boots gleamed under the dim light, trimmed in the same ornate gold that marked her station. Her presence struck the council like a physical blow, weighing on their souls. Some members instinctively clenched their fists, sweat dotting their brows, as their primal instincts screamed at them to submit or flee. No words were needed. Those few in the room with high enough ranks or sharper intuition already knew that the person revealing herself was none other than the Marshal. The title alone carried such gravitas that even the Empire's highest generals dared not speak it lightly. The Marshal was the Empire's greatest enigma, its highest-ranking military figure, and someone whose very existence was shrouded in shadow. Until today, almost none had seen her face, and fewer still had survived to tell tales of her power. And yet, there she stood, silent and unyielding, as though she had always been hidden in plain sight. The fear was palpable now. The weak-willed among the council trembled, their knees threatening to buckle, but none dared falter. Even as their instincts screamed, their eyes remained locked forward, their gazes unwilling to stray. Rudra's cold gaze swept across the room, and the silence was punctuated only by the faint crackle of distant torches. The Imperial Council, still reeling from the Marshal's unexpected presence, dared not move or speak. Each could feel the weight of what was to come. Finally, Rudra leaned forward slightly, his fingers interlacing as his voice cut through the silence like a blade. "We are gathered here because the very foundation of our plans has been compromised," he began, his tone heavy. The words fell heavy upon the council, and a ripple of unease passed through the room. The Empire's plans had been years in the making, an intricate strategy that would see them march through the great Jura forest and seize the west. Nothing had been left to chance. Not the terrain. Not the strength of their forces. Not even the presence of the storm dragon, Veldora. Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest occupied the forest for over 2 years, and his alliance with the storm dragon was known to all. A cause for caution, certainly, but not a deterrent. The Empire had been preparing for a second invasion that would overwhelm even the forces of Tempest. Their soldiers were ready, weapons were polished, and victory was within reach. But now, as you all know by now, the frost dragon, Velzard, has allied herself with Tempest. Rudra announced, and a collective shudder ran through the council, some barely able to suppress their gasps. The frost dragon was the second oldest and most powerful of true dragons. As one of the pillars of creation, she stood at the pinnacle of existence, unrivaled by mortal strength. To defy one true dragon was already a foolhardy endeavor. But now, Rimuru Tempest stood with two. Rudra's piercing gaze froze anyone who dared meet it. "The moment that news reached our borders, I knew our plans had to change," he continued. The scorched dragon, Velgrind, the Marshal's true identity, stood silently at his side. She had been his greatest shield and sword. Her overwhelming power was the Empire's cornerstone, their assurance of absolute dominance. And yet, even she understood the truth. With Velzard, the frost dragon, and Veldora, the storm dragon, at Rimuru's side, the scales of power had tipped irrevocably. The room remained deathly still. A weight pressed upon the shoulders of every council member as the implications sank in like icy water. They were no longer planning an invasion. They were planning against annihilation. Velzard's allegiance was no mere alliance. It was a declaration. A force of nature had pledged herself to Tempest, effectively rendering their military might meaningless. The frost dragon's aura alone could instantly turn entire armies to ice. Where her power converged with the storm dragon's destructive capabilities, there was no strategy, preparation, or force on this world to oppose it. Rudra's eyes narrowed as he spoke, his voice low but clear. "This is no longer a campaign of conquest. With the odds having been turned against us, we need to push back our invasion," he said. The council's fear was now palpable. These men held unshakable faith in the Empire's supremacy and once believed that no nation or army could stand in their way. But faith could not stand against a shift in the world's very balance. Velgrind, still standing beside the throne, finally spoke. Her tone was measured and calm, yet the power in her voice sent shivers through the room. "As things stand, an invasion through the Jura forest is suicide. Initially, our current forces would have been enough to ensure victory. But..." She paused, ensuring everyone understood her words. Her eyes swept across the council, narrowing slightly. "Velzard's presence changes everything," she continued. The words stung like a whip, and no one dared to challenge them. Velzard's alignment with Rimuru was a cruel twist of fate that shattered every ambition the Empire had so meticulously built. Rudra exhaled slowly, the sound audible in the tense stillness. "Our plans will be re-evaluated from the ground up. I want all focus to be on bolstering our forces," he commanded. A subtle fire burned in his eyes, cold, determined, unbroken, as Rudra's gaze turned toward Velgrind. "We will find a way. This Empire has not endured centuries of hardship only to kneel now," he said quietly, as much to himself as to the room. The council bowed their heads in silent acknowledgement. Though the path forward had grown darker, none could question their emperor's resolve. In the meantime, Rudra's voice carried like a low rumble, his piercing gaze shifting toward two figures standing among the single digits. "Bernie. Jiwoo," he called out. The air seemed to freeze. The two spies immediately stepped forward, dropping to their knees in unison before Rudra and Velgrind. Their rigid posture betrayed the weight of the emperor's call. "Did you happen to meet the frost dragon during your espionage?" Velgrind's voice cut through the silence, sharp like a dagger pressing against their throats. Her eyes narrowed dangerously as if daring them to lie or falter. Bernie swallowed, his usually unshakable demeanor faltering for just an instant. But he recovered quickly, forcing his voice to remain steady. "When we first encountered Demon Lord Rimuru, she stood by his side," he said. His words sent a ripple through the council. Gasps and murmurs broke the tense quiet, the sound growing louder as the council members exchanged wide-eyed glances of concern. "Velzard herself," one muttered. "Standing with Demon Lord Rimuru." Another followed. It was an unthinkable scene. The murmurs grew until Rudra raised a single hand, silencing the room in an instant. The tension became suffocating, as though every breath risked offending the Emperor himself. What did she look like? Velgrine's voice came again, slower this time, her tone betraying an edge of urgency that none dared question. Jiwoo hesitated, just for a moment, before raising her head slightly to speak. Her voice wavered beneath the pressure of Velgrine's intense scrutiny, her words almost stumbling out. She assumed the appearance of a young woman. White hair, and she wore a white and blue dress. She described. For a heartbeat, Velgrine's expression froze. Her eyes widened, the flicker of realization flashing across her face like lightning. The room seemed to hold its collective breath. Velgrine did not speak immediately, but the tension radiating from her was palpable. The silence stretched unbearably until... I see. Her voice came at last, softer this time, though no less foreboding. No one missed the gravity of her reaction. None would dare take on the form of a true dragon lest they suffer an existence-ending wrath. And certainly, no one would be so foolish as to impersonate Velzard, the eldest and strongest of their kind alive. The confirmation weighed down the room like an anvil. The frost dragon indeed resided in Tempest. And it wasn't just an alliance. It was her new home. Rudra broke the silence, his tone carrying an undertone of dangerous curiosity. And what else did you stumble across in their nation? He asked. Bernie and Jiwoo froze, their confident masks faltering. The room watched as visible confusion flickered across the faces of the two spies. Sweat formed along their brows, rolling down their temples as their breaths quickened. Bernie clenched his fists against his thighs as he struggled to answer. Jiwoo's eyes darted to her partner, a creeping unease spreading across her expression. Well. Velgrine's voice cut in, sharper than before. Her impatience hung over them like a blade poised to strike. Bernie inhaled sharply, his voice strained as he finally spoke. We can't remember. He admitted weakly. A hushed shock fell over the council like a wave. What? Velgrine's tone turned deadly, her eyes narrowing into slits. It's the truth. Jiwoo's voice cracked as she looked up pleadingly, desperation tainting her words. We know we were in Tempest. We met Rimuru and saw the frost dragon. But everything else, it's blank. She continued. At her admission, the council erupted into whispers of disbelief. A memory block. One questioned. No, that shouldn't be possible. Another remarked. Even the single digits couldn't dash, another spoke but was cut off. The rising din was abruptly silenced as Rudra raised a hand, the motion cutting through the chaos like a knife. However, Velgrine's patience had reached its limit. With a sharp flick of her wrist, an azure dragon blade erupted into existence, beautiful and radiant yet brimming with lethal power. Its edge shimmered menacingly as the god-grade weapon's tip leveled at the two kneeling figures. The council froze, collective breaths caught in their throats. Bernie and Jiwoo paled instantly, pressing their heads to the cold marble floor in absolute submission. Please forgive us. They cried in unison, voices trembling as they clung to whatever shred of hope they could find. The air became suffocating and thick with fear as every pair of eyes watched Velgrine's blade. It hovered there, immovable and unforgiving, as though a single misstep would trigger an execution. Then, Rudra moved. He rested a quiet hand on Velgrine's shoulder, his touch light but commanding. Enough. He said. For a moment, her grip on the blade tightened, frustration blazing across her features. But after a tense heartbeat, she exhaled sharply, releasing the blade with an irritable flick of her fingers. It dissolved into particles of radiant blue light, fading into nothingness. Useless. Velgrine muttered, folding her arms tightly as her eyes remained fixed on Bernie and Jiwoo. Rudra leaned forward on his throne, his gaze piercing as it bore into the two spies kneeling before him. Bernie and Jiwoo lowered their heads even further, the pressure of his scrutiny pressing down on them like a physical weight. Interesting. Rudra's low, contemplative voice finally broke the silence, tinged with a shadow of intrigue. Velgrine's scowl softened just slightly, a faint smirk curling the corner of her lips. So, not only do they have Veldora and Velzard, but Tempest has devised a means of clouding the memories of those who enter. She remarked, her voice dripping with both grudging respect and annoyance. Rudra, however, shook his head. No. He opposed, and Velgrine turned toward him, curiosity momentarily overtaking her frustration. What do you mean? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Memory blocks of that scale are not mere countermeasures. Rudra explained, his tone calm but certain. Whatever happened, Demon Lord Remuru found them suspicious enough to act. He chose to erase most of their memories. Deliberately. He added. Velgrine's brows furrowed thoughtfully as she absorbed his reasoning, though irritation still smoldered beneath her calm facade. Bernie and Jiwoo hesitated for only a moment before raising their heads nervously, relief and lingering dread evident in their trembling forms. Rudra dismissed them with a flick of his fingers. Go. He ordered. Thank you, Your Majesty. They stammered hurriedly, bowing once more before scrambling back to their places, heads still lowered. The council remained silent, the weight of Rudra's words settling heavily over them. Murmurs rippled at the edges, quiet but urgent, as the implications became unignorable. 2 true dragons and a demon lord. Veldora, Velzard, and Rimuru Tempest. And now, a nation capable of dismantling even the Eastern Empire's intelligence network with surgical precision. This was no ordinary enemy. The stillness that had settled over the chamber lingered for only a moment longer. As Rudra sat back on his throne, his gaze swept across the gathered Imperial Guardians, silent and tense but attentive. Listen well. Rudra's voice broke the silence, firm and resolute. The invasion will commence 2 years from now, he announced. A ripple of shock passed through the room, though none dared to voice their surprise. The weight of the Emperor's declaration was undeniable, and though the earlier tension still loomed heavy, it was quickly tempered by an unshakable sense of purpose. As of this moment, the Empire will dedicate every ounce of its power to the preparation for war. Rudra continued. You will all ensure that nothing, not even the alliance of 2 true dragons and the Demon Lord, will stand in our way, he said. The Imperial Guardians straightened as though their collective resolve had been reforged in the furnace of his words. Each of them understood the unspoken message behind his decree. This was no mere battle. No, this was a war against a force that threatened the very dominance of the Eastern Empire. Failure would not be tolerated. Calgurio. Rudra's commanding tone rang through the chamber like a bell. From the side of the council, a towering figure clad in imperial military garb stepped forward, his heavy boots echoing in the vast room. Calgurio, the commander of the armored division, knelt before the emperor, his hand pressed to the floor in reverence. I await your orders, Your Majesty. Calgurio intoned, his deep voice carrying unwavering conviction. Your division is the backbone of our military, Rudra stated, his sharp gaze fixed on the kneeling commander. 2 years from now, I want your forces doubled, no fewer than 4 million soldiers under your command, he ordered. Calgurio's head dipped lower. As you command, Your Majesty, he replied. Furthermore, I want the scientists and engineers to redouble their efforts in weapon development. Our technology must evolve beyond what it is today. Let the melding of magic and science reach heights that even those from other worlds have not imagined. Rudra continued. Calgurio's chest swelled with pride at the charge. I will see to it personally, Your Majesty. The armored division will be ready, he vowed, and Rudra nodded. Good, Rudra said. Rudra's gaze shifted as he spoke the next name, his tone just as resolute. Lieutenant General Gaster, he called out. From the other side of the chamber, Gaster, a stern, middle-aged man with sharp features and a clean-cut military uniform, stepped forward. He knelt swiftly, his expression stern and unreadable as he awaited Rudra's orders. The Magi tank force is unmatched in its destructive capability, Rudra began, his words carrying both praise and expectation. But we will need more. Thousands more. Expand the production lines immediately and increase their numbers to meet the needs of the coming invasion. Gaster inclined his head in acknowledgement. It will be done, Your Majesty, he replied. Additionally, you are to oversee enhancements to the Magi tanks. I want improvements to their power output, their armor, and their precision. No flaw, no matter how minor, shall remain uncorrected, Rudra said, his voice unyielding. Yes, Your Majesty. Gaster's voice thundered through the hall as he pounded a fist to his chest. Rudra nodded in satisfaction before calling the next name. Major General Faraga, he called. A sleek figure stepped forward, his posture straight as a blade. Major General Faraga, commander of the Flying Combat Corps, knelt with a grace that reflected both his pride and discipline. His sharp eyes gleamed with determination. The Flying Combat Corps is the Empire's greatest pride, Rudra said, his tone measured. It is the culmination of otherworldly technology and magic, a fleet unmatched by any other nation. However, we must not rest on our laurels, Rudra continued as his eyes narrowed. I want more airships built. By the time the invasion begins, the Corps shall have 600 warships ready to strike, he commanded. Faraga's head dipped low. As you will it, Your Majesty, he said. Rudra leaned forward slightly, his gaze piercing. The defensive barriers are your priority. I want improvements to their magical resistance. If Tempest truly wields such immense power, then we cannot afford any weaknesses in our aerial fleet, he continued. A spark of fire lit Faraga's gaze at the challenge. Understood, Your Majesty. The Flying Combat Corps will be ready to face anything that stands in the Empire's way, he declared. Rudra leaned back into his throne, surveying the kneeling commanders with satisfaction. See that you do not disappoint me, he asserted. As you command, your majesty. Calgurio, Gaster, and Faraga intoned in unison before rising and returning to their positions. The room fell into a heavy silence once more, but the atmosphere had changed. The earlier tension had given way to grim determination. The Imperial Guardians now understood the full scale of their task and the weight of the Empire's expectations upon their shoulders. Rudra's commanding gaze lingered for a moment before he called out again, his voice sharp and unyielding. "Gradam," he said. From the shadows, a tall, broad-shouldered figure stepped forward. Commander Gradam of the Magic Beast Division exuded a raw, primal energy that set him apart. His appearance strongly resembled a tiger-human hybrid, befitting his origins as a lycanthrope. With a deep bow, Gradam knelt before Rudra, the weight of his presence undeniable. "Your Majesty." Gradam rumbled, his gravelly voice betraying a quiet ferocity. "The Magic Beast Division may be small, but it is one of the most valuable assets within the Empire." Rudra began, his tone steady but firm. Gradam remained silent, his head still lowered in deference as Rudra continued. "In the next 2 years, I want efforts pooled into training and research. The biotechnology that creates the magic beasts must be refined. Stronger, faster, more intelligent creations, no matter the cost. We will not settle for anything less than perfection," he commanded. Gradam's eyes flashed with a mix of pride and determination as he responded. "It will be done, Your Majesty. My division will become even stronger. We will not fail you," he declared. "Good," Rudra said with a subtle nod, his words carrying the weight of expectation. Gradam rose and silently returned to his position, the echo of his footsteps fading as Rudra shifted his attention to the entire chamber once more. "And finally, this next order is for the Imperial Guardians." Rudra's voice rang out, sharp as a blade cutting through the air. The 100 strongest members of the Empire, each clad in ornate battle gear with an air of power befitting their titles, straightened at once. Even they felt the gravity of Rudra's words as his gaze bore into them. "You are the Empire's finest warriors, strong enough to eclipse the 3 divisions of our military despite your numbers," Rudra declared, his voice commanding the utmost respect. "But your current strength is not enough. I expect each and every one of you to train relentlessly over the next 2 years. Break past your limits. Surpass yourselves." He paused, letting the weight of his command settle in the chamber. "When the invasion begins, the Imperial Guardians shall lead our forces to victory. You will not disappoint me," he ordered. The Guardians bowed in unison, their voices strong and resolute as they answered. "As you command, Your Majesty," they vowed. Rudra's eyes swept across the room one final time, his satisfaction clear. The plans had been laid. Every division, every soldier, and every Imperial Guardian had their orders. The Empire would prepare with relentless determination. With the formalities complete, Rudra sat back on his throne, his expression composed yet fierce. "That is all. You are dismissed," he announced. One by one, the commanders and council members bowed deeply before exiting the chamber. Their footsteps reverberated through the vast hall, echoing the Empire's unwavering resolve. Silence blanketed the room as the heavy doors closed behind the last of them. Rudra remained seated upon his throne, Velgrind at his side, her gaze flicking toward him with faint concern. His expression was one of cold calculation, but beneath the surface, his thoughts churned. 2 years. It was all the time they had to prepare for the coming storm. Tempest, the Western nations, Guy Crimson, no matter the opponent, he would win this game of theirs. No matter the cost. The weight of that final thought lingered as time slipped by unnoticed. When next Rudra stirred, the world around him had shifted. Flash forward a few hours later. Rudra found himself amidst his private garden, his sanctuary. Unlike the imposing grandeur of the imperial palace, the garden radiated a sense of serene beauty. Cherry blossoms bloomed perpetually, their pale pink petals drifting lazily through the air like snowflakes. Beds of vibrant blue, gold, and crimson flowers sprawled across the grounds in carefully tended arrangements. A gentle breeze carried their fragrant scent, and the faint trickle of a stream offered a soothing backdrop. It was a place untouched by war, politics, or the weight of expectation, a place Rudra could think. Or, at least, try to. He sat slouched on a wooden bench beneath the shade of a cherry tree. With his elbows resting on his knees, his hands rubbed his temples in slow, deliberate motions. His eyes, usually sharp and commanding, were dimmed with exhaustion, a burden far older than the Empire itself. How long had it been? The question clawed at the back of his mind, but the answer eluded him, lost in the haze of millennia. Memories always came unbidden here, where the walls of his mind weakened, and silence reigned. Memories of his sister, Lucia, her smile forever etched into his soul. Memories of Veldonava, his mentor, whose brilliance had lit the path Rudra still followed. But those memories only led him to the bitter truth. It reminded him of the ceaseless war raging within. For centuries, no, millennia, Rudra had fought against the will that resided in his ultimate skill, Lord of Justice, Michael. Veldonava had bestowed it upon him long ago in exchange for his Lord of Vows, Uriel. Rudra hadn't understood the cost of wielding such power at the time. Michael. A name that haunted him. Its will was so vast and unyielding that it pressed against his soul, seeking dominion over his being. The strain was constant, unrelenting, a battle of wills that tore at his mind and body. In time, the stress had begun to erode him, fracturing his vessel and threatening to shatter it entirely. To survive, Rudra had devised a ritual, a solution that allowed him to endure. Each time his body reached its limit, his soul and abilities were passed into the vessel of his own offspring. Rebirth. Renewal. It should have been salvation. But it was not. Every cycle and rebirth repaired his body but chipped away at his soul. Like a blade slowly grinding against stone, the process wore him down, leaving fractures where there had once been resolve. He had felt it, piece by piece, over countless centuries. And though he had long since lost track of how many cycles had passed, the result was clear. Sanity, free will, himself. They were all slipping away. Rudra leaned back against the bench, his eyes drifting toward the pale sky above. Michael's presence within him stirred, subtle but ever-present, like an ember waiting to ignite. There were times when Michael dominated him entirely, his mind twisting into that of a merciless tyrant, a totalitarian ruler who rejected free will itself. And yet, occasionally, Michael relented. Rudra exhaled, the breath escaping his lips like a wisp of steam in the cool air. A bitter smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. These moments of reprieve were fleeting and confusing. Was it mockery? A calculated taunt from the will that sought to consume him? Or something far more insidious? His fists clenched against his thighs, knuckles white as he felt the pulse of energy coursing through him. Michael's power surged like molten steel in his veins, vast and unrelenting, a reminder of the chains wrapped tightly around his soul. I won't lose to you. The thought was razor-sharp, a declaration thrust inward. His words were aimed at the unseen presence lurking within him, at Michael. For a long moment, silence answered him. It stretched on, heavy and suffocating, as though the world itself held its breath. Then came the cold, smooth voice that slithered into his mind like a serpent's hiss, uninvited and all too familiar. It's only a matter of time, Rudra. His words echoed, each syllable dripping with certainty. Inevitable. Inescapable. Rudra's jaw tightened, but he gave no reply. Silence was his only defiance. For now, if Michael chose to relinquish his control to lurk in the shadows and whisper taunts, so be it. Let him have his games, for Rudra still had time. The garden remained undisturbed, oblivious to the silent war raging within its lone visitor. Cherry petals continued their gentle descent, floating on the soft breeze. The stream sang its quiet song, a melody of peace that felt almost cruel in contrast to the storm churning inside him. How long until it breaks free? Rudra wondered, his gaze fixed on the drifting petals. He pushed the thought aside, forcing his shoulders to relax as he leaned back against the cherry tree. But no matter how still he sat, the truth remained. He was but a momentary calm in the eye of a hurricane. And hurricanes could not be held back forever. The soft rhythm of footsteps mingled with the gentle rustle of leaves, breaking the fragile stillness of the garden. Rudra didn't need to turn to see who it was. There was only one person whose presence could both command his attention and soothe his burdens. Velgrind. His most trusted ally, but most importantly of all, his wife. The scorched dragon moved with grace, purposeful but careful, as though afraid to disturb the sanctuary he had carved out for himself. The breeze caught in her hair, dancing against the soft glow of the setting sun. When she reached him, Rudra finally looked up, a small smile tugging at his lips. It didn't reach his eyes. You're here. He greeted warmly. Velgrind said nothing at first. She sat beside him, her presence warm and steady. Without hesitation, she placed a hand on his shoulder, her touch gentle yet firm, as though silently willing the weight he carried to lift. Her golden eyes searched his face, noting the faint exhaustion etched into his features, the tension that never truly faded. It pained her to see him like this. You've been here too long. She murmured, her voice soft yet tinged with concern. Rudra let out a quiet chuckle, though it lacked genuine mirth. And yet I find no better company than the garden. He replied faintly, gesturing toward the drifting petals as though they could erase the storm within him. Don't. Velgrind said sharply, her tone surprising even herself. She tightened her grip on his shoulder, golden eyes burning with frustration, not at him, but at her helplessness. You always do this. Acting as though nothing's wrong. She added. Rudra's expression faltered for a moment, his calm veneer cracking. Gryan. He whispered. I know, Rudra. She continued, her voice trembling ever so slightly. I know about the battle you're fighting inside. I can see it wearing you down, day after day. And her words broke off, the anger dissipating as quickly as it had come, leaving only the raw edge of her sorrow. And I can't do anything to stop it, she said. The confession hung heavy in the air. For the scorched dragon, one of the most powerful beings in existence, to admit such helplessness was a truth that cut deeper than any blade. Rudra turned to her, his gaze softening. He reached out and placed his hand atop hers, their fingers brushing lightly. You've already done more for me than you realize. Your presence, it keeps me tethered, he said quietly, but Velgrind shook her head, azure hair cascading over her shoulders. It's not enough, she replied, her voice barely above a whisper. I can stand by you, Rudra. I can fight for you. But this war within you, I can't fight it for you, she added. Rudra's smile returned, faint but resolute. And yet, you're here. That is enough for me, he assured her. For a moment, silence fell between them. Velgrind looked away, her expression conflicted. It was so like him to speak words meant to reassure her when he was the one suffering. It angered her, frustrated her, that she couldn't bear this burden for him. I won't lose. Not to him. Not to Michael. Rudra declared softly, the words barely audible. Velgrind turned back to him, searching his face for any sign of wavering, but found none. His determination was unshakable, as always. And yet. Promise me, she said suddenly, her voice firmer this time. Rudra raised an eyebrow. Promise, he echoed. Promise me you'll keep fighting. That you won't let him take you, she ordered, her eyes burning fiercely. Because if you do, if you let him win. She paused, her voice trembling. Then I'll set this entire world ablaze just to get you back, she declared. Rudra blinked, surprised by her outburst. Then, slowly, his smile softened, a genuine one this time. You really are terrifying, Gryan, he teased, allowing a small chuckle to escape. And don't you forget it, she replied, crossing her arms. The words might have been jest, but the emotion behind them was real and palpable. Rudra squeezed her hand lightly, a silent reassurance. I promise, he vowed. Velgrind stared at him for a long moment before finally nodding, though the worry in her gaze didn't fully fade. She leaned back slightly, her hand still resting in his. Good, she finally said. Together, they sat in the garden's quiet, the petals drifting on the breeze, the stream continuing its serene song. It would seem peaceful to anyone else, a perfect moment frozen in time. But beneath the stillness, the scorched dragon's heart continued to burn with silent resolve, and the emperor braced himself for the storm that had yet to come. Flash forward a few hours later. Rudra's POV. I awoke to the sensation of unbearable heat, so intense it felt like my flesh would melt off my bones. My eyes shot open, and the sight that greeted me froze me where I lay. A hellish glow hung over the world, and the sky was painted a deep, sinister orange. Thick, dark, and heavy, churning clouds sprawled across the heavens, blotting out any sign of the sun. Their oppressive weight pressed down like a suffocating hand, yet there was no cool shadow. The air rippled with waves of heat, distorting the ruined land that stretched endlessly before me. My breath caught as I took in the devastation. The ground itself had been scarred, grotesquely and irreversibly, by forces I could barely comprehend. Hundreds of craters littered the blackened terrain, their jagged edges reaching like claws toward the scorched sky. Massive chasms tore through the earth, molten rivers bubbling far below, belching smoke and ash into the air. The stench hit me next. It was sulfuric death. It clawed at my throat and burned its way into my lungs with every ragged breath I took. I coughed violently, gagging against the acrid taste in the air. A sickly yellow mist clung to the land's surface, curling through the craters like a living thing, thick, foul, and suffocating. Reflexively, I raised my arm to cover my mouth and nose, my eyes stinging from the noxious haze. I forced myself to my feet, though my legs trembled beneath me. My boots crunched against charred, brittle, and lifeless earth. I turned frantically, my gaze darting from one ruin to another. And then I saw it. In the distance, beyond the twisted remains of the land, loomed the remnants of a castle. My castle. Or at least what little remained of it. The grand spires that once pierced the heavens had crumbled into jagged stumps. The once pristine walls were shattered, pockmarked with holes and fire-streaked scars. Thick plumes of smoke bled from its ruined shell, curling upward as though the castle itself wept for what it had become. A cold shiver ran through me despite the sweltering heat. No, no, this can't be, I muttered. The words fell from my lips as I turned in place, desperation clawing at my mind. Beyond the castle, the empire I had built with my own hands was gone. Cities that had once shone with life were now nothing more than craters, their edges jagged and crumbling. The towns and villages that had dotted the landscape, filled with people, my people, had been wiped from existence, reduced to charred scars and fields of ash. Nothing remained. Absolutely nothing. My breath came faster, shallow and frantic. My chest felt tight, as though unseen hands had wrapped around me, squeezing the air from my lungs. This isn't real. My voice cracked as I whispered to myself, the words barely audible over the distant roar of unseen fires. I spun around, my eyes darting toward the empty horizon. Gryan. My voice echoed hollowly into the wasteland, swallowed by the churning clouds above. But there was no answer. Kandu. I cried, my voice louder this time, desperation bleeding into it. Only silence. Demrata. I yelled. My shout reverberated through the ruined landscape, carried on the wind like a fading memory. Still nothing. My hands curled into fists, my nails digging into my palms. Thick and noxious mist swirled at my feet, mocking me. The air grew hotter still, as though the very world sought to smother me beneath its weight. I was alone. Fear began to coil in my chest, the kind I hadn't felt in millennia. Cold and sharp, it slithered into my veins, spreading through me like poison. My heart pounded in my ears, the steady beat of it drowning out all else. This isn't real. I muttered again, more frantically this time. It can't be real. I bellowed. But the scene before me remained unchanged. No, it seemed to expand, the devastation stretching endlessly in all directions. And for the first time, true uncertainty gripped my heart. Is anyone there? I screamed. The wind howled in response, carrying the acrid stench of sulfur and death. Gryan. Kandu. Anyone. I yelled again. The sound of my voice seemed pitiful, a hollow cry swallowed by the empty expanse. I could feel the weight of the silence closing in on me, oppressive and final. My knees threatened to buckle beneath me, and I fought against it, against the terror that clawed at my mind, threatening to consume me whole. I fell silent then, my throat raw and my body trembling. The air shimmered with heat, the mist curling ever closer, and I stood there amidst the ruins of everything I had ever built, the weight of the world pressing down on my shoulders. Nightmares had plagued me for decades now, each more haunting than the last. At first, I thought they were merely the result of Michael's influence on my mind, his presence ever a weight on my soul. But I had long dismissed that thought, each time convincing myself that it was just a bad dream. But this was different. This was worse than any nightmare I had ever endured. Not only was I alone, but every inch of this forsaken landscape felt real. The searing heat, the suffocating air, the pervasive smell of death, it all felt too vivid, too immediate. However, the sharp pangs of pain from the heat alone didn't compare to the deeper ache that spread through me, the crushing realization that I was isolated in this hellish wasteland. Hell, even Michael's taunting presence would have been preferable to this suffocating emptiness. But alas, he wasn't here. Then, suddenly, the ground trembled beneath me. A loud explosion shattered the silence, causing me to stagger as the earth shook violently. My head snapped to the source, and I saw debris rocketing through the air in the distance. But it wasn't the explosion that caught my attention. Out of the cloud of smoke, something streaked toward me, something fast, something large, heading straight for where I stood. My heart skipped a beat as the figure collided with the earth mere meters from me. The impact sent debris scattering into the air, clouding my vision. I didn't hesitate. I pushed forward, my legs moving before my mind could fully comprehend the situation. Coughing through the dust, I charged toward the wreckage, my heart racing in my chest. When the smoke finally cleared, I saw it. There, lying in the small crater, was Velgrind. My chest tightened as I took in the scene. She was barely conscious, and her body bore the unmistakable signs of a brutal fight. Her clothes were torn, barely hanging on, and her skin was marked with deep gashes. It was a sight I could never have prepared myself for. I barely registered the pain coursing through my body as I rushed to her side. Gryan. My voice broke the silence, raw and desperate. She stirred at the sound of my call, lifting herself with great effort, her body trembling violently. Her eyes locked with mine, and what I saw there twisted my heart into a knot. The fierce, proud woman I knew was gone, replaced with a shell of someone who had faced horrors I couldn't even begin to imagine. Gryan. I whispered, my voice shaking as I knelt beside her, cupping her face gently. When our gazes met, I felt the weight of everything she had endured. Her eyes spoke of unspeakable pain, of a battle fought against forces that knew no mercy. Gryan. What happened? I asked, but my voice faltered as I leaned closer, desperate to understand. Before I could finish, her voice came out in a strained whisper, cutting me off. Rudra, you need to run. She pleaded. The words hit me like a fist to the gut, and my heart stuttered in my chest. I reached for her, gripping her trembling hands, desperate to pull her up and out of this nightmare. But she squeezed my hands with a force that surprised me, her fingers tight with panic. What? My voice was hoarse, disbelief rising in my throat. I'll hold him off for you. She said, but the words hit me like ice water. I could hear the fear in her voice, the utter desperation, and it shattered me. No. I'm not just going to leave you here, Gryan. I retorted, my words sharp with conviction. But even as I spoke, the tremor in my voice betrayed me. She gasped for breath, her chest rising and falling with great effort. You need to. I'll be fine. True dragons can't truly perish, after all. She reassured me, though that did little to ease my worries. Her words echoed in my mind like a cruel mockery. The truth was, she was right. No matter how bad the wounds, no matter how dire the situation, true dragons couldn't truly die. But the pain in her eyes was real. The horror she'd seen, the toll of this battle, was something I couldn't ignore. But I couldn't leave her here. I can't leave you. The words came out broken, tangled with emotions I couldn't express. She shook her head weakly, her hands pressing harder against mine. You have to, it's the only way. She pressed on. At that moment, I realized that no matter how much I wanted to stay or fight alongside her, she had already decided. She knew the gravity of what was to come, and she wouldn't let me fall with her. I'll hold him off, she repeated, but was suddenly cut off by another explosion that violently shook the land. The earth trembled beneath us, and I watched as Velgrine's face twisted in terror. For the first time in this nightmare, I saw genuine fear in her eyes. It wasn't the usual determination that burned within her, but a raw, primal dread. Her whole body stiffened, and her hands, still gripping mine, trembled. Nervously, she turned toward the source of the explosion, and her eyes widened as if seeing something she couldn't believe was real. My heart lurched. I followed her gaze, dreading what I might find. Through the thick smoke and debris, a lone figure emerged. The very air around him seemed to warp with his presence, and with each step he took, the ground cracked underfoot as if his very being was too much for the earth to contain. Velgrine's breathing became shallow, and her grip on my arm tightened painfully. Her voice was a mere whisper of panic. Rudra. She muttered. My gaze locked onto the figure. Unlike us, who were battered and broken, he seemed completely unscathed. His black ensemble was pristine, with no tear, scratch, or sign of the chaos around him. His platinum blue hair fluttered behind him in the wind, the movement almost ethereal. In one hand, he held a blade, its edge gleaming ominously. But what chilled me the most wasn't the weapon or his immaculate appearance. It was the way he held it loosely, as if he were strolling through a battlefield with no sense of urgency, as though death was simply his companion. The aura he radiated was enough to make even the bravest of men falter. Its sheer weight was crushing, pressing in from all sides. His presence could tear the very fabric of reality itself if he so desired. He wasn't just strong. No, he was a force of nature. My heart hammered in my chest as my body instinctively tensed. Despite everything, despite the overwhelming fear that clawed at me, I couldn't turn away. The thought of running didn't even cross my mind. Without a second thought, I stood up, my muscles aching from the effort, and faced the figure head-on. Rudra, no. Velgrine screamed, her voice breaking with desperation as she yanked at my arm. Her fear was palpable, her hands trembling as they grasped at me as if she could somehow stop me from facing whatever nightmare was walking toward us. But there was no stopping me now. I could feel the weight of the moment. This would test everything I had left, of every ounce of courage I had within me. With a reluctant glance at Velgrind, whose eyes were wide with terror, I pulled my arm free from her grip. I have to do this, Gryan. I said quietly, my voice heavy with the weight of my resolve. I summoned my prized sword, Deva, my fingers wrapping around the hilt as I steadied myself. The sword hummed with a power that mirrored my own, its blade shimmering in the eerie light of the wasteland. Step by cautious step, I began to close the distance between us. I could hear Velgrind screaming behind me, pleading for me to turn back, but her voice felt distant, as though the chasm between us had grown too wide to cross. My gaze remained locked on the figure, now only a few meters away. Then, I saw it. His eyes were a deep, unnatural purple, a color that twisted my insides and froze my blood. They were the eyes of a predator, cold, unfeeling, and deadly. My breath caught in my throat. The fear I had fought so hard to suppress crept up my spine like a silent venom, but I refused to let it overtake me. I couldn't let it. I adjusted my stance, preparing for the inevitable battle. Every instinct screamed at me to strike, to engage, to face whatever terror awaited me. My grip tightened around Deva, the blade now a lifeline in a world that seemed determined to swallow me whole. Just as I took a step forward, Velgrind's scream pierced the air, so filled with anguish that it shook me to my core. But I couldn't stop. I couldn't turn back now. Not when I was so close. However, just as I moved to engage the figure, something changed. The world around me seemed to warp, twist, and buckle under the weight of his presence. The ground quaked, and my vision blurred. And then, everything went black just as I was about to make contact. I awoke with a start, gasping for air as I sat upright, drenched in sweat. My heart pounded violently in my chest, every beat echoing in my ears like it might burst free. My body trembled uncontrollably, and for a long moment, the suffocating remnants of the nightmare clung to me like an unshakable fog, the scent of death and sulfur still lingering in my senses. The familiar surroundings of my bedroom slowly began to bleed into focus, soft moonlight spilling through the curtains, the ornate furniture still exactly where it should be. I scanned the room, struggling to remind myself where I was. Home. I repeated the thought over and over, trying to convince myself of its truth. But even then, the vividness of that hellish dream blurred the line between nightmare and reality. I turned my head shakily, and there she was, my wife, Velgrind. She lay soundly asleep beside me, her breathing soft, her face serene. Seeing her like that, so peaceful and untouched by the horrors I had just witnessed, brought an overwhelming rush of relief. My chest eased for the first time since I jolted awake, and a faint smile pulled at my lips despite my exhaustion. She's all right, thank Veldonava. I whispered to no one, my voice barely audible. I let my eyes linger on her face for a moment longer as if to reassure myself that she was real, that she hadn't been reduced to the broken, bloodied version of her I had seen moments ago. The faint smile faded as I turned my gaze downward, my trembling hands coming into view. I studied them carefully, flexing my fingers to ensure they were still my own. There was no blood or scars, only sweat. I released a deep, shaky sigh and collapsed back against the headrest, the cool sensation of the carved wood offering little comfort. For the first time since awakening, I let my mind slow, clarity seeping in like a bitter antidote. This is one of those moments, isn't it? One of the rare, fleeting reprieves where Michael relented in his ceaseless struggle for control. They were so infrequent, scattered pockets of calm amidst an unending war in my soul. And yet, even in moments like this, when the pressure subsided and my mind was my own, it was impossible to find peace. The silence that surrounded me only amplified the aching void inside. Even now, I don't feel like myself. I wonder if I could even claim to know what that felt like anymore. I exhaled sharply and rubbed a hand over my face, my fingers pressing against my temple as the faint throb of a headache pulsed behind my eyes. The price of keeping him at bay. The cost of everything. Even if Michael's will were to vanish at this very moment, if his influence, his presence, and all the torment he had inflicted disappeared forever, it wouldn't matter. My soul had long since been marred beyond repair. The countless cycles of reincarnation had carved into me in ways no skill or power could ever undo. I wasn't a hero. I wasn't an emperor. I wasn't even Rudra anymore. At least, not the Rudra I had been initially when I was full of conviction and hope. All that remained was a man fraying at the seams, clinging to pieces of himself, unable to tell where the cracks ended and the void began. Letting my head fall against the headrest again, I stared blankly at the ceiling. The distant ticking of a clock filled the silence like a cruel reminder of time's slow march forward. How long had it been since I felt whole? Since I was more than a shell fighting for scraps of freedom in my own mind. The answer didn't come, and perhaps it never would. Closing my eyes, I let out another sigh, heavier this time. What a joke. I muttered bitterly to the empty room. After a few seconds, I opened my eyes again, my gaze drifting toward Velgrind's sleeping figure. She was always there, her presence constant and unwavering, like a beacon guiding me through a storm. Yet, as the centuries stretched on and the burden of countless reincarnations weighed down my soul, I found myself losing touch with the men she had fallen in love with. That version of me, the real me, was fading, slipping further and further away into the recesses of my fractured mind. I swallowed hard as a quiet ache settled in my chest, the kind that lingered like an old wound. Quietly, I moved closer to her. My hand hesitated midair before finally reaching forward to brush aside the strands of azure hair that had fallen across her face. The sight of her sleeping so peacefully, utterly unaware of the turmoil within me, deepened my hesitation. How long had it been since I'd looked at her like this? Since I'd whispered to her words of affection or love, as I once did so easily. Michael's influence, my endless struggle, everything had stolen those moments from me. And in these rare instants of clarity, I was left staring at the fraying edges of what we once shared, wondering how much more I could lose before there was nothing left of myself to give her. Carefully, I leaned in. My lips brushed against her forehead, a light, lingering kiss, and for a fleeting moment, I allowed myself to feel the warmth of her skin against mine and the soft rhythm of her breath. It was a simple gesture, yet it stirred something inside me, a faint, barely there surge of emotion I thought I'd forgotten entirely. I still love her, even if I can no longer say it the way she deserves to hear it. The moment broke as her eyes fluttered open slowly, the soft golden glow of her gaze illuminating the darkness. For a brief second, confusion flickered across her face, her brow knitting together before it melted into the warm, familiar smile that had so often been my anchor. "What's the matter, Rudra?" she asked gently, her voice quiet, as if afraid to shatter the fragile calm of the night. I froze, staring at her for longer than I meant to, words trapped in my throat. Could I tell her? Could I explain the nightmare, the fear, the hopeless realization that I was becoming someone unrecognizable? Instead, I shook my head slowly and offered her a faint, strained smile. "It's nothing, Gryan. I just had a nightmare," I said, my voice gentle. Velgrine's smile faltered, her warmth fading as a hint of concern shadowed her features. She knew me too well to believe it outright, knew that nightmares had been plaguing me for some time now. This wasn't the first night she'd found me awake like this. Her golden eyes studied me carefully, searching for the truth I wouldn't say aloud. "Again," she murmured. I averted my gaze, feeling that familiar sting of shame creep in. "It's fine. You don't need to worry," I replied, trying to sound casual. Velgrine didn't look convinced. She frowned, her brows pulling together as she sat up slightly, her hand resting against mine. "You always say that," she whispered, her voice barely audible. "But I can see it's not fine, Rudra. It hasn't been for a long time," she continued. I tensed under her touch, fighting the urge to pull away. Part of me wanted to tell her everything, to pour out the truth of how far I'd fallen, how fractured I'd become, but the words stayed buried. Instead, I turned my hand over, gently intertwining our fingers. I squeezed lightly, forcing another smile I hoped would ease her mind. "Don't worry about me, Gryan. As long as you're here, I'll be fine," I said softly. Her frown deepened as if she could see right through my fragile mask. But she didn't press me. She only sighed quietly before leaning forward, her forehead resting against mine. The soft warmth of her touch made me close my eyes again, savoring the comfort it brought, even if it was fleeting. "I'm always here for you. Don't forget that, Rudra," she whispered, her voice tender. I know. But deep down, I wondered how long she would stay. How long could she hold on to the broken fragments of me before realizing I was no longer the man she loved? For now, though, I would cling to this moment, to her, and try to remember the faintest idea of who I once was. Because through Velgrind, I could still feel that ember of my former self flickering weakly in the depths of my soul. With a deep, guttural growl, I positioned myself above her, my body trembling with the primal desire that had been absent for too long. Velgrind's eyes widened in shock as I leaned in, my lips crashing onto hers with a ferocity that surprised even me. Our tongues battled and tangled as we devoured each other, our bodies pressed together in a frenzy of passion. For a moment, her surprise was evident as she squirmed beneath me. But then she surrendered to the heat between us, wrapping her arms around me and pulling me closer. Every touch felt like an electric shock coursing through my veins, igniting a fire within me that had long been dormant. But as much as I wanted to lose myself in this moment, I couldn't forget who I truly was. I was a broken soul who had lost their essence, desperately clinging to whatever sense of self I had left. Yet, despite that, I decided then and there to allow myself a true moment of reprieve. Reluctantly, I pulled away from our passionate embrace, our saliva still connecting us before it finally collapsed into her mouth. We gazed into each other's eyes, flushed with heat and longing. My hands were still holding her wrists against the bed, almost instinctually keeping her pinned beneath me. A smirk played on my lips as I realized how natural it felt to hold her down. A genuine chuckle escaped my lips, filled with more emotion than I had shown in so long. "I'm sorry about that, Gryan. I don't know what came over " I tried to speak, but Velgrind silenced me with a gentle index finger on my lips. Her confusion had transformed into pure delight, and for the first time in ages, I saw a deep passion burning in her eyes, tempting me to take her completely. "Rudra." She purred my name like a sweet melody, intensifying the desire pulsing through every fiber of my being. My hands trembled with desire as I reached for her shirt, my fingers itching to uncover the treasures hidden beneath. Velgrind's cheeks flushed a deep crimson as I exposed her breasts, ripe and ready for my taking. "May I?" I growled, my voice dripping with seduction and hunger. She nodded eagerly, her eyes locked on mine with unbridled anticipation. With one final breath, I gave in to my primal urges. My lips descended onto her bare skin, devouring her nipples with an insatiable appetite while my hand teased and pinched her other bud. The room echoed with her sweet moans, a symphony of pleasure that ignited a fire within me. Her grip on my back tightened, urging me to continue as she surrendered to my touch. Time stood still as I savored every moment, knowing that this was our first in a long time and may potentially be the last time sharing such intimate moments. But that only fueled my determination to make it unforgettable. Satisfied, I pulled away to admire my handiwork. Velgrind's nipples were swollen and red from my relentless attention. She gasped for air, visibly taken aback by the intensity of our encounter. But there was no turning back now. My hands trailed lower, eagerly pulling off her pants and tossing them aside without hesitation. "Our Rudra." She gasped, surprised but clearly wanting more. Ignoring her protests, I spread her legs apart and took in the sight of her sacred area. Her face burned with embarrassment, but I couldn't tear my senses away from the intoxicating scent emanating from between her thighs. With wild abandon, I buried myself in her wetness, unleashing a storm of pleasure that left her gasping for air. And as the room filled with her unrestrained moans, I lost myself in the taste and feel of her. It was the only thing that mattered at that moment. MMHN, she moaned. Velgrind's voice grew louder and more desperate as I devoured her essence, my tongue eagerly lapping up the intoxicating juices that flowed from her. With each passing moment, her body trembled beneath me, begging for release. But I wasn't done yet. I thrust 2 fingers inside of her, feeling her slick warmth envelop them fiercely as if trying to pull them deeper inside. She screamed in ecstasy, gripping onto the sheets with white-knuckled hands. Yes, she cried out. With a wild hunger driving me, I increased the speed of my fingers and tongue, devouring her with reckless abandon. The way she writhed beneath me only spurred me on further, knowing that she was close to reaching her peak. Faster, Rudra, she demanded, her voice filled with desire. I obeyed, thrusting my fingers harder and faster until she finally exploded in a wave of pleasure, drenching both my face and fingers in her love juices. Slowly, I pulled back to admire what I'd done, and I couldn't stop staring in awe. The sight of Velgrind gasping for air, her body trembling with aftershocks, and the remnants of juices flowing out of her was truly mesmerizing. As my ragged breaths escaped me, she crawled towards me with a predator's hunger in her eyes. Without hesitation, she stripped off my pants and immediately began working her magic on my rock-hard manhood. It's my turn, she teased, her voice full of hunger. I groaned as her delicate fingers wrapped around me, examining every inch with awe and wonder. Forgive me, dear. It's been a while since I've done this. She apologized with a giggle before taking me into her mouth. Gently, I placed a hand on her hand and began patting her. It's all right, Gryan. Take your time, I assured her, my voice gentle. Her tongue expertly caressed every inch of my length, igniting a fire within me that threatened to consume us both. My hands found their way to her head as she continued to suck passionately. Gryan, I managed to mutter amidst my ragged breaths, the pleasure becoming almost unbearable. But she didn't falter, her head bobbing up and down with increasing speed. The sounds of her gagging mixed in with my growls and huffs only drove me closer to the edge. With one final thrust, I couldn't hold back any longer and released myself into her mouth with a primal snarl. My entire body shook with pleasure as decades worth of pent-up desires were finally released. My shaft throbbed violently inside her mouth, pulsing with raw need as Velgrind eagerly devoured every bit of my essence. She didn't waste a single drop, eagerly taking it all in and using her tongue to clean every inch of me. My grip on her head tightened as she worked her magic, sending shivers of pleasure down my spine. When she finally pulled back, my manhood was soaked in her saliva, glistening in the dim light. But Velgrind wasn't satisfied yet. A primal fire burned in her golden gaze, and I knew I would have to work hard to please her. Rudra, she purred, her voice full of lust and passion. In response, my shaft hardened once again, ready for more. I positioned myself and invited Velgrind to join me. I've missed you, Rudra, she confessed, her love shining through her eyes. Without hesitation, I opened my arms, and she climbed on top of me, lining up our bodies perfectly. Our gazes locked as we both closed our eyes in anticipation. Slowly, she lowered herself onto me, and we both moaned in pure ecstasy. AHHNH, she cried out as I filled her warm insides completely. My arms instinctively wrapped around her as I held her tightly against me. The feeling of her breasts pressed against my chest sent a surge of electricity through me as I felt the warmth and wetness of her velvet walls. Huff. Gryan, I murmured, my voice barely audible above our ragged breaths. Velgrind's hips moved with a fierce determination, driving her body up and down with a ferocity that sent shockwaves of pleasure through my entire being. Each thrust was met with a guttural moan from her lips, her voice growing louder and more desperate with every movement. I couldn't resist the urge to join in, my own hips moving in perfect harmony with hers as we found a rhythm that felt almost natural in its intensity. Our bodies collided in a heated dance, igniting a fire within me that I thought had long been extinguished. I love you, Rudra, she cried out, her voice filled with raw emotion. In response, I matched her movements, and our hips continued to move together as our mouths reunited in a passionate kiss. Our tongues tangled together, battling for dominance as the overwhelming sensation of pleasure threatened to consume us both. The heat between us only grew more intense, our bodies melding together with an unbreakable connection. As we broke apart for air, Velgrind's loud moans filled the room once again. Her nails dug into my back, but I paid no attention to the pain as I gave myself entirely to her. Rudra, Rudra, she bellowed. Her screams echoed through the room, a symphony of ecstasy that fueled our passion even further. With my head resting on her shoulder, I let myself lose control completely, knowing that this moment was fleeting and wanting to savor every second of it with all of my being. With a fierce growl, I grasped Velgrind's body and pushed her onto her back before continuing to thrust into her with unbridled desire. My hands roamed her skin like a starving man, relishing every inch of her as our bodies moved in a primal dance. Her moans filled the room and fueled my movements, pushing me closer to the edge. But I knew this night was far from over. Gryan, Huff. I'm close. I confessed through gritted teeth. A mischievous grin spread across Velgrind's face as she raised a hand to cup my cheek. On then, let it all out inside, Rudra, she purred seductively. My head lowered as her hand caressed my face, intensifying my pace until I could feel her consuming me completely. I allowed myself to be lost in the moment, feeling her insides grip me tightly. Finally, I reached my climax. With one final thrust, I released everything inside of Velgrind. Her body arched and trembled beneath mine as she tightened her hold on the sheets, matching my intensity. Our bodies were a tangled mess of sweat and desire, both of us gasping for air as we held onto each other with possessive fervor. My hand squeezed her breast so hard that I could feel the imprint of my fingers on her skin. As our eyes met, the hunger burning within hers only fueled my own desires. More, Rudra, Velgrind demanded more from me in between ragged breaths, her voice a desperate plea. Unable to deny her, I began to move my hips again, thrusting into her with an animalistic need. Her moans filled the room, spurring me further into a frenzy. We spent the entire night in a fierce and passionate embrace, exploring each other's bodies in every way imaginable. Our intimacy knew no bounds as we pushed ourselves to new limits, finding pleasure in every position we could imagine. By the time the sun rose, Velgrind's body was marked with red scratches and bite marks, evidence of our unbridled passion. I couldn't control myself. She had ignited a fire within me that burned hotter than anything I had ever experienced. As we finally reached exhaustion, Velgrind's naked body lay before me, covered in my release and drenched in sweat. But her contented smile told me that she had never slept better in her life. She laid her head on my lap, her breathing steady and serene, while I sat upright, my gaze fixed on the horizon. The first rays of the sun crept through the window, spilling golden light across the room as if the world itself was unaware of the bittersweet weight pressing down on me. Slowly, I ran my fingers through Velgrind's silken hair, each stroke deliberate, memorizing the sensation, etching it into my memory. I wanted to remember this moment as vividly as I could, knowing it might very well be the last time I would ever hold her like this. She stirred faintly beneath my touch, the faintest smile curling her lips, and my chest tightened. She thought this was a sign of hope, of me slowly returning to the man I used to be. Perhaps in her heart, she believed I was winning against Michael's suffocating control, clawing my way back to the surface. But I knew better. The truth was as cruel as it was inescapable. I wasn't getting stronger. I was losing. The fleeting moments of clarity I'd once taken for granted were now vanishing more quickly with each passing day. And this was just a temporary window, a cruel gift of freedom that I had seized with everything I had left. I let out a quiet breath, my eyes narrowing as the sunlight grew brighter. In these precious hours, I had allowed myself to forget the chains around my soul. I'd embraced her, loved her as though nothing had changed, as though I hadn't changed. And in doing so, I let her believe in the illusion that I was still here. For her sake, I didn't regret it. But for my own. The thought lingered, unspoken. I was already slipping away, piece by piece, and what remained of Rudra was a shadow fading into the depths. Michael's control was tightening like a vice, and soon, there would be no more fleeting moments, no more chances to fight back. I looked down at Velgrind, her face so calm, so trusting. She believed I would always be here, that I would always come back to her. I'm sorry. I whispered under my breath, my voice barely audible as I traced the edge of her hair. I didn't know if I was apologizing for lying to her or for the day she'd wake up and realize that I was truly gone. But it didn't matter. For now, she was happy. She was warm in my embrace, believing in the hope that I couldn't bring myself to shatter. Perhaps that was enough. The sun climbed higher, its light spilling into every corner of the room, while I sat there, silent and unmoving, carving this moment into my soul. It would be the last I had to give her. And even if she never knew the truth, I hoped she would remember this. Well, that was depressing. I may have gotten quite experimental with this chapter, which is now the longest one by far. Let's review a few things. Firstly, the Eastern Empire's invasion was pushed back. I believe this scenario would be the most realistic, given that Velgrind actually views Velzard as a threat. Her allegiance to Tempest would definitely force the Empire to rethink its strategies. 2. Rudra and his dynamic with Michael. I know that in canon, they fought for dominance constantly. However, I wanted to change that here. Michael, now and then, would allow Rudra some moments of reprieve. They were sparse and uncommon, but as Rudra guessed, Michael deliberately did it to toy with him. As for his characterization, I never felt like Rudra truly showed his love for Velgrind in canon, aside from that one moment in Volume 19. I want him, and I mean the real him, to show that here during his fleeting moments of freedom. The lemon scene I wrote was basically a final send-off for Rudra and Velgrind before they both fall under Michael's dominion and lose themselves. That, and maybe I felt like writing one, shut up. It's a bittersweet moment, but I thought it added to Rudra and Velgrind's character. Also, fun fact. They were doing it while Rimuru and Velzard were going at it during the last chapter, the scene I indicated but didn't write out. Third, the nightmare scene. It's a brief tease into the war arc. It won't play out like that, but you'll have to guess what I mean by tease. Hi. Anyway, that is all. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. It's been 5 days since I assessed Kamara and my students' capabilities, and Class S wasted no time diving into their training after I gave them my critiques. That should keep them busy until the concert date rolls around. Honestly, I was impressed. Even if it was an incredibly weak, body double, Kamara managing to defeat it is worthy of praise. Her potential is nothing short of terrifying, but that just makes me more excited to see how far she can go. After that, there was the matter of the musical performance. I'm sure Luminous has been itching to witness it. The musicians were thrilled when they learned about their upcoming concert in Lublius. Their passion ignited almost immediately as they eagerly began practicing their pieces. The orchestra, along with Cheyenne, Shuna, and Class S, would accompany me to the event. Considering the potential for unforeseen circumstances, I decided to bring Diablo as additional protection for the children. With him around, I could ensure their safety no matter what surprises might arise. Meanwhile, with the assistance of Rigard and the Demonist trio, we have successfully finalized the constitution of Tempest. This marked a significant milestone for our nation's governance. As part of the new judicial system, Carrera has been appointed as the Chief Justice Officer of the Supreme Court, while Ultima has taken up the role of Chief Prosecution Officer of the Public Prosecution Office. At first, I hesitated to entrust such high-stakes positions to two incredibly powerful and unpredictable primordials. However, I realized there was no better fit after weighing my options. Demons valued raw strength above all else, making them impervious to bribery or undue influence. This trait was invaluable for maintaining a fair and incorruptible justice system. Velzard, on the other hand, has been in a surprisingly good mood ever since our passionate evening together. She was in such a good mood that she offered to handle my paperwork during my trip to Lublius. A bit of an odd trait since it's a win-win for me, but who am I to argue? As for the rest of Tempest, things have been running smoothly, maybe even better than usual, now that everyone's preparing for the possibility of war. Benimaru, Akuru, and Cheyenne are hard at work overseeing the military's training regimen. Meanwhile, Glenda Atlee has joined Sui's Kurayami and started teaching a group of magents how to handle firearms, which are now in mass production. Speaking of firearms, with the research department's success in producing magicule-based guns, Vesta and his team have turned their attention to a new project. It's an idea I borrowed from tower defense games I used to play in my previous life. Gabaru informed me earlier that they've already completed the first prototype, installed on the city's outskirts and ready for its initial test. Curious to see Tempest's first defense tower in action, I decided to warp over and check it out. In the blink of an eye, I found myself standing to the northeast of the city on a grassy plain surrounded by dense forest. To my right, the land rolled into gentle hills, painted in shades of green and gold under the afternoon sun. We were still well within my territory's borders, so I sensed no threats nearby. Everything seemed peaceful for now, but that only made me more eager to see what our new invention could do. Ahead of me loomed the massive ziggurat, its 3 tiers rising with a commanding presence against the horizon. Each level tapered slightly, giving it a balanced yet imposing silhouette. Broad steps, flanked by intricately carved banisters, led up to the top on all 4 sides, inviting both reverence and trepidation. The dull brown stone forming its body shimmered faintly under the sun. Its surface was alive with golden mystical runes and lines that pulsed like veins coursing with energy. The craftsmanship gave the impression that the structure wasn't merely built but grown from the earth itself. Its sturdy foundation sank deep into the ground, roots of reinforced stone branching out to anchor it securely amidst the soft plains. It stood at an awe-inspiring height of 30 meters, its base a perfect square with sides stretching 50 meters. At each corner of the base, enormous blue crystals hummed with an ethereal resonance, their radiance feeding into a shimmering barrier that encased the entire structure in a protective shell. But what drew the eye most was the dome crowning its peak, a luminous orb that pulsed with concentrated energy. Its golden light seemed almost alive, radiating immense power and promising swift judgment against anything that dared approach uninvited. The dome, while beautiful, was a stark reminder of the ziggurat's purpose of swift and unrelenting defense. 4 figures stood at the base of the towering ziggurat, their expressions a mix of pride and admiration. Cherries, Gabaru, Veldora, and Vesta waited ahead, engrossed in their conversation about the structure. As my footsteps approached, they turned to face me, their attention drawn by the sound. "I see you're all admiring your handiwork," I teased, my tone both playful and approving. "Quahaha. Naturally. You should witness this thing in action," Veldora bellowed, puffing out his chest with pride. "Ah, welcome, Rimuru-sama." Vesta greeted me with a polite bow, his enthusiasm apparent despite his formal tone. I nodded in acknowledgement before my gaze shifted upward, taking in the sheer scale of the ziggurat. Seeing it up close was humbling. It towered over us like a monolith of power and precision. In my previous life, defense towers always seemed so manageable on computer screens, but the real thing had a way of putting everything into perspective. We are pleased to report that this prototype has performed remarkably well so far. Vesta began, his voice brimming with confidence. A smirk tugged at my lips. Oh. And how exactly did you test it? I asked, crossing my arms in mock skepticism. Gabaru stepped forward, puffing up with excitement. There were some wild dragons roaming nearby, so I led them toward the ziggurat. And let me tell you, Rimuru-sama, it worked like a charm. He answered. I raised an eyebrow, amused. That's quite bold of you, Gabaru. You weren't worried about being caught in the crossfire? I questioned. Cherries floated closer, offering a respectful bow before speaking. Rest assured, Rimuru-sama, the system is designed to distinguish allies from foes. Additionally, it can be fired manually for more precise control. He explained, his voice smooth and reassuring. A chuckle escaped me as I glanced at the ziggurat again. Impressive. Truly. You've all done an incredible job with this. I praised. The group exchanged proud smiles before Vesta cleared his throat, his expression shifting to a more serious one. That said, there are still a few hurdles to address before this design can be implemented on a larger scale. He admitted. Go on. I encouraged, curious to hear more. Vesta gestured toward the glowing runes and humming crystals embedded in the structure. The current system relies heavily on fire elementals as its primary power source. While effective, the energy drain is significant, especially during prolonged use. He began. The offense and the barrier are both incredibly demanding. In its current state, the tower can only sustain high output for a short period before depleting its energy reserves. Cherries chimed in, his voice thoughtful. Veldora crossed his arms and grinned, clearly eager to share the tower's most impressive feat, but what a short period it is. At full power, this beauty can take down an archdragon. He boasted. That statement gave me pause. My eyes widened slightly as I looked at the ziggurat again, reevaluating its potential. An archdragon. Seriously? I echoed, and Gabaru nodded fervently, his excitement bubbling over. That's right. The firepower is absolutely unmatched. He exclaimed. However, firing at full power is one of the fastest ways to drain the energy reserves completely. We're working on ways to improve efficiency, but for now, it's a clear limitation. Vesta interjected, tempering the enthusiasm with a note of caution. I rubbed my chin thoughtfully, appreciating their honesty about the ziggurat's strengths and weaknesses. Fire elementals were certainly a decent way to fuel the structure. They're plentiful, and I had no doubt cherries played a significant role in securing more of them. But relying on elementals as a power source had its drawbacks, chiefly their impermanence. The thought of one of these towers running out of power mid-war sent a chill down my spine. Without its barrier and offensive capabilities, it would become nothing more than a giant, immobile target. Connecting power lines from the city to the ziggurats could resolve the issue, but that solution came with its own set of vulnerabilities. Any competent enemy could trace those lines back to their source and sever them, rendering the towers defenseless. No, a better fuel source was necessary. Something that didn't rely on a steady external supply. My gaze shifted to Veldora, who was still proudly admiring the ziggurat with his arms crossed, his chest puffed out as if he'd built the thing himself. A curious thought bubbled to the surface of my mind, and a smirk tugged at the corner of my lips. True dragons might not have infinite stores of magicules, but their capacity far outstripped that of any other being. Not only that, but their ability to regenerate lost energy was unparalleled. Take Veldora, for example. If he were to lose 1,000,000 EP right now, he'd recover it in less than a day, likely without even noticing the drain. This got me thinking. Could I use true dragon nucleation to create a miniature core from Veldora's essence? If so, it could potentially act as a stable, long-term power source for the ziggurats. It is indeed possible, Rimuru-sama. Seal's smooth and knowing voice cut into my thoughts, confirming the feasibility of the idea. He. I knew it. The thought of using Veldora as a glorified battery for these towers was too amusing. Before my Demon Lord evolution, I'd unintentionally siphoned magicules from him to fuel my reckless naming spree. Not that I'd ever admitted it outright, though I suspected he'd already figured it out. That little habit of mine had ceased ever since I'd freed him, but it seemed history had a way of repeating itself. Veldora might have thought his days as a magicule reservoir were long over. Oh boy, was he in for a surprise. Casually, I stepped forward, my demeanor intentionally nonchalant. Veldora's gaze flicked to me, his eyebrow quirking in confusion. I may have a solution for powering these things, I announced, trying yet failing to hide the mischief in my voice. Cherries, Gabaru, and Vesta immediately perked up, their attention snapping to me. Veldora, however, still looked thoroughly perplexed. What is it? Rimuru-Veldora began, but I cut him off with a raised hand. Hang on just a moment. My tone was casual, but my grin hinted at something more. True dragon nucleation doesn't work without a true dragon's consent, but in this case, consent was simply Veldora not resisting. I reached out mentally and began the process, feeling the immense flow of energy through our connection. A collective gasp escaped the group as a stream of golden light began to radiate from Veldora's chest. Like liquid sunlight, it twisted and shimmered as it streaked toward my outstretched palm. The air around us seemed to hum with power, and the faint scent of ozone filled the air. Veldora's expression shifted from confusion to wide-eyed surprise as he stared at the glowing stream flowing from him. The energy coalesced at my hand, swirling and condensing with a mesmerizing brilliance. Slowly but surely, the stream of light compacted into a pearl-sized orb that floated above my palm, radiating a soft golden glow. Despite its small size, the sheer presence of the object was undeniable. It felt as though it could rival a natural phenomenon. I lowered my hand slightly, turning it palm up so the others could see the tiny sphere of raw power clearly. Is that? Vesta whispered, his voice barely audible, as though he feared speaking too loudly might shatter the moment. It is. I confirmed with a nod, letting a smug grin tug at my lips. This is a tiny fraction of Veldora's energy. Think of it like scooping a cup of water from a lake. I simply condensed that power into this form. I added. The awe on their faces was immediate. Gabaru was practically bouncing in place, his excitement spilling out in dramatic fashion. As expected of Rimuru-sama, he exclaimed, his voice brimming with reverence. Veldora, meanwhile, teetered between curiosity and disbelief, his gaze fixed on the orb. That's strange. I don't feel like I had any energy drained. He commented. That's because I only took a minuscule amount. I explained with a casual shrug. You wouldn't even notice it. I said. If I may, Rimuru-sama. Vesta interjected, his voice tinged with both awe and caution. How much energy is stored in that core? He asked. I tilted my head thoughtfully. In terms of EP, I'd estimate about 300,000. I answered. The air seemed to freeze for a moment as the weight of my words sank in. Gabaru and Vesta's jaws dropped in unison, their expressions almost comical. You're saying that tiny thing has more energy than me? Gabaru blurted out, his tone equal parts shock and disbelief. Yep. I replied, tossing him a smirk. I mean, come on, look at where it came from. I said, flicking my gaze to Veldora, now grinning smugly. I see. Vesta murmured, adjusting his glasses as a nervous chuckle slipped from him. His gaze darted between the orb and Veldora as though trying to reconcile the sheer scale of what he'd just witnessed. Ignoring their surprised reactions, I continued toward the ziggurat steps, curiosity tugging at me. The interior at the summit was calling, and I wasn't one to ignore such an invitation. Oh right. Gabaru. I called out, halting mid-step. Yes, Rimuru-sama, he responded, his posture snapping to attention. Could you lead another dragon this way? I requested, a smirk tugging at my lips as his eyes lit up excitedly. His wings unfurled with dramatic flair, and his body nearly vibrated with eagerness. You got it. He exclaimed, crouching slightly before launching into the sky with such force that the air rippled, leaving a sharp shockwave in his wake. I watched him for a moment as he disappeared into the horizon, a faint streak against the clear sky. Satisfied, I turned back to the others, who had already started ascending the first steps. I resumed my climb, anticipation building as the upper structure gradually came into view. The ziggurat summit greeted me with an open entrance that revealed its inner workings. As I stepped through the threshold, the scene before me was nothing short of fascinating. Directly above, the bottom half of the glowing sphere, the ziggurat's crowning feature, dominated the ceiling, its light casting a golden hue over the interior. Four open archways adorned the walls, offering an unbroken view of the surrounding landscape. Their frames caught the sunlight in a way that accentuated the structure's monumental design. At the heart of the space stood the control panel, an impressive centerpiece that felt as though it had been plucked straight from a futuristic science fiction film. 3 holographic screens hovered above a sleek, singular operator's seat. 2 of the screens provided a third-person view of the ziggurat and its immediate surroundings, courtesy of the Argos surveillance system I'd created some time ago. The center screen, however, was the most intriguing. It displayed the full suite of the defense tower's functions, such as weapon controls, energy levels, shield activation, and everything one might need to operate the ziggurat precisely. The walls, while retaining the same dull brown stone and intricate golden linings as the exterior, contrasted sharply with the modernity of the control panel. The juxtaposition of ancient architecture and advanced technology gave the room a unique, almost surreal ambience. Phew. I let out a low whistle, my gaze sweeping across the interior. It was a seamless blend of mysticism and sci-fi ingenuity, a perfect fusion if I do say so myself. As I approached the control panel, another feature caught my attention. Below the central screen, embedded into the panel, was a small dome radiating a faint blue glow. Its gentle pulse seemed almost alive, drawing my focus. Behind me, the sound of footsteps echoed through the chamber as the others gathered to observe. That's the energy input for the ziggurat, Vesta explained, his voice measured but tinged with anticipation. I gave a slight nod, my gaze flickering between the glowing dome and the orb in my hand. The central screen displayed the ziggurat's current energy levels. It was dangerously low, with only a sliver remaining in reserve. Well, here goes nothing, I muttered, my voice breaking the tense silence. With deliberate care, I raised the orb toward the dome. As it drew near, the dome's glow intensified, reacting to the miniature core as though recognizing a kindred energy. Its pulsations quickened, bathing the chamber in waves of soft blue light. Holding my breath, I let the orb hover just above the dome. The moment they connected, the reaction was instantaneous. A radiant surge of light burst from the dome, swallowing the orb in a fluid stream of golden and blue energy. It was mesmerizing, almost hypnotic, as the dome absorbed the energy with a hunger that bordered on sentience. The orb began to shrink, its luminous form gradually fading as it transferred its power. Meanwhile, the glow of the dome grew brighter, its soft blue hue transforming into a dazzling sapphire brilliance. And then, like a giant awakening, the entire ziggurat shuddered. The vibrations were faint initially, but they grew stronger, resonating through the walls and floor. A deep, resonant hum filled the chamber as if the structure itself was alive and celebrating its renewed vitality. Would you look at that? Vesta murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. The awe in his tone mirrored the expressions on everyone's faces. The central screen blinked to life, displaying a now full energy bar. Outside the archways, the golden linings along the ziggurat's walls began to glow faintly, the light tracing intricate patterns down its surface. From the peak of the structure, faint ripples of energy radiated outward, distorting the air and creating a shimmering heat haze. This is incredible, Cherries muttered, his normally calm demeanor slipping into amazement. I let out a low whistle, folding my arms as I surveyed the effects of the empowerment. Looks like it worked better than expected, I said, though I couldn't help but feel a hint of pride. Shifting my gaze to the central screen, I saw that the ziggurat's energy had now reached beyond 100%. It was more than just full. It was overflowing with power. I looked around, my eyes drawn to the glowing golden lines and runes on the walls, now shimmering brighter than before, casting a soft, pulsating light across the room. Veldora, who had been admiring the structure with a hint of pride, leaned in closer, a smug grin tugging at his lips. Heh, looks like my energy really did the trick. I must say, I'm quite proud of this result, he said, his voice laced with satisfaction. His words were accompanied by a subtle increase in his aura as if he were basking in the success. I couldn't help but chuckle at his self-congratulation. It was almost like he thought his power had turned the ziggurat into a masterpiece all on its own. He wasn't entirely mistaken, but I digress. Vesta, still standing near the control panel, was speechless for a moment. His eyes were wide with awe as he took in the sight of the empowered structure. He glanced back and forth between the glowing runes and the central screen, seemingly unable to process everything. This is incredible. I didn't think it would respond like this, he muttered, his voice filled with reverence. Cherries, ever the calm and composed one, said nothing, but the subtle shift in his posture betrayed his quiet amazement. He stood a little taller, his sharp eyes scanning the control panel and the sphere above. It was clear that even he, ever the pragmatist, was impressed by the results. Turning my attention to the control panel, I couldn't help but smile at our progress. I pressed a few buttons, checking some of the settings displayed on the holographic screens. The ziggurat's potential had far exceeded my expectations, and now it was time to ensure everything was set to work as we needed. All right, let's look at what we've got here, I murmured, tapping a few more buttons. Vesta, ever the knowledgeable one, was quick to explain the first few settings. This here is the mode selector. He pointed to the central screen, his finger tracing the interface. The first setting is automatic fire mode. It's designed to discern allies from enemies, allowing the ziggurat to fire more rapidly and without input from an operator. The downside, however, is that the power output and projectile type can't be adjusted on the fly, he explained before gesturing to another button. Manual fire mode allows for more precision, with the operator controlling the firepower and trajectory. While slower, it can be much more powerful when used correctly, he explained. I nodded, considering the options. If we went with manual, we'd need to guard the operator in case of an emergency, I said thoughtfully. The operator would be exposed and vulnerable. But if it's automatic, it can fire faster, though it wouldn't be sufficient for something like an archdragon or a large airship, I added, and Vesta gave a slight, approving nod. Exactly. Automatic fire is great for dealing with regular opponents, but when facing massive targets, manual control becomes crucial. he affirmed. I glanced at the rest of the settings. Let's see what else we've got here, I said, scrolling through the options. Vesta continued, his voice unwavering with excitement. The next setting determines the projectile types. The energy fired from the sphere atop the ziggurat can be configured in several ways. First, we have the single target mode. They are highly focused, with great penetration, but only useful against one target at a time. He explained, his hands flicking through the options. Next is the scatter mode, which disperses the energy in multiple directions, hitting multiple targets simultaneously. It's a good middle ground for dealing with groups, but it sacrifices precision and power. He continued. And then. He paused with a slight smile. We have the fountain shower mode. This one's my personal favorite. It sends a burst of energy high into the sky, causing it to rain down and explode, spreading the projectiles out over a large area. The range is incredible. It's around 100 kilometers, but it's the weakest in terms of direct damage, he said. I considered this for a moment. 100 kilometers is a serious range. It would be perfect for clearing out a large army but wouldn't do much against individual, high-priority targets, I remarked. Vesta nodded, clearly pleased that I grasped the nuances of the system. Exactly. Each mode has its pros and cons, and the operator will have to decide which one fits the situation. We moved on to the final setting. Vesta gestured to a small, hidden switch in the control panel. This one is for emergencies. If the ziggurat is set to manual fire mode, pressing that button opens a rift in the control panel, allowing anyone inside to escape directly to the city. A 1-minute timer begins counting down, and when it finishes, the ziggurat will explode, releasing all of its remaining energy in a massive blast. He explained. I raised an eyebrow, mildly surprised. That's extreme, I muttered. Indeed, Vesta said solemnly. But it's a last resort. If the ziggurat is about to be compromised, this will ensure that no one else can use it against us. He added, and I rubbed my chin thoughtfully. And if it's set to automatic mode? I asked. The ziggurat can be remotely triggered to explode if it is ever compromised. No timer, no chance to escape. A failsafe, in case things go wrong. Vesta explained, his tone quiet but resolute. I stepped back, taking it all in. It's impressive how well these systems were thought out. I gave you a basic blueprint, but you and the research team really extrapolated on it. These safeguards and different modes cover all the possible scenarios, I praised. Vesta smiled, a hint of pride in his expression. It's what we do, Rimuru-sama. We make sure that no stone is left unturned, he replied. As we took a moment to appreciate the ingenuity of it all, a loud thud rang through the room. We all snapped our heads toward one of the entrances, and there, landing with an exaggerated flair, was Gabiru, his expression brimming with anticipation. That was fast, I joked, and Gabiru nodded fervently, a wide grin plastered on his face. Yup. There's a small wyvern headed our way right now. You should be able to see it on one of the screens, he said, pointing toward the holographic display. I turned my attention to the screen, and sure enough, a wyvern was rapidly approaching the ziggurat. Its movements were erratic and angry, its wings beating the air furiously as it flew toward us. I raised an eyebrow, a smirk tugging at my lips. What did you do to piss that thing off? I asked jokingly. Gabiru let out a hearty laugh, clearly pleased with his antics. I found the lone wyvern flying around, so I poked at it a few times with my vortex spear before retreating here, he answered. The others chuckled at his straightforward approach, and I couldn't help but laugh along. Well, if it works, I exclaimed, offering a shrug. We all watched as the wyvern circled the ziggurat, its eyes narrowing as it studied the towering structure. Its nostrils flared as it seemed to assess the situation, and then, without warning, it unleashed a massive breath of fire. The flames billowed from its mouth, consuming the air as it sent wave after wave toward the ziggurat. But much to the wyvern's confusion, the fire seemed to simply vanish into thin air as it reached the ziggurat's barrier. The flames didn't singe a single surface. Instead, they were absorbed into the shimmering shield that encased the ziggurat, leaving the structure completely unscathed. The group exchanged impressed glances, and I couldn't help but smile at the results. The wyvern, now thoroughly confused, backed up, clearly unsure what to do next. It took a moment to regain its composure, but then it began circling the ziggurat again, its frustration growing as it fired another blast at the unyielding barrier. I turned to the control panel, my fingers itching to test out more of the systems. Let's see how well this thing really works, I muttered, and Vesta's voice cut through the air. Rimuru-sama, there is one more firing mode to be aware of. It's called stream fire. This setting allows the ziggurat to fire a single stream of energy, which weaves through opponents and fries them internally, he explained. I nodded, eager to put this mode to the test. Stream fire, huh? Let's see how it handles. He muttered. With a quick button press, I switched the ziggurat's firing mode to stream fire. The central screen displayed that it had locked onto the wyvern, still firing at the ziggurat without success. The dome atop the structure pulsed with energy, the light shifting to a brilliant yellow. The screen flashed, indicating that the stream fire had been activated. In an instant, a beam of yellow energy shot out from the dome, snaking through the air like a serpentine dragon. The stream twisted and contorted, seemingly alive as it moved with precision toward the wyvern. It didn't collide with the creature. Instead, it phased through its body, weaving back and forth in a fluid motion. The energy wriggled like a snake as it fried the wyvern from within, sending shockwaves through its body. The wyvern's entire body shook violently as the energy coursed through it, its limbs spasming uncontrollably. The crackling hum of the energy drowned out the screeches of agony as the stream continued its devastating path. A few more seconds passed, and then, with a final burst, the light consumed the wyvern entirely, causing it to explode in a dazzling display of light. We stood stunned momentarily, watching the creature's remnants dissipate into the air. I couldn't help but let out a satisfied sigh. Well, that worked better than I thought, I remarked, utterly pleased by the outcome. Vesta, still staring at the screen, gave a low whistle. I've never seen anything like that. The precision and power, it's a perfect execution of your design, Rimuru-sama. He praised. Cherries, as usual, remained silent, but the faint gleam of approval in his eyes said everything. I stretched my arms behind my head and grinned. Nearly perfect. This ziggurat is ready to be implemented, but we should consider increasing its maximum capacity for prolonged use. It's impressive as is, but having a greater reserve would allow it to function longer in sustained battles. I suggested. Veldora, standing nearby with an air of disinterest, furrowed his brows. Maximum capacity. What's the point? It's already strong enough. Why add more to it? He asked, and I raised a finger, a playful glint in my eyes. But dear Veldora, what happens if a battle drags on for days or even weeks? Or worse, what if there are multiple battles in succession? This isn't just about strength. It's about endurance. I told him. It took a moment for my words to register. Then, realization dawned on Veldora, and his expression twisted into a mix of horror and annoyance. Wait a moment. If you increase its capacity, then, are you suggesting I will have to act as its magicule battery? He yelled, his disbelief evident. His dramatic tone sent me into a fit of laughter. Well, who better than the mighty storm dragon? Your magicule reserves are practically infinite, after all. I replied nonchalantly. Veldora crossed his arms, puffing out his chest with exaggerated indignation. You'd exploit my greatness for your schemes. You're truly shameless, Rimuru. He shot back. I smirked, patting him on the shoulder. Oh, come on. Think of it as a way to flex your might without even lifting a finger. Besides, who else could handle such an important task? I retorted. Veldora let out an exaggerated sigh but eventually nodded. Fine. I suppose it's only natural for someone of my stature to be indispensable, he said. Satisfied, I turned my gaze back to the central screen. Good. Now, here's the plan. We'll place dozens of these ziggurats around Tempest's borders. The East will get the lion's share since that's where we're most exposed. Most of the West has become our ally, but I'll position a few there just in case. I explained, and Vesta nodded thoughtfully. A sound strategy, Rimuru-sama. The Eastern Empire must be heavily guarded against, and having a few in the West will ensure readiness for any unexpected threats. He added. Exactly. The ziggurats will form the backbone of our defensive network, I said. After hearing my plan, everyone nodded in satisfaction. Our defense system was about to be deployed, further ensuring Tempest's security. Later that evening, after finalizing plans with the group, I found myself in my office. The day had been productive, but my mind was still abuzz with strategies and future developments. The faint glow of the lamps illuminated the room, casting soft shadows against the polished walls. As I reviewed a stack of documents, a knock at the door pulled me from my thoughts. Before I could answer, the door opened smoothly, and Testarossa stepped in, carrying a neatly bound stack of papers. Rimuru-sama. She greeted, her voice calm and composed as always. I have delivered our nation's constitution to the West for their review, she announced, her voice smooth and composed. Excellent work, Testarossa, I replied, setting aside the paperwork I'd been reviewing. How was it received? I asked. She stepped forward, meticulously placing a neatly bound stack of documents on my desk. Her crimson eyes held a faint gleam of pride, though a serious undertone tempered her smile. Their responses were varied. She began, her tone laced with both politeness and a subtle gravity. I inclined my head, silently urging her to continue. Most found no fault, and even if they harbored reservations, I doubt they would be so impudent as to voice them openly. However. She paused, her gaze drifting momentarily to the papers she'd just laid down. A select few appear to be devising strategies to exploit us. She concluded, her words carrying the weight of her observations. I closed my eyes, allowing myself a brief moment of contemplation. Even after the demonstration I'd given at the council meeting, there were still some conniving bastards left among them. It wasn't unexpected, but it was undeniably disappointing. Opening my eyes again, I met her steady gaze. "And what led you to this conclusion?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. "My subordinate, Moss, is adept at reconnaissance," she explained, her tone softening as though praising a loyal hound. "His ability to replicate himself allows him to gather intelligence undetected. It is among his most distinguished talents," she continued. I nodded, listening intently. Though they exercise caution, Moss has uncovered evidence that some members of the nobility, particularly the more ambitious ones, are plotting against Tempest. She added, her words sharp and deliberate. Resting my head on my hand, I sifted through the possibilities. Overall, the matter was of little concern. The backing of the two most powerful nations in the West, Ingracia and Lublius, ensured that any significant plots against us would face insurmountable barriers. While discontented royals could still stir trouble, their influence was dwarfed by the leaders who had allied themselves with Tempest. As for the smaller nations, they were inconsequential at best. "I'll entrust this matter to you, Testarossa," I said, my tone firm yet carrying a note of reassurance. "Handle it with diplomacy, but do not hesitate to act accordingly if the situation warrants it. Stay vigilant, and avoid falling into their traps. Should they attempt anything underhanded, inform me immediately or extricate yourself as necessary," I added. Testarossa bowed deeply, the elegance of her movement underscoring her unwavering loyalty. "As you command, Rimuru-sama. I shall not fail to meet your expectations," she declared. Her confidence was palpable, and I offered her a small smile. "I wish you luck," I told her. With her usual grace, she straightened, her crimson eyes gleaming with resolve. Testarossa turned and exited the room, her footsteps disappearing into the quiet of the hallway. A gentle sigh escaped me as I leaned back in my chair, my thoughts wandering to the days ahead. Tomorrow marked the final preparations before our departure to Lublius. While part of me looked forward to the journey, an uneasy tension weighed on me, a nagging premonition that something significant might occur during the concert. And then, there was Velzard. Her cryptic remarks about Chloe still echoed in my mind. The day after I sparred with the children, I confronted her about what had been bothering her. Perhaps because she was in a particularly good mood, she finally elaborated, though her words had done little to ease my concerns. According to Velzard, Chloe might be harboring a presence she'd been searching for, something ancient and significant. She mentioned that if such an entity resided within Chloe, it could explain her ability to briefly wield time stop, a power far beyond what even the strongest beings could normally achieve. However, when I recounted the strange entity that had assimilated with Chloe during the children's rescue, Velzard seemed to waver. My description of its otherworldly appearance tempered her concerns, as I assumed it didn't match what she had in mind. But a shadow of doubt still lingered in her icy gaze. Even then, her explanation was frustratingly vague. She assured me it wasn't a problem for now, yet her final words carried a foreboding weight. It was a single name, dropped so casually it almost felt deliberate. Aurelia. Well, folks, Remuru had just created a tower defense game. You thought only the Eastern Empire was gearing up for war? Ha! By the time they're ready to invade, Tempest security will be airtight. Also, we get to welcome Battery Veldora back to the scene. He's not thrilled about it. For those of you who've played Warcraft 3, you'll know where the ziggurat inspiration came from. Smiling face with sunglasses. On an unrelated note, my new keyboard finally arrived. It's so damn good to type on that I immediately began writing this chapter after testing it out. I'm glad I bought it because I can finally write without constantly hearing loud, clicky noises. Seriously, this MF is quiet. Anyway, that's all for today. Thank you, as usual. Author, out. Rimuru's POV. The day of the concert had finally arrived. Aside from finishing most of the remaining paperwork yesterday and conducting one last checkup of Tempest's various departments, I didn't do much yesterday. Vesta's team had gotten to work on my suggestions for the ziggurat, ideas like a way to render it invisible, improve its energy efficiency, and increase its maximum power capacity. Velzard had graciously filled in for me while I'd be away, though her parting words weighed on my mind. In an uncharacteristically serious tone, she told me that I should inform her immediately if anything significant were to happen. Her intensity had caught me off guard. I'd never heard her speak with such weight before, and though I assured her I would, her words lingered. Now, I was in Lublius, staying in a suite assigned to me by Luminous. The room was spacious and luxurious, reminiscent of the high-end hotel rooms I'd encountered in my previous life. However, this one had an undeniable fantastical charm woven into its design. Everything from the intricate carvings in the wood to the magical orbs softly lighting the room screamed extravagance. It was late into the evening. Cheyenne and Shuna were seated on the plush couch near the window, carefully reviewing the sheet music for their upcoming performance. Shuna's delicate hands flipped through the pages while Cheyenne nodded along, occasionally humming parts of the melody. Across the room, Diablo sat by the door, an immovable sentry whose piercing gaze seemed to scan for any potential disturbance. I sat at a desk on the far side of the room, absently twirling a pen between my fingers as my thoughts swirled. The preparation for tomorrow's concert had gone without issue so far, yet a sense of apprehension refused to leave me. Velzard's words echoed in my mind. What did she mean by significant? Our perceptions of the term were vastly different. Something that might alarm me could be trivial to her, or vice versa. Before I could delve further into my musings, a soft knock on the door pulled me back to reality. Diablo, ever vigilant, stood and opened it with precise efficiency. Standing on the other side was a maid, her black dress neat, her posture flawless. She seemed like any other servant at a glance, but the faint scent of blood and magicules revealed her true nature. She was a vampire. The maid bowed deeply, lifting the edges of her dress with practiced grace. "Good evening, Demon Lord Remuru," she greeted, her voice soft and refined. Diablo turned his head toward me, silently awaiting my response. I gave him a slight nod, signaling my approval, and he stepped aside to allow her entry. The maid entered the room with quiet elegance, every movement precise and deliberate. "What brings you here?" I asked, keeping my tone neutral. She stopped a respectful distance away and folded her hands before her. "My master, Luminous Valentine, wishes to speak with you," she said, her voice calm but with a subtle undertone of urgency. "Very well," I replied, nodding. I wasn't entirely sure what Luminous wanted to discuss, but it must be important if it was enough to send her personal maid. Besides, a distraction would do me good. I'd spent enough time brooding in this room. The maid turned her palm downward and began tracing an intricate pattern in the air. A soft blue light flared to life beneath her feet as a glowing magic circle materialized. The faint hum of magic filled the room, growing steadily louder as the spell took form. I turned to Shuna and Cheyenne. "You two stay here and keep practicing. Tomorrow's a big day," I told them, and both nodded in unison. "Very well, Rimuru-sama," Shuna replied, her voice serene. Satisfied, I turned to Diablo and gestured for him to accompany me. He bowed silently before stepping forward. The glow of the magic circle intensified as the spell reached completion, the air around us warping slightly. Within moments, we were transported to Luminous' inner sanctum. The space was just as I remembered from our discussion about the 7 celestial sages. Ahead of us stood the familiar arrangement of 2 ornate couches facing each other, separated by a glass table supported by intricately carved wooden legs. Seated on one of the couches was Luminous herself. Unlike her relaxed posture from our previous meeting, she now sat upright, exuding an air of refined elegance. Behind her stood Hinata and Lewis, both as composed as ever. "Now, if you'll excuse me," the maid said with a graceful bow before melting back into the shadows. I let out a quiet sigh and began walking toward the group, Diablo just a few steps behind me. Our footsteps echoed softly through the sanctum, the space bathed in dim light from the full moon streaming through the tall, arched window. Luminous turned toward me, her lips curving into a faint smile. There was an unmistakable mix of expectancy and relief in her heterochromatic eyes. "I'm glad you could join us tonight, Rimuru," she said, her tone light and playful, as though this were a casual gathering. "It was either that or stay in my room overthinking things," I replied with a shrug, adding a touch of humor. Luminous chuckled softly at my response, her posture relaxing ever so slightly. I took the seat across from her, sinking into the plush cushions while Diablo positioned himself behind me, standing at ease like the ever-watchful guardian he was. Crossing one leg over the other, I leaned back into the couch. "So, what's this about?" I asked, raising an eyebrow. Luminous' playful demeanor faltered. Her eyes flickered with something sharper, more serious, as she lifted her hand. Lewis stepped forward with practiced precision and placed a crystal ball in her palm. Without a word, Luminous moved the device closer to me, its surface gleaming faintly in the moonlight. "Your theory turned out to be true," she said, her tone losing all traces of levity. I tilted my head slightly, caught off guard. "Theory?" I echoed. Her eyes locked with mine, her voice low but unwavering. "About your altered message," she answered. The weight of her words sank in, and my breath hitched. My gaze fell to the crystal ball in her hand, and a wave of realization washed over me. This wasn't just any crystal ball. It was the one I sent long ago. Before I could speak, the recording began to play. The crystal ball shimmered faintly, its surface rippling until an image of me speaking materialized. I send this message in the hopes that you agree to talk things out. There are matters I'd like to clear up between you and me. No one else has to get involved. Of course, if you are still on the fence about speaking with me directly, I wouldn't mind facing you in a duel. One-on-one. However, I'd prefer if things were kept civil. The recording abruptly cut off, my voice silenced mid-sentence. For a moment, none of us moved. The room, so vast and serene just moments ago, now felt oppressively still. Luminous placed the crystal ball gently on the table, the faint clink of glass against wood breaking the silence. I leaned back into the couch, my gaze fixed on the ball, though my thoughts were elsewhere. My chest felt tight, a mixture of confusion and unease settling over me. The sages weren't able to cut out the entire recording. Luminous said, her tone unusually grave. Her eyes, normally playful, now held a seriousness I hadn't seen before. If your speculation about them reconsidering their plan after learning of the Frost Dragon's allegiance with Tempest is accurate, then this shows us exactly when they received the news. Her words carried weight, and I nodded slowly, processing the implications. How did you even get this? I asked, my voice low, still grappling with the realization. Hinata raised a hand, her sharp eyes meeting mine before flickering toward Luminous. The vampire queen gave a slight nod, granting her permission to speak. The recording was retrieved by Cardinal Nicolaus Spertus. Hinata began, her voice steady but laced with tension. He learned of their plot to pit you against me through word of mouth. Of course, I never received your message because it was in the sages' hands. They were actively tampering with the recording when the news of Velzard's allegiance spread like wildfire. She explained. As her explanation sank in, I exhaled heavily, resting my head in my hands. The threads of my message and intentions had been twisted, hidden, and nearly lost altogether. I see. I muttered, my voice subdued. Though I now understood the situation, its weight lingered. Silence settled heavily in the room again, the revelation pressing down on us like an invisible force. As my gaze swept across the group, their expressions mirrored the gravity of my thoughts. Hinata's sharp, unwavering eyes betrayed her inner turmoil while Lewis stood stiffly. Even Luminous, typically composed, had an uncharacteristic frown creasing her lips. We had theorized about the sage's intentions, but to have them confirmed was another matter entirely. The clarity of what might have been struck like a blade to the gut. If the sages had succeeded in altering the message and delivering it to Hinata, the resulting conflict would have been inevitable and catastrophic. If she had perished in that conflict, it would have triggered an all-out war between Tempest and Lublius. The consequences would have been devastating. While I had no doubt Tempest would emerge victorious, the cost would have been astronomical. Lives would be lost, and the reputation I had painstakingly built for our nation would be irrevocably tarnished. Even worse, Tempest would find itself isolated, surrounded on all sides by opposition. The fallout would turn us into a target for every power-hungry nation. Considering that the Eastern Empire was readying for war, that was an extra burden I didn't want to deal with. The room remained still, save for the faint flicker of moonlight filtering through the arched windows. Finally, breaking the oppressive silence, I spoke. Are the sages still around? My voice was calm, but the tension was unmistakable as I fixed my gaze on Luminous. She exhaled sharply, the sound laced with annoyance. Her expression darkened as though the mere thought of them was an unbearable irritation. Lewis and Hinata dealt with 3 of them. She began, her tone shifting from exasperation to cool disdain. I nodded, silently urging her to continue. But. She paused, her eyes narrowing. There are still 4 of them left. And the most troublesome one remains at large. She added. Her words piqued my curiosity and concern. I arched an eyebrow. The most troublesome one. I echoed, my tone cautious. Luminous lips curled into a thin line as she replied, her words sharp. Granbell Rosso. She blurted out. The name hit me like a slap, and my eyes widened instinctively. Rosso. The memory of Mariable Rosso and the scheme she attempted to pull came rushing back. Ever since dealing with her, that name had been high on my list of concerns. And now, there was another, one even more troublesome. As I leaned forward, my demeanor became more serious and attentive. So, you're saying that this Granbell Rosso is a member of the 7 celestial sages? I asked, my tone matching my intent focus. Luminous shook her head, her expression unreadable. Used to be. She corrected, her words carrying a note of bitterness. I'm not sure what he's up to now, but I have an inkling that it's nothing good. She said, and I nodded thoughtfully, letting her words sink in. A former member, huh? That means he had significant influence within the group at one point or probably still does. You seem to have some conflict with the Rossos. Mind explaining that? She asked, tilting her head slightly, her curiosity genuine. Meeting her gaze, I exhaled deeply before responding. One of them's caused me some trouble. I admitted, the weight of my past encounter with Mariable flickering in my mind. I suppose I can't hold off dealing with them any longer. My voice carried a hint of annoyance, reflecting how much I despised being drawn into their schemes. Luminous chuckled lightly, her eyes glinting with amusement. Granbell Rosso and I used to engage in battles. She began, a nostalgic edge creeping into her voice. Though there was never a clear winner. She added. That piece of information immediately piqued my interest. My gaze sharpened as I took a mental note. Evenly matched battles with Luminous. That places him above Hinata's level, at the very least. Considering his likely extended lifespan, he must be a complete saint. Eventually, we came to an understanding. Luminous continued, her tone softening. He was a deeply devout man. When I convinced him that my goal wasn't to subjugate humanity but to coexist with them, he chose to ally with me. She explained. An alliance with a Rosso. I murmured, unable to suppress my surprise. She nodded, confirming her words. It wasn't easy. But when he saw the merit in our coexistence, he offered his cooperation. He helped expand the reach of the Western Holy Church and, by extension, the faith in me as their god. She said. My mind churned with the implications. Granbell Rosso wasn't just a combatant. He had a hand in shaping the foundation of the church itself, using faith to stabilize a relationship between humanity and a demon lord. A strategic move, albeit an unorthodox one. With my approval, Granbell established the 7 Celestial Sages. The group was meant to oversee the church's daily operations and manage its political affairs. For centuries, it served its purpose flawlessly. Luminous continued. I leaned back slightly, absorbing the gravity of her words. The sages weren't just puppets of the faith. They were architects of its political influence, which explains their authority and reach. But it also means Granbell likely built safeguards into the organization that allowed him to manipulate it from the shadows. Luminous' gaze sharpened as if she could sense my thoughts. That alliance worked well for a time. She added. But something changed. His faith, his loyalty, it began to waver. I'm not sure when it started, perhaps after the death of his wife, Maria, but by the time I realized, it was too late. She said, her voice solemn. And now he's gone rogue? I asked. Precisely. And there's no doubt that he's the one behind the plot to pit Hinata against you. Her voice carried a mix of irritation and concern. Settling back on the couch, I began processing the information. If Granbell could manipulate the church into tampering with my message, he likely still held sway over its inner workings. His knowledge of its structure and Luminous gives him a dangerous edge. He certainly wasn't a threat to underestimate. However, something Luminous had let slip earlier stuck out like a sore thumb. Hang on. I began, narrowing my eyes. You said that Granbell Rosso used to be part of the 7 Celestial Sages. I continued. Luminous nodded, though her expression shifted slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Yeah. That's what I said, isn't it? She replied. Then why did you label him the most troublesome if he's no longer part of the group? I pressed, my tone sharpening. For a brief moment, she stared at me blankly as if genuinely caught off guard by the question. Then, a sly smirk spread across her lips, and her eyes gleamed with a mix of mischief and amusement. Well, you see, it's not difficult to connect the dots once I lay down this bit of information. Her voice took on a playful edge, like someone dangling a carrot just out of reach. I leaned forward slightly, trying to mask my growing exasperation with curiosity. The name of the celestial sage of the sun, and the one I'm referring to as the most troublesome. She trailed off deliberately, clearly savoring the suspense. Gran. She said finally, raising an index finger for emphasis. She leaned back with a self-satisfied grin. Pretty clear now, isn't it? She added. I blinked at her, utterly dumbfounded, not by the reveal itself but by its sheer absurdity. Gran is most likely a puppet of sorts controlled by Granbell from the shadows. Seal's calm voice cut through my disbelief, her logic as sharp as ever. Thought so. That means his influence isn't just present. It's direct. After a moment of processing, I sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of my nose. That's the dumbest way to cover your tracks. I muttered, thoroughly unimpressed. Luminous burst into faint laughter, clearly finding my reaction more entertaining than the situation warranted. He likely knows I'm aware he's still actively influencing the other members. She said between chuckles. There's no doubt he used the other sage's fear of Hinata to coax them into tampering with your message. As she finished, her tone turned more serious, but the faint amusement lingered in her eyes. So not only is Granbell arrogant enough to think no one would figure this out, but he's bold enough to flaunt it, knowing Luminous would connect the dots anyway. I shook my head, leaning back into the couch. If he's not even trying to hide his hand, this will be more annoying than I thought. I remarked, my tone tinged with frustration. Luminous gave a solemn nod, her earlier playfulness replaced by a sharp seriousness. MHM. That's why I called you here. I'm sure Granbell is plotting something, so be on the lookout by tomorrow. She urged, her voice firm. Yeah. No need to tell me twice. I replied, matching her serious tone. Silence hung in the air for a moment, both of us contemplating the implications of Granbell's potential schemes. But then, Luminous leaned back into her couch, a weary sigh escaping her lips. The exhaustion on her face was unmistakable, less from fear and more from sheer annoyance. That damn idiot. She groaned, her voice taking on an almost petulant tone. I just want to have my concert. She whined. Her sudden outburst caught me off guard, and I couldn't help but let out a faint chuckle. It was a stark contrast to the gravity of our earlier conversation, but somehow, it felt entirely on brand for her. Seriously? I said, grinning. Luminous slumped further into the couch, her arms crossed like a child forced to sit still. What? I've been waiting ever since the founding festival, okay. She muttered, her pout making her complaints all the more ridiculous. Amused by the sudden shift in the air, I decided to roll with it. Those scientists I sent are the real lucky ones. She quipped, clearly bitter. They don't have to deal with any schemes in Tempest. She added, and I let out a laugh. The worst they'll have to deal with is the fact that our laboratory is near Veldora's lair. I joked, but Luminous raised an open palm to me, cutting me off mid-laugh. Please. Do not remind me about that damn lizard. She said, her exasperation palpable. Hey, at least he's keeping things lively. I teased, only to see her shoot me a glare. The brief banter served as a momentary reprieve from the tension, allowing the gravity of Granbell's threat to fade into the background, if only for a moment. After a moment's pause, I turned toward Diablo, who had remained silent throughout the conversation. His ever-composed demeanor was somehow reassuring. Your priority tomorrow will be protecting the children and the musicians. I instructed, my tone firm and unwavering. Diablo bowed deeply, placing a hand over his chest. It shall be done, Rimuru-sama. He affirmed, his voice carrying an air of reverent loyalty. I nodded, satisfied with his response, but my attention was drawn back to Luminous. She was staring at Diablo, her gaze sharp yet laced with a flicker of surprise. Slowly, a knowing smirk tugged at her lips. You really are bizarre, Remuru. She teased, her tone laced with playful incredulity. Eh? What makes you say that? I asked, feigning ignorance, though I already had a good idea where this was going. She scoffed lightly, clearly unimpressed by my act. It's not often you see someone with a primordial demon as a subordinate. And a fully incarnated one, at that. She shot back. I sighed in mock defeat, offering a slight shrug. Fair enough. But the risk was more than worth it. Diablo here is by far my most powerful subordinate. I replied, unable to keep a tinge of pride from seeping into my voice. Luminous raised an eyebrow but ultimately offered a shrug of her own. Did you suffer any adverse effects from naming him? She asked, her curiosity piqued. I shook my head. Not really. I said. Nodding at my answer, she shifted her gaze to Diablo, a glint of something unreadable in her eyes. If I may ask, how's Violet been doing? She inquired. Her question caught me off guard, and I instinctively glanced at Diablo. For a fleeting moment, my mind raced with possibilities. Should I admit that Violet was now incarnated and became one of my subordinates? Would Diablo divulge that information? To my relief, Diablo's expression barely flickered. After a brief moment of surprise, a sly smirk crept across his face. Kufufu. It has been some time since I paid her a visit, but she has been relatively well behaved. He replied smoothly, his tone as composed as ever. A faint sigh of relief escaped me, subtle enough that only Diablo seemed to notice. Turning back to Luminous, I saw her nod in satisfaction at his answer. Good to know. She muttered, leaning back into her seat. Her brief reaction betrayed some history between her and Ultima. However, it was clear that prying into that dynamic, let alone admitting that Ultima was now under my command, would only complicate matters further. Well, I suppose we should head back. I'll inform the others to be on guard tomorrow. I said, straightening myself before rising to my feet. Luminous nodded in agreement, her expression softening. All right. I look forward to the concert. She replied, her voice brimming with genuine excitement. With a slight wave of my hand, I started for the exit, the conversation winding to its natural conclusion. However, as I turned, Luminous' eyes widened slightly, a flicker of curiosity breaking through her composed demeanor. Noticing her expression, I stopped in my tracks. Something wrong? I asked, raising an eyebrow in mild curiosity. Her gaze lingered on my wrist for a moment before a mischievous smirk curved her lips. I didn't take you as someone who was into jewelry. She teased, her tone light and playful as she gestured toward the gleaming bracelet I wore. I stared at her, caught off guard briefly before a smirk tugged at my lips. I'm not. I denied it, shaking my head slightly. But. I trailed off deliberately, letting the pause hang in the air as I considered my next words. My gaze flicked toward Hinata, who immediately stiffened under my scrutiny. Hinata can explain the rest. I finished, my tone laced with teasing amusement. The shift in attention startled her so much that she nearly stumbled. Hang on. What are you talking about? She stammered, her voice betraying both confusion and embarrassment, which only served to fuel my amusement further. I turned back toward the exit, raising a hand in farewell as Diablo fell into step behind me. It's better if you explain it. I added, not bothering to suppress the faint chuckle that escaped me. Luminous let out a light laugh, clearly entertained by the sudden shift in focus. You really are a sly bastard. She remarked, her tone a mix of amusement and exasperation. Satisfied with our discussion and the information I'd gathered, Diablo and I warped back to the room. Cheyenne and Shuna were fast asleep, which I found amusing, given that monsters don't typically need rest. Then again, I couldn't exactly be one to speak, considering how much I sleep myself. The next day arrived, and while it was still early, the early hours only made my nerves more pronounced. Hinata had taken the children on a tour of Lublius, leaving me in a dark alleyway tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. With the snap of my fingers, two figures emerged from the shadows before Diablo and me. Both of them kneeled in respect, their heads low. Nevera, Venom. Your orders are to keep watch of the premises and report any suspicious activity. I commanded, my tone sharp and unwavering. The two demons bowed deeply in unison, the weight of their duty apparent. As you wish, Rimuru-sama. Their voices blended as one, and they disappeared into the shadows within the blink of an eye. Once they were gone, I turned back to Diablo, who had been silently watching the exchange. Remember to protect the musicians and the children. I reminded him, my voice firm but still carrying a hint of reassurance. He gave a sharp nod, his demeanor always composed and calculated. 100 archdemons from our legion are already waiting in the shadows. He said, a slight edge of pride in his voice. I nodded in satisfaction. That should be more than enough to secure the area in case things took a turn for the worse. Granbell and the 3 other sages were accounted for, but there was always the unknown to factor in. Good. Continue to keep an eye out. I instructed, my gaze hardening. Yes, Rimuru-sama. Diablo affirmed with his usual stoic resolve. With a final bow, he disappeared into thin air, his presence fading like a phantom. A few more hours passed, and the feeling gnawing at me only grew stronger. The orchestra was finishing their last round of practice in preparation for the concert, but I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling in my gut. I stood inside the Lublius Cathedral with Hinata, who had just finished giving the children a tour of the city. You look awfully worried. Hinata remarked, her tone laced with genuine concern. Yeah. That premonition is only growing stronger. I muttered, pacing back and forth, the tension in my chest building with each passing second. Hinata's eyes narrowed slightly, her expression mirroring my unease. She didn't need to say anything more. She could feel it, too. A foreboding heaviness hung in the air as if the calm before the storm was about to shatter. We stood in silence until a sudden, sharp bang split the air. The sound reverberated throughout the cathedral, shaking the very walls. Both of us instinctively spun toward the entrance, hearts racing. Through the open doors, we saw Leonard running toward us, his usually composed face twisted in panic. His hurried footsteps echoed off the marble floors, and the urgency in his stride only fueled the growing sense of impending disaster. I stepped forward, meeting him halfway. He stopped, gasping for breath, his chest heaving as he tried to form words. What happened? Hinata asked, her voice sharp and full of concern. Leonard staggered slightly, struggling to catch his breath. His eyes were wide with urgency, the kind that only comes from witnessing something perilous. He swallowed hard, then, between gasps, managed to speak. There's an attack at the concert hall. Before he could finish, I raised my hand, silencing him with the motion. My mind was already racing, my body moving on instinct. In an instant, I warped us to the concert hall. The scene before us was pure chaos. Class S and the musicians scrambled to find cover on the stage. Panic was palpable in the air, and the once orderly space now looked like a battleground. The children huddled together in fear and confusion, eyes wide as they searched for reassurance. Cheyenne and Shuna stood like sentinels at the front, their eyes scanning for any threat that might approach the group. Diablo, along with Nevera and Venom, had positioned themselves on the far side of the hall, shadows shifting as they prepared for any possible assault. The presence of archdemons loomed in the corners, watching the situation unfold with quiet vigilance. I didn't waste any time. Instantly, I warped onto the stage beside the children, my presence cutting through their confusion. Their eyes locked onto me, faces full of worry. "Kids, stay here. Don't move," I said, my voice firm and urgent. The children nodded, though their expressions were still filled with uncertainty. I could see their hands shaking, their hearts racing in fear. But they were strong. They'd follow orders. Turning my attention back to the room, I saw Cheyenne and Shuna bracing themselves at the front of the stage, ready to protect the children at all costs. Diablo, Nevera, and Venom stood in perfect formation, each aware of the potential dangers they'd need to face. "Don't let a single one of the enemies through," I commanded, my voice low and deadly serious. "Yes." The group responded in unison, their resolve clear. I jumped off the stage, moving swiftly toward Hinata and Leonard, who was already standing at the entrance, ready for whatever was about to happen. Their eyes were sharp and alert. We could all feel it. The invaders were getting closer. The doors suddenly burst open with a force that sent shockwaves through the room. In the doorway stood a withered old man with violet eyes, his gaze cold and calculating. Behind him, 3 robed figures moved in sync, each cloaked in an aura of menace. At the back, a woman who bore a striking resemblance to Mariable, though much older, stepped forward, her eerie presence commanding attention. Behind them, a group of 30 people filed in, their eyes glowing with malicious intent. The room grew tense, the air thick with the promise of violence. Hinata, Leonard, and I exchanged a quick glance before stepping forward. "Maria, go look for Luminous," the man ordered, his voice hoarse and low. Without so much as a nod, the blonde woman, her movements eerie and unnatural, vanished into thin air. Her eyes were cold, almost glassy, devoid of any trace of life, and her every motion was stiff, mechanical, like some kind of puppet, strings pulled from an unseen hand. It was a disturbing sight. Her lack of agency felt more monstrous than any creature I'd encountered. The silence of her disappearance was chilling, like the calm before the storm. My attention quickly shifted to the old man, who walked forward with his hands clasped tightly behind his back. "The man before you is Granbell Rosso. So, he's dropped the grand disguise, huh?" Eyeing him carefully, I continued walking, my step steady as I reached the center of the hall. The distance between us seemed to shrink with each measured step, but it was as if the air itself thickened in preparation for what was to come. Our gazes locked, and the tension in the room escalated with the silent exchange. His hard and unyielding eyes bore into mine, and I could feel the weight of his unspoken intentions. Every step I took felt like a countdown to the inevitable. A storm was on the horizon, and it was only a matter of time before it broke. "I take it that you're Granbell Rosso?" I asked, my tone cutting through the heavy silence with the sharpness of a blade. Granbell's calm demeanor shattered like someone had thrown a stone into a still pond. His face twisted with rage, the veins in his neck bulging as his hands clenched into fists. He swept his arm outward, revealing a long sword he had concealed behind him. "You killed my granddaughter," he screamed, his voice raw with anguish and fury, his body trembling as he pointed the sword at me. The 3 robed figures behind him moved in perfect synchrony, rising into the air like specters, their hands extended outward. The air grew heavy with a golden glow that bathed the entire room, and intricate magic circles appeared, floating above and below me, swirling with intense energy. The symbols flickered, casting long shadows as the spells took form. Hinata and Leonard instinctively stepped back, their expressions hardening as they recognized the danger. "Rimuru san." They cried out in unison, but I remained unmoved, my gaze fixed on Granbell. I watched as chains of brilliant light began to snake their way downward from the magic circles above. The glow grew brighter, pulsating like a heartbeat, and the air seemed to hum with power. The chains tightened, connecting the earth and the heavens, the symbols etched into them glowing as the spell neared completion. A faint sigh escaped me as I watched the spell continue to unfold. "This is where you meet your end, Demon Lord," Granbell bellowed, his voice filled with unrestrained fury. "Trinity disintegration," the 3 sages exclaimed, their declaration finalizing the spell. The hum of energy grew deafening, and the magic circles above and below connected, sending a surge of holy light crashing toward me. Like a tidal wave, the flurry of spirit rons cascaded from the heavens, dispersing and scattering violently. It was as though the very essence of the universe itself was being torn apart. Everything within its path was destined to be annihilated, down to the soul. However, I remained there, unmoved. Disintegration was powerful, yes, but it paled in comparison to my defenses. As the flurry of golden light collided with me, I felt the subtle hum of Azathoth's multidimensional barrier rise to meet the assault. The barrier expanded outward, its power nearly limitless, absorbing the assault with ease. Spirit rons, though potent, had no effect since I'd already analyzed the phenomenon a while back. Uriel's absolute guard would have dealt with this, but Azathoth was superior. The waves of light crashed around me, bathing the room in a holy glow that seemed like it could scorch the air. But my defenses effortlessly absorbed the energy, nullifying the destruction with a calm indifference. Even after all of that, not a single strand of my being was touched. The effort behind the spell and the strength in their unified attack were all for naught. It was like watching a storm rage against an immovable mountain. All the energy and power amounted to nothing. When the smoke and light finally cleared, the enemies' faces contorted into sheer disbelief and horror. Their wide eyes, trembling hands, and slackened jaws told a story of utter helplessness. Behind me, I could hear Hinata and Leonard struggling to steady their breaths, their astonishment at my survival no less profound. Impossible. One of the sages stammered, his voice cracking as his hands quivered uncontrollably. You should have died. Another began, his tone teetering on the edge of hysteria. Enough. My voice sliced through the air, cold and unwavering, silencing them mid-sentence. A snap of my fingers was all it took. Suddenly, 3 strands of brilliant white chains, serpentine and unrelenting, manifested beneath the floating sages. Their radiant, crystalline sheen reflected the ambient light, an almost serene contrast to their deadly intent. Granbell's head snapped up, and his expression contorted into pure dread as the chains slithered upward, constricting the sages in an unbreakable bind. What is this treachery? Granbell roared, his voice tinged with desperation as his gaze darted between the ensnared sages and me. With a flick of my wrist, the chains wrenched downward, dragging the sages from their lofty positions. Their panicked cries echoed through the hall before being abruptly silenced as they crashed into the cold floor with a resounding thud. The impact reverberated through the chamber, the weight of their fall symbolic of their sudden powerlessness. The spell I'd cast, Verglaw Binding, was absolute. It froze not only their bodies but their very essence, sealing away any attempt to use skills, magic, or even telepathy. The frost-rime chains coiled tighter, their unyielding grip a testament to Velzard's frost magic. Beneath their terrified expressions lay a dawning realization. There was no escape. I turned my back on Granbell, directing my gaze to the sages who now lay prostrate before me, their terror palpable. You seem to enjoy disintegration so much, I said, my voice devoid of warmth. Allow me to repay your kindness. Tenfold. I continued. Wait. One of them pleaded, his voice cracking as desperation seeped into his tone. Please, have merc. Another tried to cry out, but their words were cut short. Magic circles, ones far grander than theirs, formed around them. Chains of golden light burst forth, connecting the intricate symbols and radiating an overwhelming aura of destructive power. The energy that filled the room was suffocating, its intensity causing even Granbell to falter. He took a cautious step back, cold sweat forming on his brow as his gaze flickered between me and the helpless sages. The oppressive force of my spell left no doubt in anyone's mind. This was no ordinary disintegration. While the sages' combined efforts had managed to produce a threefold version of the spell, my output was on an entirely different plane. This was the true power of disintegration, magnified tenfold. The sages' pleas became incoherent babbles of fear, but the growing hum of power drowned out their voices as the spell reached its peak. The magic circles began to glow brighter, pulsating with energy as the chains tightened, finalizing the ritual. A flash of blinding light erupted as the spell activated, bathing the entire hall in a radiant, golden brilliance. The sound was deafening, a cacophony of power that shook the very foundation of the chamber. The wave of spirit runs descended like a divine judgment, crashing down with such force that the air itself seemed to crackle and warp under its pressure. Granbell shielded his eyes, his body trembling as the light consumed the sages. Their screams were fleeting, snuffed out as the destructive energy obliterated their forms entirely, reducing them to nothingness. Not even their souls remained. It was true and utter annihilation. As the light faded, what remained was a wide, deep crater carved into the stone floor. The once pristine surface was charred black, radiating heat as faint wisps of smoke curled upward, lingering like remnants of a dying storm. Though disintegration normally left no trace on its surroundings, the sheer force of my output had seared the very foundation, an undeniable testament to the overwhelming power unleashed. They were persistent. I remarked, my tone as calm as ever. But ultimately, powerless. I added. I turned my attention back to Granbell, whose face was now pale, his expression a mix of fear and disbelief. The gap in our strength was undeniable, a chasm he could never hope to cross. He staggered back, his grip on his long sword tightening as he raised it shakily. Why, you're a monster. How could you kill innocent and devout men of God? He screamed, pointing his blade at me with trembling hands. The sheer audacity of his statement left me momentarily stunned. Innocent. I repeated incredulously, my tone tinged with disbelief. You mean the same innocent men who tried to kill me just now? I asked. His lips twitched, unable to form a retort. Before I could say more, Hinata and Leonard hurried to my side. Both had their weapons drawn, their gazes sharp as they assessed the remaining enemies. Rimuru-san, that was terrifying. Leonard admitted, his voice uneven as he glanced at the group of people standing silently behind Granbell. You get used to it. Hinata quipped, though her playful words failed to mask the seriousness in her tone. The three of us stood facing the large group. By this point, Granbell had regained some of his composure. Despite the earlier display of power, he appeared resolute, his eyes burning with determination. Rimuru-san, we'll handle the others. Hinata said firmly, her resolve evident in her voice. Heh. 2 versus 30. That doesn't sound fair. I joked lightly. Before they could argue, I snapped my fingers. Almost instantly, 8 figures emerged from the shadows a few steps ahead of us, kneeling in perfect unison. Let my men assist you, I said. The 8 archdemons rose fluidly, their weapons materializing in their hands as they exuded a menacing aura. Hinata and Leonard froze, their eyes wide as they processed the scene before them. After a moment of stunned silence, Hinata let out a nervous chuckle. Only your ridiculous nature could get me to work with archdemons. She teased, her usual confidence returning. Ahead of us, Granbell's expression twisted into unrestrained rage as he took in the sight of the demons. With a roar, he blitzed past my subordinates, his long sword gleaming with an eerie golden hue as he rushed toward me. Quickly, I vanished from my spot to avoid catching the others in the crossfire. Clang. Our blades collided with a deafening noise, the force of the impact sending shockwaves through the hall. Every window shattered, and shards of glass rained, sparkling in the dim light. Locked in a bind, I met his fiery gaze, his face contorted with fury. You're no ally to humanity. You talk about your desire to coexist, yet you killed my comrades. He bellowed, his voice trembling with rage. Ignoring his outburst, I tilted my blade to the side, breaking the bind and forcing him to stumble back slightly. His recovery was swift as he launched into a flurry of strikes, each swing heavier and more forceful than the last. I matched his relentless assault, deflecting each strike with minimal effort. Steel clashed against steel in a cacophony of sound as we moved in a blur, the room trembling from the sheer intensity of our battle. Monster. Enemy of humanity. A demon lord that brings only ruin. Granbell roared with every strike, his words fueled by hatred. I remained silent, my focus unwavering as I observed him closely. Though powerful, his swings were wide and inefficient. His footwork was inconsistent, and his balance was off-kilter. You're strong, I remarked evenly as I sidestepped another reckless strike. But, you're not what you used to be, are you, Granbell? I taunted. His eyes flared with renewed anger as he charged at me again. His movements, however, grew sloppier with every strike, his anger clearly getting in the way. You dare mock me? He spat, his voice cracking under the strain of his exertion. Mock you? I echoed, deflecting another heavy blow, countering with a calculated parry that forced him to overextend. No. I'm just pointing out the obvious, I said. His rage boiled over as he lunged at me with reckless abandon. Yet no matter how much force he poured into his attacks, I stayed on the defensive, calmly analyzing his every move. Your stance is uneven. Your footwork is sloppy. And your swings. I paused, sidestepping another wild arc, watching as he stumbled. They waste too much energy. I continued. Silence. Granbell roared, his strikes becoming more erratic, his precision crumbling under his frustration. It was painfully clear. The man before me was no longer in his prime. Though once refined, his technique was riddled with flaws born of time. Despite his immense power, his body no longer carried the sharpness of someone who had fought consistently at the highest level. With a final clash, I deflected his blade and pushed him back, forcing him to skid across the stone floor. His breaths came in heaving gasps, and his grip on his sword wavered. You dare to mock me? Granbell hissed, his voice a mixture of anger and desperation. Lowering my blade slightly, I fixed him with a calm, piercing gaze. There's no need to mock you, Granbell, I said, my voice steady. Granbell didn't respond. His breathing was labored, his shoulders heaving as he struggled to remain upright. The grip on his sword faltered for just a moment before he steadied it again. Our brief exchange had clearly worn him down, both physically and mentally. Boom. Just as the tension in the room began to wane, a thunderous explosion shook the hall. The sound reverberated through the air, causing the ground beneath us to tremble. Instinctively, I turned toward the source of the disturbance. Smoke and debris filled one side of the theater, the acrid smell of pulverized stone wafting through the air. Ever vigilant, Diablo had already erected a barrier to shield everyone on stage from the cascading rubble. Small chunks of stone bounced harmlessly against the shimmering dome of protection before falling to the ground. As the dust settled, a towering silhouette emerged from the chaos. Through the cloud of debris, I activated universal perception to get a clearer view. The figure was unmistakably an insector, its appearance bearing a faint resemblance to Zegan. A jet-black exoskeleton covered its massive frame, each plate polished to a dim sheen that reflected the flickering light of the hall. Its presence was overwhelming, a veritable beacon of power that dwarfed most of the individuals present. In terms of magicals, it rivaled both Diablo and Cheyenne combined. As it stepped forward, a low, rumbling hum emanated, each movement deliberate and weighty. The ground beneath its clawed feet cracked slightly with every step, a testament to its raw power. About damn time. Granbell muttered from behind me, his voice filled with quiet relief. I glanced back at him, an irritated scowl forming on my face. So, this was his trump card, huh? I hadn't expected him to have an ally this strong waiting in the wings. Still, I wasn't worried. The others could handle it if needed. I wouldn't celebrate just yet, I said, my tone laced with annoyance. Granbell chuckled darkly, his earlier weariness replaced with a renewed sense of confidence. Oh. That right there is Razzle, Guardian of the West. He replied, his voice almost reverent as he spoke the name. The insector, Razzle, raised its head, its multifaceted eyes glowing faintly as it scanned the room. Its presence alone seemed to shift the atmosphere, the weight of its aura pressing down on everyone. Even some of the archdemons shifted uneasily, though their loyalty to me kept them poised for battle. Granbell turned to face me fully, his composure now fully restored. He gripped his sword with renewed strength, and a dangerous gleam returned to his eyes. He's been my longtime ally and protector of humanity. For 1,000 years, Razzle has shielded mankind from demonic threats. Granbell continued, his voice rising with conviction. How utterly fitting that you, a demon lord, would bring a legion of demons to this fight. He said. I raised my blade once more, leveling it at Granbell. His stance had shifted, his footing steady, his earlier sloppiness nowhere to be seen. Even his aura had stabilized. It seems that Razzle's presence reignited the flame of his resolve. The two of us began to circle each other slowly, a silent tension crackling between us. If you truly desire coexistence with humanity, Granbell said, his grin widening into something almost feral, then there should be no reason for you to dispose of its defender. He taunted. I narrowed my eyes but said nothing. His words were meant to provoke me, to throw me off balance. Responding would only serve his narrative. Instead, I let the silence hang heavy, focusing on the task ahead. Razzle's low hum echoed through the hall, its power like a dark cloud looming over us. The battle was far from over. Well, it has officially begun. Some changes were made, of course. And since my memory of Granbell and Luminous past is somewhat shaky, I had to improvise a bit. Not everything in this story will stick to canon because it would be pretty boring if it did. I mean, that's the point of writing fanfiction, isn't it? Of course, there needs to be a balance. But that goes for everything. On a completely unrelated note, I went to the gym earlier and saw a dude benching who looked just like MatPat from Game Theory. I literally had to do a double take. For a second, I thought he started a new channel called Gym Theory or something like that. Moving on. The upcoming chapter should be packed with plenty of fights, and I'll do my best to show them with as much detail and intensity as possible. However, do expect some changes in the fights that will take place. Leon and Rimuru's fight won't be much of a play but rather an actual battle. Then, there's Razzle versus Cheyenne and the others, with Diablo off to face Rain. After that, there's Luminous versus Empowered Granbell. And finally, Cronoa versus Velzard. Anyway, that is all for this chapter. I look forward to writing the upcoming battles, especially the last one. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Third Perron POV. The sorceress dynasty of Sarian basked in the serenity of a picturesque morning. Empress Elmesia reclined within her private gazebo in the heart of its opulent gardens. Intricately carved pillars supported a domed roof adorned with elegant vines, and crystal-clear streams wound their way through the surrounding landscape. The gentle murmur of flowing water harmonized with the distant chirping of birds and the occasional rustle of leaves, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled tranquility. Elmesia seemed perfectly at ease, her delicate hands cradling a porcelain teacup as she indulged in the moment's peace. Yet, her serene demeanor hid a flicker of anticipation. She was awaiting an old friend who had sought her counsel on urgent matters. The sound of purposeful footsteps broke the quietude. Moments later, a figure stepped into view, his presence stark against the idyllic backdrop. Demon Lord Leon Cromwell, clad in his immaculate garments, carried an air of gravity that felt almost out of place in this haven of calm. Elmesia straightened from her relaxed posture, her teasing smile forming as she set her sights on Leon. Fufufu. How long has it been since we met, Leon-chan? She teased, the corners of her lips curling mischievously. Her tone was light and playful, a deliberate contrast to the somber aura he exuded. Leon's brows furrowed as he let out a quick, irritated scoff. Without a word, he crossed the gazebo and settled into the seat across from her, his expression unchanging. Well, that's just rude. She muttered, feigning a pout before raising her teacup for a delicate sip. You're the same as ever. Leon remarked, his voice laced with exasperation, though his gaze betrayed no amusement. Goodness. What's gotten into you? She pressed, her mock frustration accompanied by a theatrical sigh. Leon ran a hand down his face, pinching the bridge of his nose as if willing himself to tolerate her antics. After a moment, he leaned forward, his expression darkening. This is serious. Something is going down, and I came here to ask a few questions. He said, his tone firm. Elmesia's demeanor softened. With a sigh, she placed her teacup on the small table between them, her teasing manner replaced by a more somber air. You came here to ask about those otherworlder children, didn't you? She guessed, her voice now tinged with understanding. Leon's eyes widened, but before he could speak, she continued. They've been doing quite well. From what I could observe during the founding festival, they're just fine. She said, her calm tone offering reassurance. Leon remained silent, though his intense gaze urged her to elaborate. The children are well taken care of by Rimuru and his people, she added, her voice steady. At her words, Leon leaned forward, a flicker of urgency breaking through his otherwise composed expression. By any chance, is one of them named Chloe Aubert? He asked, his voice betraying a rare trace of desperation. Elmesia raised a hand, halting him mid-motion. Slowly and with visible reluctance, he leaned back into the cushioned seat. Yes. She confirmed. Before he could react, she narrowed her eyes slightly, a knowing look crossing her face. But you know, your problem is that you never rely on others for anything. She said, her tone carrying a gentle scolding. Leon didn't respond, his silence acknowledging the truth in Elmesia's words. If you're so curious about them, why didn't you attend the festival? She asked, her teasing edge softening as she tilted her head. I could have let you accompany me when I went, you know. She told him. Leon's eyes narrowed, his expression sharpening. The suggestion was so absurd it bordered on insulting. Remuru isn't exactly too fond of me. If I went with you, it'd sour your nation's relationship with his. He retorted, his tone flat. Elmesia sighed, knowing he was right. Her playful mask dropped entirely, her demeanor shifting into something more somber. Is it because of what you did to Shizu? She asked, her voice quieter. Leon nodded, the weight of the past surfacing in his gaze. It's a misunderstanding I've wanted to clear up with him. He admitted, his tone tinged with frustration. But since we've both been swamped, we haven't had the chance to. He said. Elmesia let out a laugh, an unexpectedly light sound that contrasted sharply with their tension. Leon blinked, his confusion evident. What part of his statement had amused her? He wondered. Moments later, she straightened, the humor fading from her expression as her lips pressed into a thin line. Now's your chance to make amends. She said firmly. If what you meant by something going down is the Rossos moving south, then Granbell must be scheming something big. She added. Leon's eyes widened, her words striking with the force of a hammer blow. The Rossos' abandonment of their post in the north was nothing short of catastrophic. Without their presence, the northern regions of the western nations were exposed and vulnerable to the unrelenting demonic assaults emanating from Guy Crimson's domain. That doesn't bode well for the west. Leon muttered, his voice low. Elmesia nodded gravely. No, it doesn't. That's why I'll gladly offer you a ride to where they might be. This isn't just your problem, Leon. If Granbell succeeds in whatever he's planning, it could throw the west into chaos. She told him. Leon sat back, his mind spinning as he weighed the gravity of the situation. The implications were clear. Granbell's actions weren't random. The strategic withdrawal of the Rossos from the north couldn't be dismissed as mere coincidence. Leon had already suspected this was a ploy to drag him into a confrontation with Demon Lord Rimuru, and the report he received only muddied the waters further. According to his informants, Rimuru had supposedly traveled to Lublius to sell the children. That rumor alone was absurd. It didn't fit with anything Leon knew about Rimuru's character. And yet, the doubt planted by the accusation had clouded his judgment, pushing him closer to the edge of action. Now, with the stakes laid bare before him, he realized the extent of the trap he might already be caught in. His choices had narrowed to two grim options. Walk into the snare Granbell had likely set or stand idly by as the northern territories crumbled under the weight of Guy's relentless attacks. Elmesia studied him silently, her usual levity replaced by a quiet resolve. You've never been one to run from a fight, Leon. She said gently. But this isn't just about fighting. It's about figuring out what you're willing to risk. She added. Leon's fingers drummed against the armrest of his chair as he stared past her, his mind churning. This wasn't just a battle but a test of his convictions. There's a solid chance this whole thing is a trap meant to pit me against Rimuru. Leon admitted, his voice steady but edged with unease. At his words, Elmesia's expression darkened, her eyes narrowing as if to pierce through him. Her mind flickered to a memory from the founding festival, a particular dinner that remained vivid in her thoughts. During that gathering, Hinata shared an astonishing revelation. Rimuru had sparred with the storm dragon, Veldora, and emerged victorious. This fact left even the most composed guests visibly shaken, and those who weren't already aware struggled to grasp the implications. "Don't even think about fighting that slime to the death," she said sharply, her tone brooking no argument. Leon's gaze met hers, his eyes narrowing as he raised an eyebrow. "All I'll say is this," she continued, leaning forward slightly. "Rimuru-san is far more powerful than you realize," she said. Her words gave him pause, but before he could respond, she added with deliberate weight. "He's already on par with the storm dragon," she informed him. Leon froze, his body stiffening as the full meaning of her statement sank in. His eyes widened in shock, betraying the gravity of his thoughts. He had seen Rimuru's power firsthand during Walpurgis when the slime obliterated Clayman without hesitation. It was impressive, to be sure, but Leon had assumed that power was simply the mark of a capable demon lord. This new revelation, however, turned his evaluation of Rimuru's threat into something far more profound. A heavy silence enveloped the gazebo, the tension thick and palpable. The soft chirping of birds and the rustling of the morning breeze were the only sounds that filled the void. Finally, Leon stood, his posture rigid and his gaze firm. The fleeting uncertainty in his expression had vanished, replaced by a resolute determination. "I'll be sure to keep your warning in mind," he said, his voice calm yet resolute. Elmesia nodded approvingly, though her gaze lingered on him with a hint of worry. "Try not to die. I wouldn't want to lose a friend," she said softly before continuing with a faint smirk. "Though I doubt Rimuru-san would kill you," she said. Her genuine concern caught Leon off guard. For a moment, he stared at her blankly, unsure of how to respond. Then, a faint smirk crept onto his lips. "I may not die," he said, his tone lighter now. "But I doubt I'll leave that skirmish unscathed," he added. A chuckle escaped him, the rare sound breaking through the tension like sunlight piercing storm clouds. Elmesia's own laugh followed, light and genuine. "If it helps him clear his anger toward you, you'll just have to take it," she teased, her playful tone returning. Leon let out a resigned sigh but refrained from arguing. Instead, he turned toward the exit, the weight of their conversation still pressing heavily on his mind. Each step felt deliberate, like he was steeling himself for the trials ahead. "You're not even going to thank me or say goodbye?" Elmesia called out, her tone tinged with playful reproach. Leon paused mid-step, his back still to her. He seemed to weigh her words carefully before turning around, his gaze meeting hers. His casual demeanor was gone, replaced with a seriousness that made the air grow heavy. "I'll give you this piece of information as thanks for today," he said, his voice low but clear. Elmesia's brow arched, her curiosity instantly piqued. "Oh. Something I don't know?" she teased, though there was an edge of intrigue in her voice. Leon nodded, his expression unwavering. "John has gone missing," he said. The words hit like a thunderclap. The light-heartedness that had lingered in the gazebo vanished, replaced by a tension so thick it seemed to choke the very air. Elmesia's body stiffened as her teasing expression crumbled into one of utter disbelief. "What?" she stammered, her voice trembling. Her eyes darted to Leon as if searching for confirmation that she had misheard. Leon's gaze softened slightly, though the gravity of his revelation remained. "It's true," he said, his tone almost detached, as though stating an undeniable fact. Elmesia's mind raced, 1,000 questions vying for her attention. The mere idea of John, the yellow primordial, vanishing was unthinkable. The implications were staggering. This revelation was like a final stone tipping the balance with everything already spiraling into chaos. "And no way," she muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Her hands clenched tightly on the armrests of her seat as she processed the weight of his words. Leon's lips curled into a faint, humorless chuckle. "It's a strange coincidence, don't you think?" he said, his words cutting through the silence. His sharp gaze locked with hers. "With everything happening right now, it's hard to believe this is just a coincidence." Elmesia's voice faltered as she replied, her tone subdued. "Hard to believe doesn't even begin to cover it." Her words trailed off into silence, her thoughts consumed by the enormity of the revelation. Having delivered the final blow to her composure, Leon turned away, his back to her. With a casual wave of his hand, he offered a silent farewell. Elmesia, however, could only watch his retreating figure. An uncharacteristic turmoil replaced her usual calm. Her thoughts spiraled, each one circling back to the same pressing question. What does John's disappearance mean for the fragile balance already teetering on collapse? She thought to herself. The sound of Leon's departing footsteps faded, leaving Elmesia alone in her gazebo, her mind drowning in the implications of what she had just learned. Deep within Lobelia most sacred chambers, the air was thick with tension, broken only by the sharp clicks of luminous heels against the marble floor. Her pacing was erratic. Her hands clenched into her fists so tight that her nails dug into her palms. The urge to unleash devastation clawed at her mind, fueled by frustration over the intruder's audacity and the disruption of her concert. "Those damn assholes," she hissed, venom dripping from her voice. The words were low but carried an intensity that sent chills through the room. Gunther and Lewis stood at the entrance, their presence as unyielding as stone sentinels, awaiting their master's orders. Even in their silence, their unease was palpable as they sensed the storm brewing within Luminous. Boom. Before she could speak further, a deafening explosion tore through the sanctum. The walls trembled violently, dust cascading from the high ceiling as the shockwave reverberated through the holy space. Luminous froze, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Gunther and Lewis sprang into action, sprinting toward the source of the disturbance. Luminous followed in their wake, her movements swift and calculated, though her simmering fury threatened to boil over. When they burst into the adjoining chamber, they were met with an unsettling sight. 3 figures stood before them, their presence heavy with menace. The first was a man adorned in a garish, chaotic ensemble. His eerie mask split with an asymmetrical sneer. Rabbit ears jutted from the top, and a large jewel at its center seemed to mock the very sanctity of the space. His robes, a chaotic blend of colors and patterns, were tied with a garnish ribbon that matched the fur-lined neckpiece and his pointed, clownish boots. Beside him loomed a hulking figure clad in a grotesque harlequin outfit. His mask, featureless save for a large nose and shifting expression, seemed to flicker between rage and joy as though reflecting the turmoil of battle. But it was the third figure who froze Luminous in place, her breath catching as realization struck like a lightning bolt. A woman stood at the center, her blonde hair cascading lifelessly over her shoulders. Her eyes, vacant and devoid of humanity, gleamed like glass. The sight twisted Luminous' expression into one of pure, unbridled fury. She recognized her immediately. The woman was Maria, Granbell's long-deceased wife. "You sick bastard!" Luminous roared, her voice reverberating with raw emotion. Her god-grade sword, Night Rose, materialized in her hand with a flick of her wrist. The blood-red blade pulsed with malevolent energy, its sapphire hilt gleaming like a beacon of wrath. Gunther and Lewis, standing steadfast at her sides, readied themselves for the inevitable clash. Their postures were firm, and their resolve sharpened like blades. The masked man in the chaotic garb, Laplace, grinned beneath his mask, his voice light but dripping with mockery. "Don't keep the old man waiting," he quipped, shifting into a combative stance. Lewis's patience snapped, his aura flaring with lethal intent. He was seconds from lunging at the insolent intruder when Laplace spoke again. "Lest you want all your little friends getting butchered," Laplace added, his tone sing-song, though the threat behind it was crystal clear. Luminous eyes bore into him with murderous intent. Without a word, she raised her sword, its gleaming edge pointed directly at Laplace. It was all the signal Lewis needed. In the blink of an eye, both figures vanished from their spots, only to reappear mid-air as their strikes collided with a thunderous boom. The resulting shockwave cracked the marble beneath them, and the sanctum shuddered under the force of their blows. Gunther stepped forward, his steely gaze locked on the towering footman. His hulking opponent let out a guttural laugh, stepping forward to meet the challenge head-on. This left Luminous standing alone, face-to-face with Maria, or rather, the hollow shell of the woman she once was. Her grip on Night Rose tightened, the blade trembling ever so slightly under the weight of her fury. The desecration of Maria's memory was more than an insult. It was a grotesque mockery, a crime so vile it clawed at Luminous' very being. The cacophony of battle erupted around her. Lewis and Laplace's strikes collided in blinding flashes of light and bursts of kinetic force, each impact sending shockwaves through the sanctum. Gunther clashed with Footman, their raw power splitting the air with thunderous roars. Amidst the chaos, Luminous stood rooted, her eyes fixed on Maria's lifeless yet moving form. Sounds of shattering stones jolted her back to the present. Maria had raised a hand, her fingers glowing faintly with energy, and unleashed a blast that obliterated part of the chamber's ornate wall. The tremor rippled through the sanctum, and Luminous gritted her teeth. The woman before her was no longer Maria. She was a puppet, a twisted mockery of the person she had once respected. Yet, even knowing this, Luminous found herself hesitating. "Damn you, Granbell," she growled under her breath, her voice low but seething with anger. Finally, she surged forward, her blade slashing through the air with lethal precision. Maria didn't flinch, her glossy eyes unblinking as she sidestepped the attack. With an almost mechanical grace, she pivoted, narrowly avoiding another swing before lunging forward. Luminous eyes widened as Maria's hand shot out, gripping the blade barehanded. The weapon hissed and sparked against her skin, but she didn't let go. Still as stubborn as ever. Luminous muttered, her voice tinged with sorrow. With a forceful twist, she yanked her sword free, sending Maria skidding back a few paces. The two squared off again, their gazes locked. Luminous hesitated. Though Maria was an empty husk, her movements carried faint echoes of the woman she had once been. Every step, every gesture, every faint flicker of light in her eyes, it was as if the memories of her former self lingered, mocking Luminous with their cruel familiarity. "I don't want to do this," Luminous admitted softly, her voice almost drowned out by the distant sounds of battle. "But I can't let you desecrate her any longer," she said. She charged again, her strikes faster and more deliberate. Maria moved like a spectre, evading and countering with unarmed precision. On more than one occasion, her hand started out to catch the blade, halting its momentum as if it were an extension of her body. Though Luminous was holding back, each block strike chipped away at her composure. Her frustration mounted with every clash, her fury mingling with a deep, unshakable sadness. As their battle raged, Maria raised her hand again, unleashing a burst of magic that narrowly missed its target but blasted apart another section of the sanctum. The sound of crumbling stone filled the air, and the once pristine chamber began to show signs of devastation. Luminous darted to the side, avoiding a second spell that carved a deep gouge into the marble floor. "Even now, you're as reckless as ever," she muttered bitterly, her voice trembling. Their battle raged on, each strike driving them further and further away from the holy Arkansas. Luminous blows came down like a hammer, shattering the ground beneath her. The intensity of their clash increased, and the surrounding area became a wasteland of destruction. Ultimately, all that would remain was a trail of carnage in their wake. As the sanctum trembled with sounds of clashing steel and explosive magic echoed through the space, an unsettling stillness reigned in the chamber housing the holy Arkansas. Yuki stepped cautiously into the room, his figure dwarfed by the towering artifact before him. The holy ark seemed almost alive, its surface adorned with intricate runes glowing faintly with shifting colors. Each rune pulsed in rhythm like a heartbeat, and the layers of sacred and magical seals gave off a ghostly light. The air itself felt thick and heavy, and it had an unearthly energy that made Yuki's every breath feel like a struggle. A faint, menacing fog curled around the base of the ark, tendrils of malice seeping into the air. It wasn't just a container. It was a prison. Yuki's steps echoed against the stone floor, reverberating unnaturally as though the chamber itself resented his intrusion. His instincts screamed at him to stop, to turn and run, but he forced his legs to move forward. His resolve hardened with every step. Standing before the ark, he gazed upon its ominous form. It was both beautiful and horrifying, a masterpiece of containment that made clear just how dangerous the entity inside was. "Why is she sealed?" he murmured to himself, his voice almost drowned out by the oppressive hum of the ark. The closer he got, the more familiar the presence felt. It tugged at his memory like a forgotten dream, stirring a faint unease in the back of his mind. But he pushed the thought aside. This was no time for hesitation. He raised a hand, his fingers hovering inches from the surface of the ark. The seals reacted instantly, sparking with violent energy as though trying to warn him away. The air around his fingertips grew icy, the cold biting deep into his skin even before contact. Yuki's anti-skill flared to life, an unseen force rippling outward as it began dismantling the layers of protection surrounding the ark. The seals resisted, their glow intensifying, but the relentless force of anti-skill unraveled them one by one, the runes flickering and fading into nothingness. The room grew colder as the final barrier dissipated, and the hum of the ark fell silent. With a deep breath, Yuki pushed the lid aside, the sound of stone grinding against stone echoing through the chamber. Within the ark lay the lifeless form of a woman. Her appearance was serene yet unnerving, her pale skin smooth and unblemished save for the faint trace of a second seal glowing faintly against her chest. A blue chain wound around her body, reinforcing the layers of magic that had once held her in place. Yuki's gaze lingered on her face, his chest tightening as a wave of familiarity washed over him. For a fleeting moment, it felt like she would open her eyes. He shook his head, dispelling the thought. He couldn't afford to waste time. Ignoring the faint warnings of the remaining seal, Yuki carefully lifted the woman's body. She was unnaturally cold to the touch, her weight seemingly lighter than it should have been. The oppressive air around the ark grew heavier as if protesting her removal, but Yuki pressed forward, his every step resolute. "Granbell, you'd better be right about this," he muttered under his breath, casting one last glance at the now empty ark before slipping out of the chamber. The chaos in the sanctum masked his departure, the violent clashes continuing to shake the halls. Yuki moved quickly with the lifeless woman cradled in his arms, his senses on high alert for any sign of Luminous or her subordinates returning. As he disappeared into the shadows, the faint glow of the second seal pulsed one last time, a silent warning left unheeded. Laplace staggered backward, his breathing labored as he narrowly avoided another blast of energy from Lewis. His mask, despite its fixed sneering expression, did little to hide his frustration. "Man, this is such a drag." Laplace groaned, rolling his shoulders as he put some distance between them. "I didn't think I'd be running into the stronger sibling today," he said. Lewis remained silent, his eyes locked onto Laplace with predatory focus. His composed demeanor only made the disparity between them more glaring. Laplace sighed, scratching the back of his head. "I mean, come on. Your brother went down easy enough. And now here you are, making me work my ass off just to stay alive. He whined. A flicker of annoyance crossed Lewis's features. With a quick flick of his wrist, another ray of energy shot toward Laplace, who narrowly twisted out of the way. The blast grazed his side and left scorch marks on the wall behind him. Son of a bitch! He cried out. Ignoring his pained screams, Lewis began moving toward his opponent. Perhaps I should enlighten you, clown, he said, his voice low but filled with menace. Roy and I were never meant to be equals. He continued. Laplace's eyebrow twitched beneath his mask, his curiosity piqued despite the dire situation. Oh. Care to explain, or are you just stalling to catch your breath? He mocked. Lewis took a measured step forward, his posture exuding confidence. Long ago, my brother and I were a single being. A vampire of unparalleled strength and unrelenting cruelty. We were troublesome, to put it mildly. He explained. Laplace tilted his head, intrigued despite the circumstances. So, what happened? Luminous get sick of your antics and decide to split you up like a bad marriage? He asked. A ghost of a smirk appeared on Lewis's lips. Precisely. Luminous-sama deemed our existence too volatile and too difficult to manage. So, she split us into two, Roy and myself, having our power and tempering our natures in the process. He said. Laplace chuckled nervously, his usual bravado faltering. That's one hell of a bedtime story, pal. But what's that got to do with me getting my ass kicked right now? He shot back. Lewis's gaze hardened, his aura swelling ominously. Roy's death has undone her work. His power has returned to me, restoring the strength we once possessed as one. He told him. The weight of the revelation hung in the air, and for a moment, Laplace could only stare. Then, he burst into laughter, the sound echoing off the walls. Well, shit. Guess that explains why you're so hard to deal with now. He muttered. His laughter faded as quickly as it came, replaced by a determined glint in his eye. In a flash, he surged forward, his fist slamming into Lewis's gut with unexpected speed. The impact sent Lewis skidding back several meters, the sound of his boots scraping against stone filling the silence. Lewis straightened, brushing off his garment as though nothing had happened. His expression remained calm, but the faint twitch of his eye betrayed his irritation. Impressive. For a jester. He said. Yeah. I'll take the compliment. Laplace gave a mock salute before darting toward the nearest exit. But I'm not sticking around to see what full power Lewis is capable of. Gotta know when to fold, he exclaimed. Lewis made no move to pursue him, watching as Laplace disappeared into the shadows. He exhaled slowly, the irritation fading from his expression. Run while you can. He muttered to himself, his gaze shifting toward the distant chaos. This is far from over. He said. As he watched Laplace's retreating figure, his mind wandered back to the other battles. The sounds of clashing were still shaking the sanctum. With a resigned sigh, he bolted off to look for Luminous. The clash of steel echoed through the ruined chambers as Luminous pressed her assault against Maria. Her strikes were relentless, and with each swing of Night Rose, she aimed to drive her opponent further back. Yet, an uneasy feeling gnawed at the back of her mind. Something about this fight was wrong. Maria's movements were erratic, lacking the grace and precision Luminous once knew. Despite being unarmed, she lunged at the weapon, her bare hands attempting to catch the blade in a reckless bid to block. Each failed attempt only deepened Luminous' growing unease. Gritting her teeth, Luminous pushed those thoughts aside and doubled her efforts. Her blade sang through the air, finally grazing Maria's forearm. The wound hissed and burned, Night Rose's divine power searing through Maria's flesh. But Maria didn't flinch. Her lifeless face remained frozen in its hollow expression, not even a flicker of pain crossing her features. The sight sent a chill down Luminous' spine. What in the hell? She muttered under her breath, stepping back instinctively as the two leaped apart to gain distance. The tension was palpable as Luminous steadied her stance, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. Maria stood motionless, blood dripping from her wound onto the cracked stone floor. Then, the sound of hurried footsteps broke through the oppressive silence. Luminous turned her head sharply, her gaze locking onto Gunther, who was sprinting toward her with an expression she rarely saw on him. It was fear. My lady. He called out, his voice taut with urgency. Gunther skidded to a halt, his breath labored as he struggled to deliver his message. The other two, they've fled. He told her. Luminous' eyes widened slightly, but she quickly composed herself. Fled. She repeated, the word carrying both disbelief and irritation. Gunther nodded, his next words carrying a weight that made her heart sink. And the Holy Ark, it's gone. He said. Time seemed to stop. A shiver coursed through her body as the implications of Gunther's statement settled in. Her fingers tightened around her sword, the blade trembling as her thoughts raced. How? She whispered, her voice barely audible. Before she could process the information further, Gunther's sharp yell snapped her back to reality. Luminous-sama. Look out. He cried out. Her eyes darted forward just in time to see a streak of energy surging toward her. Maria stood with one arm raised, her lifeless gaze locked on Luminous as she unleashed the attack. It was too late to dodge. The energy struck Luminous head-on, an electrifying pain surging through her body as it forced her back several steps. She gritted her teeth, the divine energy within her already beginning to heal the damage. Her clothes and wounds mended almost instantly, but the sting of the attack lingered. That's it. Luminous growled, her voice a low, seething rumble that reverberated through the chamber. In an instant, the air grew heavy and oppressive as her full aura erupted like a violent storm. It lashed out in every direction, an invisible force that sent Maria staggering back and caused Gunther to brace himself against the pressure. Luminous heterochromatic eyes burned with a deadly light, one deep blue and the other crimson, their intensity rivaling the raw power now radiating from her. The chamber itself seemed to recoil at her wrath. Fissures spread like spiderwebs across the marble floor, and the walls groaned under the weight of her unleashed fury. Dust and debris rained down as cracks snaked up toward the ceiling. Find them. Luminous commanded, her voice carrying the weight of unyielding authority. The foundation of the room quaked at her words, chunks of stone dislodging from the trembling structure. Gunther wasted no time. He turned on his heel and bolted toward the exit, his movements swift and desperate. Just as he reached the threshold, Lewis appeared, his expression darkening as he assessed the dire situation. No words were exchanged. The urgency in their shared glance was enough. Together, they sprinted out of the collapsing chamber, leaving Luminous and Maria alone. Maria's aura flared in response, a reflexive burst of power that rippled outward. Layer upon layer of magical energy coalesced around her, forming a multi-layer barrier to shield her against the wrath of the Queen of Nightmares. But she was too late. Luminous moved with a speed that defied comprehension, the ground beneath her splintering into a chaotic web of destruction. Each step she took cracked the marble further, sending shockwaves that caused entire sections of the ceiling to collapse. Pillars that had stood for centuries crumbled under the sheer force of her momentum, and the sanctum became an unrecognizable ruin. Night Rose gleamed with malevolent brilliance in a blur of motion as it tore through the air, aimed unerringly at Maria's heart. Maria attempted to evade, her movements mechanical and devoid of urgency, but Luminous was unstoppable. The sound of glass shattering echoed like a death knell as the divine blade pierced through Maria's intricate barrier. With an ear-splitting crack, the blade sank into her chest, driving directly into her heart. The force of the blow unleashed a massive shockwave, obliterating the remaining fragments of the sanctum. The walls buckled inward, and the ground quaked as debris rained from the ruptured ceiling. Maria staggered, her body dropping to its knees. Night Rose remained embedded in her chest, its blood-red surface shimmering with ethereal light. Her expressionless eyes stared forward, wide and unseeing, as though her lifeless form was still processing the mortal wound. Luminous stood over her, her breath steady despite the devastation she had wrought. Her blade remained poised, a grim reminder of her unrelenting fury. The silence was deafening, broken only by the distant echoes of falling debris. This mockery ends now. Luminous whispered coldly, pulling her blade free in a single fluid motion. As Maria's body crumpled to the ground, the last vestiges of her aura flickered out, leaving only the hollow remnants of the sanctum. The dust settled into the cracks of the floor, a silent testament to the destruction that had unfolded. Amidst the ruin, Luminous stood unyielding, her gaze unwavering as she took in the sight of the lifeless woman before her. With a flick of her wrist, Night Rose vanished from her hand, its blood-red sheen fading into the void of her power. She took a slow, measured step forward, her every movement calculated, the weight of the moment pressing down on her like an immovable force. Her fingers brushed lightly against Maria's face, and with a quiet breath, she closed the dead woman's eyes. The act was tender, almost solemn, but there was no softness in her heart. Beneath the surface, there was only cold, methodical resolve. I swear I'll make him pay for this. Luminous muttered, her voice low and icy, carrying a weight that echoed throughout the shattered chamber. The words were not a threat. They were a promise, a quiet but deadly declaration. She bent down, her motion smooth and deliberate, and carefully slid her arms beneath Maria's lifeless body. The weight was nothing to her. The task was simple. Her focus was fixed, her eyes cold with fury and purpose. Luminous straightened, the woman's body cradled gently in her arms. Her determination burned brighter than ever, a fire that no amount of destruction could extinguish. Granbell would pay, and the price would be steep. She began her slow, unhurried march toward the exit, her footsteps soft yet resolute. Each step seemed to deepen the silence, the only sound the faint echo of her boots against the cracked floor. The remnants of their battle lay in her wake. Fallen pillars, shattered marble, and debris that once stood as symbols of the sanctum's grandeur littered the ground. The sight pressed down on her, but it only hardened her resolve. The smoke that lingered in the air hummed faintly, adding to the haunting stillness. Luminous walked forward, her eyes locked ahead, the finality of her actions settling over her with each step. She was no longer just angry. She was a force, and Granbell's reckoning drew closer with every heartbeat. Back in the concert hall, the chaos that had erupted earlier was still in full swing, but with Razel's dramatic entrance, Granbell's forces felt the shift. The once controlled atmosphere now hummed with a renewed intensity as Razel's presence seemed to breathe new life into their ranks. The battlefield was charged, the tension so thick it seemed to physically weigh down on the air, making every movement slower and more deliberate. Diablo and Cheyenne wasted no time, launching themselves directly at Razel. Their gazes locked onto the imposing figure of the insector, the heat of battle evident in their expressions. Not far behind, Nevera and Venom joined the fray, their speed and precision adding to the mounting chaos as they surrounded Razel, preparing to strike with deadly accuracy. Meanwhile, Rimuru faced Granbell, his eyes sharp, every muscle in his body coiled for action. A brief silence fell over the room as the two stared each other down, their ferocity palpable. It was then that Seal's voice cut through his thoughts. "I'm detecting a strange rift in space situated far outside the city." "Great. More problems." Rimuru's mental tone was dry as he mulled over Seal's words. His gaze flickered to the group engaging the insector, his senses on high alert. Something was wrong. The usual confidence in Diablo's posture had faltered ever so slightly. He now appeared more uneasy than Rimuru had ever seen him. The demon's eyes flickered with an unease that immediately drew Rimuru's attention. "Diablo, what's the matter?" Rimuru's mental voice carried the weight of his concern, his attention fully on his subordinate now. "Insectors are the worst matchup for demons, Rimuru-sama," Diablo explained, his usual arrogance replaced with a rare admission of vulnerability. That information caused Rimuru to pause, surprised by the demon's shift in demeanor. His thoughts briefly raced, but he kept his focus on the situation at hand. "I'm afraid that even the 100 archdemons here wouldn't stand a chance against this one," Diablo continued, the gravity of his words sinking in. His mental voice was laced with genuine concern, rare for someone so powerful. Rimuru's mind raced as he processed Diablo's assessment, but his attention returned to the space beyond the concert hall. The rift Seal had detected was undoubtedly linked to something even more dangerous. "I see. By the way, I'm assuming you felt that rift?" Rimuru asked, the unease in his tone betraying his thoughts. "Yes." "Shall I investigate it?" Diablo inquired. Rimuru's decision came quickly, the weight of it pressing on him as he spoke. "Go. Have Cheyenne, Nevera, and Venom handle the insector. They're more than capable," he ordered. "As you wish, Rimuru-sama." Diablo's voice resonated with absolute conviction, his resolve solid once more. As the mental communication channel was severed, his expression hardened, the brief flicker of doubt vanishing as quickly as it appeared. His gaze swept to his companions, the weight of his next words carrying more than they typically would. The three turned to face him, their unwavering resolve already in place. But there was something different in the air now, something subtle but undeniable. "Rimuru-sama has asked me to deal with another presence." Diablo's voice was unyielding, cutting through the hum of Razel's approaching steps, the sound of impending conflict ringing in the air. "Cheyenne, Nevera, Venom. Don't underestimate this one," he urged them. The trio blinked, a faint but noticeable shift occurring within them. The words were laced with a rare sincerity that none of them had expected, least of all from Diablo. The two demon peers, Nevera and Venom, exchanged glances, uncertainty flickering in their eyes for a fleeting moment. Diablo, typically confident and domineering, was now speaking with a weight they couldn't ignore. Cheyenne, ever the rival secretary and not one to be quickly taken aback, arched an eyebrow, her lips curling into a playful, mocking smirk as she crossed her arms. She had witnessed the extremes of Diablo's personality, his confidence, his pride, his ruthlessness. But this was something different. It threw her off balance just enough to spark her mischievous nature. "Well, if you're this concerned, what are you waiting for?" she asked, her voice sharp and teasing. There was a trace of something more profound in her tone, perhaps the faintest trace of admiration, a recognition of his rarely displayed vulnerability. "Diablo, go. Follow Rimuru-sama's order," she commanded. For the briefest moment, Diablo's eyes widened in surprise, taken aback by the directness of her words. It was clear that she wasn't mocking him this time, not entirely. Her challenge was oddly sincere, as though she had crossed the line from mere rivalry to something resembling camaraderie. The shock was momentary. Diablo's lips curled into a smirk, the earlier flicker of concern already replaced with his typical self-assurance. "Kufufu. Very well. Good luck, you three." His voice carried the faintest trace of warmth beneath the usual icy undertone before he vanished without another word. As the echo of Diablo's departure faded, the atmosphere thickened with a palpable tension, and the air around them charged with the impending storm of battle. Nevera, Venom, and Cheyenne stood in stark contrast to the stillness left behind. The trio's focus sharpened as they turned to face Razzle, whose aura was flaring with an intensity that could scorch the very air. But the trio stood unwavering, ready for the confrontation to come. Nevera's hand swept in a precise motion, and in an instant, her battle axe materialized in her grip. The monochromic sheen of the blade gleamed in the dim light, its surface glistening with an aura of demonic power. With a swift motion, she gripped the handle, her dark eyes narrowing as she sized up Razzle. Venom, the ever-nonchalant punk, grinned with a lazy swagger as his weapon materialized beside him. With a heavy thud, a large spiked ball crashed to the ground, its massive size almost comically disproportionate to his laid-back demeanor. A thick chain connected it to his hand, and he gripped it tightly, the weapon already swinging in anticipation. His smirk widened as he looked toward Nevera, his voice dripping with a teasing challenge. "Ready to die?" he asked her. Nevera's lips curled into a dangerous, knowing smirk, her eyes locked onto Venom's with an intensity that matched his own. "Oh, please. After you, my idiot," she replied. A silence followed their exchange, which was disrupted. Cheyenne moved with the grace of a predator. Her odachi swung through the air with an elegant, almost effortless motion. The massive blade gleamed with deadly promise as she raised it in front of her, her gaze narrowing, her focus never wavering from Razzle. In the blink of an eye, the battle ignited. The tension that had built up was shattered as the four combatants exploded from their positions, their movements a blur. The concert hall became a blur of motion, each warrior a streak of power moving toward their target with deadly intent. Boom. A powerful shockwave ripped through the air as the four slammed into each other. The force of the impact sent the surrounding structure groaning under the pressure, crumbling walls and shattered glass cascading to the ground in a rain of destruction. The concert hall itself seemed to tremble beneath their feet, the foundations buckling under the weight of their might. The ceiling cracked, large chunks falling away as if the building struggled to contain the chaos. Nevera's battle axe clashed violently against Razzle's forearm blade, the sound of metal against metal ringing out through the chamber. Sparks flew, and the sheer strength of the insector's exoskeleton made the impact feel like a thunderstrike. Venom's spiked ball slammed against Razzle's leg, its weight sending tremors through the floor as the chain tightened with an almost sickening snap. At the same time, Cheyenne's massive odachi met Razzle's hand. The tension in the air was unbearable as the two sides struggled for dominance, each trying to outmaneuver the other. Cheyenne's gaze remained sharp, her focus unwavering as she felt the resistance of Razzle's formidable defenses. Realizing the stalemate was dangerous, she quickly pulled her fist back, signaling the others to retreat. In a synchronized move, Nevera and Venom obeyed without hesitation, their retreating steps calculated and swift. Without wasting a second, Cheyenne lunged forward with a savage punch aimed at Razzle's midsection. Her fist connected with a sickening thud, but despite the overwhelming power behind it, her punch didn't break through the insector's exoskeleton. Still, the force of the blow sent Razzle flying backward, his body skidding across the floor like a rag doll. The impact sent a wave of destruction rippling outward, more chunks of debris scattering in every direction. Cheyenne's eyes remained focused as she turned, scanning the area. The musicians were out of harm's way, and thanks to the Crusaders' efforts, the city's people had already evacuated, leaving the arena free of distractions. With the immediate threat to their safety gone, the trio wasted no time. "Outside," Cheyenne ordered, her voice steady and sharp. Nevera, Venom, and Cheyenne tore through the debris, their movements a blur as they crashed through the gaping hole in the wall. They exited the grand concert hall and were greeted by the open city streets. Sunlight poured down, bathing the trio in an eerie glow as they searched for their opponent. With no civilians to hold back their full power, the atmosphere shifted instantly. The air crackled with energy as Nevera and Venom underwent their transformations. In a burst of power, black horns sprouted from Nevera's head, her wings unfurling in a sweep that sent a gust of wind rippling across the broken streets. Venom's form twisted grotesquely, his massive, jagged horns curling upward as wings of shadow erupted from his back. Razzle, now fully in his battle stance, met their fury with an intensity that matched theirs. The air was thick with the anticipation of violence as the three unleashed their full might. Cheyenne's eyes flickered as she darted forward, her odachi gleaming with a deadly light, while Venom twirled his spiked ball, preparing for the next strike. Nevera raised her hands high, energy swirling around her fingertips. She gathered the raw power of the abyss, focusing the destructive force within her palm. Her aura flared to life, and she unleashed, nuclear cannon, a beam of pure devastation that tore through the air toward Razzle. The blast collided with his exoskeleton, exploding in a cataclysmic burst of power that shook the streets. However, to their shock, Razzle didn't even flinch. His exoskeleton absorbed the force, and the insector continued forward as if nothing had happened. Damn it! Nevera cursed, her eyes narrowing as she realized the magnitude of their challenge. Venom, always unpredictable, laughed darkly as he swung his spiked ball toward Razzle's midsection, aiming to knock him off balance. But Razzle twisted his body, his monstrous limbs snapping out to meet the attack. The impact was violent, and though Venom grinned with satisfaction, it was clear the damage was negligible. The battle escalated quickly, and the entire city around them became a battleground. Buildings were upended in the wake of their clashes, entire homes ripped from their foundations by the shockwaves of their attacks. Chunks of masonry and shattered glass rained down from the sky, crashing into the streets as explosions erupted on all sides. The ground cracked beneath their feet, crumbling as the very earth seemed to buckle under the weight of the battle. "We need to break through that damn exoskeleton," Cheyenne shouted, her voice sharp and urgent as she readied another strike. The two demons nodded, their focus unwavering as they prepared for another round. The realization was setting in. Razzle's defenses were nearly impenetrable, but they would have to find a way through, or this battle would end in their defeat. Nevera's grip tightened on her battle-axe, her scara turning pitch black as an ominous energy surged through her body. Flames of black fire erupted from her weapon, flickering with a sinister glow. She had activated her unique skill. Dark Immolation granted its user the ability to redistribute their attribute strengths on the fly, offering unmatched adaptability in battle. With this skill, Nevera could sacrifice certain capabilities, such as speed or magical defenses, in exchange for increased power in another area, such as raw strength. The trade-offs were temporary, but the transformation offered devastating potential in the right situation. Realizing the futility of magic against Razzle's impenetrable exoskeleton and his reliance on close-quarters combat, Nevera made a bold choice. She relinquished her magic-wielding ability and magical defenses entirely, channeling every ounce of her power into raw physical might. The shift was immediate and overwhelming, her muscles brimming with newfound strength as her battle-axe trembled under the intensity of her grip. With a burst of speed that startled even Cheyenne and Venom, Nevera vanished from her position and reappeared before Razzle instantly. Her movement blurred like a shadow darting through the light, bypassing her companions entirely. She raised her battle-axe high, its dark flames roaring, and brought it down with unrelenting force toward Razzle's midsection. Clang! The sharp edge of her axe struck the insector's exoskeleton with a sound that reverberated through the city streets like a thunderclap. Sparks flew from the point of impact, and for the first time in the battle, Razzle staggered. A faint but unmistakable gash marred his armor, the black flames of her weapon searing into the wound. Cheyenne and Venom froze in astonishment. Until now, Razzle had brushed off every attack as though swatting at insects, but Nevera had finally broken through his defenses. Even Razzle's confidence faltered. His multifaceted eyes locked onto her with a mixture of shock and growing anger. With a snarl, Razzle retaliated, his leg snapping out in a vicious kick that connected with Nevera's side. The sheer force of the blow sent her hurtling through the air, but she twisted her body mid-flight, landing on her feet in a crouch. Her breathing was heavy, but her resolve remained firm. She rose slowly, her battle-axe still ablaze, its deadly flames licking at the air. "I made him bleed," she muttered, a dangerous grin spreading across her face. "Totally forgot we had unique skills. Those things can be pretty handy, huh?" Venom remarked casually. Nevera smirked at his words, but Cheyenne's sharp gaze flicked to him. "You'd better not make us regret relying on you," Cheyenne warned, her grip tightening on her odachi. Venom laughed, entirely unfazed. "Relax, boss lady. I've got this," he assured her. He began spinning his spiked ball, its deadly momentum building as it blurred into a chaotic motion. The surrounding air warped under the growing velocity, pulling in debris and scattering loose fragments across the battlefield. Sparks of electricity crackled along the weapon's surface, humming with ominous intensity as its rotation peaked. Current Spike was as unpredictable as Venom himself. The skill allowed him to generate a high-powered electric field, which he could channel through his weapon for devastating effect. Unlike traditional, lightning magic, the skill relied on the natural properties of electricity, bypassing magical resistances entirely. Venom grinned, his sharp teeth gleaming. If Razzle's exoskeleton were even slightly metallic, the currents would course through him unimpeded. With a guttural yell, Venom unleashed his weapon. The electrified spiked ball shot forward like a lightning strike, a blur of motion aimed straight at Razzle. The insector, sensing the incoming threat, twisted his body to evade the strike. The ball missed its mark but grazed his side, and Venom's gamble paid off. A loud crack of electricity followed, and Razzle's body convulsed violently as the current surged through him. His exoskeleton, serving as a conductor, spread the shock to every corner of his frame. His multifaceted eyes flickered erratically, a sharp noise escaping his mandibles as he writhed in pain. "Oh, what's the matter?" Feeling a bit shocked, Venom taunted, his smirk widening as he yanked his weapon back for another swing. This time, the spiked ball struck Razzle more forcefully, dragging the creature along its trajectory. Sparks flew as Razzle's body scraped against the street, pulled helplessly by Venom's weapon. "How's that, ya asshole?" Venom sneered, his confidence growing as Razzle's spasms intensified. But the assault wasn't finished. As Venom prepared for another strike, a shadow loomed overhead. Cheyenne had leaped high into the air, her odachi raised, glinting in the sunlight as she descended with lethal intent. Razzle, sensing the imminent danger, let out a guttural hiss. His spindly arm snapped upward, ignoring the electric current still running through him. He tore himself free from the spiked ball's grip with sheer force of will, spinning his body to avoid Cheyenne's blade. However, his evasion was a millisecond too late, and Cheyenne's odachi grazed his leg, leaving a shallow cut that hissed faintly with electricity as it passed. The impact of her landing shook the battlefield. The ground beneath Cheyenne cratered dust and shattered stone, erupting in every direction. Razzle stumbled back but steadied himself, his exoskeleton smoking faintly from the combined assault. Damn it. Cheyenne growled, her voice low but filled with fiery determination. She stepped forward, her blade at the ready. We're not done yet. She continued. The trio regrouped, their stances unified and unwavering as they faced Razzle again. The gashes they had carved into his exoskeleton glinted faintly, still present despite his overwhelming defenses. It was a small opening, but they couldn't afford to waste it. A decisive blow through one of those cracks could end this battle. Razzle stepped forward, his aura burning brighter with every step. The air around him crackled with oppressive energy as his glowing, multifaceted eyes locked onto Nevra and Venom. His hatred was palpable, radiating like heat from his body. You demons are the scum of this earth. He spat, his voice low and venomous. The two demon peers responded in perfect harmony, their laughter echoing with a dark, mocking undertone. Their reaction only deepened Razzle's fury, and the ground beneath his clawed feet fractured under the weight of his indignation. Hate to break it to ya, but you and I. We're not so different. Venom's words were laced with mockery, his grin challenging Razzle to retaliate. Razzle's gaze hardened, his expression unamused and unwavering. Nevra stepped forward, her sly smirk a mirror to Venom's cocky demeanor. You're not the only one who's been killing demons. She taunted, her tone light yet deliberate, daring him to rise to her bait. The earth groaned under Razzle's rage, every step forward sending cracks spiderwebbing outward. The sheer force of his presence pressed against the trio, yet they stood firm, unyielding in their defiance. How dare you compare my role as the guardian of humanity to your pitiful demonic squabbles? Razzle hissed, his voice sharp with disdain. Venom's grin twisted into something sharper, his usual nonchalance edged with seriousness. Squabbles. Buddy, if only you were there. He said. Nevra's smirk faded into something more dangerous as she stepped closer. And you think the endless power struggles in hell are mere squabbles? Her voice dripped with disdain, the disgust evident in her glare. You wouldn't last a day. She spat. The tension between them reached its breaking point. Razzle's aura flared violently, his claws flexing as he readied himself to strike. The trio responded in kind, their resolve etched into every movement. Nevra's grip on her battle-axe tightened, Venom's spiked ball spun faster, arcs of electricity sparking to life, and Cheyenne raised her odachi, its gleaming blade steady and unwavering. The silence was thick, the air vibrating with the promise of chaos. Neither side spoke another word. Things were just getting started, and both sides knew the next clash would decide the outcome. Would you look at that? Chapter 50. Hey-ya. That's a milestone right there. This chapter is certainly very action-packed, with plenty of different fights happening simultaneously. I realize that for this split-up narrative to work, I have no choice but to write in the third person since I'm constantly shifting between different locations. Regardless, it's fun to need to remember where you are currently and have to stitch particular scenes when you return to it. Writing about the various character interactions was incredibly entertaining. I had a lot of fun writing Laplace's and Venom's dialogue. It was a bit overwhelming having to write so many fight scenes, and there's a lot more, but I'm enjoying the process, so there's no problem. Also, yes. Nevra and Venom are officially dating. I mean, they spent over a decade together in the underworld. Not only that, but one's an emo, and the other's a punk. They couldn't be a more fitting match. Anyway, that is all, folks. I'll see you in the next chapter for the Cronoa reveal, or not. I may write about Testarossa dealing with the West, uneasy face. Thank you, as always. Author, out. Third-person POV. The council room in Ingracia was a maelstrom of chaos. Panic coursed through the chamber as news of the Rosso family and Razzle's abrupt disappearance collided with reports of the Northern Demon's unrelenting advance. Tensions ran high as the destruction spreading from the ice continent reached new levels of devastation. Desperate cries filled the room. We need reinforcements. Now. One counselor shouted, his voice cutting through the cacophony. How exactly do you propose we send aid when Tempest controls our military? Another noble snarled, forcing his way through the throng of arguing officials. The weight of the revelation caused a ripple of despair and frustration across the room. Damn it. This alliance has backfired. One remarked loudly. Where is Tempest's representative? Another questioned. Their voices rose in a crescendo, and the disarray threatened to spiral out of control. That was until the double doors at the far end of the chamber burst open with a commanding crash. The room fell into a stunned silence as Testarossa entered. Her every step was deliberate, her every movement a symphony of grace and regal authority. Clad in her signature white dress, her poise contrasted starkly against the bedlam she'd interrupted. Flanking her were her ever-dutiful subordinates, CN and Moss, who walked in perfect unison, their expressions cold and unreadable. Though her aura was subdued, it carried a weight that pressed down on the room like a silent decree. The mere presence of her crimson gaze sweeping across the counselors sent a shiver down the spine of even the most stoic among them. The chairman, sensing her unspoken demand, rose from his seat and banged his gavel twice. "Order. Return to your seats immediately," he commanded. Reluctantly, the counselors obeyed, though the tension lingered as they shuffled back to their places. The room, now subdued, watched intently as Testarossa approached the long table at the center. With a subtle nod, she took her place, CN and Moss standing like sentinels behind her. She straightened herself, clasping her hands before her with an air of composed authority. "I bring a message from my master, Rimuru Tempest," she began, her voice silken yet laced with undeniable command. "He has entrusted me with the defense of the Western nations against the ongoing invasion." She informed them. Her announcement rippled through the room, and counselors exchanged uneasy glances. While none could deny the strength of the demoness who stood before them, her very nature as a monster sowed hesitation. A voice from the end of the table broke the silence. "And we're supposed to trust you with the lives of our people?" "A demon?" he asked. Testarossa's crimson eyes shifted toward the speaker, her gaze sharp enough to freeze his blood. Her lips curved into a faint smile that didn't reach her eyes. "Trust is irrelevant," she replied evenly. "Results are what matter. And I assure you, gentlemen, failure is not an option," she said. Her words hung heavy in the air, silencing further protest as the counselors sat back, unwilling to challenge the unyielding authority she projected. The room was no longer in chaos, but a storm was brewing beneath the surface, waiting to see if the demoness could truly deliver on her promise. Moss and CN stepped forward with synchronized precision, their composed and authoritative presence silencing any lingering murmurs of dissent. "Reinforcements have already been dispatched," CN announced, his voice smooth and unwavering. The counselors exchanged skeptical glances, their doubt evident. Before anyone could voice their objections, Moss calmly pulled out a crystal ball, the swirling light within immediately capturing the room's attention. The light shifted and solidified into an image of one of the besieged towns. What they saw left the counselors dumbstruck. The scene displayed an overwhelming counteroffensive. Demons who had been razing the area were being systematically annihilated. In some instances, they were driven back with ruthless efficiency. In others, they were outright slaughtered. It was not a battle. It was a massacre. Moss smoothly returned the crystal ball to his suit pocket, folding his hands behind him in his usual impeccable stance. "What you witnessed was but a glimpse of the 200 subordinates I personally deployed to repel the demonic invasion," he stated, his voice calm but firm. "In addition, I've mobilized my own forces to ensure that all fronts are reinforced and adequately defended." CN added with a measured nod. His gaze swept over the room, daring anyone to challenge the efficacy of their efforts. The room fell into an uneasy silence, disbelief etched on every face. Despite the evidence, the counselors were stunned by the sheer improbability of their claim. Finally, after a moment of hesitation, a man rose from his seat. His hands trembled as he gripped the edge of the table for support. Johann Rostja, a prominent and outspoken counselor and one of the 5 elders, tried to steady his voice as he faced Testarossa, whose crimson gaze locked onto him. Her narrowed eyes gleamed like twin razors, silently daring him to question the credibility of her subordinates. Her quiet scrutiny seemed to magnify his trepidation, but Johann pressed forward. This is absurd," he stammered, his voice quivering. "You're saying 200 soldiers, no, demons, are holding back an invasion force of thousands. That's preposterous. Even 1,000 of our best knights wouldn't be enough to accomplish such a feat," he claimed. His words hung in the air like a challenge, and the tension in the room climbed with every passing second. No one dared to speak, their eyes darting between Johann and Testarossa. Then, softly, a sound broke the silence, a giggle. Testarossa's delicate laughter was almost musical, yet it carried an ominous weight that sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. The room felt colder, the very air thick with an unspoken menace as her voice drifted through the tense atmosphere. "Oh, Johann," she said, her tone saccharine yet dripping with condescension. "You poor, deluded man," she mocked. Her eyes gleamed with cruel amusement as she leaned forward slightly, her presence pressing down on the room. "Each of the subordinates you're so quick to dismiss possesses the power to raze your precious nation to the ground. Should I ask them to demonstrate?" she challenged. Gasps rippled through the room, and the counselors exchanged wide-eyed looks of alarm. Johann's face turned red with outrage, his trembling hands balling into fists. "Impossible," he roared, his voice rising in defiance. That's nothing more than an empty threat. No single demon could wield such power. Before he could finish, Testarossa raised a finger, silencing him with a look that felt like a blade to the throat. Her smile never wavered, yet the room seemed to hold its collective breath. You're free to test their strength if you'd like, she said sweetly, though her words were a clear warning. But I assure you, Johann, your skepticism will be your downfall, she told him. Her gaze swept across the room, ensuring every counselor felt the weight of her words. The silence that followed was deafening, a testament to her absolute authority. Johann's expression twisted into a grotesque mix of terror and fury. His trembling hand shot up, pointing at Testarossa as if she were a venomous serpent poised to strike. Why you've just proven that you monsters can't be trusted, he bellowed, though his voice cracked under the weight of his fear. Testarossa's lips curled into a faint, condescending smile as she feigned a yawn, utterly unimpressed by his outburst. Her crimson eyes glimmered with amusement as though his accusations were little more than a child's tantrum. The tense atmosphere was interrupted by the sound of approaching footsteps. Every head in the room turned toward the entrance, where an entourage of knights entered with sharp precision, their polished armor gleaming under the chamber's lights. They moved into formation behind Johann, their postures rigid, their presence acting as an unspoken declaration of allegiance. How intriguing, Testarossa murmured, her tone dripping with mockery as her gaze flicked to Johann. The newfound reinforcement seemed to breathe life back into Johann's faltering confidence. Straightening himself, he cast a smug glance around the room before issuing a mental signal to his allies. It was a subtle act, one that most failed to notice except Testarossa. Her expression didn't change, but her eyes narrowed slightly, her amusement deepening as she intercepted the signal's intent. She didn't yet know the destination of his message, but its purpose was clear. Isn't that a bit hypocritical of you, Johann? She mused, her voice carrying a lilt of amusement. Johann's bravado faltered, though he quickly tried to mask it with a confident smirk. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead, betraying his unease. Heh. I'm not sure what you mean. He was abruptly cut off as a violent tremor shook the entire chamber. The polished walls groaned under strain, and the counselors cried out in alarm. Glass shattered somewhere, and the floor beneath them quivered as if protesting the sudden upheaval. While the counselors erupted in chaos, Johann staggered but made a visible effort to fake his horror, his movements too deliberate, his expression too controlled. Testarossa, her posture unshaken, tilted her head slightly, a predator savoring her prey's futile performance. She'd already deduced the connection between Johann's signal and the destruction of Ingracia's defensive barriers. As the tremor subsided, panic consumed the room once more, the counselors shouting over one another in their desperation. The air grew heavier with every second, charged with an unspoken sense of foreboding. Then, the doors opened again, this time revealing a second group. The apostles of Vert strode in with confidence, their leader, Dryad, leading the charge. His imposing figure, clad in emerald-toned garments, exuded an aura of authority. His gaze locked onto Johann, who visibly relaxed as relief washed over him. Your contract was well received, Dryad announced curtly, his voice resonant and composed. Beside him, Ein, a robed figure with ethereal grace, stepped forward. She clasped her hands together in a prayer-like gesture, her lips moving in a low chant. The oppressive energy in the chamber spiked, thick and suffocating as her incantation reached its crescendo. Testarossa watched with cool detachment, her crimson eyes gleaming with intrigue. The ritual concluded in a sudden burst of green light, a radiant explosion of energy that momentarily blinded the room. As the light faded, a tall, regal figure stood before Ein, emanating an aura of unrestrained power. The green primordial herself, Misery, had arrived. The room descended into stunned silence, the counselors too stricken with fear and disbelief to react. Misery's piercing emerald eyes scanned the chamber, her gaze sharp as a blade. Testarossa's serene smile twisted into something far more dangerous. Her usual poise remained intact, but her expression radiated malice, a predator who had just been offered a worthy challenger. Well, Testarossa said, her voice honeyed yet laced with venom. I wasn't expecting you, she remarked. The counselors recoiled in fear, the sight of the green-haired demon sending them scrambling back as panic swept through the chamber. Cries of terror filled the room, drowning out the clamor of the shaken nobles. Among the chaos, Johann's triumphant laughter rang out, mingling with their cries. His finger shot out, pointing sharply at Testarossa. You ignorant fool, he sneered, his voice dripping with scorn. Testarossa, however, remained unfazed. Without so much as a glance toward Johann, she gracefully vanished from her seat, reappearing directly before Misery. Her presence was calm, her movements deliberate, and she exuded the unshakable confidence of someone who held all the cards. Pale and frantic, the chairman pushed through the huddled nobles. Testarossa-sama. His voice was almost a wail as he addressed her. You must retreat and inform Demon Lord Rimuru of this, he pleaded. His desperate plea hung in the air, unanswered. Testarossa didn't even acknowledge him. Instead, her crimson gaze remained locked on Misery, who stood unmoving, her expression frozen in a mix of disbelief and apprehension. The apostles of Vert, having knelt in reverence moments earlier, slowly began exchanging uneasy glances. The deity they served, the green primordial herself, wasn't acting as expected. She hadn't so much as moved a muscle since Testarossa appeared before her. The tension thickened as the room fell deathly silent. Misery's emerald eyes remained fixed on Testarossa, her once imposing demeanor wavering. Finally, breaking the oppressive quiet, Misery spoke, her voice betraying a rare uncertainty. How? She hesitated, her tone cautious. How has Blanc received a body? She asked no one in particular. No one dared to speak. All eyes darted between the two primordials, their confusion mirroring the disbelief in Misery's voice. Testarossa's lips curled into a chilling smile, a soft, ominous laugh escaping her as the room seemed to grow colder. Blanc. She repeated, her tone mockingly sweet. How rude of you, Misery. Use my real name. Testarossa. She demanded. The sharp declaration echoed through the chamber, carrying a weight that seemed to pull the air from the room. Misery's composure faltered for a fleeting moment, her confident mask slipping. Her hesitation sent shockwaves through her apostles and Johann alike, their eyes widening as the realization set in. Misery clenched her jaw, the flicker of fear in her gaze quickly replaced with defiance. You've always been arrogant. She muttered, though her voice lacked its usual venom. Testarossa stepped forward, her movements slow and deliberate, the predator closing in on its prey. And you've always been weaker. She said flatly, her words cutting like a blade. Misery scoffed, but the sound was hollow. She knew Testarossa wasn't bluffing. While she had been incarnated far longer, the hierarchy among the primordials was absolute, and Testarossa's strength had always eclipsed her own. A tense silence settled once more, the weight of unspoken truths hanging heavy. Misery finally exhaled, her emerald eyes narrowing. No matter. She said, her tone shifting to resignation. My mission here is complete. The barrier surrounding Ingracia is destroyed. She added. Without another word, Misery raised her hand, intending to teleport away. But the room remained still. Misery's eyes darted to her hand, her composure fracturing as her features contorted in confusion. Her attempts to teleport faltered, her magicule scattering uselessly in the air. Her gaze snapped upward, and for the first time, unease crept into her expression. Testarossa was gone. The room felt suffocating as Misery's eyes darted wildly, searching for her adversary. Going somewhere? A chilling whisper brushed past her ear. The words came like frost-laden breath, chilling the air and prickling the skin of everyone in the room. Misery froze, her emerald eyes wide with alarm. She didn't need to turn around to confirm what her instincts had already screamed. Testarossa was directly behind her. Let's make one thing very clear. Testarossa continued, her voice devoid of warmth, resonating like ice cracking under pressure. Before Misery could react, a serpentine coil of energy wrapped around her throat, jerking her body rigid. Gasps of horror erupted from the counselors as Testarossa's signature weapon, the Whip of Flame, materialized with a flash of light. Its crimson tendrils shimmered menacingly as they tightened around Misery's neck. The green primordial gritted her teeth, struggling against the constriction, but her movements faltered as a new sensation coursed through her. The whip began to glow with an eerie white flame that radiated an unbearable chill, courtesy of Testarossa's freezing white flame. Misery's magicule surged in a desperate attempt to resist, but the freezing energy coursing through her body sapped her strength and dulled her movements. Do you understand now, Misery? Testarossa's voice was like a shard of ice slicing through the room, silencing even the apostles of Vert, who watched in utter fear. The air grew heavy, and an invisible pressure settled over the chamber as Testarossa activated her unique skill, Life Beyond. Misery's vision blurred, and her mind was assaulted by vivid, harrowing images. A world of torment unfolded before her, one where she was utterly powerless. She was forced to relive horrors crafted by the skill's relentless design, humiliating defeats, endless anguish, and the annihilation of her very being. The counselors watched, confused but terrified, as Misery's knees buckled slightly. Her breath hitched, her eyes glazed, and her movements became sluggish, as though she were battling an unseen foe. Testarossa's crimson eyes narrowed, her smile cold and razor-sharp. A word of advice. She said, her voice low but carrying across the room like the grinding of glaciers. Never again meddle with me or my master. She told her. Misery's hands clawed desperately at the whip around her throat, the frost biting into her skin and magicule slipping away with every passing second. Her resolve began to crack as the relentless assault on her mind continued, her energy draining faster than she could replenish it. The more she gave into the horrid visions, the quicker her power got sapped away. Through sheer willpower, Misery sent a thought communication directly to Testarossa. I yield. Now let me go. She conveyed, her mental voice faint and ragged. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Testarosa's expression. With a graceful flick of her wrist, the whip unraveled from Misery's neck and dissipated into a fine mist. The freezing aura surrounding the weapon lingered momentarily, but then it, too, faded. Misery stumbled, catching herself before falling to her knees. Her breaths came in shallow, uneven gasps as she placed a hand over her throat, her green eyes darting to Testarossa with a mix of apprehension and disbelief. "Good," Testarossa said, her tone smooth but no less frigid. "Remember this moment well, Misery. You were spared because I am merciful, this time," she added. The room remained suffocatingly silent, a void filled only by the faint, uneven breaths of those present. The counselors were frozen, their faces pale as they processed what had just transpired. Even the apostles of Vert, usually unshakable in their devotion, kept their heads lowered. Their expressions ranged from disbelief to dread, the sight of their deity humbled, rendering them speechless. Misery, her confidence shattered, raised her hand, a faint green light emanating as she prepared to teleport. This time, the spell worked, whisking her away in a blur of emerald light. As the glow faded, the tension in the room snapped, replaced by an oppressive stillness. The apostles of Vert looked at one another, their terror palpable as they realized the severity of the situation. Johann, however, was the first to react, his face twisting into an expression of fury mixed with desperation. "How dare you?" Johann roared, his voice trembling. Gerard, the group's leader, gritted his teeth and drew his blade. His eyes burned with rage and fear as he charged at Testarossa, fully aware of the futility of his actions. "Die, you demon!" he bellowed, raising his weapon high. Testarossa remained seated, entirely unfazed, her crimson eyes glimmering with cold amusement. Before Gerard could close the distance, Moss moved with inhuman speed. In the blink of an eye, he was before Gerard, delivering a precise, crushing blow to the man's stomach. The sound of the impact reverberated through the chamber, followed by Gerard's pained gasp as he was sent hurtling backward. He skidded to a stop several meters away, clutching his abdomen, his weapon clattering to the ground beside him. Gasps of shock echoed from the counselors, their eyes darting between Moss and Testarossa. The white primordial merely smiled, her expression serene yet unnervingly menacing. The knights stationed earlier began to move, their coordinated steps echoing ominously in the chamber. All but two advanced toward the apostles of Vert, their movements unnervingly synchronized. Without a word, they grabbed the members by their arms, dragging them out of the room. Gerard, still doubled over in pain, looked up with bloodshot eyes, his mind flashing back to Misery's parting words. "Blanc, the white primordial," he whispered, his voice barely audible but laden with horror. His face drained of what little color it had left as the truth dawned on him. This wasn't just a powerful demon. This was the white primordial, now known as Testarossa, and they had dared to challenge her. Meanwhile, the remaining knights turned their attention to Johann. With swift, practiced movements, they seized him by the arms and began dragging him toward the exit. "You filthy demon!" Johann spat, his voice cracking as he struggled against their iron grip. "You've ruined everything. You've exposed yourself as the monster you are," he screamed. Testarossa chuckled softly, the sound icy and unnerving. Her laughter grew louder, echoing throughout the room, sending a fresh wave of unease through everyone present. "Oh, Johann," she said, her tone mockingly sweet. "You've been such a delightful little rat, scurrying about with your schemes. But it's time to pay the price for your foolishness," she continued. Her eyes glimmered with malicious glee as she began reciting his offenses, each word delivered with razor-sharp precision. Treason. Terrorism. War crimes. She listed off, her smile widening. "And worst of all, you dared to raise your hand against my master, Lord Remuru. Truly, a spectacular list," she added. Johann's screams of hatred and denial grew more frantic as the knights hauled him away, his voice fading with distance. Testarossa leaned back in her chair, her smile never faltering, as she turned her gaze to the remaining counselors. "Well," she said, her tone as light as a breeze. "Shall we continue?" she asked. The silence that followed was suffocating, a stark contrast to the chaos that had unfolded moments ago. The counselors remained frozen, too terrified to speak. Their gazes fixated on Testarossa, who sat poised and unbothered, a picture of elegance underlined by overwhelming menace. What had occurred today would be etched permanently into their memories. Testarossa's actions had not merely subdued the invaders. They had sent an unmistakable message. Her precision, authority, and unassailable confidence shattered any illusions of equality among the council. Even the most influential leaders of their respective nations couldn't hope to match her composure or the raw, unbridled power she wielded. The implications were staggering. If Tempest's representative, just a subordinate, could command such absolute control and instill such terror, then what did that say about the demon lord she served? The thought gripped the counselors with an iron fist. Their minds raced, replaying everything they had witnessed, from the effortless dismantling of the Apostles of Vert's invasion to Misery's crushing defeat at Testarosa's hands. Each moment solidified the chilling realization. Tempest was no ordinary nation. A single one of their demons, acting alone, could obliterate a nation. And these were but the subordinates, a mere fraction of what Tempest had at its disposal. What unimaginable strength did their ruler, Demon Lord Rimuru, command if these demons acted under his banner? The realization bore down on them like a lead weight. Tempest was not just a powerful ally or rival. It was an untouchable, unfathomable force. And today, Testarossa had ensured they would never forget it. The concert hall was a maelstrom of chaos and destruction. Out in the open city streets, Nevera, Venom, and Cheyenne clashed relentlessly with Razzle, their movements blurring as each attack sent shockwaves through the crumbling buildings. Amidst the cacophony, Remuru faced Granbell, the two locked in an intense duel that shattered what little remained of the hall's splendor. Granbell moved with newfound vigor, the arrival of the insector seemingly revitalizing his exhausted body. His strikes were faster, stronger, and more calculated than before, forcing Remuru to match his aggression. Steel met steel in a symphony of violence, each collision sparking with lethal intent and reducing the once elegant venue to rubble. In the periphery, more battles raged on. Hinata, Leonard, and Rimuru's 8 archdemons faced the 30 cursed otherworlders Granbell had brought. Each of those fighters, bound by the same curse that enslaved Glenda Atlee, moved against their will, driven by their master's command. Blood and magicules painted the air as the warriors fought with desperation, even as their minds remained shackled. Rimuru sidestepped a vicious overhead swing, the blade narrowly missing him and splitting the floor beneath. His eyes were sharp, his voice colder than ice. You claim to protect humanity, yet you enslave your own and discard demi-humans as if they're worthless. Some protector you are, he said, his tone dripping with disdain. Granbell chuckled darkly, his lips curling into a smug sneer as he spun around to strike again. And what would a monster like you know about humanity? He shot back, his blade arcing toward Rimuru's arm with unrelenting force. In a flash, Rimuru flicked his wrist, deflecting the strike with effortless precision. The sound of their blades reverberated like thunder, but Rimuru's face betrayed no emotion. His movements were measured, unhurried, and undeniably superior. Granbell's smirk faltered for a moment as the realization set in. Rimuru wasn't fighting him at full strength. Every strike, every parry, every step backward was deliberate, as if Rimuru was waiting, observing. You're holding back, Granbell said, a flicker of unease crossing his features before it was replaced with mockery. What's the matter? Too soft to kill? Or is that your so-called mercy showing? He asked, channeling his strength into another devastating blow. But Remuru didn't flinch. His gaze bore into Granbell's with a weight that made the older man hesitate, even as he prepared to swing. You misunderstand, Remuru replied, his voice low and deadly. This isn't mercy. It's patience. He added. Granbell hesitated, his grip tightening on his blade as Rimuru's words reverberated in his mind. The air between them thickened, the suffocating weight of Rimuru's suppressed power pressing down on everyone in the hall. Their battle resumed with renewed intensity. Granbell's strikes came faster and harder, each blow shattering what remained of the concert hall's structure. Sparks flew as steel met steel, the sound of their clashes echoing like thunder. Yet, no matter how ferocious his assault became, Rimuru met him with calm precision, deflecting every attack with an almost lazy efficiency. Granbell's frustration mounted as Rimuru continued to hold back. He pushed harder, his movements fueled by desperation, but the demon lord before him remained unfazed. In the midst of the clash, Rimuru's thoughts drifted. He knew he could end this fight in an instant, but something held him back. This isn't my battle to finish. Luminous deserves the closure, he thought, sidestepping yet another swing with ease. His respect for his fellow demon lord, Luminous Valentine, stayed in his hand. Granbell's fate was hers to decide. Between exchanges, Granbell's sharp eyes caught the faint glint of a bracelet around Rimuru's wrist. Its intricate design was unmistakable, and it was a bracelet often worn in pairs by royalty, a symbol of deep affection. He smirked as a sinister idea formed in his mind. So, you've got someone you care about, Granbell said mockingly, his voice laced with malice. I wonder if they'd mourn you after this, he taunted. Rimuru's gaze darkened, but his voice remained cold. That's none of your business, he replied, and Granbell's smirk widened. If I can't win this fight, I'll at least break him, he thought. Suddenly, Granbell leaped backward, placing a vast distance between them. He then raised his blade high, channeling the overwhelming energy of disintegration into it. A golden glow enveloped the weapon, bathing the chamber in radiant, blinding light. The intensity of the aura made the onlookers flinch, the sheer pressure of the technique suffocating. Melt slash, Granbell roared, his voice echoing with determination and malice as he rushed at his opponent. The golden blade arced toward Rimuru, a torrent of destructive energy aimed to annihilate anything in its path. Rimuru didn't flinch, his expression unchanged. He had seen this technique before during his rematch with Hinata. Yet as Granbell charged forward, Rimuru's calm shifted to quick realization as he noticed the trajectory of the attack. In a split second, Granbell altered the course of his blade, not aiming for Rimuru's body but for the bracelet around his wrist. Clang! A deafening noise resounded through the hall as the strike collided with its target. Following the hit, a brilliant explosion of golden light consumed the battlefield. The shockwave sent loose debris scattering and forced the onlookers to shield their eyes. When the light faded and the dust settled, Granbell froze. His blade rested against the bracelet, but his plan had gone awry. The intricate bracelet remained intact, shimmering with a faint blue glow. Yet, on its chain was a single, faint scratch, small but unmistakable. The fleeting triumph that had flickered within Granbell's heart extinguished as quickly as it had appeared. His hand slackened, his blade trembling slightly in his grip. Slowly, his gaze rose to meet Rimuru's. Rimuru stood unmoving, his posture deceptively calm, as if untouched by the chaos surrounding them. Yet, the sheer force of his presence bore down like an unstoppable tide. His eyes, cold, piercing, and unyielding, were an abyss that swallowed Granbell's fleeting confidence whole. Granbell staggered back, his breathing uneven. The realization hit him like a hammer blow. He made a grave mistake. Before he could retreat any further, the air around him grew heavy. In that instant, Rimuru unleashed dark lightning, a spell of unparalleled potency. Normally capable of reducing anything it touches to ash in an instant, Rimuru had carefully condensed the spell's raw power into a focused, precise strike aimed directly at Granbell's wrist. Boom. A deafening explosion ripped through the chamber, shaking the very foundation of the hall. Granbell flinched, spinning around to face the source. Behind him, a massive section of the wall had been obliterated, reduced to nothing but rubble. Entire pillars had collapsed, their fragments scattered across the floor, and sunlight poured in through the smoking void that had once been a barrier to the outside world. The sheer force of the devastating strike left the room trembling, its echoes reverberating in the stunned silence. For a fleeting moment, Granbell's mind refused to process what had happened, until it did. A searing pain erupted from his arm, igniting every nerve in his body. His knees buckled as he fell to the ground, clutching at his wrist. Garga. A scream of pure agony tore from his throat. Instinct took over as his hand reflexively groped for the source of the pain. But when he looked down, his eyes widened in sheer horror. Where his hand had once been, there was now only a smoldering stump, the flesh cauterized and glowing with an unnatural heat. His breathing grew ragged, panic setting in as he turned his head frantically, searching for his weapon. His gaze finally landed on it, his severed hand still clinging desperately to the hilt of his blade, lying a few meters away amidst the debris. Granbell froze, his body trembling uncontrollably as the weight of the consequences sank in. The realization of what had occurred, not just to his body but to his pride, his plan, and his resolve, brought him crashing down further than the pain ever could. Above him, Rimuru stood unmoving, the faintest flicker of energy dissipating around his extended hand. He had not moved an inch, yet his presence alone had delivered an unseen blow so precise and devastating that it left no room for retaliation. You should have thought twice. Rimuru's voice cut through the silence, calm yet carrying the weight of inevitability. You've only yourself to blame, he said. The impact of Rimuru's words was far more devastating than any blow could have been. Every shred of defiance and every ounce of resolve Granbell had crumbled under the weight of the judgment in Rimuru's eyes. His body trembled, unable to reconcile the overwhelming presence bearing down on him. But before Rimuru could administer the divine punishment he had in mind, a faint sound of footsteps reached his ears. Rimuru's gaze flicked toward the entrance, his eyes widening in surprise. Through the wreckage and chaos of the concert hall, a familiar figure emerged, flanked by a small entourage of knights. It was Demon Lord Leon Cromwell. His group halted just inside the massive doorway as Leon took in the destruction around him, his sharp gaze scanning the aftermath with an unreadable expression. Granbell, struggling to push himself up, turned in disbelief to witness the new arrival. He, too, was taken aback by Leon's presence. However, a noise from the side where the wall had once stood caught Granbell's attention. His eyes widened as he saw the group of 30 other worlders he had brought with him, now incapacitated and sprawled across the floor. Hinata, Leonard, and Rimuru's archdemon stood over them, the warriors unconscious but still alive. As per Rimuru's orders, the archdemons had deliberately restrained themselves, ensuring no fatalities. Rimuru's expression remained cold as he activated thought communication. Hinata, keep an eye on Granbell. With his hand gone, he'll be easier to deal with. He instructed, his voice as impassive as ever. Understood. Hinata replied, her tone unwavering. With a final glance toward Granbell, Hinata moved to position herself strategically, ready for any sudden movements. Rimuru, however, was left alone to face the new threat that had arrived. The atmosphere in the room thickened as both Rimuru and Leon stepped forward, their gazes locking in a tense standoff. Rimuru's eyes, cold and unfeeling, stared down the demon lord while Leon's knights instinctively tightened their grips on their weapons, preparing for what might come next. Seeing the tension mounting, Granbell, still struggling through the pain of his severed arm, let out a weak chuckle. His eyes narrowed as he pushed himself upright, the act clearly taxing him, but a glint of defiance remained. He turned to Leon with a strained smile. Well, if it isn't Leon Cromwell himself. Granbell greeted, his voice strained yet mocking. Leon's brow furrowed as he responded, his tone neutral. We've never met. He replied, but Granbell's grin widened. I know a lot about you, actually. You were the one who taught me about otherworlders. He said, his voice dripping with malice. Specifically, a girl named Shizu. He added. Rimuru's posture stiffened at the mention of Shizu. His eyes locked onto Leon, and for a brief moment, the air seemed to crackle with the weight of his anger. Leon, caught off guard, tried to explain himself. I have my reasons for summoning otherworlders to our dash, Leon began, but Granbell cut him off with a harsh laugh. You summon children. Granbell spat, his words venomous. You dragged them into this world for your own purposes, forced them into a life they had no stake in. He continued. Rimuru's eyes narrowed dangerously. He knew precisely what Granbell was trying to do. He was attempting to provoke him into confronting Leon, to make the situation erupt into violence. But the provocation was unnecessary. Rimuru had already made up his mind. Granbell's attempt to provoke him only solidified his decision. He didn't need any more excuses to confront Leon. He had intended to do so long before this interruption, and now, the time had come. With a grip so tight that it threatened to crush the handle of his blade, Rimuru exploded forward. His body was a blur of motion, vanishing from sight in the blink of an eye. The very air around him seemed to distort from the sheer force of his speed, and the remnants of the concert hall trembled under his onslaught. The ground beneath his feet shattered into a spiderweb of fissures that spread outward, crumbling the already ruined hall further. Sensing the impending danger, Leon reacted instinctively. His rapier, flame pillar, was raised in a desperate attempt to block the incoming strike. Still recovering from their shock, the knights could do nothing but watch as Rimuru's monstrous speed sent a pulse of energy through the air. Clang! Rimuru's blade collided with Leon's rapier, and the resulting clash was deafening. A shockwave erupted from the point of impact, the sheer force of it blowing Leon's guards off their feet. They crashed violently into the crumbling walls of the concert hall with a sickening thud, their bodies left in a twisted heap of rubble. Despite his steady stance and immense strength, Leon's attempt to withstand the blow was futile. Rimuru's strike wasn't just powerful. It was unstoppable. The force sent the demon lord flying through the air, his body hurtling backward like a rag doll. He was sent soaring over 100 meters, crashing through the side of a nearby house, reducing the structure to dust and rubble in a single violent impact. Rimuru straightened his posture as the echoes of destruction reverberated through the ruined hall. His eyes scanned the wreckage for signs of life. After confirming that Leon's knights had been thrown but survived, Rimuru muttered under his breath, his tone cold and calculated. He raised a hand, and the air around him rippled as he invoked, Vergla binding. In an instant, white chains materialized from the ether, coiling around the knights' unconscious bodies. The chains tightened with a chilling finality, ensuring that none of them would be able to move should they regain consciousness. The room, once a place of grandeur, was now an utter ruin. Coughing and labored breaths broke the eerie silence that followed the devastation. From the pile of shattered stone and splintered wood, Leon staggered to his feet, a grimace etched on his face as he wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His usually impeccable composure was momentarily replaced by a sharp realization that sent a chill down his spine. My timing couldn't have been worse. I've walked into the wrath of an enraged Rimuru. He thought to himself, his blue eyes narrowing as he forced himself upright, his posture regaining its regal steadiness. A golden aura began to envelop Leon's form, the glow radiating outward as he channeled his ultimate skill, Lord of Purity, Metatron. The spirit rons he controlled wove through his body with unmatched precision, swiftly knitting his torn tissues and fractured bones back together. While Metatron granted him incredible destructive and restorative capabilities, Leon rarely unleashed its full power. It wasn't just a weapon. It was a force capable of catastrophic collateral damage. But now, as his gaze locked onto Rimuru's figure, steadily approaching with an aura so cold it seemed to freeze the very air around them, Leon knew caution was no longer an option. Rimuru wasn't just angry. He was seething, radiating a suppressed fury that demanded an answer. After a quick survey of the surroundings confirmed the absence of civilians, Leon steeled himself, gripping his rapier with renewed determination. He stepped out of the rubble, each footfall steady and deliberate, and met Rimuru's icy gaze. The tension between them was palpable, the air thick with unspoken challenges. I know what this is. Leon began, his words cutting through the tense stillness. His stance shifted subtly, his body prepared for the inevitable clash. You need to let it out, to vent your rage, he said. Rimuru didn't bother dignifying him with a response. He continued his slow, measured advance, his aura intensifying with each step. Leon exhaled deeply, gripping his rapier tighter as golden flames flickered to life along its edge. His own power surged in response to Rimuru's unrelenting pressure, a quiet resolve building within him. Very well, he continued, his voice firm. I'll respond in kind, he declared. In an instant, the battlefield transformed into a radiant spectacle. Hundreds of golden magic circles materialized in the air, surrounding Rimuru from every conceivable angle. They shimmered with blinding brilliance, their intricate designs pulsating with raw power. Rimuru's eyes narrowed slightly as he took in the dazzling display, the corners of his lips quirking upward. Impressive. And here I thought my tenfold disintegration was overkill, he mused. Leon's mastery of spirit runs was unparalleled, and he wielded it now with terrifying precision. With a flourish of his rapier, he commanded the air itself, initiating the attack that would etch itself into memory. The circles blazed brighter, their combined light eclipsing the sun. From a distance, it seemed as though the heavens had birthed a second star, its radiance casting long, dancing shadows across the ruined city blocks. Then, the attack began. Hundreds of golden beams erupted simultaneously, each one slicing through the air with devastating force. The sheer magnitude of power sent shockwaves rippling outward, and the ground beneath Rimuru's feet quaked violently. A hurricane of spirit runs tore through the atmosphere, converging on Rimuru with unrelenting ferocity. The beams, guided by Leon's intricate control, moved in harmony, twisting and weaving as if alive, ensuring no avenue of escape remained. Dust and debris surged upward in chaotic waves, obscuring the area in a maelstrom of golden light and earthen ruin. Rimuru stood at the epicenter, unyielding, as the onslaught raged. The beams danced around him, their brilliance mirrored in his calm, calculating gaze. With a final, resounding roar, the beams converged, forming a singular, devastating blast that struck with the force of a collapsing star. The ground beneath Rimuru cratered under the pressure, fissures snaking outward as if the earth itself sought to escape the attack's wrath. The hum of the last shockwave lingered in the air, vibrating through the fractured cityscape. As the smoke began to dissipate, Leon strained his eyes, peering through the settling haze. His rapier was raised, ready for anything, or so he thought. A shadow stirred within the swirling dust, and in the blink of an eye, it burst forth like a cannonball. Rimuru shot forward, an unrelenting blur of speed, closing the distance in an instant. The sheer force of his approach sent debris flying outward, and before Leon could fully register the movement, Rimuru was upon him, blade poised to strike. Leon barely had time to react, raising his weapon just in time to intercept the blow. Clang! The clash of their weapons echoed like a thunderclap, a shockwave rippling outward, rattling the crumbling remnants of nearby buildings. Rimuru's face was calm, but his strikes were anything but. A torrent of relentless force rained down on Leon, each swing faster and heavier than the last. Leon gritted his teeth, breaking free from the bind and moving to thrust his rapier at Rimuru's side. His body twisted unnaturally as he narrowly avoided the strike. Without missing a beat, Rimuru countered, his blade slicing through the air with a force that sent a gust of wind barreling down the street. Leon barely managed to parry, the impact jarring his arm as sparks flew from the collision. They moved like titans, their fierce exchange tearing through the heart of the city. Each swing, each strike, left devastation in its wake. A mist slash from Rimuru carved through the street, creating a gaping fissure that swallowed the cobblestones. Leon's defensive parry sent an errant burst of energy flying into a nearby structure, reducing it to rubble in an instant. The two combatants darted through the ruins, their fight a chaotic storm that consumed everything in its path. Walls crumbled, rooftops collapsed, and the once pristine streets were left scarred and unrecognizable. Entire blocks fell victim to their power as their battle spilled through the city like a force of nature. Elmesia warned me not to underestimate him, but this is beyond anything I imagined. Leon's thoughts raced even as he fought to keep up. His eyes darted to Rimuru, whose expression remained unnervingly composed. The sheer force of his attacks betrayed his controlled demeanor. Is this really the result of his rage? No. He's still holding back, he surmised. The realization hit him harder than any blow. Rimuru's strikes, as devastating as they were, lacked a certain edge. There was restraint in his movements, a deliberate effort not to unleash his full power. The sound of steel meeting steel filled the air, a symphony of destruction as their weapons clashed. Leon was on the defensive, every step backward forcing him to cede more ground. Rimuru was relentless, an unstoppable force driving him to the brink. Leon's breathing grew heavier, each parry and counterstrike taking more effort than the last. Still, he held firm, his aura flaring brighter in defiance. Yet, for all his strength and skill, he couldn't shake the growing certainty in his heart. If Rimuru unleashes his full power, this city, no, this entire region, won't survive. He worried. The clash of steel rang louder than the crumbling buildings around them, but amid the chaos, Leon's voice cut through with a rare sharpness. Rimuru. Think for a moment. He shouted, narrowly avoiding a strike aimed directly at his chest. The blade still grazed his side, slicing through his armor and leaving a searing wound. He winced but didn't falter. We're in another demon lord's territory. Leon continued, his eyes locked on Rimuru's piercing gaze. What good will it do us to destroy everything here? Are you trying to provoke a war? He asked loudly. At his words, Rimuru's relentless strike slowed ever so slightly. For the first time since the fight began, there was a faint flicker of something in his expression, a moment of understanding. He's listening. Leon realized. The strikes didn't stop, but the overwhelming weight behind each one began to ease. The shockwaves, once devastating enough to level entire blocks, grew more contained. Though Rimuru's attack still forced Leon on the defensive, they were no longer as overwhelming. Leon parried another blow, his movements sharper now that he could manage the pressure. His earlier desperation began to fade as he found himself keeping up with Rimuru's strikes. The clash carried on, their movements a blur as they darted through the streets. Dust and debris filled the air with every collision, but the destruction, though still significant, no longer seemed aimed at total annihilation. Then, just as Leon began to anticipate the rhythm of their exchange, Rimuru vanished. Where dash, Leon muttered, his breaths ragged. Leon's eyes widened, his senses sharpening as he scanned the area. A sudden, devastating force slammed into his side. Rimuru's kick connected with brutal precision, sending Leon hurtling through the air like a rag doll. The impact carried him through several meters before his body collided with a building, the structure groaning under the strain before collapsing entirely. The ground trembled as dust and debris erupted outward, swallowing Leon in a cloud of rubble. Rimuru stood a few meters from the destruction, his blade lowered and his breathing steady. The glow of anger in his eyes had dimmed, replaced by a cold, detached calm. Despite the chaos surrounding him, Rimuru's posture remained unshaken. The only strain he felt wasn't from exertion. It was from the effort of holding back. The rattling of rubble broke the silence as Leon clawed his way out of the debris. His movements were sluggish, his breaths labored, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. As he pulled himself free, his eyes locked onto Rimuru. The tense air between them lingered, though neither made any move to resume the battle. Well, aren't you going to kill me? Leon rasped, each word heavy with exhaustion as he wiped the blood from his lips. For a moment, Rimuru stood still, his figure framed by the smoldering remains of the city around them. His expression was unreadable, a mask of icy composure. Then, without a word, he sheathed his blade with deliberate slowness, the sound of metal sliding against the scabbard cutting through the charged atmosphere. You knew from the start I wasn't planning to. Rimuru finally replied, his voice steady but carrying an edge that hinted at the storm beneath. Leon's lips curved into a faint, bitter smile. And who are you to care about collateral damage? He asked, though his tone lacked venom. Rimuru's gaze sharpened as he spoke his next words. Those children you summoned were much more than collateral. He said coldly, his words laced with unrelenting reproach. Leon met Rimuru's glare with a solemn look. He didn't speak. What could he say? There was no justification, no explanation that wouldn't deepen the wound he had already inflicted. The weight of his silence only made Rimuru's judgment hang heavier in the air. For a moment, the city seemed to hold its breath. The only sounds were the faint crackle of fires and the occasional settling of rubble. Then, without warning, a brilliant flash of light erupted, engulfing the city in a blinding radiance. Then, a sudden burst pierced the tension between them. Rimuru's head snapped toward the source of the light, his sharp gaze narrowing as he identified its origin as the ruins of the concert hall. Leon's eyes widened, the golden glow of his healing magic flickering as he struggled to his feet. This isn't over. Rimuru said, his voice low and resolute. Without another glance at Leon, he turned and dashed toward the light, his movements swift and purposeful. Leon stood motionless for a moment, his body still aching from the fight. His mind churned, replaying Rimuru's words and the weight behind them. This isn't over, huh? He wondered. He let out a slow breath, healing his remaining injuries with Metatron's power. But even as his wounds closed, a more profound ache lingered, one that no skill could fix. His thoughts drifted back to his actions, the lives he had altered, the guilt he carried. Though he knew no amount of penance would undo his mistakes, the encounter with Rimuru forced him to confront them once more. Steeling his resolve, Leon began to follow. As he moved toward the source of the light, a foreboding unease settled over him. Something about the radiance gnawed at his instincts, a silent warning that whatever awaited them was far from ordinary. For the first time in centuries, Leon felt a chill, not from fear of an opponent but from the sense that they were heading into the unknown. Welcome back, readers. Here's another action-packed chapter. This one came out a bit late because I had to go to the studio earlier to record and drop my mom off at the airport. Moving on. I changed the meeting scene with Misery and Testarossa mainly because I wanted to showcase Testa's unique skill. To explain what it does, it puts the target in a vivid life that takes place inside their head, hence the name, Life Beyond. Inside that reality, the most horrid stuff is shown to them. While the target is in this state, their energy gets sapped away. The more significant the gap between the user and the target, and the more the target gives into the scene, the faster the energy drains. Also, I heavily altered the Leon fight, as discussed previously. Safe to say, Luminous won't be too happy that a significant portion of her city is ruined. But that will be overshadowed by her fury at Cronoa getting unsealed and the aftermath of it, which should begin in the next chapter. Anyway, that is all. I'll see you in the next chapter. Things are starting to get crazy. Author, out. Third-person POV. The open grass plain on the outskirts of Lubliu seemed eerily still, the air taut with anticipation. Diablo's measured steps echoed faintly, each one bringing him closer to the source of the disturbance that Rimuru had ordered him to investigate. The golden light of the setting sun did little to warm the chilling atmosphere as two figures finally came into view, one cloaked in darkness, the other radiating icy malice. Standing amidst the plain was Rain, the blue primordial, her gaze fixed on Diablo with a disdain that bordered on hatred. Her sapphire hair flowed like a waterfall of frost, and the air around her seemed to drop in temperature as her displeasure grew. Diablo, ever unbothered, maintained his calm stride, his crimson eyes glowing faintly as a sinister smirk tugged at his lips. The distance between them shrank, and the tension thickened to a palpable weight in the air. Took you long enough, Noir. Rain spat, her voice as sharp as the frost forming beneath her feet. Diablo stopped a few meters away, his smirk widening. He tilted his head back and let out a low, chilling laugh that echoed across the plain. It wasn't a laugh of joy but one designed to unnerve, to unsettle. Still as rude and weak as ever. He mocked, his voice smooth but cutting, like a blade cloaked in silk. Rain's lips curled into a snarl as her fists clenched at her sides. A vein bulged visibly on her temple, her icy composure cracking under Diablo's deliberate provocations. Their auras pressed against one another like two storms on the verge of collision. Diablo's smile vanished, replaced by a gaze as cold as death itself. I've long since abandoned the name Noir, he said, his tone laced with venom. Call me Diablo, he demanded, and Rain's eyes narrowed. Diablo, huh? Fitting for a weakling's lapdog, she remarked. The shift in Diablo's demeanor was instant. His expression darkened, and the malevolent energy radiating from him intensified, pressing down on the area like an invisible hand. Weakling, you say? He murmured, his voice unnervingly calm. Are you asking for a swift death, Rain? He asked. Feigning confidence, Rain sneered. As if someone like you could manage that. Do you know what disgusts me most about you, Diablo? It's that carefree, smug attitude of yours. Always so, detached. She ranted. Her voice grew louder, and her aura flared, freezing the grass around her. You've always been different. The odd one among us. No discipline, no structure. Just you, doing whatever suits your fancy. And somehow, you've wormed your way into being feared, even respected. She continued. Though she didn't say it aloud, her envy seeped into every word. Her thoughts wandered to her master, Guy Crimson, and the rivalry he shared with Diablo. This rivalry had earned Diablo Guy's respect, something Rain had always coveted. She recalled the ruined heart of the underworld, the central chaos, a desolate wasteland created by Diablo and Guy's fierce battles. Despite the realm's countless attempts to repair it, the scars remained eternal. Rain's hands trembled, not from fear but from rage and humiliation, as memories of their past encounters resurfaced. She and Misery had joined forces against him once, a rare truce between two of the primordials, only to be utterly humiliated. And yet, Diablo had gone toe-to-toe with Guy time and time again, matching him in power. Diablo's cold gaze never wavered. If her words affected him, he showed no sign. Instead, he raised a gloved hand, and in a flash of black light, his weapon, a clawed gauntlet, materialized. Its jagged edges glinted with malice as he flexed his fingers, the sound of metal scraping against itself echoing ominously. Is that all, Rain? He asked, his voice calm, almost bored. Your bitterness, your envy, your petty grievances, are those your weapons today? He continued. Rain's aura erupted, a frigid maelstrom that coated the ground in a layer of frost. Her sapphire eyes glinted with fury as she lunged forward, her speed leaving the air behind her frozen in her wake. Diablo remained still, watching her approach with a chilling detachment. The smirk returned to his face as he raised his gauntlet in anticipation. Come then, he murmured, his voice low and deadly. Show me the extent of your hatred. He urged her. The first clash shattered the calm of the plain, their collision sending shockwaves rippling outward. Frozen grass shattered like brittle glass, and the earth beneath them cracked under the pressure of their power. Rain surged forward in a blur, her speed leaving trails of frost in the air as she threw a series of blindingly fast punches. Each strike carried enough force to crater the ground upon impact. Diablo moved fluidly, weaving through her attacks with an almost dismissive ease. His gauntlet occasionally rose to parry a blow, the metal ringing sharply as it met her ice-coated fists. His expression remained untouched by the chaos, a faint smirk hinting at his amusement. Rain's attacks intensified, and with a snap of her fingers, glowing orange and icy blue magic circles formed in a swirling vortex around them. The grass beneath her feet withered from the sheer intensity of the magiceules radiating off her body. Nuclear winter. She hissed, her voice resonating with power. The air around them turned bitterly cold, even as heat radiated from the fiery orange circles. Her fists glowed with frostbitten energy as she launched a devastating uppercut, forcing Diablo to block with his gauntlet. The impact sent a shockwave that rippled through the ground, toppling a distant cluster of trees. "Ah, so you are trying," Diablo said, deflecting her next blow with a flick of his wrist. His tone was calm, almost bored, as though they were sparring rather than fighting for their lives. Rain snarled, her fury igniting as her attacks grew even more erratic. Her kick sliced through the air, creating sharp bursts of wind that left deep gashes in the earth. Diablo ducked and sidestepped each one with effortless grace, occasionally retaliating with a swift jab that forced her to dodge. Dozens of magic circles now swirled around them, their glow brightening as the spell neared completion. Rain's lips curled into a sneer as she leaped back, vanishing from sight. Diablo stood alone as the circles unleashed their fury. From every direction, blasts of freezing energy erupted, converging on Diablo with deadly precision. The attack, aptly named Nuclear Winter, unleashed a hail of destruction. Each blast collided with the ground, creating massive craters rimmed with frost. A deafening explosion rocked the battlefield as the central blast struck, sending a shockwave of dust, ice, and debris shooting outward. The once green plains were reduced to an icy wasteland, a frozen scar stretching hundreds of meters. Rain stood at a distance, her chest heaving as she poured even more magiceules into the spell, ensuring no escape. Frost coated her hair and shoulders, and the faint glow of victory lit her cold eyes. As the dust began to settle, Rain narrowed her gaze, peering into the haze. But when the smoke cleared, her confidence faltered. Diablo was gone. Her heart raced, and her eyes darted frantically across the battlefield. Panic crept into her expression as she reached out with her senses. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, unrelated to her own magic. "You're wasting your time," a cold voice murmured from behind her, sending a shiver of dread through her core. Rain spun around, her hand raised to strike, but Diablo was already there. His fist drove into her gut with bone-shattering force, the impact generating a powerful shockwave that rippled outward. Her face twisted in pain and disbelief as the air was driven from her lungs, her body folding around his arm before she was sent hurtling through the air. Her motion was a blur as she careened across the battlefield, the icy ground splintering where she skimmed it. Before she could recover, Diablo appeared overhead, his movements impossibly fast. His expression was mocking, his eyes glinting with malice. With a flick of his fingers, he sent a shard of ice spiraling toward her. The small projectile moved faster than Rain could track, piercing her side before she could react. The force of the shard cancelled her forward momentum, and her body plummeted to the ground. The impact created an icy explosion that cratered the frozen plain, sending shards of frost cascading outward. Rain lay in the center of the destruction, blood staining the frost beneath her as she struggled to rise. Diablo hovered above, his gaze cold and unfeeling. "If this is all you've got, Rain," he began, his voice dripping with contempt, "then perhaps you should have stayed in hell," Diablo said coldly. Rain's fingers twitched as fury welled inside her. She knew her mist body was a limitation, a pale imitation of her true strength. With a flicker of determination, her body dissipated in a haze of shimmering frost, the mist skill deactivating as she relinquished her clone. Diablo landed where her clone had been, his gaze snapping to the side as he felt the shift in energy. The real Rain emerged, her aura now fully unleashed. Her presence alone sent ripples through the air, a cold wind biting against Diablo's skin. A low chuckle escaped him as his golden crimson eyes locked onto her. "That's the spirit," he said, his grin widening. "Come at me with everything you've got. It'll all be for naught," he added. Fueled by her fury, Rain surged forward, her power now fully restored. With every step, the ground beneath her cracked and cratered before freezing solid, thick sheets of ice spreading in her wake. She collided with Diablo in a violent explosion of energy and frost, the sheer force obliterating the surrounding landscape. Diablo raised his clawed gauntlet, blocking her devastating punch. His grin remained as he felt the increased strength behind her attack. "Much better," he muttered, his tone both amused and condescending. Rain twisted her body sharply, sending a powerful kick toward his side. Diablo moved to block with his arm, but the force still sent him skidding across the icy ground, leaving a jagged trail in the frozen plains. He remained upright, brushing frost from his sleeve with an air of indifference. Not bad. He mused, his voice carrying over the distance. Rain wasted no time, dashing forward to close the gap. Her blows came faster, heavier, each strike aiming to shatter his defenses. Diablo met her assault head-on, his movements fluid as he dodged and parried with unnerving precision. The once beautiful plains deteriorated with every clash. Frost spread relentlessly, consuming the grass and trees, while craters pockmarked the ground from their attacks. The air grew heavy with the remnants of their magicules, creating a haze that distorted the battlefield. As their battle raged on, Rain began to notice a pattern. Diablo seemed to be circling her, his movements calculated. At first, she dismissed it as him toying with her, but his brief pauses at specific points piqued her suspicion. "What are you doing?" she growled, her tone laced with frustration. Diablo said nothing, his focus unwavering as he dodged her next punch and sidestepped to another position. His smile, once mocking, had become sharper, more purposeful. Rain's irritation grew. Her strikes became wilder, her frost spreading further as her rage pushed her limits. "Why won't you take this seriously? Fight me properly," she screamed, her voice echoing across the frozen wasteland. Diablo remained silent, dodging a flurry of blows before briefly halting at yet another point. His gaze flickered with a predatory gleam, though he still hadn't made a single offensive move beyond parries and counters. The ground around them had become unrecognizable, a wasteland of jagged ice and shattered earth. Rain's frustration reached its peak as she launched herself at him with all her might, determined to break through his maddening composure. "You arrogant bastard!" she bellowed, her voice raw with rage. "Patience, Rain. You'll see soon enough." Diablo finally spoke, his voice calm and unnervingly confident. Rain lunged forward, her body radiating power as ice and frost lashed out in all directions. But as her attacks met only air, her movements began to falter. Diablo wasn't just dodging. He was orchestrating something, and the realization sent a chill down her spine. Diablo's silence was maddening, his eyes gleaming with a dangerous light. Rain surged forward again, determined to disrupt whatever plan he was weaving, but in an instant, Diablo stepped into her blind spot. Before she could react, his clawed gauntlet slammed into her side with bone-crushing force. The impact sent Rain hurtling across the battlefield like a comet. With a deafening boom, she crashed into the frozen ground, her body carving out a massive crater. Shards of ice and earth exploded outward, scattering like shrapnel as the force rippled through the area. Rain groaned, her vision swimming as she tried to push herself up. The ice beneath her cracked and groaned, unable to support her weight after such a devastating blow. Before she could fully rise, Diablo's voice rang out, calm, cold, and commanding. "Did you think I was simply running away?" he asked. He snapped his fingers, and the air shifted. A golden glow erupted across the battlefield, casting long shadows against the desolate landscape. Rain's eyes widened in disbelief as she saw dozens of intricate golden magic circles materialize, some high in the sky, others glowing ominously beneath her feet. "What is this?" she hissed, her tone sharp with panic. She glanced around frantically, realizing the pattern. Every place Diablo had stopped, even for a fraction of a second, aligned perfectly with the magic circles now surrounding her. But it wasn't just their placement that unsettled her. It was their nature. Golden light, pure and radiant, pulsed from the circles, a form of magic she recognized instantly as holy magic. "Impossible," she snarled, fury and confusion etched into her features. "How can you wield holy magic? You're a demon," she screamed, and Diablo chuckled, the sound low and menacing. He raised his hand, inspecting his gauntlet as though bored by her outrage. "It's quite simple, really. My faith and belief in my master, Rimuru-sama, transcend such trivial limitations. The strength of my devotion allows me to wield this power without hesitation," he explained. Rain's eyes narrowed as his words sank in, but before she could respond, the golden light intensified. Diablo's mind flashed back to the moment he had first conceived the spell. He recalled the concert hall, where he had witnessed Remuru unleash a tenfold disintegration spell in an instant, a feat that defied logic and convention. That display of raw, unparalleled power inspired Diablo to create his own interpretation of the technique. And now, it was ready to be unleashed. The golden magic circles began to hum with energy, the air growing heavier as a massive influx of spiritrons gathered between the upper and lower arrays. The heat radiating from the spell melted the surrounding ice, steam rising in great plumes. The ground trembled as the chains connecting the circles tightened, finalizing the spell. Rain's defiance flared as she attempted to escape, but the spell's precision left no openings. Her frost-covered hands clawed at the ground, but it was too late. "Witness the brilliance of my faith," Diablo declared, his tone reverent yet chilling. The flurry of spiritrons converged in a blinding cascade, crashing down with unrelenting force. A golden pillar of light erupted from the battlefield, stretching into the heavens. The earth groaned under the immense power, cratering further as shockwaves rippled outward. The frozen landscape was obliterated in an instant, the ice sheets vaporized, and the ground was left bare and scorched. When the light finally dimmed, silence enveloped the battlefield. Diablo descended gracefully, his movements effortless as his eyes scanned the devastation. Smoke and dust lingered, swirling around the epicenter of the attack. Peering through the haze, he spotted Rain. She had survived, but only just. Her breaths came in ragged gasps, her body trembling as she struggled to stand. The once pristine frost of her form was marred with deep burns and cracks, her regeneration sluggish and faltering under the lingering effects of holy magic. Diablo tilted his head, his grin returning with a sharp edge. Still standing. Impressive. Though, I wonder how much longer can you endure? He pondered. Rain met Diablo's unimpressed gaze with an icy glare, though her body betrayed her exhaustion. The strain of enduring a tenfold disintegration had left her battered and barely standing, her breaths uneven and labored. Go ahead, bastard. Kill me. She hissed, her venom-laced words faltering under the weight of her ragged breaths. Diablo tilted his head, his eyes glinting with amusement. But before he could respond, a shift in the atmosphere drew his attention. A new presence broke the oppressive silence, and one Diablo had sensed lurking for some time. His grin faded into a mildly annoyed frown as he turned slowly, his gaze settling on the figure approaching with deliberate ease. There, amidst the remnants of the battlefield, stood Guy Crimson, the red primordial. His vibrant crimson hair shimmered in the light of the ruined plains, and his sharp grin radiated an air of unshakable confidence. Men, even here. Really? Guy muttered, scratching the back of his head with an exaggerated casualness as he sauntered closer to Diablo. Diablo's eyes narrowed, his posture stiffening as he crossed his arms. Despite knowing Guy had been lurking nearby the entire time, his sudden arrival grated on Diablo's nerves. What are you doing here, Guy? He asked flatly, his voice devoid of any warmth. Guy's laughter rang out, loud and carefree, a stark contrast to Diablo's cold, calculated demeanor. What, no hello? That's no way to greet an old friend, is it? He teased, his tone light-hearted and deliberately provoking. Diablo's expression darkened further, his irritation palpable. The sharp lines of his face reflected the battlefield's desolation, all precision and severity. In contrast, Guy's relaxed posture and easy grin seemed entirely out of place amidst the destruction, like he'd wandered onto the battlefield by accident or simply because he could. Well. Guy prodded, leaning slightly forward as if to goad him further. Aren't you going to welcome me properly? He asked. Diablo let out a low, exasperated sigh, his patience thinning. If you've come here to meddle, I suggest you rethink your timing. He told him. Guy smirked wider, unbothered by the warning. Oh, relax, Diablo. You looked like you were having fun. I just thought I'd drop by to see the show. He replied. The contrast between them was stark. Diablo's measured precision against Guy's flamboyant nonchalance, the former brimming with cold efficiency, the latter basking in his devil-may-care attitude. It was a clash of personalities as much as it was a reunion of rivals. You know, I always wondered why you took so long to evolve. Guy's voice trailed off, his tone tinged with nostalgia. Diablo crossed his arms, his gaze never leaving Guy's. Most battles become too boring when you've accumulated too much power. He answered bluntly. At his words, Guy sighed. He always thought of Diablo as a weirdo. Yet it was balanced by his begrudging respect for his formal rival. Guy's gaze then flicked briefly to Rain, her battered form lying in the icy crater, before returning to Diablo. He exhaled, his tone laced with feigned exasperation. You really did a number on my maid, huh? He said, his voice carrying an edge of irritation beneath the light-hearted veneer. Ignoring his remark, Diablo tilted his head slightly. What exactly are you doing here, Guy? He asked, his patience wearing thin. Guy sighed again, abandoning his usual playful demeanor. Fine, if you must know. My little prank up north went horribly wrong. He began, his tone filled with mock defeat. At this, Diablo raised an intrigued brow. Guy crossed his arms and continued, his tone growing darker. The invading demons I sent up there. Either pushed back or wiped out. Completely. He said. A flicker of annoyance passed through Diablo's features before melting into something more sinister. His lips curled into a knowing smirk as he let out a low chuckle. I see. My master truly is exceptional, isn't he? Resolving the matter so efficiently. He praised. Guy's expression shifted, his light-heartedness evaporating into a deadly seriousness. Misery had to retreat. Not because of your so-called master, but because of Blanc. His voice dropped, sharp and biting. The name cut through the tension like a blade. Rain, despite the searing pain racking her body, staggered to her feet. Her eyes were wide, and her voice, though strained, carried disbelief. "Blanc," she echoed. Guy didn't spare her a glance, his focus pinned on Diablo, whose amusement only deepened. "Oh," Diablo said, his tone dripping with mockery. "I was wondering when that little detail would come to light," he remarked. "What did you do, Diablo?" Guy's voice was no longer playful but edged with frustration. Diablo's dark and mocking laughter rang out, sending a shiver down Rain's spine. She glared at him with unbridled hatred, her fingers twitching as if to claw him apart. When Diablo finally spoke, his words were deliberate, reveling in their effect. "Blanc has a name now, Guy. She goes by Testarossa and serves under my master, Rimuru-sama," he explained, his voice dripping with reverence. The announcement hung in the air like a thunderclap. Rain's jaw slackened, her mind racing to comprehend what she'd just heard. Guy pinched the bridge of his nose, a visible tic forming on his forehead. His free hand rubbed his temple as if trying to stave off an oncoming headache. "And what about the other two?" he asked hesitantly, his tone strained. Diablo's grin widened further, his eyes gleaming. "Ah, you mean John and Violet?" He chuckled, his voice brimming with pride. "They go by Carrera and Ultima now. Both are fully incarnated and pledged to Rimuru-sama," he said. The revelation left Guy stunned, his arms dropping to his sides. For once, the red primordial was at a loss for words. Rain, too, stammered, her voice tinged with incredulity. How did this happen?" "What kind of dash?" she tried to ask, but Diablo raised a finger, silencing her. "It's simple. My master saw their potential. He extended his hand, and they accepted. It's as straightforward as that," he explained. Guy's face twisted in frustration, his calm demeanor fracturing under the weight of the news. "Straightforward, huh? You're telling me Rimuru managed to recruit 3 primordials just like that? Most especially those 3. He pressed. Diablo leaned forward slightly, his tone condescending. "Don't underestimate my master's charisma and power, Guy. He is a being beyond your limited understanding," he replied. The tension between the two was palpable, the air around them growing heavier with each passing moment. Rain, still barely standing, clenched her fists, her hatred for Diablo now etched into every fiber of her being. Yet, even as her fury burned, a sliver of unease wormed its way into her heart. What little remained of the world's delicate balance had now been utterly shattered by a single being. Guy Crimson, who had spent eons maintaining that fragile equilibrium, felt the weight of its collapse. The foundation he had so painstakingly built was crumbling, and he hadn't even seen the moment it all fell apart. "That's it. I'm visiting Tempest one day," Guy muttered, his frustration bubbling dangerously close to anger. Diablo chuckled, his tone filled with mockery. "Have you forgotten that your former partner now calls Tempest her home?" he asked. Guy's crimson eyes narrowed as he turned to meet Diablo's gaze. Memories flooded his mind, unbidden yet vivid. He saw the scene from the last Walpurgis, a gathering like any other in appearance, yet fundamentally different. It was the day when everything began to change. Velzard, his longtime advisor and confidant, had delivered her shocking decision with an unwavering calm. She was leaving, abandoning her post to stand watch over that peculiar slime, Rimuru, and her brother, Veldora. Guy had been blindsided. "How could I forget that day?" he replied, his voice carrying a rare solemnity. His expression, normally so open and full of mischief, was now unreadable. At the time, Guy had thought little of her decision. He chalked it up to curiosity. After all, the slime had risen to prominence in ways no one could have predicted. He believed Velzard would serve merely as an observer, her presence fleeting and inconsequential. But the news that followed shook him to his core. Velzard's casual interest had morphed into something far more profound. Her formal allegiance to Tempest was announced shortly after, severing ties that had bound them for ages. By the time Guy fully grasped the magnitude of her departure, it was already too late. He had underestimated Remuru, underestimated the sway that creature could hold over others. And now, standing before Diablo in the aftermath of this revelation, he couldn't help but feel the weight of his miscalculation. "I'll still pay a visit," Guy finally declared, his voice steady but resolute. "I need to ask that slime a few things," he added. Diablo shrugged, the gesture almost dismissive. "Do whatever you want. Just don't cause any trouble for my master," he said coldly, his crimson eyes narrowing. Guy ignored the warning, turning his attention to Rain. "Let's go," he said simply, the authority in his voice leaving no room for argument. Rain, still staggering from her injuries, glared at Diablo one last time before forcing her battered body to her master's side. With a slight wave, Guy offered a parting gesture to his old rival, a casual farewell laced with the promise of future confrontation. In a flash of light, the two disappeared, leaving Diablo alone in the desolate wasteland. Back in the shattered remains of the concert hall, Hinata Sakaguchi stood tall, her rapier gleaming in the dim light. Opposite her was Granbell Rosso, now a shadow of his former self. His once commanding presence was tarnished by the consequences of his arrogance, an act so foolish it had cost him dearly. Moments earlier, Rimuru had left to confront Leon with fury barely contained, leaving Hinata with a simple yet weighty command to watch over Granbell and intervene at the first sign of treachery. Hinata's gaze swept over the pathetic figure before her. Granbell's severed hand lay uselessly on the broken floor, a painful reminder of his ill-conceived attempt to strike at the bracelet adorning Rimuru's wrist. That single act, aimed at breaking Rimuru's composure, had been a catastrophic miscalculation. The bracelet, far from ordinary, was a masterpiece infused with Velzard's divine enhancements. What should have been a mere trinket had become a piece of god-grade equipment. Granbell's mighty, melt slash, a technique that could carve through even the most formidable barriers, had barely managed to leave a scratch on its surface. That scratch alone had been enough to spark Rimuru's unrelenting wrath, leaving Granbell to suffer the consequences. Now, struggling to his feet, Granbell's remaining hand clutched his blade with defiance. His exhausted figure was a testament to his resolve and his hubris. Even after seeing my current state, you still dare to stand against me. Granbell sneered, his voice sharp with mockery though tinged with exhaustion. Hinata's expression remained cold, her grip on her rapier unwavering. I'm not here to fight you, you pitiful bastard. She said, her voice cutting through the air like steel. I'm here to make sure you don't pull another idiotic stunt. She added. Granbell's aura suddenly flared, the air around him rippling with latent power. Even with one hand, his presence was suffocating. He was battered, but his experience eclipsed Hinata's, and his strength still matched hers despite his current state. Then why don't we pass the time with a little chat? Granbell said, smirking as he shifted into a battle-ready stance. Hinata responded by raising her rapier, its tip steady and unyielding. The time for words is over. Hinata's voice was sharp and cold, mirroring the glint of her rapier. Let's see if your blade has anything worthwhile to say. She said. The tension between them thickened, the ruins of the concert hall seeming to hold its breath. Granbell's form blurred as he surged forward, his sheer speed leaving a trail of destruction in his wake. Though battered and missing a hand, his movements were swift and precise, a testament to his experience and tenacity. Hinata, ever composed, met his charge head-on, her rapier gleaming as it intercepted his blade with unerring precision. Clang! The clash of steel echoed through the hall, a resounding symphony of power and finesse. The force of their collision sent shockwaves rippling through the ruined structure, dislodging rubble and scattering dust. Hinata's piercing gaze locked onto Granbell's manic expression as they struggled for dominance, sparks flying from their bound weapons. You're the leader of the 10 great saints, yet this is all you've got. Granbell sneered, his voice dripping with disdain. Even with one hand and half my strength, you can barely keep up. Pathetic. He mocked. Hinata twisted her blade sharply, breaking free from the bind with a flourish. She aimed a thrust at Granbell's side, her movements swift and calculated. Granbell twisted his body just in time, the blade grazing his ribs but failing to land a decisive blow. I don't need your validation. Hinata replied coldly, stepping back to reset her stance. Granbell grinned wickedly, feinting a high slash before twisting into a low sweep aimed at her legs. Hinata anticipated the move, leaping into the air and countering with a downward strike. Their blades met once more, the impact forcing both combatants to skid backward across the debris-strewn floor. You've got talent. I'll give you that. Granbell taunted, his voice heavy with mockery. But talent alone doesn't win battles. You lack the experience, the killer instinct, to truly shine. He added. Hinata's expression remained unreadable, her focus unwavering. She darted forward again, her rapier moving in a blur as she unleashed a flurry of precise strikes. Granbell deflected each blow with practiced ease, though his movements grew increasingly sluggish, a clear sign of his fatigue. He's running out of steam. Hinata noted silently. Yet, despite his deteriorating condition, his tenacity was undeniable. Granbell, sensing her scrutiny, let out a rasping chuckle. Impressed, are we? Even now, on the verge of collapse, I can still keep you on your toes. That's what separates us, girl. I've fought countless battles and bled countless times. You'll never measure up. He told her. Hinata's blade caught the light as she parried his next attack, her movements fluid and unyielding. And you talk too much. She said simply, her voice calm. Their duel carried on, a dance of skill and resolve amidst the desolation of the hall. Granbell's taunts became more pointed, each one laced with the bitterness of a man clinging to relevance. Hinata, however, refused to rise to his provocations. He's pitiful. But it's impressive how far sheer determination has carried him, even now. She thought begrudgingly, her strikes growing sharper and more decisive. With each exchange, it became increasingly clear who held the upper hand. Granbell's attacks grew more erratic, and his defenses grew slower. Meanwhile, Hinata's precision and discipline remained unshaken, her movements relentless and efficient. Granbell lunged one final time, pouring everything into a desperate overhead slash. Hinata sidestepped gracefully, her rapier flashing as she struck his remaining hand, causing him to drop his long sword. His blade clattered to the ground, and he fell to one knee, gasping for breath. "You've lost," Hinata declared, her rapier pointed steadily at his throat. Granbell let out a bitter laugh, his voice tinged with exhaustion. "Perhaps, but you're still too green. One day, that inexperience will cost you everything," he told her. Hinata's expression didn't falter. "We'll see about that," she said, her tone unyielding. "But for now, you're done." Hinata's declaration hung in the air, the words resonating in the hollow, ruined concert hall. A heavy silence followed, the echoes of their clash fading into nothingness. The hall was a shadow of its former grandeur, walls reduced to rubble, shattered pillars leaning precariously, and the once pristine floor marred by cracks and craters. The quiet was broken only by Granbell's ragged breathing, and each inhale was labored and strained. For a fleeting moment, neither combatant moved, their confrontation suspended in the stillness of the destroyed space. Outside, the muffled sounds of chaos continued unabated. Explosions rocked the city as Rimuru and Leon's fierce battle raged on, streaks of light illuminating the devastated skyline. Each eruption was a reminder of the raw, overwhelming power tearing through the city. "At least I'm not the one facing that monster," Granbell mused bitterly, despite his dire situation. Hinata's gaze shifted to a gaping hole in the concert hall's wall, offering her a view of the destruction outside. Streaks of magical energy crisscrossed the air, followed by concussive blasts and the distant hum of clashing blades. The scale of the devastation made her uneasy, though she kept her expression impassive. "I hope Luminous-sama won't be too angry," she thought with a twinge of apprehension. As if summoned by her thoughts, a new sound cut through the quiet, a deliberate, measured rhythm that made the air feel heavier with each step. Sharp and foreboding footsteps echoed in the ruined space. Both Hinata and Granbell turned toward the source, their eyes widening as they took in the figure approaching. Luminous Valentine entered the hall, her movements slow and deliberate. She carried herself with an eerie, deadly grace, her every step exuding quiet fury. Draped in her arms was the lifeless body of Maria. The air grew colder, an almost tangible frost spreading through the room as Luminous approached. Her eyes burned with restrained rage, and the weight of her presence was suffocating. Hinata felt a chill run down her spine, her composure faltering for just a moment. She had seen her master angry before, but this was different. This wasn't anger that flared and burned. It was the cold, simmering wrath of someone who had been pushed too far. Granbell, despite his battered state, forced himself upright. Using the tip of his chipped blade for support, he struggled to his feet. His defiant smirk returned, though it lacked the strength it once held. He met Luminous' cold, furious glare with a maniacal grin, the tension between them almost unbearable. Luminous stopped a few paces away, her voice low and icy as she broke the silence. "Granbell," she muttered. The single word carried more weight than any shout, her quiet tone slicing through the air like a blade. Luminous stood before Granbell, her heterochromatic eyes locked onto him with a frostiness that chilled the air further. The weight of her presence bore down on him, but Granbell stood unyielding, his ragged breaths the only sign of his faltering state. "You've reached the end of the line, Granbell," Luminous said, her voice void of warmth or mercy. "Before I end this, tell me, why would you stoop so low?" Her question lingered in the desolate concert hall, cutting through the tension like a blade. For a moment, Granbell remained silent, his gaze distant as though peering into a past only he could see. Then, with a bitter chuckle, he finally spoke. "My ambition." His voice was gravelly yet steady. "It died with my wife, and, more recently, my granddaughter," he said. The admission hung heavy in the air. Luminous' eyes narrowed, her lips parting as if to respond, but Granbell's sudden movement stopped her. He extended the stump of his severed arm, his tattered sleeve fluttering weakly in the cold breeze. Before either Hinata or Luminous could react, an eerie pink light enveloped Maria's lifeless body. The radiant glow pulsed once before streaming toward Granbell, coiling around him like a serpent. "What?" Hinata whispered, her eyes widening in shock. Luminous took a step forward, her composure cracking as realization dawned on her. "No, you wouldn't dare," she yelled, but it was too late. The light wrapped around Granbell, cloaking him in a shroud of ominous energy. His figure was obscured by the blinding brilliance, his silhouette shifting and warping within. Hinata shielded her eyes from the radiance, but Luminous stood firm, her expression darkening as she pieced together the horrifying truth. "All this time," she muttered, her voice laced with both fury and disbelief. "You've been hoarding my love energy, storing it in Maria's body, waiting for this moment," she said. Granbell's laughter echoed from within the light, growing stronger and more defiant. You've always underestimated me, Luminous. And for that, I thank you. He replied. The transformation was swift and terrifying. Granbell's severed hand regenerated, fingers flexing as if testing their newfound strength. The wrinkles on his face smoothed away, his skin regaining its youthful vitality. His hunched posture straightened, and his tattered garments began to reshape into regal clothing, reminiscent of the attire he wore in his days as a chosen hero. As the light faded, Granbell emerged, his presence utterly transformed. His aura flared violently, the sheer force of it causing cracks to spread through the already fractured floor. No longer was he a broken, decrepit man worn down by time and loss. He stood tall, radiating power and menace, a man who had clawed his way back to his prime. Luminous clenched her fists, her fury barely contained as she regarded the reborn Granbell. You've turned Maria into a vessel for your twisted ambition. You're despicable. She spat. Granbell smirked, flexing his restored hand. Spare me your sanctimony, Luminous. This is the culmination of centuries of planning. Now. He raised his blade, the weapon gleaming with renewed vigor. Let's see if you can keep up with me this time. He challenged. With a flick of her wrist, Luminous summoned Night Rose. The blood-red blade materialized in her hand, its surface shimmering ominously as if reflecting her barely contained fury. The ruined concert hall seemed to dim further, the oppressive weight of her aura settling over the space. Granbell, unfazed by the display, took a deliberate step forward. His garments gleamed under the faint light, and his renewed vitality made him look like a ghost of his former self. As Luminous advanced, her grip on Night Rose tightening, Granbell's gaze flickered toward Hinata. His eyes narrowed with a mix of amusement and curiosity. Tell me, Hinata. He began, his voice carrying a sharp edge. Why didn't you become a hero? You have the power, the skill, yet here you are, serving as someone's lapdog. He openly mocked. Hinata's icy demeanor didn't waver, but her silence only seemed to spur him on. Ah. Granbell muttered, his tone mocking as realization dawned in his voice. Could it be that you've got some skeletons in your closet? Maybe you killed someone close to you, a family member, perhaps. He mocked. The word struck a nerve. Hinata's composed expression faltered, her grip tightening around her rapier. Shut your mouth. She snapped, her voice laced with uncharacteristic venom. Fueled by a surge of primal rage, Hinata darted forward, her blade gleaming as it aimed straight for Granbell's head. Her movements were a blur, precise and lethal. But before she could close the distance, Granbell moved. His kick came with such force that the air itself seemed to explode from the impact. Thud. Hinata's body flew backward like a rag doll. The sheer force of the blow sent her hurtling across the hall, and she crashed into the stage with a resounding crack, splintering the wood beneath her. Hinata. Luminous screamed, her voice tearing through the air. On the stage, Chloe and Shuna rushed to Hinata's side, their faces pale with worry. Hinata-san. Shuna called out, kneeling beside her. Chloe placed a trembling hand on Hinata's shoulder, her voice filled with dread. Are you okay? She asked worriedly. Hinata groaned, pushing herself onto her elbows. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth, but her glare remained defiant, her pride unwilling to yield even under such crushing force. Back in the center of the hall, Granbell chuckled, lowering his leg as if the devastating attack was nothing more than a casual gesture. His gaze returned to Luminous, daring her to make the next move. Before she could step in, Granbell's energy began to swell. In the next instant, a glow erupted from his blade, bathing the shattered concert hall in an intense golden light and casting long shadows across the crumbling remnants of its former grandeur. The radiance seemed to pulse with deadly intent, and the air grew thick as though the very space itself recoiled from the impending strike. Granbell's lips curled into a wicked grin. Without hesitation, he thrust his blade forward. The golden tip of the sword shimmered with concentrated energy, its trajectory unmistakable. No. Luminous screamed, lunging toward Granbell with Night Rose poised to intercept. But time itself seemed to betray her. Her movements, typically swift as the wind, felt sluggish. The space between her and her target stretched endlessly, the reality of her failure settling in as Granbell's blade released its devastating attack. Footsteps echoed sharply against the debris-strewn floor, cutting through the tension like a knife. Rimuru had entered the ruined hall, followed shortly by Leon. Hinata. Chloe cried out, her voice breaking as Hinata darted in front of her. Melt strike. Granbell bellowed, his voice reverberating through the hall. The blade unleashed a beam of golden light, searing through the air with terrifying speed. The sheer force of its release sent a shockwave ripping through the space, knocking loose fragments of stone and wood from the surrounding ruins. Chloe. Leon's voice rang out as the destructive energy surged forward. At that moment, everything slowed. The tip of the beam pushed through the air, creating a vacuum of silence in its wake. The panicked faces of the group were frozen in despair. Chloe shielded her eyes, her body trembling behind Hinata. And then... crack! The sound of a dimensional tear cut through the stillness. Rimuru suddenly appeared in the beam's path, positioned between Chloe and Hinata. He'd activated instant motion in an attempt to intercept the blast. Leon, having followed close behind Rimuru, watched on as his expression morphed into dread, realizing what was happening. Hinata's body was already caught in the blast. The golden energy pierced through her abdomen, the searing light reflected in her wide eyes as her blood sprayed outward. Rimuru's heart clenched, but his instincts took over. Reacting faster than thought, he activated Azathoth, the void of his skill consuming the golden beam effortlessly before it could reach Chloe. The hall fell eerily silent as the last remnants of the golden light were swallowed into oblivion. The oppressive energy dissipated, leaving only the faint hum of the aftermath in its wake. When the glow receded, Rimuru stood in front of Chloe, unharmed. Ahead of him, Hinata's body faltered. She collapsed to her knees, blood trailing from the corner of her mouth. Her rapier clattered to the ground as her strength gave out completely. No. Hinata-san. Shuna cried out, rushing to her side with Chloe close behind. Rimuru moved slowly, his expression grim as he reached out to steady Hinata, but her body slumped forward into his arms. The devastation of the moment was palpable. The group was rendered silent by the weight of what had just transpired. Even Granbell paused, his confident smirk momentarily faltering as he observed the aftermath of his attack. Leon and Luminous sprinted to the stage, their movements driven by desperation. The sight of Hinata lying limp in Rimuru's arms sent a chill through their hearts. Shuna knelt nearby, trembling, while Chloe clung to Hinata's side, her face stricken with fear. To everyone's shock, Hinata's eyes fluttered open, her breath shallow but determined. Despite the gaping wound in her chest, she clawed her way back to consciousness, her trembling hand grasping weakly at Rimuru's sleeve. Hinata. Rimuru's voice was quiet, a mix of disbelief and anguish. He carefully helped her sit upright, steadying her as she struggled to speak. Chloe knelt closer, her hands trembling as she held Hinata's. Why, you're going to be okay, right? We'll fix this, she stammered. Hinata shook her head weakly, cutting Chloe off with a faint smile. Chloe. I'm not going to make it. Her voice was barely audible, but each word carried weight. No. Luminous voice cracked as she finally reached them, dropping to her knees beside Hinata. Her eyes darted over the wound, the blood, the faint flicker of life that remained. Don't say that. I can heal you. I will heal you. She declared. She extended her hands, casting recovery. An ethereal glow enveloped Hinata's body, the magical energy knitting her wound back together, but something was wrong. Even as the flesh began to mend, the light in Hinata's eyes continued to fade. Why isn't it working? Luminous voice rose, panic overtaking her usually composed demeanor. Chloe's grip tightened on Hinata's hands as tears streamed down her face. Please don't leave us, please. She pleaded. With trembling hands, Hinata reached for her blade and armor, her voice cracking as she spoke. Chloe, take these. You're stronger than you realize. You'll need them. She told her. No. You're stronger than me. Chloe protested, shaking her head furiously. Hinata's smile was faint but resolute. Promise me, you'll protect everyone. Her voice trailed off. Her hand faltered, the blade slipping from her grasp as the last remnants of life began to fade from her eyes. And then... a sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from Hinata's body, enveloping Chloe. It was too fast for anyone to react. The light seared through the room, bathing the ruined hall in an otherworldly glow before vanishing just as abruptly. As everyone's vision cleared, they realized Chloe was gone. Chloe. Rimuru's voice cracked as he scanned the space frantically. Where is she? Shuna cried out, her voice laced with panic. She's gone. Where did she go? Leon screamed, his fists clenched as his eyes darted around the stage. Meanwhile, Luminous poured every ounce of magic she had into resurrection, her tears streaming down her face. The glow intensified, healing Hinata's body completely, but as the spell completed, the reality set in. Hinata's chest rose no more. Her body was intact, but her soul was gone. No. No. This isn't supposed to happen. Luminous voice broke, her hand shaking violently as she cradled Hinata's lifeless body. Her tears fell freely now, unrestrained, as she let out a scream of pure anguish that echoed through the ruined hall. The air around her grew colder, her magic spiraling out of control as her fury reached its peak. Her grief was palpable, a storm of raw emotion that seemed to suck the very light from the room. Successful. The unique skill, Lust, has evolved into the ultimate skill, Lord of Lust, Asmodeus. The voice of the world's announcement was deafening in the silence that followed. Her eyes snapped open, irises glowing with a cold light. Luminous grief turned to rage, and she rose to her feet, her aura radiating with terrifying intensity. Her gaze then locked onto Granbell, who stood amidst the chaos, his expression unreadable. "You will pay for this," she whispered, her voice devoid of emotion but filled with unrelenting fury. Luminous erupted from the stage, her aura flaring with newfound ferocity as her blade shimmered with blood-red light. The speed of her advance left even Granbell momentarily stunned. Her fury manifested in a blistering strike, her blade colliding with Granbell's mid-swing. Clang! The deafening impact sent shockwaves rippling through the hall, shattering what little structure remained intact. Granbell's feet gouged into the stone floor as he struggled to absorb the sheer force of Luminous' blow. Spiderweb cracks radiated outward, swallowing the earlier destruction in their wake. Dust filled the air, and the last few supporting pillars groaned before collapsing entirely. Granbell gritted his teeth as he pushed back against Luminous, his voice tinged with grudging respect. "So, this is the power of an ultimate skill," he muttered. Luminous' response was a deadly silence, her blade pressing forward with unrelenting pressure. Realizing the impending destruction, Shuna sprang into action, her hands weaving intricate patterns as she summoned a shimmering barrier around the group. Leon paced, his expression dark as he scanned the ruined space. "Where's Chloe?" he demanded, his voice sharp with panic. "I don't know," Rimuru replied, his voice steady despite the chaos. "But we'll find her. Focus on surviving this first," he added. Then, the ground quaked violently as a second explosion, louder and more destructive than the first, tore through the hall. Dust and smoke engulfed the area, obscuring the battlefield in choking darkness. Above, the ceiling finally gave way, crashing down in massive chunks. Shuna's barrier flared brilliantly, shielding the group as debris rained upon them. The noise was deafening, drowning out the chaos of the battle beyond. When the dust settled, Rimuru looked up to see the stage consumed by rubble. Yet, through the haze, Luminous and Granbell's clash continued unabated. Luminous moved with otherworldly precision. Her strikes were imbued with unbridled fury, each one pushing Granbell further to the brink. But as Rimuru turned his gaze toward the far side of the ruined hall, a chill coursed through his core. Smoke hung heavy in the air, obscuring the view, but the feeling was unmistakable. A presence emerged, so overwhelming it suffocated the remaining air. It wasn't merely powerful. It was sinister, its oppressive energy eclipsing even Veldora's might. "What is that?" Rimuru whispered, his words barely audible over the chaos. Leon turned toward the same direction, his face pale. "It's not Granbell, that's for sure," Leon muttered, his voice barely audible above the residual echoes of destruction. The air grew colder, heavier as if the very atmosphere recoiled in the presence of whatever lurked within the smoke. The violent clamor of Luminous and Granbell's battle was muted in the minds of Rimuru and Leon, their focus locked on the enigmatic presence that loomed just beyond sight. "Stay on guard," Rimuru murmured, his voice steady but low. Leon gave a curt nod, his rapier poised as his eyes narrowed, trying to pierce through the dense shroud. The smoke began to dissipate, swirling away to reveal the figure within. Rimuru and Leon froze, their instincts screaming in alarm as the form came into view. She was a paradox, a beautiful, naked woman with long, dark hair cascading down her back, her presence exuding both allure and malevolence. Her eyes flickered erratically between a piercing golden light and a deep, unsettling sapphire, each shift carrying an intensity that made it impossible to look away. But it was her body that truly disturbed them. Her form was fractured, and parts of her skin glowing with an otherworldly pale blue light were etched with intricate golden lines that pulsed faintly. The boundaries between human and inhuman were blurred, as if two entities fought for dominion over the same vessel. And then there was, for lack of a better term, the glitching. Her image flickered unnaturally, as though reality itself struggled to maintain her presence. Brief distortions rippled through the space around her, bending light and air in ways that defied comprehension. It was as if her existence was an affront to the natural order, a tear in the fabric of the world that refused to be mended. That's not something that should exist, Leon thought, his grip tightening on his weapon. Reality itself seemed to hold its breath as if the world anticipated something unspeakable emerging from the unnatural figure before them. Rimuru's thoughts raced, struggling to process the impossibility of what he was seeing. His instincts screamed that this wasn't a mere enemy. It was something far worse. Then, he remembered Velzard's parting words. "If something significant happens, call me immediately." If ever there was a moment that demanded her presence, it was now. "Vels." Rimuru called out, establishing a thought communication link with her. "Yes, dear." Velzard's reply came, her voice calm and casual. Rimuru could hear the soft rustle of paper and her faint humming in the background. She sounded utterly at ease, oblivious to the storm brewing on his end. Rimuru hesitated, choosing his words carefully. The weight in his chest grew heavier with each passing second. "If you don't mind me asking, what does this Aurelia look like?" he asked. His mental voice carried an edge of unease he couldn't fully mask. The humming stopped. Velzard paused, the faint scratching of her quill silenced as if frozen in time. Slowly, she set her pen down on the desk, her fingers curling against the wood. A shift occurred in her demeanor, one Rimuru could feel through their mental link. "Why do you ask?" she said at last, her tone eerily neutral. Rimuru swallowed hard, realizing he may have triggered something he wasn't prepared for. Still, he pressed on. "Because, there's something here. Part of her has pale blue skin, glowing golden lines dash," he tried to explain, but Velzard cut him off. "Ethereal pale blue skin. Golden lines," she repeated, her voice low and seething. The warmth from her earlier tone was gone, replaced by a smoldering fury barely contained beneath the surface. "Vels." Rimuru ventured, his concern deepening. Velzard's gaze seemed to pierce through time itself as she stared into the abyss before her. Memories long buried clawed their way back into the forefront of her mind, each one stoking the fire of an ancient rage. After another long pause, Rimuru's words broke the silence. "Well, this thing in front of me. It might just be what you've been looking for." His voice trailed off. Velzard's response was immediate and brutal. The air around her began to shimmer, and her body was bathed in a piercing light blue glow. Her transformation was not gradual but instant, a violent eruption of power that warped the space itself. In the blink of an eye, she was there. Velzard had warped into the heart of the ruined hall, and the distortion in the fabric of reality was undeniable. A massive ripple surged through the space, warping everything in its path. The sound of crumbling stone reverberated through the hall as her very presence bent the rules of physics, bending the surroundings to her will. Rimuru and Leon both turned in unison, their gazes snapping toward the figure that had appeared. Leon's breath caught in his throat as he saw her, the frost dragon. Velzard, usually so composed and serene, had arrived in a state that was entirely unlike anything they had seen before. "Vels." Rimuru stammered, his voice faltering as his eyes locked onto her. But as soon as the words left his mouth, Rimuru's blood ran cold. Something was horribly wrong. Velzard didn't even spare a single glance toward him. There was no warmth in her eyes, no affection. She didn't acknowledge Rimuru, Leon, or even the chaos unfolding around her. Her black and white dress fluttered in the winds whipped up by the brutal clash between Luminous and Granbell. But there was no grace in the movement, only an unsettling stillness. Every step she took seemed to disturb the air itself, as though the very world knew to be wary. Rimuru's heart skipped a beat when he realized. Her eyes, normally filled with gentle tenderness, were now nothing but cold, unblinking voids, locked entirely on the entity before her. There was no sign of recognition in them, only a terrible, focused hatred. Velzard's fists clenched tightly at her sides. The sheer force of her grip distorted the space around her, the air itself buckling as though struggling to contain her anger. The realization hit Rimuru with a sickening clarity. This wasn't just a battle for her. This was personal. She was no longer the Velzard he knew. She had become something far more dangerous. At the sight of Velzard, the entity's reaction was immediate. It let out a guttural shriek that tore through the air. The sound was so maddening, so full of raw, tortured emotion, that everyone, save for Velzard, instinctively covered their ears. The screech reverberated through the ruined hall, its intensity cracking the already weakened walls. Each shriek seemed to tear at the very fabric of reality, and with it, the last vestiges of the hall's structure crumbled away. The destruction was final, and the overwhelming pressure of the sound made it feel as though the ground itself was shuddering in fear. Luminous and Granbell immediately halted their violent clash. Both warriors turned their attention to the source of the noise, their eyes finally landing on the entity. Its very presence had been clawing at their minds, and now it was impossible to ignore. Luminous' heart sank into her stomach. Her gaze was locked onto the abomination before her, and she recognized the entity as the very thing she'd sealed within the holy Arkansas. And it had now been unleashed into the world. "No!" Luminous screamed, her voice raw with the urgency of the moment. Her cry was of pure desperation, eyes never leaving the horrible figure. The air seemed to tremble with the weight of her disbelief and horror. The entity's scream was unlike anything they had ever heard. It was a cacophony of conflicting emotions, a sound of anguish, rage, and something much darker crashing together. It felt like the very essence of its being was at war, and that war was being waged within its very shriek. Simultaneously, the glitching effect intensified as the entity's form flickered in and out of focus, distorting like a corrupted image on a broken screen. Its presence wavered as though it couldn't even decide what it truly was. Each flicker of light seemed to represent the battle between two forces, one trying to maintain its dominance over the other. "It's like, she's both angry and fearful of Velzard." Rimuru thought, a sickening realization creeping over him. The conflict within the entity was palpable. As Velzard took a step forward, her presence growing more oppressive, the entity's internal battle only grew more pronounced. The glitching became almost violent, an outward manifestation of the struggle between two competing forces within it. The human part of the entity, known as Cronoa, bore an expression twisted with hatred, its form seeming to ripple with a desire to destroy Velzard at all costs. But the other presence, Aurelia, flickered with fear, an unmistakable terror at the sight of the frost dragon before it. At that moment, the air itself seemed to freeze as if the very flow of time had been severed. The world paused in a collective breath, suspended in an eerie stillness. The space between them crackled with an immense, suffocating tension, a silent battle far more profound than mere physicality unfolding right before their eyes. The entity was locked in an internal war, and the consequences of that war were written in its glitching form, in the tortured expression twisting its face. Then, with a subtle shift, the world came to an absolute halt. A sickening, unnatural blue hue washed over the land. It spread outward in waves, engulfing a massive radius of Lublius in a suffocating sapphire barrier. The strange light permeated every corner, freezing everything in its reach. Within this frozen space, nothing moved. There wasn't a flicker of wind or a whisper of sound. The fires that once raged the city, consuming everything in their path, were now solidified in time, their flames suspended mid-lurch. Every being, once caught in motion, was locked in place. Nevera, Venom, and Cheyenne remained frozen mid-swing, their weapons halted in midair as they faced the unmoving Razzle. Luminous stood, her face forever frozen in a grotesque state of contorted fear, her every feature locked in an agonized scream that would never sound. Granbell's gaze was forever fixed in disbelief, the horror of the moment crystallized in his eyes. Even Rimuru, who usually could navigate the passage of time with ease, found himself trapped in place, his body unwilling to move. Velzard had activated her ultimate skill's trump card, Eternal World. Unlike Time Stop, which halts the flow of time across all of creation, Eternal World restricted its influence to the user's domain, a space that extended for hundreds of kilometers in all directions. Within this realm, everything, the very essence of movement itself, was brought to an absolute, oppressive standstill. Even digital lifeforms, who would otherwise be immune to such temporal effects, found themselves incapable of movement within this space, helpless against the complete nullification of their actions. The silence was suffocating. Only two beings within this domain of frozen time retained the ability to move. Those were Velzard herself and the entity. However, even the entity's movements were sluggish, as though it struggled against the oppressive weight of Velzard's power. Each twitch, each flicker of its form, seemed like an agonizing effort, the internal conflict continuing to rage within it, even as the world around it stood frozen. With one final step, Velzard stopped herself just a few meters away from the writhing presence. Its expression was a violent mix of pure hatred and primal fear. Aurelia. Welp, it has arrived. In the next chapter, there will be no more perspective shifts. It will be centered entirely on Velzard and Cronoa/Aurelia's conflict. Their clash will be a battle of epic proportions, and I can't wait to write it. However, keep in mind that Cronoa/Aurelia is at a severe disadvantage here. While the Cronoa part wants to tear Velzard limb from limb, Aurelia wants to nope the fuck out. I don't have much else to say aside from, shit is getting real. That is all for today, folks. I'll see you in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. Tension in the room was suffocating, nearing its breaking point as Velzard closed the distance between herself and the entity. The figure before her writhed in a grotesque mixture of hatred and primal fear as the frost dragon's icy gaze bore down on it. Velzard's expression remained unsettlingly blank, her eyes devoid of warmth, though the cracks of ancient fury were beginning to show. Millennia of unrelenting rage clawed at the edges of her being, threatening to consume her entirely. Without hesitation, Velzard invoked Gabriel's Eternal World. The activation of this skill didn't merely impose a frozen stillness. It rewrote reality itself within its range. The concept of movement was obliterated, reduced to an impossibility for all but Velzard. Fires no longer flickered, gusts of wind ceased their flow, and every combatant, locked mid-motion, became as lifeless as statues. Even time seemed to bow before this absolute stillness. The true terror of Eternal World lay in its intricate mechanics. For anyone to act within its confines, they first had to perceive the phenomenon, a task that required immense energy and comprehension. To move, however, was an entirely different ordeal. In a realm where motion no longer existed, one would have to reintroduce the concept by forcibly imposing their own perception of movement onto this reality. This feat demanded not only absurd levels of power but also an almost godlike understanding of existence itself. Remuru found himself completely immobilized, his perception lagging far behind the reality unfolding before him. Panic churned through him like a storm as he desperately reached out to the one he trusted most. Seal. Why can't I move? We currently exist in a space where the very idea of motion has been erased. Seal's calm explanation only deepened Rimuru's dread. He struggled to grasp the enormity of what he was experiencing. As he forced his mind to process the frozen tableau, an overwhelming realization gripped him. Velzard's power wasn't just overwhelming. It was absolute. She represented the concept of deceleration, the natural inclination of all moving objects to slow down and eventually reach a state of rest. Yet, in her hands, this principle had been honed to an unfathomable extreme. Within this domain, deceleration wasn't a gradual process. It was instantaneous and total. Motion itself, the very essence of life and reality, had been stripped away. For the first time, Rimuru felt powerless. This wasn't just a battle he couldn't interfere in. This was a confrontation so far beyond him that even comprehending it felt like an insult to the forces at play. He wasn't witnessing a clash of gods. He was standing in the presence of a force that could redefine existence itself. The oppressive stillness of eternal world blanketed the battlefield, its unnatural atmosphere amplifying the eerie tension. Even the air seemed too dense to breathe, as though the world itself was holding its breath in reverence or fear of the two forces facing off. Velzard and the entity stared each other down, their gazes locked in a silent exchange of fury and fear. Then it happened. Rimuru couldn't fully process what occurred, his perception lagging too far behind to track Velzard's movements. A blur of pale blue light was all he caught before the entity, Cronoa, was suddenly hurled skyward, her form an almost imperceptible streak against the static sky. Despite the immense force Velzard unleashed, there was no sound, no shockwave, no physical aftermath of her blow. The entity appeared to phase through the frozen remnants of the ceiling, her body slipping through the indestructible structure as if it were a ghost. The absence of impact only deepened the surreal atmosphere, as though even violence obeyed different rules within Velzard's domain. Without hesitation, Velzard followed her target. Her movements were terrifyingly precise, each motion seamless as she warped above Cronoa in an instant. The Frost Dragon unleashed a beam of negative energy, Frostbreak, a devastating attack that consumed the static sky with a sickly, flickering blue glow. Cronoa's ascent was halted abruptly, and her momentum was snuffed out as if it had never existed. The next moment, she plummeted like a meteor, crashing into the city below with an eerie silence. As Cronoa's body slammed into the stone streets, there was no explosion, no scattering debris, only a disturbing stillness. The ground, rendered indestructible by eternal world, remained unscathed, while Cronoa's body bore the full brunt of the impact. Her back hit the street with a sickening thud that echoed faintly in the void of motionless space. Inside the entity, a storm of conflict raged. Cronoa's fury burned bright as she screamed internally at Aurelia, demanding her cooperation. Lendmeyourpower, damnyour, wellbothdieifyoudonTFIGHT. But Aurelia remained paralyzed, consumed by an ancient, unshakable fear of Velzard. Its dread overwhelmed it, preventing it from offering the strength Cronoa so desperately needed. A strange frost began to spread across Cronoa's form, crystallizing her skin as her body lay limp on the unyielding ground. Her eyes fluttered, rolling back momentarily before she forced them open with sheer will. Velzard descended gracefully, landing just a few meters away from her fallen prey. Her black and white dress barely fluttered despite the residual energy in the air. Her gaze was cold and calculating, devoid of the fury simmering beneath her composed exterior. She examined Cronoa with the detached scrutiny of a predator sizing up its prey, her every movement deliberate, every step measured. Cronoa staggered to her feet, her body trembling with suppressed fury. Her eyes, burning with hatred, locked onto Velzard's composed figure. Cronoa's infinite swirl of negative emotions boiled over, overpowering Aurelia's paralyzing fear in an overwhelming tide of rage. With sheer force of will, Cronoa seized the power she demanded, wrenching control from the fragment of herself that hesitated. Velzard, unmoved by the surge of energy now radiating from Cronoa, acted before the entity could fully unleash her fury. In a blink, she closed the distance between them, her fist driving into Cronoa's face with crushing force. The impact hurled the entity through the air like a rag doll, but Velzard was relentless. She warped ahead of Cronoa's trajectory and delivered another devastating blow before her opponent could recover. Again and again, Velzard struck, her blows carrying an impossible weight that seemed to reverberate through the frozen air despite the absence of sound. The two figures careened down the city streets, Cronoa's form crashing into the immovable structures that remained unscathed under eternal world. With each successive strike, Velzard's attacks grew more ferocious, the atmosphere brimming with the sheer power of her rage, even if no sound carried it. As Velzard prepared to deliver yet another strike, Cronoa's fury reached its zenith. A guttural shriek tore from her throat, shattering the oppressive silence of the frozen world like glass. The scream was raw, primal, and deafening, a tangible manifestation of her unbridled rage. For a moment, the stillness seemed to waver, ripples of sound echoing faintly in defiance of its immutable laws. In a flash, she vanished just before Velzard's fist could land its 100th blow. Velzard's icy gaze narrowed as her strike met empty air, the absence of contact punctuating the eerie silence once more. Her eyes darted to the side, immediately locating Cronoa's figure. The entity rushed at her, a crazed look in her eyes, her entire form brimming with unstable energy. IHATEYOU, 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 Cronoa screamed. Velzard pivoted slightly, her expression unchanging as she prepared to meet the incoming onslaught with the same cold, relentless precision that defined her. The battle was far from over, and the frozen city seemed to hold its breath once more. Cronoa's fist collided with Velzard's palm, the sheer force behind it causing Velzard to skid slightly across the unyielding, indestructible ground. Despite the visible intensity of the impact, the environment's eerie silence persisted, amplifying the surreal nature of the battle. No sound accompanied the clash, only the haunting stillness of this reality. Even with her speed halved, Cronoa's ferocity was undeniable. Her strikes came in rapid succession, each one a blur of raw power and precision. Mixed within were blasts of ominous white rays that crackled with volatile energy, adding to the chaos of her onslaught. Despite her berserk state, her movements weren't reckless. Cronoa's combat skill shone through, revealing her as both monstrously strong and dangerously proficient. Velzard parried the attacks with calculated ease, her own strikes laced with cold, precise intent. The primal rage fueling Cronoa was met with an equally unyielding resolve in Velzard's measured movements. "I don't care who or what you are," Velzard said, her tone frigid as she sidestepped a particularly vicious strike. Cronoa snarled, immediately regaining her footing and launching another blow. Velzard intercepted it effortlessly, catching the entity's fist with her palm once more. "Come out, Aurelia," Velzard demanded, her voice carrying an icy authority that reverberated through the frozen silence. At her words, Cronoa's form seemed to waver. The glitching that marred her figure intensified, flickering wildly as if responding to an internal struggle. For a fleeting moment, her body was engulfed in a pale blue light, a sign of the second entity taking control. "Leavemealone," Aurelia screamed, its face a desperate plea. Velzard saw the opening instantly. Seizing the brief moment of hesitation, she twisted gracefully to evade a retaliatory strike and retaliated with a blow of immense power. The force behind it, enough to obliterate entire mountain ranges, connected with Aurelia's face, sending the entity hurtling backward. Cronoa's body tore through the streets, finally crashing into one of the indestructible walls that framed the frozen battlefield. The impact, like everything else in this frozen realm, was eerily silent. The wall remained unscathed, an immovable object against an unstoppable force, while the ground beneath Cronoa distorted faintly under the force of her fall. Velzard stood unwavering, her frosty gaze fixed on the figure rising from the ground, ready to press her advantage. Within Cronoa, the internal war raged as Velzard approached, her pace unhurried but menacingly deliberate. In the depths of her being, Cronoa's fury collided with Aurelia's paralyzing fear. "Lendmeyourpower, ifyoudont, welldie.doyouhearme, wewilldie." Cronoa's voice echoed in their shared consciousness, no longer a plea but a command. Aurelia's response was hesitant, its terror of Velzard etched into every fragmented thought. "Youdontunderstand, shesnotsomeicanfight, It tried to refute, but Cronoa's mental presence loomed over it. "Idontcare, wedontachoice.ifyoudontifight, werebothddead." She screamed internally. Aurelia faltered, the fear that had consumed it meeting Cronoa's overwhelming rage and willpower. For a moment, the conflict seemed endless, a storm of opposing forces tearing at the edges of their shared existence. But as Velzard drew closer, her icy aura pressing against them like the weight of inevitability, Aurelia began to yield. "Finebrotherlyouthekeysertdiraectlecontheryoutaceyountrepoweryouthepowered. Aurelia's voice wavered, trembling with lingering dread. "Deal. Cronoa snapped, her tone sharp and resolute. With the unspoken agreement sealed, the chaotic struggle within quieted, replaced by an eerie harmony. Velzard continued her approach, her cold gaze locked on the writhing entity. But just as she was about to close the distance, a sudden flash of brilliant light erupted from Cronoa's figure, halting Velzard mid-step. When the light dimmed, Cronoa stood transformed. Gone was her naked and vulnerable form. In its place, she now donned a striking ensemble that radiated authority and menace. A pristine white cape dress flowed over a long-sleeved black shirt, the stark contrast of colors mirroring the duality within her. A sleek black corset framed her torso, with a black waist cape cascading from her hips. White gloves, including a reinforced gauntlet glove on her left hand, adorned her arms, while white and blue boots completed the regal yet battle-ready look. Black spats peeked beneath her dress, and a brilliant ruby necklace rested at her collarbone, gleaming like a drop of frozen fire. Cronoa's eyes, once wild with unfocused rage, now held a sharp clarity as she fixed her gaze on Velzard. Her aura surged, a blend of Aurelia's potent energy and Cronoa's unyielding fury, creating an oppressive force that clashed against Velzard's chilling domain. For the first time, Velzard paused, her icy eyes narrowing as she assessed the renewed threat before her. The silent battlefield crackled with tension, the air between them heavy with the promise of devastation. She immediately recognized her garments to be god-grade. Most notable of all was the sword by Cronoa's side. It bore a striking resemblance to Hinata's blade but much, much stronger. Realizing the battle was shifting to a more decisive phase, Velzard flicked her wrist, her icy demeanor never wavering. A brilliant flash of light erupted from her palm, extending outward like a blade of pure frost. In an instant, the radiant glow coalesced into a weapon, a magnificent god-grade scythe. Its curved blade shimmered like frozen starlight, and the intricate shaft bore engravings of snowflakes and flowing streams as though the essence of winter itself was forged into its design. Canon. Velzard's grip tightened around the weapon, the air around it chilling to an unnatural degree, forming delicate ice crystals that floated serenely before vanishing into the frozen domain. She regarded the scythe with a fleeting glance, its familiar weight in her hand both comforting and empowering. Her mind drifted for a moment to a conversation with Rimuru when she told him about Veldonava's two parting gifts. One was the necklace she always wore. The other was her ultimate skill, Lord of Patience, Gabriel. Velzard allowed herself a brief moment of internal amusement, a rare crack in her stoic demeanor. We're so close, yet even now, we still have secrets. She mused, her lips curving into the faintest shadow of a smile. Rimuru's penchant for hiding details, be they trivial or significant, was something she had come to accept. But she was not entirely innocent in that regard. After all, there's something I haven't told you either. She thought. Her eyes returned to Canon, its frosty edge gleaming with lethal precision. It was no ordinary weapon. Forged by Veldonava himself, it was one of 6 legendary creations, the pinnacle of craftsmanship and power. These weapons were said to surpass even the might of the administrative authorities and were rumored to hold the essence of creation within them. Canon, in particular, embodied the harsh beauty of winter, befitting its wielder. Velzard's scythe was more than a weapon. It was a statement of her lineage, her power, and the legacy left to her by her elder brother. As she turned her attention back to Cronoa, the scythe glowed faintly, its chill resonating with its owner's immense aura. With her weapon in hand, Velzard stepped forward, her movements graceful yet deliberate. The atmosphere grew even heavier, the silent battlefield now infused with the chilling promise of annihilation. To match Cronoa's burning desire to tear her apart, Velzard allowed the intensity of her own will to surge. In response, her second ultimate skill, Lord of Envy, Leviathan, began to stir, the latent energy simmering just below the surface. Would you like to activate Desire Enhancement, Velzard-sama? Leviathan's voice rang in her mind, smooth and coaxing, like a gentle pull at the deepest corners of her soul. The words sparked something in her, fanning the embers of her simmering rage into a roaring inferno. Gladly. Her answer came without hesitation, her resolve absolute. In an instant, her aura surged, becoming a hailstorm of violent energy that radiated unchecked power. The frozen stillness of her domain trembled under the weight of her magiceules, threatening even the indestructible constructs around her. Desire Enhancement was a potent ability, converting the strength of her emotions into raw energy. While envious desires were its ideal fuel, the intensity of her anger sufficed, blazing with a ferocity that rivaled the sun. Across from her, Cronoa adjusted her stance, blade poised, her eyes alight with determination. But despite her readiness, the shift in power was undeniable. Velzard's existent sword, her energy spiraling to new heights as her existence value climbed to an astounding 105 million. In that moment, her magiceules eclipsed even those of Veldora, overshadowing Cronoa's strength entirely. Velzard's expression remained cold and composed, but her aura spoke volumes. It roared like an unrelenting blizzard, embodying her will to dominate. With her power now fully unleashed, Velzard stepped forward, the weight of her presence pressing down on everything in her domain. The tension between them reached its peak, and with a sudden burst of movement, the two titans sprang into action. In an instant, they exploded into the sky, their weapons colliding with a force that lit up the eerie blue hue enveloping Lublius. The clash produced a brilliant explosion of light that illuminated the desolate city below, yet the silence of Velzard's domain persisted, muting even the most destructive of impacts. Breaking free from the bind, Velzard and Cronoa became blurs of motion, their figures darting through the air at incomprehensible speeds. Their weapons clashed repeatedly, each strike producing dazzling flashes of white light. The intensity of their battle was unmatched, a spectacle that felt otherworldly and devastatingly real. Impressive. Velzard remarked coldly, parrying a blow with her scythe. You've taken control of your fear, Aurelia. Or should I say, Cronoa? Her voice was calm, betraying none of the storm raging within her. Cronoa's lips curled into a sneer, her blue eyes glowing with malice. FearisthatSmugEXPRESSIONOFFYOURFACE, she declared. Her blade swung in a wide arc, unleashing a wave of ominous energy that carved through the frozen air. Velzard moved aside, her scythe moving with precision to deflect the attack. Such bluster. Let's see if you can back it up, she replied. Their weapons clashed again, the impact releasing stray remnants of their immense energy. Errant beams of light shot outward, phasing through the barrier of Velzard's domain and striking the world beyond. In the forests and mountains surrounding Lublius, these stray energies manifested as explosions of ice and brilliance. Trees were frozen solid in an instant, and their towering forms turned to glistening statues of frost. Entire swathes of land were left encased in crystalline ice, the sheer scale of destruction leaving scars visible for miles. People watched in horror from the safety of distant nations. The massive dome of Velzard's barrier loomed over Lublius like a menacing beacon, its presence visible even from far away. Within it, two streaks of radiant light wove and clashed in a deadly dance, their battle painting the skies with flashes of brilliance. In the cities nearby, fear gripped the hearts of all who could see the spectacle. Nobles and commoners alike stared with bated breath, praying that the deadly energy did not reach their homes. Yet even at a distance, the impact of the stray blast sent rippling shockwaves across the land. Windows shattered, structures trembled, and the very air seemed heavy with the weight of the battle unfolding miles away. The battle raged on, silent yet awe-inspiring within the confines of Velzard's barrier. The two gods clashed relentlessly, their strikes illuminating the frozen city in bursts of light. There was no longer a need for words. Their weapons spoke for them, each blow embodying their unyielding wills. Cronoa's infinite fury burned brighter with every passing moment, her strikes growing wilder and more ferocious. Across from her, Velzard's aura exuded a cold, unrelenting power, her ancient disdain for Aurelia palpable even without words. Every swing of her scythe seemed aimed not just at Cronoa but at the essence of Aurelia itself, as if to carve away the part of her she despised. Velzard's frustration simmered beneath her icy demeanor. Cronoa was undoubtedly skilled, her movements precise despite the raw emotion fueling her. But Velzard saw the truth. Aurelia was the one supplying Cronoa with the power necessary to maintain this battle. Coward. Velzard thought bitterly, her scythe slicing through the air with even greater force. Cronoa, meanwhile, was beginning to falter. Despite her boundless rage, she couldn't ignore the widening gap between her and Velzard. She knew she was fighting an uphill battle, one she hadn't anticipated would be this steep. Even with Aurelia's power bolstering her, Cronoa begrudgingly acknowledged that her strength only matched Veldora's. Velzard, however, eclipsed them both in skill and energy, a fact that gnawed at Cronoa's fury as much as it battered her body. Back on the shattered stage of the concert hall, Rimuru focused intently. The echoes of their battle pressed against his mind, but he forced himself to stay calm. He couldn't afford to panic. I've completed the process to allow you to move within this realm again. Seal's voice rang in his mind, calm and precise. You're the best. By redefining the concept of motion, I've reintroduced the idea for your being. However, I must warn you. It's currently draining a substantial amount of your energy. That's better than nothing. Thank you, Seal. It is my pleasure, Rimuru-sama. Slowly, Remuru willed his body to move. His arm trembled as he raised it, sluggish at first, but with each second, the invisible force binding him loosened. The sensation of being locked in place began to fade, replaced by a tenuous freedom. He glanced around the ruined hall, his gaze falling on the frozen figures of Shuna, Leon, Luminous, and Granbell. Their stillness was unnerving, a stark contrast to the chaos outside. Considering their relatively low existence values, I doubt they're even perceiving the phenomenon. Rimuru thought, his heart heavy. They were trapped in a moment of time, unable to comprehend or react to the cataclysm unfolding within the barrier. Steeling himself, Rimuru flexed his fingers. His movement was far from smooth, and every action felt like wading through a heavy, unseen force. But it was progress. He had no intention of remaining a passive observer any longer. Rimuru darted outside, each step feeling like trudging through a mire. The oppressive weight of eternal world pressed against him relentlessly, even as Seal's adjustments allowed him to move. His speed was a shadow of its former self, but he pressed on, driven by a resolve that refused to waver. His gaze lifted to the sky, where Cronoa and Velzard's battle raged on. The blinding flashes from their strikes forced him to squint, each collision a silent display of devastating power. The brilliance and destruction unfolding above were as mesmerizing as they were terrifying. Even the air seemed to shimmer under the strain of their clash. Then, a sudden movement caught his eye, too fast for him to fully register. It was a decisive moment. Velzard had found an opening. Her scythe swung in a perfect arc, striking Cronoa squarely in the midsection. The force of the blow sent Cronoa hurtling toward the earth at a velocity that defied comprehension. Rimuru staggered as the shock wave from her descent rippled through the air, though not a sound accompanied the impact. Cronoa crashed into the ground just dozens of meters away, her descent carving an impression into the supposedly indestructible surface. The earth around her seemed to distort under the overwhelming force, cracks of frozen energy spidering out from the point of impact. Rimuru held his breath, his eyes flicking between the battered Cronoa and the descending figure of Velzard. The frost dragon landed with a deadly grace, her expression cold and unreadable, her gaze never leaving Cronoa's broken form. Cronoa's once pristine god-grade garments hung in tatters, shredded by Velzard's relentless assault. Her skin crackled and fractured, glowing fissures of pale blue light spreading across her body where reality itself seemed to strain against her presence. The glitching of her form had worsened, and the faint glow emanating from within her, a sign of Aurelia's energy, had dimmed considerably. And yet, Cronoa's fury remained undiminished. Her eyes blazed with unyielding rage, defiant even in the face of her crumbling body. Through sheer willpower, she forced herself to her feet, her movements rigid yet purposeful. Her gaze locked onto Velzard, unflinching despite the evident toll the battle had taken. "She's still going," Rimuru murmured, his voice low, equal parts awe and dread. Cronoa's frame trembled under the strain. Yet, her grip on her weapon tightened, her stance firming despite the odds. Rimuru could feel the unrelenting force of her anger, her refusal to yield fueling her battered form. He steadied himself, readying for what came next. His movements were still sluggish, and he could feel the strain of exerting himself within this realm, but he had no intention of standing idly by. However, he wouldn't get the chance to act. With speed so incomprehensible that neither Cronoa nor Rimuru could perceive it, Velzard closed the distance between herself and her target in an instant. Her movements were a blur, and before Cronoa could react, her scythe was raised high above, poised to cleave the entity in two. The impact was cataclysmic. A brilliant flash of light erupted from their clash, so intense it could have blinded the heavens. The force of the strike sent a wave of energy surging through the atmosphere, and the barrier surrounding Lublius was dwarfed by a pillar of light that stretched hundreds of kilometers across. Onlookers in faraway lands stared in awe and terror as the beam of pure, white light shot endlessly into the sky, a beacon of raw, unfathomable power. The glow was so brilliant that it swallowed the sun itself, turning day into an unrelenting blaze. As the beam tore through the very fabric of the world, the earth beneath them trembled, shaking from the force of the attack as though the planet itself was bracing against it. The shock waves rippled out in all directions, and the ground quaked violently under the weight of the clash. For what felt like an eternity, the light blazed on, too brilliant to behold directly. Then, as if the world held its breath, the light began to fade. Slowly, the immense glow collapsed in on itself, collapsing back into the ground like a dying star, leaving a trail of fading brilliance in its wake. The surrounding nations watching from afar exhaled in unison, their collective fear melting away as the devastating spectacle seemed to subside. They could hardly comprehend the magnitude of what had just unfolded before them, but they were relieved to see that the wrath of God had seemingly been quelled. Rimuru, his senses still sluggish under the weight of eternal world, hesitated before opening his eyes. As the afterglow of the attack lingered in his vision, he blinked rapidly to clear his sight, confusion swirling in his mind. He looked around. The city streets were eerily still, bearing the familiar scars of his own battle with Leon. The damage and ruins hadn't changed. There was no further destruction, no sign that the earth had been even slightly disturbed by the unimaginable force that had just been unleashed. It was as though the brilliant, terrifying display had never happened at all. Rimuru's gaze darted to the horizon, his mind racing. What the hell just happened? He pondered. There had been no immediate effect, no change, nothing. And yet, the scale of the attack, its sheer power, defied belief. He struggled to make sense of it, his thoughts spinning. However, the full weight of Velzard's godly strike only became apparent once Rimuru's gaze fell upon the ground. Two entities stood before Velzard, both on the brink of collapse and bearing the unmistakable marks of the battle they had endured. One figure lay broken, a naked woman with pale skin, her long dark hair matted and tousled. Her sapphire blue eyes burned with unyielding hatred, glaring up at Velzard, but her weakened form betrayed the toll the battle had taken. She was battered, her body flickering with glitching distortions as if reality itself struggled to keep her together. Rimuru's breath hitched in disbelief. Is that? His words faltered as the truth settled in, but before he could finish his thought, Seal's voice interrupted, calm and analytical. The entity before you is a Manus. Rimuru's expression shifted instantly from confusion to shock. A Manus? You mean just like you? Indeed. However, Cronoa appears to have been born from Chloe Aubert's infinite negative emotions. The revelation hit Rimuru like a lightning bolt, his mind racing. Chloe. Her name echoed in his head as memories of her sudden disappearance came rushing back. Chloe and Cronoa are one and the same. And it seems that Hinata's soul lies deep within her. The confirmation left Rimuru speechless. His mind struggled to process the magnitude of the situation. How? His thoughts were a whirlwind of questions and disbelief. I suspect it is due to time travel, though we need further information to ascertain that fact. The words hung in the air, their implications vast and ungraspable. Rimuru's eyes turned back to Cronoa, whose fury was as intense as ever despite the damage she had sustained. Her body flickered erratically, glitching as if she were being torn apart, but still, her eyes burned with a hatred that seemed to defy logic. But there was more. Rimuru's gaze shifted to the second entity standing before him, a figure that seemed to shimmer with an ethereal glow. Its skin was a pale blue, streaked with veins of golden light, its hair a radiant golden hue that seemed to catch the light in impossible ways. Its deep yellow eyes shone with an ancient agony, a depth that made Rimuru pause. This being was unlike anything he had ever encountered. Aurelia. The name echoed in his mind, and for the briefest moment, he could sense the fractured connection between the two entities. Though they had been separated, the glitches and cracks of white light still marred their bodies, showing just how badly they had been affected by the battle. It was clear now. Cronoa and Aurelia had been one for a long, long time but were now torn apart. I've determined what Aurelia is. Seal's voice rang in Rimuru's mind again, breaking his trance. Her tone was more resolute than ever. Just like Ifrit, Aurelia is a species designation for greater elementals. Rimuru's eyes widened as the information settled into place. More specifically, Aurelia is the catch-all term referring to all greater elementals of time. A wave of understanding washed over Rimuru as Seal's words settled into his mind. The concept was alien to him, vast in scope, and yet, in the stillness of that moment, it began to make sense. The magnitude of it all left him speechless, and he couldn't help but feel the weight of the power that surrounded him. He recalled the time he saved the children of Class S. The scene of that sinister presence attaching itself to Chloe still sent shivers down his spine. Now, it was clear why Ramirez was adamant about keeping that entity away. The brief pause of comprehension was shattered as he turned his attention back to the battle. Ignoring Cronoa's venomous glare, Velzard positioned herself over Aurelia. The elemental's gaze was filled with raw terror, its hands raised defensively in a futile gesture of protection. But it was clear that no amount of defense could shield Aurelia from what was coming. Velzard's brutality was unmatched. She swung her scythe with such unrelenting speed and force that her movements were nothing more than a blur to Rimuru. The sharp edge of her weapon tore through the air, sending Aurelia hurtling through the eerily silent streets of Lublius. The impact rippled the ground beneath it, and before Aurelia could even regain control, Velzard was already upon it again. There was no time to recover, no respite from the storm of strikes. Velzard continued to swing with a fury that left no room for mercy. Please, leavemealone, leavemealone, Aurelia cried out in desperation, its voice laced with genuine terror. It attempted to dodge another swing, but the speed and precision of Velzard's attack were too much to escape. Rimuru felt a cold chill wash over him as he heard Aurelia's voice crack with pain. The elemental's cries were filled with such vulnerability and raw emotion that it shook him to his core. Every swing of Velzard's scythe left jagged lines of ice and white light across Aurelia's fragile form, marring its body with each unrelenting blow. The assault was relentless. Aurelia's body was already crumbling, its form glitching and flickering under the sheer force of the attack. Despite this, it tried to run, tried to escape the unyielding brutality of the frost dragon. But Velzard pursued faster than the eye could follow, and there was nowhere for Aurelia to hide. Rimuru turned, his heart racing as he searched for Cronoa. His gaze snapped back to the battlefield, and a wave of dread swept over him. The space where Cronoa had been just moments before was empty. His eyes widened. Cronoa had vanished. Panic surged through him as he glanced at Velzard, who stood over the broken Aurelia, ready to deliver the final blow. But then he saw the malicious aura returning. Behind Velzard, Cronoa was approaching fast, her eyes burning with a new intensity, her hatred more potent than ever. She was ready to tear the frost dragon apart. Velz. Behind you. Rimuru shouted, his voice raw with urgency. Velzard's eyes widened in alarm as the words reached her, and without hesitation, she twisted in place, her palm slamming against Cronoa's incoming strike just in time to block it. Crash! The force of Cronoa's blow was staggering, her fury pouring into the strike with such intensity that Velzard was thrown back. She skidded across the stone floor until she finally came to a stop just a few meters from Rimuru's side. Rimuru's heart was still racing, his body tense as he took in the carnage. He had never seen Velzard fight with such brutality, and he knew that this battle had escalated beyond anything he had expected. But it was Cronoa's sudden reappearance that sent a shiver down his spine. She was not done yet. And now, with her fury fueling her, the true scope of the battle had become apparent. As the malice drew closer to them, Rimuru turned to Velzard. For the first time that day, their eyes met. Velz. We need to deal with Cronoa first. He urged, his tone heavy with gravity. Velzard cast a final, cold glance at Aurelia's battered form, still crumpled in the distance, hidden away in the corner of the ruined city. Its body was nearly motionless, a testament to the damage it had sustained. After a few seconds, Velzard exhaled sharply. Very well. Aurelia can't move now, anyway. She said, her voice colder than usual as if the battle had numbed her further. Rimuru quickly flicked his gaze toward Aurelia. The elemental was slumped against the remains of a destroyed house, its back pressed against the rubble. White chains, crackling with restrained energy, coiled around it, binding it completely. His attention snapped back to Cronoa as the malice emanating from her grew stronger. With every step she took toward them, her rage intensified. The sight of Velzard standing beside Rimuru seemed to fuel that fury even more. It is possible to get through to her with your astral body. Seal's voice sounded in his mind, cutting through the tension. That sounds outlandish, but it's better than nothing. A plan was forming, albeit a risky one. Rimuru turned to Velzard, her expression now sharp and ready for the next phase of the battle. Velz. I have a plan, but I need you to hold her down. He said, his words urgent and focused. Without a moment's hesitation, Velzard nodded. Got it. She replied, her tone tight with resolve. Seal's voice echoed again in Rimuru's mind, more pragmatic this time. I recommend using the anti-magic mask to calm Cronoa down. Good call. At Seal's suggestion, Rimuru reached into his imaginary space. While he pulled the mask into his grasp, Velzard surged forward with blinding speed, closing the distance between herself and Cronoa in an instant. Despite the heavy toll her body had taken and the severance from her primary power, Cronoa's aura remained monstrous. She was an overwhelming presence that threatened to tear through the very air around her. Her rage burned hotter than ever, and it was as though she were fueled by nothing more than her hatred. Every step she took was an embodiment of pure malice. Velzard and Cronoa resumed their fierce battle, their movements a blur of speed and power that tore them further away from their initial position. The ground trembled beneath the sheer force of their attacks, and Rimuru, sluggish from the effects of eternal world, could barely keep up with the chaos that unfolded before him. Each blow sent shockwaves through the air, and every step seemed to carry them farther from the shattered remains of the city. He staggered forward, still trying to process the overwhelming events, his gaze flicking back to where Aurelia lay slumped against the ruined wall. The elemental, broken and battered, clutched its face in agony, golden tears flowing from its ethereal eyes. The scars of ice and white light marred its pale blue skin, a grim testament to the brutality it had endured. Rimuru paused, a knot of sorrow tightening in his chest. What had this elemental done to provoke such unrelenting fury from Velzard? What could have driven her to this point of savagery? His thoughts weighed heavily on him. But as he looked down at Aurelia, the elemental's vacant expression answered him in silence. Its mind, like its form, had been shattered. Nothing remained but a shell of a creature once full of life. A sudden, blinding flash of light erupted from the ongoing clash between Velzard and Cronoa, and Remuru was jolted back to the present. He cast one last glance at Aurelia, feeling a pang of guilt and sorrow, before moving forward. There was nothing more he could do for it right now. He turned his attention back to the battle ahead, his heart heavy with the weight of it all. As their battle raged on, Rimuru's gaze remained fixed on Cronoa, his thoughts consumed by how terrifying it was that she could still keep up. Despite being severed from her source of power and enduring the earlier conflict, Cronoa's strength had barely waned. Her attacks, fueled by raw fury, were erratic and wild, driven more by emotion than strategy. Yet, she was still a formidable force, one that couldn't be underestimated. Velzard, on the other hand, was the embodiment of control. Her strikes were deliberate and precise, her movements calculated with deadly accuracy. There was no sign of the brutal fury she had shown when punishing Aurelia. Instead, Velzard seemed almost detached, her cold indifference as terrifying as her strength. She faced Cronoa with a calmness that only made the violence of their clash even more striking. Rimuru finally closed in on the chaos ahead, his breathing uneven as he approached the battlefield. Velzard and Cronoa were still locked in their ferocious clash, their movements a blur of power and intent. Each collision of their strike sent ripples through the air, and the ground beneath them cracked under the sheer force of their battle. It was painfully clear that Cronoa was losing. Her attacks were wild and desperate, her form battered and glitching. Still, she refused to yield. Velzard remained unshaken, her calm precision a stark contrast to Cronoa's reckless abandon. She parried a frenzied flurry of strikes, her scythe weaving through the chaos with an elegance that belied its lethality. With each swing, frost trailed in the wake of her blade, freezing the very air and creating jagged shards of ice that hung ominously around them. Cronoa retaliated with raw malice, her strikes cracking through Velzard's icy constructs, but it wasn't enough. Velzard's sheer dominance began to overwhelm her, every exchange pushing her further into the defensive. Cronoa's fury burned brightly, but it was no match for Velzard's cold, unrelenting power. Rimuru raised his hand, signaling Velzard. Velz. Now. He shouted. Without hesitation, Velzard's aura flared, and a subtle shift in the atmosphere signaled the lifting of eternal world. In an instant, the oppressive blue hue enveloping Lublius vanished. The world seemed to gasp as sound and motion flooded back into the desolate city. The distant murmurs of terrified onlookers broke the eerie silence, their voices a mix of confusion and dread. For a fleeting moment, it felt as though time itself had resumed its natural flow. Velzard wasted no time. Her aura surged with newfound intensity, and with a single decisive blow infused with frost magic, she struck Cronoa. The force of the attack sent Cronoa hurtling backward, her glitching form leaving a trail of frost in its wake. She crashed into a towering structure, the impact obliterating it into a cloud of dust and debris now that the stasis of eternal world no longer held it together. Ihateyou, 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 Cronoa bellowed as she struggled to rise, her movements labored but still fueled by relentless hatred. Before she could regain her footing, Velzard's cold voice echoed through the ruined streets. Enough, she said. White chains of ice and light materialized in an instant, summoned by the power of Vergla binding. The chains shot toward Cronoa, coiling around her glitching form with an unyielding grip. They tightened mercilessly, binding her arms and legs and forcing her to the ground. She thrashed against them, her face twisted in disbelief and rage. Howdareyou, Cronoa spat, her words venomous, but the chains only tightened in response. She glared up at Velzard, her fury blazing as brightly as ever, though her strength was rapidly fading. Velzard stood over her, the cold indifference in her gaze sharper than the edge of her scythe. Rimuru, now free from the oppressive weight of eternal world, dashed toward the restrained Cronoa. His hand gripped the anti-magic mask tightly as he approached. Cronoa's gaze shifted to him, her glare now directed squarely at the slime. Her glitching aura shifted ever so slightly as if the sight of Rimuru made her falter for just a moment. Without hesitation, Rimuru placed the mask over her face. The moment it made contact, Cronoa froze, her movement ceasing entirely. And then, Rimuru's world went dark. Well, damn. The reveal has happened. Aurelia is a greater elemental of time. I've been wanting to experiment with elementals in the series as I feel they're heavily underused. So, this is my first venture into that. As for the history between this specific Aurelia and Velzard and how it even ended up fused with Cronoa, that'll have to come later. Moving on. We have the introduction of new weapons forged by the V-Man himself. There are 6 in total now. If you're wondering what those are, then we have Arc, Azura, Deva, Kion, and the 2 others belong to Veldora and Velgrind. Yes, our boy Veldora has a gift from Veldonava that he's kept in storage. Those 2 will be revealed in due time. As for why I went with a scythe, I just thought it'd be cool, pun intended. Death is usually depicted with a scythe, and there aren't many things colder than death itself. The next chapter should cover Chloe and Hinata getting sent back to the past. If I have more fuel in the tank, I'll include the backstory between Aurelia and Velzard. Though, I want that to be a standalone chapter because it'll be pretty lengthy. We'll just have to see. Anyway, that is all. I'll see you in the next chapter. Author, out. Flashback 30,000 years ago. Third-person POV. The multiverse stretched out as a vast, untouched expanse, a canvas of infinite possibilities. In the cardinal world, life was still in its infancy, its surface sparsely dotted with emerging forms of intelligence and ambition. The land was pristine and untamed, with boundless skies arching over rolling plains, lush forests, and towering mountain ranges untouched by the hand of industry. Despite the potential for growth, the planet remained eerily quiet, as if holding its breath in anticipation of what would come. Amid this nascent world, only a handful of sentient beings inhabited the land. They were the creations of Twilight Valentine, a being of profound intellect and one of the first to emerge under the will of Veldonava, the Star King Dragon. Valentine had been charged with a divine task to populate this world with immortal and intelligent lifeforms that could thrive within the grand tapestry of existence. His earliest creations, the High Humans, were marvels of potential. They possessed mortal yet remarkably lengthy lifespans and an innate aptitude for magic and knowledge. But what Valentine saw as their greatest gift, boundless ambition, would eventually lead to their undoing. Their egos, inflated by their abilities, drove them to destructive behaviors and ceaseless conflict. Valentine deemed them a failure, for their mortality and hubris rendered them unsuitable for Veldonava's grand vision. Next came the vampires, beings of eternal life. Their immortality was undeniable, but it came with its own flaws. Bound to the consumption of blood and intolerant of the rays of starlight, they were far from the self-sustaining race Valentine sought. They, too, were deemed unsatisfactory. Undeterred, Valentine focused on new experiments, sculpting other races with meticulous care. The High Elves, masters of nature and magic, embodied grace and wisdom. The High Dwarves, stalwart and ingenious, brought forth unparalleled craftsmanship. The enigmatic Enki and the ethereal Sirens each possessed unique traits that added to the diversity of life. Yet, these creations shared one critical flaw. Their populations were sparse. The effort required to create them and their slow reproduction rates meant they could not fulfill Veldonava's vision of a flourishing multiverse. Now, Valentine stood at a crossroads. His failures had not deterred him but had instead fueled his resolve. He continued his relentless pursuit of perfection, blending arcane knowledge with advanced experimentation. Meanwhile, the beings he had created began carving out their own paths. Small and scattered civilizations formed across the land, each race striving to make its mark on this untamed world. Among them, the high humans stood apart. Despite their flaws, their ambition and adaptability drove them to rapid progress. Their settlements grew more extensive and complex, their mastery of magic and technology surpassing that of the other races. Even as their creator worked tirelessly to forge new life, the high humans took their first steps toward shaping the world in their own image. Amid the fledgling struggles of these nascent civilizations, there was one being untouched by their fleeting concerns. Velzard, the frost dragon and the second of the true dragons, existed as a force of nature, indifferent to the tribulations of mortals. Her presence alone was enough to inspire awe and terror, a testament to her power as one of the creator's most formidable beings. Velzard's birth over 500,000 years ago had been nothing short of cataclysmic. Her arrival carved a permanent scar into the northern continent, leaving a colossal crater of unyielding ice, an eternal monument to her origin. The frozen expanse defied the passage of time, its chill unmatched even by the harshest winters. The land itself seemed to bow to her dominion, forever marked by the power that heralded her existence. Most of Velzard's days passed in quiet observation, spent roaming the northern continent or soaring across the skies with an air of mild amusement. She watched the rise and fall of fledgling creatures with detached curiosity, their efforts akin to fleeting shadows against the vast backdrop of eternity. Occasionally, she visited her elder brother, Veldonava. Though she cherished these moments, reveling in the affection he showed her, she steadfastly refused to admit her fondness for being spoiled. Today, however, was unlike any other. Without warning, Veldonava had summoned her to the dwelling of the elementals, and his words carried an unmistakable weight. There had been a development concerning the element of time, an attribute intrinsically tied to her own dominion. Intrigued by the notion and unwilling to ignore her brother's request, Velzard made her way to the location. For all her pridefulness, she rarely, if ever, denied him. Whatever awaited her at the dwelling of the elementals, she knew it was something worthy of her attention. At this moment, Velzard stood before the concealed entrance to Remru's labyrinth. It was a place known only to a select few and shielded from the prying eyes of mortals. Nestled against the rugged face of an otherwise unremarkable mountain, the entrance was veiled by dense forest cloaked in layers of intricate barriers and illusions that rendered it undetectable to all but the most powerful beings. The stone door before her loomed colossal and imposing, its surface carved with countless mystical runes. These ancient markings shimmered faintly, pulsating with an ethereal glow that hinted at magic from the dawn of creation. The faint, rhythmic flicker of the runes felt almost alive as though the door guarded the secrets within. Twisted vines crawled across the doorway, adding to its air of abandonment and mystery. At the same time, the absence of any discernible path leading to the entrance further obscured its presence from the world. Velzard placed a hand against the cold stone, her fingertips brushing the ancient runes. In response, the carvings flared to life, glowing brighter as they seemed to examine the visitor who dared to approach. The atmosphere thickened, the air charged with a palpable hum of energy. After a brief pause, the runes seemed to acknowledge her identity, their glow shifting to a welcoming brilliance. A low, resonant rumble filled the forest as the enormous stone door began to move. Dust and fragments of vine fell away, disturbed for the first time in untold ages. The grinding of stone against stone echoed with a sense of weight and permanence, reverberating through the surrounding trees and silencing the ambient sounds of the forest. Slowly but inexorably, the massive door swung open, revealing an endless darkness. A final, thunderous thud marked the door's complete opening, the sound reverberating through the ground beneath Velzard's feet. She stepped back for a moment, the stillness of the forest returning like the calm before a storm. With a measured stride, she entered the dwelling of the elementals. The interior was a stark contrast to the concealed, overgrown exterior. A vast expanse stretched before her, defying conventional understanding of space. Towering stone pillars lined the chamber, each carved with intricate designs that spoke of ancient craftsmanship and immortal artistry. The pillars seemed to reach toward infinity, their tops vanishing into the unseen heights of the cavernous hall. A faint light emanated from nowhere and everywhere, bathing the grand space in a soft, otherworldly glow. I wonder what Veldonava and I was talking about. Velzard murmured to herself, her tone soft but tinged with curiosity. Her voice dissipated into the vast, otherworldly chamber like a fleeting whisper carried by an unseen wind. Deciding to seek her answers directly, Velzard stepped further into the ethereal expanse. Each step she took echoed faintly, blending with the ambient hum of the space around her. The distant chattering of elementals filled the air, a melody of delicate, incoherent whispers laced with intrigue. Tiny glowing beings flitted about, their translucent forms sparkling like stardust as they observed the frost dragon. While the younger elementals exuded curiosity, the older ones regarded her with recognition. This was not her first time gracing this hallowed ground. The chamber stretched endlessly in every direction, a realm unbound by mortal constraints. Wisps of light swirled through the air, casting soft, dancing hues that seemed to breathe life into the otherwise timeless stillness. The faint, harmonious whispers of magic intertwined with her presence, and yet, Velzard strode forward with a calm grace, undisturbed by the wonder surrounding her. As she moved deeper into the space, the light intensified slightly, and a figure emerged from the luminous haze ahead. Hovering serenely above the ground was a woman of ethereal beauty, her very existence radiating an otherworldly aura. Remuru. She floated with effortless grace, surrounded by a swarm of glowing orbs, each shimmering in one of the 8 cardinal colors. Her delicate elf-like ears peeked through cascades of long, messy blonde hair that converged into a single intricate braid. Her 3 pairs of transparent fairy wings shimmered like the surface of a pristine lake kissed by sunlight, their delicate movement casting refracted rainbows onto the chamber walls. She wore a flowing gown of emerald green, the fabric seemingly alive as it swayed gently, reflecting her intimate bond with the natural world. "Long time no see, Remuru-san." Velzard greeted warmly, her voice breaking the stillness as she offered a light bow. Remuru giggled softly, a sound as delicate as wind chimes carried on a breeze. The orbs around her flared briefly in brightness, their radiance synchronizing with her every gesture as though responding to her presence. "It's good to see you again, Velzard-sama." Remuru replied, returning the bow with an air of elegance. At her words, Velzard let out a faint giggle. "There's no need to be so formal with me," she said, her tone playfully dismissive, though her smile betrayed genuine warmth. Velzard held a profound respect for Remuru. As the queen of the elementals, Remuru possessed the singular ability to command all 8 elemental attributes, an unparalleled power that had earned her Veldonava's recognition. With this role came the immense responsibility of being a mediator, someone tasked with maintaining the world's delicate balance. Her title, Administrator of the Star, was a testament to Veldonava's trust in her abilities. To Velzard, such a burden could only be shouldered by someone extraordinary. Right. Remuru replied, her voice carrying a playful yet genuine warmth that mirrored Velzard's tone. Remuru, in turn, harbored a deep respect for Velzard. As a true dragon and one of the creator god's greatest creations, Velzard embodied deceleration, a fundamental concept that governed the flow of existence itself. Her power, second only to her brother's, was nothing short of awe-inspiring. Furthermore, Velzard's mastery of the time attribute, the mightiest of all 8, even surpassed Remuru's own considerable skill. Despite her overwhelming strength, Velzard's composed and approachable demeanor left a lasting impression on Remuru. Their mutual regard was evident as the pair shared a light laugh, a rare moment of levity between 2 beings who carried the weight of immense power and responsibility. "So, do you happen to know why I was called here?" Velzard asked, her curiosity breaking the brief silence. At that, Remuru's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she floated closer to Velzard, her energy as vibrant as the glowing orbs surrounding her. "Yes. Something remarkable just happened," she exclaimed, her joy infectious. Velzard tilted her head slightly, intrigued. "Era. It's not often that something major occurs. Now you've got me curious," she replied, her tone teasing yet sincere. Still brimming with enthusiasm, Remuru twirled in midair before gesturing for Velzard to follow. "It's better if you see it for yourself. Come," she urged, beckoning with a wave of her hand before floating away. With an amused sigh, Velzard began to walk forward, her steps unhurried yet deliberate. She followed closely behind Remuru, whose form remained enveloped by the shimmering orbs of lesser elementals that hovered around her like devoted companions. "Fufufu, she's like a mother to them," Velzard mused, a faint smile gracing her lips. Despite the difference in their natures, she couldn't help but admire the gentle authority Remuru exuded, one that inspired loyalty rather than fear. The 2 continued their tranquil walk, the silence broken only by the faint whispers of the ever-growing elementals that flocked around them. Their numbers swelled with each step, an unspoken testament to the journey's significance. Despite the elementals' presence, the surroundings remained essentially unchanging, a vast, infinite expanse filled with faint, shimmering light that seemed to exist beyond the bounds of time and space. Eventually, after what felt like mere minutes, they reached a grand chasm. It was an awe-inspiring void that seemed to defy comprehension. The bottomless abyss below stretched into infinity, shrouded in a darkness that absorbed all light. Above them, the ceiling soared endlessly, a celestial dome veiled in a kaleidoscope of colors that shifted and shimmered like an eternal aurora. Remuru pressed forward, undeterred by the emptiness. As she floated, a translucent bridge began to materialize in her wake, its ethereal form shimmering faintly with each step. Velzard followed closely behind, her grace so effortless that her foot barely seemed to touch the see-through bridge. To any onlooker, it would appear as though she were floating. The subtle illusion brought a flicker of amusement to her lips, a momentary distraction even though this wasn't her first time walking this path. As they approached the other side of the chasm, a massive arched gateway came into view. Its presence was overwhelming, a radiant monolith that dwarfed everything around it. The gate shone with an intense, almost blinding brilliance, its surface rippling with colors that defied the boundaries of creation itself. These hues were unearthly, shades that mortal minds could scarcely fathom, each pulsing and flowing like liquid starlight. When they reached the edge of the bridge, the pair stopped before the towering archway. The gateway exuded an otherworldly presence, its radiance both welcoming and daunting. Remuru gazed at the dimensional gate with an air of familiarity and pride, her expression serene yet tinged with reverence. Velzard, standing beside her, nodded in quiet approval. Her icy blue eyes fixated on the dazzling surface of the gate as the impossible colors shimmered and danced across its threshold. For a moment, she was silent, captivated by the sheer magnificence of the structure. Remuru turned to Velzard, her expression alight with excitement, her tone almost bubbling over with anticipation. "All right, here's the thing," she began, unable to mask the enthusiasm in her voice. Intrigued but quietly amused, Velzard inclined her head, a faint smile gracing her lips as she urged Remuru to continue. "You're well aware that time is the most powerful of the 8 elemental attributes. But, as with anything with unparalleled power, it comes with a few unique caveats." Remuru gestured animatedly as she spoke, her ethereal wings fluttering behind her. This wasn't new information for Velzard, yet it still held her attention. Time stood as the pinnacle of the elemental attributes, its dominance undisputed. Among the 5 great elements, each formed an interconnected cycle of strength and weakness. Earth was strong against space, fire overwhelmed earth, water subdued fire, wind triumphed over water, and space dominated wind. Beyond these lay light and darkness, locked in eternal equilibrium, neither overpowering the other. But time existed above them all, transcendent and supreme. Its mastery rendered the interplay of the others insignificant, its power capable of shaping the fabric of reality itself. Yet, with such potency came scarcity. Elementals, as spiritual lifeforms, were born from the coalescence of natural energy or as offshoots of higher-tier elementals. The distribution of elementals across the attributes was typically balanced, with light and darkness being marginally rarer. But the time attribute was an anomaly. Its elementals were so rare they were practically mythical. Time elementals are astronomically scarce. Remuru explained, her voice carrying a hint of awe. Since the dawn of creation, only a handful of lesser elementals of time have ever come into existence. Medium elementals of time are even rarer, fewer than 100 throughout history. She paused, her eyes glinting with emphasis. And as for greater elementals of time, she continued. Velzard's gaze remained steady, already knowing the answer. Not a single one has ever been born. Remuru's words hung in the air, heavy with their significance. Time's immense power made it elusive, its rarity underscoring its unparalleled might. For any development concerning the time attribute, even Velzard, the embodiment of deceleration and master of the time element, could not afford to take it lightly. Remuru held a finger up as if getting to the best part of a story. That was, until now. Remuru said, her words laced with unmistakable glee. Velzard's eyes widened, her usually composed expression faltering as disbelief seeped into her features. Her lips parted slightly, but no words came. Amused by the rare display of shock from the frost dragon, Remuru let out a soft, melodious giggle that seemed to echo in the vast chamber. "Shocking, right?" she teased, her tone brimming with amusement and uncontainable excitement. The glowing orbs around her flared briefly as if reflecting her mood. Velzard took a moment to collect herself, her crystalline gaze narrowing slightly. "Was this why I was summoned?" she asked, her voice low and tinged with disbelief, as though still grappling with the weight of the revelation. Remuru nodded enthusiastically, her wings fluttering in delight. "Exactly," she confirmed. The confirmation sent a ripple of thought through Velzard's mind. The very existence of a greater elemental of time, let alone the possibility of more, was unthinkable. It was an event so monumental it would alter the balance of the world. And yet, here she was, standing on the precipice of such a revelation. Still reveling in Velzard's uncharacteristic reaction, Remuru floated closer, the shimmering wisps trailing her like loyal attendants. Her mischievous grin widened as she leaned slightly toward the frost dragon. "Would you like to see them?" she asked, her voice tinged with mischief and unmistakable anticipation, her emerald eyes practically sparkling. Velzard's disbelief didn't waver, but her curiosity was undeniable. "Fufufu, how could I refuse?" she said, her tone regaining its composure but still carrying a trace of intrigue. However, before either of them could act, an overwhelming presence stirred within the labyrinth. There was no sound or movement to announce the arrival, only a sudden, undeniable weight that filled the air, commanding attention and reverence. Remuru and Velzard's heads snapped toward the translucent bridge, their eyes scanning for the source of the aura, but they saw nothing. "He's messing with us again." Remuru groaned, crossing her arms with a faint pout, though a faint smile tugged at her lips. Velzard, however, remained silent, her crystalline gaze darting across the vast chamber. The disbelief that had flickered moments ago melted into eager anticipation, her senses honing in on the unmistakable presence. "Wrong direction, you two." A smooth, resonant voice echoed, effortlessly filling the endless space. Both of them turned sharply toward the source. Standing by the gateway to the elemental realm, there was a figure whose very existence radiated divinity. He appeared androgynous, a being beyond mortal comprehension yet undeniably beautiful. His long black hair cascaded like a flowing curtain of night, speckled with white dots that shimmered like a living constellation. 2 magnificent horns extended from his head, glowing with an ethereal blue hue but simultaneously as dark as the void. His cool black armor shimmered with an otherworldly brilliance, its gold trimmings catching the light in a way that seemed to shift between reality and illusion. Blue eyes, luminous and infinite, glowed with an intensity that spoke of boundless power, eternal wisdom, and creation itself. He was at once serene and commanding, embodying the vastness of the cosmos. Veldonava, the Star King Dragon, had arrived. He began his approach, each step carrying an aura of divinity so profound it seemed to ripple through the fabric of the space itself. Yet, his gait was casual, almost carefree, as if he walked not as a god but as a brother and a friend. One hand rested behind his head, tousling the cascade of his starry black hair, sending faint glimmers into the air with every motion. "I'd like to see these time elementals myself, so consider me part of this grand revelation," he said. His voice defied mortal comprehension. It was warm yet cool, commanding yet unassuming, confident yet humble, a paradox of tones that resonated deeply within the souls of those who heard it. Divine in its authority, it also carried a genuine, down-to-earth charm that made his words feel personal, as though he spoke directly to the hearts of those before him. Ramiris immediately knelt, bowing low in reverence, though her expression betrayed a trace of mock annoyance at his earlier antics. The glowing orbs around her paused in their swirling, their vibrant hues dimming slightly as if to bow in acknowledgement of the entity before them. Velzard, on the other hand, inclined her head with grace, a gentle smile curving her lips. Despite her composed demeanor, the air around her shimmered faintly, betraying the effect of his overwhelming presence. "It's good to see you again, Veldonava-sama." Ramiris greeted, her tone a delicate balance of respect and warmth. Veldonava's gaze swept over them, and he nodded in approval. The simple act carried a weight of divine satisfaction that seemed to brighten the air around him. Turning to Velzard, his smile softened, radiating a light that was at once celestial and familial. "I'm glad to see you're punctual as always," he said, his words laced with warmth and genuine praise. Velzard met his gaze, her composure intact, though the corners of her lips twitched with amusement. "Fufufu of course, Veldonava and I." She replied lightly, her tone teasing yet respectful. A knowing chuckle escaped him, a sound that was at once gentle and powerful, resonating like the harmonious chords of the universe itself. He stepped closer and placed a hand atop her head, the gesture simultaneously brotherly and divine. "You don't have to act around me, Velzard," he said softly, his touch sending a soothing warmth through her. For a moment, Velzard's icy composure faltered. A faint blush colored her cheeks, but her smile remained steadfast. "All right," she stammered, struggling to maintain her usual poise under his piercing yet kind gaze. Veldonava's smile widened, an expression so radiant it felt like the stars had brightened. "That's more like it," he said, his tone infused with a gentle, timeless, and profoundly personal encouragement. After a few moments, the group stood in silence before the massive dimensional gate, its archway radiating with impossible colors that seemed to defy the boundaries of reality itself. The air was thick with palpable energy, and the gateway's hues pulsed in rhythmic waves as if alive. Ramiris stepped forward, emanating an aura of authority. She spread her arms wide, her voice ringing out with commanding resonance. "Come forth, Aurelias. Greater elementals of time," she commanded. The chamber was immediately engulfed in a blinding brilliance. The light poured forth from the gateway like a torrent, washing over everything in its path. Despite its intensity, none of them averted their gaze. Then, the overwhelming radiance receded as suddenly as it had come, leaving behind 5 kneeling figures at the heart of the chamber. Each of the Aurelias radiated an otherworldly presence. Their forms were varied yet harmonious. 2 bore masculine features, another 2 appeared distinctly feminine, while the 5th figure was an enigma, defying easy categorization. Their statures ranged from towering and imposing to lithe and graceful, their clothing adorned with intricate accents that seemed to shimmer with time itself. But what unified them was their ethereal appearance of translucent, pale blue skin lined with golden streaks that pulsed with an intense inner glow. The streaks seemed alive, coursing like veins of liquid light through their forms, a testament to the unimaginable power they held. The true dragons stepped forward to stand beside Ramiris, their gazes locked onto the kneeling Aurelias. Veldonava's expression remained serene, his divine presence unshaken, but his star-like eyes gleamed with an infinite knowing as if dissecting the very essence of the beings before him. The Aurelias did not stir under his gaze, and their heads remained bowed in reverence. Velzard, on the other hand, could not contain her awe. Her wide eyes betrayed her disbelief as she took in the sight of the greater elementals of time, beings whose existence was thought to be impossible. The glow of the golden streaks reflected in her ice-blue eyes, mirroring her astonishment. The silence was profound, the air vibrating with the weight of the moment. Ramiris turned slightly, her face a mix of pride and satisfaction. "Well, here they are. The first greater elementals of time," she said, her voice softer now but tinged with excitement. After a few moments, Veldonava finally spoke, his tone calm and absolute, as though his words carried the authority of the universe itself. They truly bear the time attribute, fascinating. He mused, his voice resonating with a quiet reverence. Velzard's gaze flicked to her brother, her awe giving way to cautious curiosity. This changes everything, she murmured, her words heavy with the realization of what the Aurelia's existence meant. The Aurelias remained silent, their forms radiant and poised, awaiting the commands of the three entities who now observed them. But the silence that followed the Aurelia's summoning was short-lived. Veldonava turned toward Velzard and Rimuru, his expression calm but thoughtful. "This does change everything," he said, his tone carrying an unspoken gravity. Velzard nodded, her earlier astonishment giving way to contemplative resolve. The time attribute was already unparalleled in its power, but with the Aurelia's existence, it introduces a level of unpredictability to the balance of this world. She replied. Rimuru floated slightly closer to them, her usual light-hearted demeanor dimmed by the weight of the conversation. "You're both right, but there's something that worries me even more," she chimed in, her voice tinged with concern. She glanced back at the kneeling Aurelias, their golden-lined forms radiating an otherworldly stillness. If word spreads that greater elementals of time exist, mortals will stop at nothing to try forming contracts with them, she added. Velzard crossed her arms, her expression tightening. "You think anyone could even manage that? Time elementals, lesser and medium ones, are notoriously elusive. They barely acknowledge summons, let alone answer them," she retorted. Rimuru shook her head, her hands fidgeting with the fabric of her dress. "That's true, and it's because they lack proper egos. Lesser and medium elementals of time don't respond to calls because they're, well, almost like forces of nature, not individuals. But the Aurelias are different," she explained, her gaze flicking back to the kneeling figures. "They do have personalities, fully developed ones at that. And while that makes them stronger and more stable, it also makes them approachable. Reasonable. If someone persistent enough tries, they might succeed," she added. Veldonava's serene expression darkened slightly as he considered her words. "There aren't many who would dare attempt it, given the time elemental's mythical status," he said. "But there are exceptions. The high humans, for instance. They've been known to dabble in summoning rituals far beyond their understanding," he added. Rimuru nodded gravely. "Exactly. Most would dismiss time elementals as a legend, but the high humans have been trying to summon beings beyond their comprehension. What happens if one of them learns about the Aurelias?" she asked. Veldonava's eyes briefly took on a faraway gleam as though recalling a distant memory. "I've already addressed this with some of my creations," he said, his voice calm but firm. "Twilight Valentine, for instance. I warned him against experimenting with time elementals or the attribute itself. He understands the risks," he told them. Velzard frowned, her expression skeptical. "Even if he listens, he isn't the only one we must worry about. The wrong mortal with even a fraction of the time attribute's power could wreak unimaginable havoc," she replied. Rimuru sighed, floating closer to the group. "And that's exactly my point. These Aurelias might be stubborn, but they can be reasoned with. If the wrong person convinces them, whether through trickery or persistence, it could spell disaster," she explained. Veldonava nodded slowly, his divine aura flickering slightly as though responding to his growing concern. "The power of the time attribute is unparalleled because it's absolute. A mortal granted such power could not only destabilize the world but potentially unravel it," he muttered. "And that's assuming they even know how to wield it properly. Misuse could be just as catastrophic as malicious intent." Velzard's voice was colder now, a reflection of her rising unease. The three stood in tense silence, their combined auras crackling faintly with the weight of their shared concerns. Even the Aurelias, kneeling in quiet submission, seemed to sense the gravity of the discussion. Rimuru broke the silence, her voice steady despite her obvious worry. "So, what do we do? Do we try to contain them? Hide them? Or, do we trust they'll make the right choices themselves?" she asked. The other two exchanged a glance, their expressions unreadable. The answers weren't simple, but the stakes were undeniable. Just when the air was getting heavy with unspoken tension, Veldonava finally broke the silence, his voice serene yet commanding. "They should remain and continue to grow within the elemental realm," he proposed, the divine undertone of his words leaving no room for doubt. Velzard and Rimuru perked up instantly, their attention riveted to him. Before either could respond, Veldonava's focus shifted, his piercing gaze falling upon the kneeling Aurelias. Without warning, his aura intensified, radiating a divine and overwhelming presence. His eyes glowed faintly as his analysis activated, a shimmering veil of information reflecting in his irises. The effect on the Aurelias was immediate. Four of them instinctively lowered their heads, their glowing forms dimming under his scrutiny as if acknowledging his unmatched authority. Yet one remained defiant, or rather, curious. This Aurelia raised its head, its golden streaks glowing brighter against its translucent skin as it gazed back at Veldonava with unrestrained awe. Its eyes shimmered, brimming with an insatiable curiosity that bordered on reverence. Rimuru and Velzard exchanged a glance, their unease palpable. Both felt a twinge of irritation at the lone Aurelia's audacity, though they held their tongues, trusting Veldonava's judgment. Veldonava's divine presence seemed to pulse as his analysis deepened, delving into the very essence of the elementals before him. His expression remained unreadable, though there was a faint flicker of interest in his glowing eyes. This one, it is different. He finally said, his gaze locked on the curious Aurelia. His words hung in the air, drawing the attention of Velzard and Rimuru, who now turned their focus to the singular Aurelia. The elemental's form seemed to glow even brighter under Veldonava's divine scrutiny. It possesses a significantly higher concentration of magicules compared to its brethren. He explained, his tone even yet weighty. And its personality sets it apart. While the others are obedient yet reserved, this one is filled with an unrelenting curiosity. He added. His eyes softened momentarily as he regarded the Aurelia's gleaming form. Curiosity is a noble trait. He admitted, his voice laced with both admiration and caution. But it must be tempered, lest it lead to recklessness. He warned. He let his words linger, shifting his gaze to the group as a whole. Curiously, despite having yet to be incarnated, the power of these elementals is immense. The sheer density of their magicules approaches the threshold of divinity itself. He continued. Both Velzard and Rimuru stared at him, their eyes wide with disbelief. Approaching divinity? Velzard repeated, her voice tinged with astonishment. Rimuru fidgeted in the air, her wings fluttering nervously. Even without bodies or proper names, that's insane. She muttered, her usual levity replaced by genuine concern. Veldonava turned back to the curious Aurelia, whose unyielding gaze met his once more. MHM. And this one is by far the strongest of them all. He said, his tone quieter but no less authoritative. His words were final, leaving Velzard and Rimuru to ponder the implications. The weight of the revelation pressed down on the room, and for the first time since the Aurelia's arrival, the enormity of their existence truly began to sink in. The revelation of the Aurelia's potential sent waves of unease rippling through the chamber. While their power was immense in their current state, the possibility of their incarnation, or worse, their assimilation with a mortal, loomed over them like an impending storm. If such a scenario occurred, their strength could rival, if not surpass, that of the primordial demons. Rimuru and Velzard exchanged uneasy glances, their minds racing to grasp the full implications. Velzard's usually composed demeanor faltered, her lips pressed into a thin line. Unbelievable. She muttered, her voice tinged with astonishment and concern. Right. Rimuru exclaimed, throwing her arms up. And here I thought managing the normal elementals was hard enough. She joked. Veldonava's gaze remained serene as he spoke, his voice cutting through their growing apprehension like a soothing balm. They need time to develop and nurture their powers in the elemental realm. He said. Then, his eyes shifted to Rimuru, who immediately crossed her arms in mock defiance. And you're saying I have to watch over them? She whined, puffing out her cheeks. Her exaggerated display drew a warm laugh from Veldonava, a sound that seemed to resonate with divine harmony. Even Velzard couldn't suppress a slight chuckle, her earlier tension momentarily eased. You're the perfect guardian for them. Veldonava said with a gentle smile. Who better than the queen of the elementals? He teased. Rimuru let out an exaggerated sigh, flapping her wings lazily. Fine, fine. But if they start causing trouble, I'm calling you. She told him. Veldonava chuckled again but then turned his gaze to Velzard, his expression soft yet commanding. Velzard instinctively straightened, her ice blue eyes meeting his. And you, Velzard. He began, his tone carrying a hint of gravity. I'd like you to visit the dwelling of the elementals from time to help them hone their control over the time attribute. He said. Velzard blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Me. She echoed. Her brother's chuckle returned, lighter this time. Your control over the time attribute far surpasses theirs. They could learn much from you. She replied. Though the request surprised her, Velzard quickly regained her composure, offering a slight nod. I suppose I can check on them occasionally. She said, her tone measured. At that moment, the curious Aurelia lifted its head, its translucent golden eyes locked on Velzard. The intensity of its gaze sent a slight shiver down her spine. Something about its unwavering curiosity unsettled her, but she quickly shook the feeling off, redirecting her focus to Veldonava. With a slight shift in his demeanor, Veldonava's expression grew serious. Through thought communication, his voice echoed directly into their minds, carrying an unmistakable weight. Keep a close watch on that one. he instructed, his eyes briefly glancing at the curious Aurelia. Rimuru and Velzard followed his gaze before nodding in unison. I admire its curiosity. Veldonava continued, his tone thoughtful. But it could lead it to make choices that would change the balance. If its power were ever lent to a mortal, the consequences could be catastrophic. He said. Understanding the gravity of his warning, Velzard and Rimuru exchanged a determined glance. Understood. Velzard replied firmly. I'll keep an extra eye on her. Rimuru added, her usual levity replaced by a rare seriousness. Satisfied, Veldonava offered them a small, reassuring smile. His divine presence radiated calm, but the unspoken tension lingered in the room, a silent acknowledgement of the fragile balance they now had to maintain. The group stood in contemplative silence, their decisions made, but their task's weight still lingered. The atmosphere shifted suddenly when Veldonava's serene expression flickered, replaced by something sharper. He tilted his head slightly as if listening to an unheard voice, and his eyes narrowed with quiet focus. Rimuru and Velzard immediately noticed. Veldonava-sama. Rimuru called, her wings fluttering nervously. What's wrong? She asked. Velzard mirrored her concern, stepping closer. Did something happen? She questioned. For a moment, Veldonava remained still, his divine presence calm yet undeniably distant. Then, with a quiet sigh, he straightened and looked at them, his gaze apologetic. I must go. He said, his tone steady but tinged with regret. There's been a disturbance at the Heavenly Star Palace. He added. Rimuru blinked in confusion. A disturbance. She echoed. Feldway. Veldonava elaborated, his voice taking on a hint of annoyance. He's gotten into a dispute with the others. He said. Of course, it's Feldway. That guy's always been a pain. Rimuru groaned. Velzard said nothing, though her expression hardened. She wasn't fond of the angels, but even she knew that anything involving them demanded immediate attention. With a warm yet reluctant smile, Veldonava turned to Rimuru, offering a small wave. Take care of the Aurelias. He said. I'll leave them in your capable hands. He told her. Rimuru puffed out her cheeks in protest. Capable hands, huh? You're just ditching all the work on me again. She whined. Veldonava chuckled softly but said nothing. Instead, he shifted his attention to Velzard. Gently, he placed a hand on her head, his touch imbued with both affection and reassurance. His divine aura seemed to dim slightly as if he regretted having to leave. You'll be fine. He told her, his smile unwavering. You always are. He added. Velzard's heart clenched at the warmth in his voice, but she merely nodded. I'll do my part. She said softly. Satisfied, Veldonava took a few steps forward, his form glowing faintly with celestial light. Then, in an instant, he vanished, leaving only a faint ripple in the air where he once stood. The chamber felt quieter without his presence, and both Rimuru and Velzard let out simultaneous sighs. Typical of him. Rimuru muttered, crossing her arms. Just pushing all the work onto us like it's nothing. She complained. Velzard let out a small laugh, her earlier tension easing. That's just who he is. She said, a trace of fondness in her tone. The two exchanged a knowing look, their shared exasperation quickly giving way to determination. Well. Rimuru said, placing her hands on her hips. We've got a job to do, and I'm not about to disappoint him. She declared. Velzard nodded, her gaze stealing. Neither am I. Besides, it'll be a change of pace from wandering the world or staying on the northern continent. She said, and Rimuru smirked. Oh. The great Velzard, actually appreciating a task. Color me shocked. She teased. Velzard rolled her eyes, but a small smile tugged at her lips. Don't get used to it. She replied. With a final wave, the two parted ways. Velzard strode toward the bridge spanning the void, her steps deliberate. As she approached the edge, she cast one last glance back at the Aurelias. Her gaze locked on the curious one, its translucent eyes gleaming with unrelenting curiosity. The intensity of its stare sent a faint chill through her, and she quickly turned away. Shaking her head, Velzard began to ponder what she could possibly teach them about the time attribute. Ideas flitted through her mind, perhaps, time stop, or even, causality reversal. The thought of mentoring such beings was daunting, but she pushed the weight of it aside with a quiet sigh. That's a problem for future me. She muttered to herself, stepping forward into the endless expanse. For now, she would focus on the path ahead. Welcome back, readers. Belated Merry Christmas to those who celebrate the holiday. There was no chapter since I spent Christmas on vacation. But now, I'm back. There's a lot to unpack in this chapter. Firstly, I wanted to write the entire Aurelia and Velzard backstory in one chapter but quickly realized it would be too lengthy. So, unfortunately, I will have to split it into multiple chapters, maybe 2 or 3. After that, we will have Chloe and Hinata's journey through the past, followed by Rimuru saving the two, the conclusion to the Razzle fight and Luminous and Granbell's finale. Second, my memory of the pre-human time of the Cardinal world is hazy, so I had to freestyle some of it. As for Velzard's age, I know it's around 20,000 plus, but I decided to push it back. Velgrind, being the younger sibling, would be born around a few millennia after Velzard while still falling in the 20,000 plus age range. Thirdly, I'm sure some of you already know where this backstory is headed, considering the hints I've placed regarding the Aurelias. Also, unrelated, but I'm super proud of the Veldonava illustration. It's my rendition of him based on his description and several fan art. I'm sure some of you can tell which works inspired my version. Anyway, that is all, people. I'm glad to be back, and I'll see you in the next chapter. Author, out. Third-person POV. Over 10 millennia had passed since the birth of the Aurelias. Their existence, veiled in secrecy, lingered as nothing more than whispers in myths and legends. The Cardinal world had changed dramatically in that time. Races born from Twilight Valentine's creations had spread across the vast continent, giving rise to kingdoms and empires shaped by their creators' diverse visions. Among them, the High Humans emerged as a dominant force. Gifted with unmatched intellect, they were led by Jahil, a man whose hubris knew no bounds. He saw himself as the rightful ruler of the world, his vision fueled by an unshakable belief in his superiority. Under his leadership, the High Humans subjugated neighboring settlements, turning their intellect into a weapon of conquest. Though the time elementals remained little more than a myth, Jahil was captivated by their rumored power. His ambition demanded their servitude, and he ordered countless summons in a desperate attempt to bring one forth. Each failure only spurred his obsession, his arrogance blinding him to the impossibility of his goal. To Jahil, the world was a chessboard, and he would stop at nothing to claim its king's crown. But arrogance has a way of birthing ruin. During a bloody conflict with a rival nation, Jahil made a fateful decision. Desperate to ensure his victory, he turned to a darker form of power far beyond his understanding. With intricate rituals and potent, summoning magic, Jahil called forth the red primordial, Rouge. Rouge's power was unparalleled, and the archdemon fulfilled Jahil's wish with terrifying ease. Entire armies were reduced to ash, and the rival nation was wiped from existence. But as the battlefield fell silent, the true cost of Jahil's ambition revealed itself. The carnage had provided Rouge with the fuel he needed, millions of corpses saturated with despair and hatred. Using this energy, Rouge incarnated into a physical form, ascending to the rank of a true demon lord, the first in history. Blinded by his arrogance, Jahil believed Rouge would remain bound to his will through the restrictions of summoning magic. He couldn't have been more wrong. With cruel precision, Rouge shattered Jahil's illusion of control. The demon lord called forth his primordial subordinates, Blue and Vert together, the two unleashed calculated destruction upon the supermagic empire. Avoiding mass destruction magic, they ensured the suffering was prolonged and personal, leaving no soul to escape the horrors of their wrath. In his final moments, Jahil realized the depth of his error. His relentless pursuit of power had not only doomed himself but also the empire he sought to elevate. The supermagic empire, once a beacon of the High Humans' dominance, crumbled under the weight of his arrogance. As Rouge crushed his enemies, their doomed pleas became a melody to his ears, a twisted symphony of despair. Reveling in his newfound power, he claimed the name Guy, a declaration that he was unmatched in this world. Awakening had been unnecessary as even before his ascension, he considered himself the strongest. He named his companions Misery and Rain as tributes to humanity's suffering in the crimson deluge that followed his every step. Together, they wandered the world, indulging in its pleasures and reveling in its chaos. Eventually, their travels brought Guy face to face with Veldonava, the Star King Dragon. The mere sight of the creator standing before him ignited his pride, compelling him to issue a challenge. "So, you're the creator, huh?" Guy's voice dripped with defiance as he squared his shoulders, his fiery eyes locking onto the true dragon in human form. Veldonava regarded him with a bemused expression, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. Then, he chuckled dryly, scratching the back of his head as if contemplating the effort it would take to engage. "Ready when you are," he said, his tone calm, almost bored. Guy's power flared to life, the atmosphere around him warping under the sheer weight of his malice. The air crackled with raw energy, and the ground beneath his feet buckled and shattered, unable to bear his presence. In an instant, he shot forward, his speed defying comprehension. The earth split open in his wake, leaving a massive crater as his launching point. His fist, carrying the force of a cataclysm, barreled toward Veldonava. The forest around them flattened in the face of the shockwave, trees igniting in a fiery blaze. Time itself seemed to slow as Guy's strike neared its target. Boom. The resulting explosion obliterated everything in its path. Under the force of Guy's blow, an entire mountain range disintegrated, its remnants scattered like dust across the horizon. Yet, despite the devastation, his opponent was nowhere to be seen. Guy's eyes widened in disbelief. His fist had met nothing but air. Retracting his hand, he whipped his gaze around, scanning the smoldering wasteland for any sign of Veldonava. Looking for someone? A smooth, casual voice sounded behind him. Guy spun, his fists clenched and ready, but no one was there. Before he could react, he was struck. One moment, he stood amidst the ruins of his own attack. The next, his vision blackened as his face smashed into the ground with a force that shattered the earth beneath him. The impact sent him skidding across the devastated plains, carving a deep trench as his body dragged along the ground. A thunderous explosion erupted as Guy collided with a mountain, sending shockwaves rippling outward and vaporizing the massive structure on impact. The land cracked and split beneath him, carving a smoldering crater deep into the earth. Smoke and debris billowed into the air, obscuring the battlefield in an ominous haze. And a jagged trail of destruction marked the path of his fall, a testament to his opponent's overwhelming power. Veldonava stood where the battle had begun, and his posture relaxed as if the entire exchange had been a casual game. Dusting his hands off, he sighed. Was that too much? He mused, his voice carrying an air of playful indifference. Yet, before the dust could settle, a figure rose from the devastation. Guy reappeared, hovering a few dozen meters from Veldonava, his aura flickering wildly. His body bore the damage of the attack he endured, but his defiant glare burned brighter than ever. Fueled by unyielding pride, he refused to back down. Veldonava's grin widened, a spark of genuine amusement flickering in his otherwise tranquil gaze. The fight wasn't over, and it thrilled him. Not bad. Veldonava muttered, his voice carrying effortlessly through the chaotic winds. Guy extended his hand, and a sinister yellow glow coalesced within his palm. As he prepared to unleash his attack, the air grew heavy, saturated with oppressive energy. Stellar nuclear collapse. He bellowed. The glowing orb in his hand pulsed with deadly intent, radiating an overwhelming pressure. It was a masterwork of destruction, the pinnacle of nuclear magic, containing the unfathomable force of a collapsing star compressed into a singularity of annihilation. As Guy hurled it forward, the world seemed to hold its breath. The attack streaked toward Veldonava, its sheer proximity scorching the earth and igniting the skies. Trees vaporized, rivers boiled into clouds of steam, and the ground below blackened and fractured under the immense heat. Veldonava, however, remained unmoved. His divine aura flared subtly like the tide rising before an inevitable wave. With almost lazy grace, he raised a single hand, his palm facing the incoming attack. The contrast was staggering. Guy's attack, a masterpiece of devastation, met with an effortless calm gesture. In less than a heartbeat, Veldonava unleashed his counter. Drago Nova. He intoned softly, his voice resonating with undeniable authority. A beam of pure blue light erupted from his palm, radiating an intensity that dwarfed Guy's spell. The landscape trembled violently as the beam expanded, flattening the surroundings in an instant. Mountains crumbled into dust, and the sky itself seemed to split as the beam obliterated everything in its path. Guy's spell was consumed in a fraction of a second. Its unparalleled energy disintegrated as if it had never existed. Eyes wide with instinctual alarm, Guy managed to veer away at the last moment. Yet, even his quick reflexes and immense speed weren't enough. The edge of the beam grazed him, and in that brief contact, his arm was eviscerated entirely, leaving behind nothing but seared flesh and ash. The aftermath of the brief clash was nothing short of apocalyptic. The earth was carved into an endless expanse of smoldering devastation, the air charged with residual energy. Despite the pain and loss, Guy floated defiantly, clutching his side as his blood fell like crimson rain onto the shattered ground below. Veldonava lowered his hand, his expression one of serene indifference, as though he had merely swatted away a fly. "You're persistent," he remarked with a faint chuckle. "I'll give you that," he said. Guy's severed arm reformed in an instant, the blackened wound knitting itself back together as if nothing had happened. The sheer disparity between their powers was undeniable, but Guy's pride burned brighter than ever. Retreat was unthinkable, even in the face of overwhelming odds. Just as he prepared to retaliate, a chill ran down his spine. Veldonava had vanished. Before his mind could fully register the disappearance, a suffocating divine presence materialized behind him, heavy and oppressive. "Stand down," came a smooth, commanding voice. The words were spoken softly, yet their weight pressed upon Guy like the world itself. A crushing force drove him downward, slamming him into the ground with enough power to carve a massive crater into the earth. Dust and debris erupted into the air as his battered form lay sprawled at the bottom of the impact site. Despite his humiliation, his crimson eyes glared upward, defiant and unyielding. Above him, Veldonava hovered serenely, his form untouched, radiating an aura of effortless supremacy. "You've proven your strength," Veldonava said, his tone even and devoid of mockery. "But this battle is over," he continued. For most, the crushing weight of defeat would have broken their spirit, but Guy was no ordinary being. Even in ruin, his stubborn pride refused to falter. Struggling to rise, his voice cut through the tension, harsh and resolute. "If you're so strong, just kill me already." Guy snarled, his defiance undimmed. "I'd rather cease to exist than serve anyone," he declared. Veldonava's eyes widened slightly at the proclamation, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his face. For a moment, silence reigned, broken only by the faint hum of residual energy in the air. Then, unexpectedly, Veldonava chuckled. It was a soft, almost amused sound that caught Guy off guard. The mighty demon bristled, confusion mingling with his frustration. "Kill you?" Veldonava repeated, a faint grin playing on his lips. "You misunderstand me, Guy. I don't seek to make you a servant. No. I acknowledge you as my equal," he told him. Guy blinked, stunned. The weight of the declaration was enough to shake even his steadfast pride. Before he could respond, a radiant light enveloped him. His essence began to stir, glowing with a brilliance that matched his unyielding desires. At that moment, his wish materialized, a testament to his strength, defiance, and will. A surge of power coursed through him, and he felt something awaken deep within. The words resonated within his soul. Confirmed. The individual, Guy, has successfully acquired the unique skill, pride. Still grappling with the implications, Guy's gaze snapped back to Veldonava, who extended a hand toward him. "I have a proposition," the true dragon said, his voice calm but authoritative. "Become a mediator for this world. Your task will not be one of servitude but of balance," he continued. Guy's expression darkened, his pride warring against the unexpected offer. "What exactly do you mean by mediator?" he questioned. "You will ensure the delicate equilibrium of the cardinal world is maintained," Veldonava explained, his tone unwavering. "Prevent any civilization from advancing too far, and ensure they do not destroy one another in senseless conflict. You will be the one to safeguard the world from its own excesses," he added. The weight of the responsibility settled on Guy like a second blow, yet there was no mockery in Veldonava's words. It was a role that demanded strength, resolve, and unwavering will, all of which Guy possessed in abundance. Realizing he had little choice, Guy exhaled sharply, his pride tempering his reluctance. "Fine," he muttered. "But don't think for a second that I'm doing this out of loyalty to you," he snarled, though he couldn't suppress his smirk. Veldonava's grin widened. "I wouldn't expect anything less," Veldonava replied, his voice steady yet laced with amusement. He waited for Guy's response. For a moment, the demon hesitated, his crimson eyes scrutinizing the true dragon before him. Slowly, he reached out, his grip firm and unyielding as their hands clasped together. The air around them seemed to hum with the resonance of their agreement, a pact forged between unparalleled power and unrelenting pride. As their hands broke apart, Veldonava's gaze swept across the devastated battlefield. He let out a faint sigh, almost as if lamenting the destruction. Then, he raised his hand with a casual flick of his wrist. A wave of energy surged outward, rippling through the ruined land like a gentle breeze. The earth quaked subtly, but the tremor carried no malice, only renewal. In an instant, the cratered plains began to shift and reform. Shattered mountain ranges groaned and rose skyward, their jagged peaks restored to their former glory. Blackened, skeletal forests sprouted with life, their branches stretching high as vibrant green leaves unfurled. Rivers, once dried to nothingness, bubbled back to life, their crystalline waters weaving through the land with purpose. Even the air itself seemed to brighten, cleansed of the acrid residue of battle. Guy watched the transformation unfold, his expression unreadable. Despite his unyielding pride, a grudging respect flickered in his crimson eyes. What he had destroyed with overwhelming power, Veldonava had restored in mere moments and with a grace that bordered on effortless. The display wasn't just a show of strength. It was a demonstration of mastery, of a power so refined that it transcended reality itself. Still, Guy clenched his jaw, refusing to voice his awe. "Umph," he muttered under his breath, his pride unwilling to let him acknowledge the true dragon aloud. Veldonava caught the faint sound and turned, his serene smile returning. "Something to say, Guy?" he asked. "TCH, don't push your luck." Guy shot back, crossing his arms in defiance, though a faint flicker of amusement tugged at the corner of his lips. With a soft chuckle, Veldonava glanced back at the restored landscape, satisfied with his work. "Well then, mediator, your duties await. I trust you'll rise to the challenge," he told him. Guy scoffed, his prideful demeanor firmly intact. "Don't worry about me. I'll handle things in my own way," he replied. As Veldonava turned to leave, Guy's gaze lingered on the retreating figure. For all his bluster, he couldn't deny one thing. He had met someone he could respect, even if he would never admit it out loud. Returning to the greater elementals of time, Ramiris had taken it upon herself to oversee their growth within the confines of the labyrinth. Though she ensured their powers remained untapped by outsiders, her guardianship extended beyond mere supervision. She sought to nurture their potential while upholding the delicate balance of their existence. Velzard, ever vigilant, made it a point to visit the dwelling of the elementals once every century. Her visits were not mere formalities but deliberate efforts to guide the Aurelia's progress. During her initial visit, she introduced them to the fundamentals of their attribute. The basics of time elemental magic began with two pivotal spells, hindsight and foresight. The former allowed one to access fragments of the past, a tool for observing and understanding history. The latter, more elusive, enabled brief glimpses into potential futures, though its clarity and reach depended heavily on the user's proficiency. At first, the lessons were tailored to the Aurelia's nascent abilities. But as centuries passed, Velzard adapted her teachings to match their ever-growing aptitude. What began as rudimentary instruction evolved into complex and intricate demonstrations of time elemental magic, each spell more advanced than the last. Though initially cautious, Velzard found herself growing fond of the Aurelias. Their unwavering determination and natural talent endeared them to her, and she began to view them as her own sort of children. She observed their progress with quiet pride, though one particular Aurelia always caught her attention. Unlike its peers, this Aurelia possessed a unique spark that set it apart. Its superior strength and insatiable curiosity often made it stand out, sometimes for the worse. Its exceptional abilities fostered a sense of arrogance, a trait that irked Ramiris to no end. Still, Velzard remained steadfast in her role, mindful of Veldonava's request to monitor this particular Aurelia closely. Despite its arrogance, she saw flashes of something greater within it. Whether it would fulfill that promise or falter under its hubris remained to be seen. Velzard's presence in the dwelling of the elementals was nothing new to its inhabitants. This visit marked her 100th since the Aurelia's birth, yet today was markedly different. Her typically composed demeanor was overshadowed by an unmistakable edge. The news of a primordial demon bold enough to challenge her brother Veldonava, lose, and yet somehow earn his respect gnawed at her insides. This demon was then granted the esteemed role of mediator, further stoking her frustration. It felt like an insult, a blemish on the natural order Veldonava had so carefully crafted. Why him? She thought bitterly. The idea of a demon, with their chaotic and destructive nature, being entrusted with such a crucial role defied her understanding. Velzard's loyalty to her brother was absolute, but this decision left her questioning his reasoning. The irritation simmered within her, a slow-burning flame that threatened to spill over. She resolved to confront the so-called mediator after fulfilling her current duty to the Aurelias. Pushing aside her mounting frustration, she moved through the dwelling's infinite expanse, her steps reverberating softly against the ethereal ground. Her irritation was palpable, an unseen force that spread through the air. Sensing her mood, the lesser elementals, usually curious and lively, kept their distance. Their whispers, often an ambient hum, fell silent as her presence loomed closer. Many had never seen the frost dragon in such a state, her aura tense and heavy. At last, Velzard approached the private section she used to demonstrate the intricacies of the time attribute. It was a space Ramiris crafted, reserved solely for the Aurelia's playground. But as her gaze fell upon the elementals, her already frayed temper stretched thinner. The group was embroiled in yet another petty dispute. It was a sight that had become almost routine, though no less exasperating, with the curious Aurelia inevitably at the center of the chaos. Their bickering reached Velzard's ears, escalating with every step she took toward them. The elementals' voices overlapped in a cacophony of frustration, each vying to outdo the other in volume and conviction. Velzard's icy eyes narrowed, her patience eroding like a glacier under relentless heat. The curious Aurelia's superior tone and dismissive gestures were all too familiar, a stark contrast to the unity she had hoped to foster among them. Enough of this nonsense. She thought, her aura flaring just enough to ripple through the space. This was not the time for childish squabbles. Not when her frustrations demanded answers or when a certain mediator awaited her judgment. The air in the dwelling of the elementals felt heavy, the weight of Velzard's barely contained fury suffusing the expanse. Sensing her growing frustration, the Aurelias immediately ceased their bickering, their postures stiffening. They hastily lined up, standing in a neat row, each keenly aware of their mentor's dark mood. While most of them focused on keeping their own anxieties at bay, the curious Aurelia couldn't help but wonder what had provoked Velzard's ire. Despite its insatiable curiosity, even it knew better than to voice such a question. Velzard regarded them with a sharp, assessing gaze. Her presence alone was enough to command their full attention, the usual warmth of her guidance replaced by a cold, simmering edge. She took a steadying breath and began as she always did, her voice even but laced with restrained tension. "Show me your progress," she said, her tone leaving no room for disobedience. "Demonstrate what I taught you last," she ordered. The command was straightforward. The last lesson had been time dilation field, a demanding technique requiring precision and mastery over the time attribute. This ability allowed the user to define a finite range where time flowed differently from the outside world. The flow of time within the field could be slowed to a fraction of its normal pace or, at its most extreme, accelerated to the point of aging an opponent into oblivion. It was a powerful and dangerous technique that required control and intelligence to wield effectively. The Aurelias nodded in unison, none daring to question her. One by one, they stepped forward to showcase their individual proficiency. Velzard's piercing eyes scrutinized each performance. The fields created by the Aurelias varied in size and intensity, reflecting their growing understanding of the concept. Though the displays were competent, Velzard's approval was subdued, her frustration with Veldonava's recent decision bubbling beneath the surface. She managed only slight nods or quiet murmurs of acknowledgement, her mind repeatedly returning to the infuriating fact that her brother had granted such a critical role to a demon. Finally, it was the curious Aurelia's turn. The others exchanged weary glances, already bracing for what they knew was coming. Their exasperation was palpable. This sibling never missed an opportunity to show off. With a confident gleam in its eyes, the curious Aurelia stepped forward. It raised its hands, and the air around it rippled as the spell formed. The resulting, time dilation field, was immense, dwarfing the others in size and complexity. The Aurelia had pushed the technique to its limits, creating an area where time crawled to a near standstill. The others groaned softly in frustration. Their siblings' display of dominance was as predictable as it was impressive. The curious Aurelia basked in its success, waiting for the praise it had grown accustomed to. But as it turned to Velzard, the expression on her face struck it silent. Velzard's icy gaze lingered on the spell, her lips pressing into a thin line. Usually, she might have offered a small word of encouragement, a rare gesture of approval. But not today. Her smoldering frustration toward Guy's newfound role left little room for praise. After a long pause, she gave a curt nod, her approval as quiet as the chill in her demeanor. The curious Aurelia blinked, momentarily thrown off balance. It withdrew its spell, retreating to its place in line without comment, the air thick with unease. Velzard took a slow breath, willing her emotions back into their cage. She was here for a reason, and this wasn't the time to let her anger dictate her actions. But the tension within her remained, coiling tighter as the memory of the primordial demon and her brother's baffling decision refused to leave her mind. Her icy expression softened slightly as she addressed the group. "You've done well," she said, her tone even but devoid of the warmth she typically exuded. The words were measured, her praise subdued, but the elementals knew better than to push for more. Her simmering frustration was still palpable, an undercurrent that threaded through her every word and gesture. They remained silent, exchanging nervous glances as they prepared for the next lesson. Though the curiosity of the one Aurelia burned brightly, it dared not to ask what had upset its mentor. Velzard, for her part, wasted no time transitioning into her next topic. "Today, I will show you one of the most advanced abilities within the time attribute," she began, her gaze sweeping over the group. "This is not something to be taken lightly. What I'm about to show you is an art that very few can use effectively. Time stop," she continued. The mention of the ability caused a ripple of awe among the Aurelias. Their postures straightened, and their attention sharpened, fully aware that what they were about to witness would be extraordinary. Time stop allows you to halt the flow of time across all of creation. Velzard explained, her tone laced with gravity. It is immensely taxing to maintain and should be used sparingly. It ensures absolute victory against those unable to move within its effect. But its cost is significant, she added. Then, she raised her hand and flicked her wrist, a simple motion that carried immeasurable power. Instantly, the world around them changed. The colors of the infinite expanse faded into muted shades of gray as though reality itself had been drained of life. The air grew dense, heavy, and unyielding. Every sound ceased, leaving behind an oppressive silence. The Aurelias stood frozen in awe, their senses overwhelmed by the sheer weight of the phenomenon. As usual, the curious Aurelia was the first to push the boundaries of their understanding. It attempted to move, testing its limits within the suspended world. To its astonishment, it found that while its movements were sluggish and required immense effort, it could still navigate the frozen reality. Velzard's sharp eyes flickered toward the Aurelia, observing its struggle. She wasn't surprised. As entities tied to the time attribute, the Aurelias had a natural affinity for moving within the suspended world. Still, she watched silently, her gaze distant, her mind preoccupied with thoughts she refused to acknowledge. The other siblings noticed Aurelia's curious actions and hissed quiet reprimands. "Now isn't the time to act carefree," one of them whispered harshly. The curious Aurelia shot them a begrudging look but relented when its gaze shifted to Velzard. She was staring blankly ahead, her expression unreadable but her aura imposing enough to quash any further defiance. After a few seconds, Velzard lowered her hand, dispelling the phenomenon. The world's colors returned in an instant, motion resumed, and the sounds of the infinite expanse filled the air once more. "Remember," Velzard said, her voice firm and commanding. This should only be used against opponents who cannot move within it. Even then, it is to be considered a last resort. Its energy cost is exorbitant, and your reserves are too limited to sustain it long. At your current level, you would barely manage a few seconds, even with perfect efficiency. She told them. The Aurelias nodded solemnly, the weight of her lesson pressing heavily on their minds. Though the curious Aurelia brimmed with questions, it held its tongue, aware that this was not the time to test Velzard's patience. Satisfied that her message had been conveyed, Velzard gave a slight nod. Yet, beneath her composed exterior, the embers of her frustration still burned, unquenched by the day's teachings. Velzard's icy gaze swept over the group as she continued her explanation, her voice calm but authoritative. The phenomenon of time stop cannot be fully understood through words alone. She began. Its nature is far too complex. The only way to grasp its intricacies is through exposure. The more you experience it, the more its mechanics will reveal themselves to you. She said. The Aurelias listened intently, their gazes unwavering as their mentor imparted her wisdom. Even the curious Aurelia, usually restless, was transfixed by her words. Proximity to the user also plays a role. Velzard added, folding her arms as her expression turned thoughtful. The closer you are to someone activating time stop, the better you'll comprehend its nuances. Consider this demonstration your foundation. What you've witnessed today is the starting point for learning to wield this ability yourselves. She told them. Her piercing blue eyes scanned the group, ensuring her words were fully absorbed before continuing. There will be no new spells or arts to learn for the next few millennia. Your focus will be solely on mastering time stop and refining the abilities I've already taught you. Excellence demands discipline, and I expect nothing less. She said. The Aurelias nodded solemnly, the weight of her decree settling heavily on their shoulders. None dared to speak or question her, and even the curious Aurelia remained silent though its mind was clearly brimming with thoughts. With a final glance at the group, Velzard gave a curt nod of dismissal. You're free to go. She said coolly, turning on her heel and striding toward the exit. The elementals watched her retreat, their expressions a mix of awe and unease. An undercurrent of restrained fury had overshadowed Velzard's usual composed demeanor, and her departure left an almost tangible tension in the air. As her figure disappeared into the distance, the curious Aurelia broke the silence, leaning toward its siblings. We should have asked what was bothering her. It whispered, its tone more speculative than regretful. The others hissed in quiet reprimands, their annoyance spilling over. Are you mad? One of them snapped in a hushed voice. She was clearly in no mood for questions. Do you want to be on the receiving end of that anger? Another questioned. The curious Aurelia frowned, crossing its arms. I'm just saying, it's not like we'd lose anything by asking. It retorted. Their quiet argument escalated, their voices rising in pitch despite their efforts to remain discreet. The bickering swirled behind Velzard as she walked away, though she paid it no mind. A singular purpose consumed Velzard's thoughts, and her anger simmered beneath the surface, fueling her resolve. Each step she took was deliberate, and her goal was evident in her mind. The noise of the elemental squabble faded into the background, an inconsequential distraction. Her fury was not for them, nor would it be dulled by their trivial quarrels. No, her anger was directed elsewhere, and she had no intention of letting it subside until she confronted its source. The ensuing battle between Guy and Velzard was nothing short of apocalyptic, a clash that would reshape the very fabric of the cardinal world. The heavens trembled under the weight of their power as the earth beneath their feet splintered and cracked, unable to withstand the sheer intensity of their exchange. Velzard unleashed torrents of frost that turned vast swathes of land into barren, frozen wastelands, her power rivaling the most unforgiving of ice ages. Entire mountain ranges were reduced to glacial ruins. Their peaks were encased in ice so cold it refused to melt, even under the sun's heat. Guy countered with infernal flames and destructive energy, scorching the land with enough heat to vaporize oceans and ignite the very air itself. Entire forests were reduced to ash instantly, leaving behind nothing but smoldering craters as his attacks carved through the land like blades. For 3 relentless days and nights, the two titans clashed. Velzard, the embodiment of deceleration and the second strongest of the true dragons, wielded her overwhelming might with precision, deliberately restraining herself to avoid annihilating the world entirely. Yet even while holding back, her power was a force of nature, seemingly insurmountable. On the other hand, Guy, the first demon lord, stood as her equal in combat, his energy half of hers but his skill and cunning bridging the gap. Their battle defied mortal comprehension. The skies were alight with clashing energies, their sheer radiance outshining the stars. Each collision reverberated across the planet, causing earthquakes that shattered continents and tsunamis that swept across the seas. Villages, cities, and even entire civilizations were erased from existence as collateral damage to their titanic struggle despite their restraint. It was in the midst of this chaos that a monumental turning point occurred. Guy's will and ambition surged to their zenith, and his unique skill evolved into the ultimate skill, Lord of Pride, Lucifer. This newfound power allowed him to copy Velzard's time stop. In addition, he could better operate within Velzard's eternal world, a realm where motion itself was erased as a concept. Even with his speed halved in her domain, Guy adapted with astonishing precision, his combat prowess allowing him to hold his ground against the nigh unbeatable frost dragon. Despite them holding back, the scale of destruction was catastrophic. Once teeming with life, an entire continent was obliterated, its landmass sinking into the ocean and vanishing beneath the waves, never to resurface. The battle's force was so immense that the very axis of the planet shifted, altering its rotation and creating a permanent scar on the world itself. In the end, there was no victor. Velzard and Guy remained standing, their powers undiminished and their pride unbroken. But the cardinal world bore the true loss, a stark reminder of the devastation wrought by beings whose power transcends all comprehension. As Guy and Velzard stood opposite one another, their eyes locked in unyielding determination, the ground beneath them began to shift. The frozen tundras melted, rivers once dried to barren trenches gushed anew with life, and jagged mountain ranges that had been obliterated started to rise from the earth, their peaks kissing the sky. The scars their battle had left on the world vanished in an instant. A clarity overtook the skies as if the heavens themselves had been soothed, and the desolate plains flourished with vibrant greenery once more. Both combatants paused, their senses on high alert, scanning the revitalized landscape in confusion. Such an act of instantaneous restoration could only mean one thing. Slowly, they turned, their gazes drawn to the approach of a solitary figure. Veldonava emerged from the horizon, clad in dark, gleaming armor that exuded an aura of absolute supremacy. His steps were measured and unhurried, his presence radiating effortless control. Despite the catastrophic destruction caused by Guy and Velzard's clash, his expression bore no trace of anger or concern. His face carried an almost carefree indifference as though the devastation they wrought was a fleeting inconvenience. Guy was the first to break the silence, offering a casual greeting to the creator. "Yo, Veldonava. Long time no see." He greeted. Velzard's icy glare immediately turned to Guy, her frustration at his audacity palpable. Her narrowed eyes seemed to ask how he could dare to speak so informally to the supreme being who stood before them. Veldonava, however, merely chuckled at Guy's greeting, his rich laughter reverberating through the air. Turning his gaze to Velzard, his expression softened. She straightened instinctively, apprehensive about what he might say. While her brother rarely expressed anger, the sheer scale of their battle's destruction was enough to make even her anxious. "Velzard," he began, his voice calm and resonant. "You've done well," he told her. Her icy demeanor faltered momentarily, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. She had expected reprimand, but instead, he praised her efforts. "Your mentorship of the Aurelias continues to shape their potential, and your restraint here has kept this world from tipping into chaos." His tone carried an unspoken gratitude, one that only Velzard could understand. Had she unleashed the full extent of her power, Guy wouldn't have survived, and the cardinal world would have faced irreparable ruin. Velzard did her best to mask her surprise, responding with a slight nod. Her expression was neutral yet betraying the faintest hint of relief. Guy, ever the opportunist, seized the moment to laugh at her display of emotion. Velzard's glare snapped to him instantly, her frosty aura spiking instantly. He raised his hands defensively, averting his gaze and muttering under his breath as he wisely fell silent. The creator chuckled once more, the light-heartedness of his laughter underscoring the absolute authority he wielded. He had undone days of destruction in mere moments, restoring a balance that even Velzard and Guy's combined might could not be replicated. It was a subtle yet overwhelming reminder that no feat was beyond reach in the presence of the Star King Dragon. Veldonava's eyes glimmered with amusement as he observed the tension between his sister and the demon before him. A small smile tugged at his lips, and he crossed his arms. "Well then, let's settle this with a proposal," he began, his tone light yet carrying the weight of his authority. Velzard and Guy immediately stiffened, their gazes fixed on him. "Velzard, I understand my decision to make Guy a mediator has ruffled your feathers," Veldonava said, a glint of humor in his gaze. "So, here's an idea. You can watch over him as his advisor," he suggested. The suggestion hung in the air momentarily before Velzard and Guy erupted in protest. "Absolutely not," Velzard declared, her icy aura flaring. "There's no way I'd waste my time overseeing him," she added, shooting an intense glare at the red primordial. "And I don't need someone breathing down my neck," Guy added, throwing his hands up. Veldonava chuckled softly, undeterred by their immediate refusals. "Then let me counteroffer. You're both free to do as you please. You are independent beings, after all. However, Velzard, if you so choose, you are permitted to observe Guy's actions as a mediator and report back to me directly," he told her. The silence that followed was thick and awkward. Velzard and Guy exchanged wary glances, neither wanting to concede but unable to outright refuse Veldonava's reasoning. Finally, Velzard broke the silence, crossing her arms with a huff. "Fine. But don't think for a second that I'll be impressed. You'll do a terrible job, no doubt about it. She muttered. Veldonava's hearty and genuine laughter rang out. The guy, feigning offense, gasped dramatically and placed a hand over his chest. How dare you? I'll maintain this world's balance better than anyone, thank you very much. He retorted. Velzard rolled her eyes. Even Ramirez would do a better job than you. She shot back. The back and forth elicited another chuckle from Veldonava. I'm sure you'll keep things interesting, he said. With that, he stepped back, his presence still commanding yet serene. Now then, I'll leave things in your hands. But do try to avoid another battle of this magnitude. He requested, and the two nodded. His gaze softened as he turned to his sister. Take care, Velzard. He told her. And with a final nod to Guy, Veldonava's form shimmered and vanished, leaving the two standing in the pristine landscape he had restored. Velzard and Guy stared at each other, the weight of their new arrangement settling in. Velzard's gaze was sharp and unyielding, while Guy's mischievous grin betrayed his amusement. From this moment, a strenuous partnership was forged. While outwardly Velzard maintained her skepticism, inwardly, she resolved to keep a close watch on Guy, confident that he would slip up and indirectly cause irreparable damage to the world's balance. Meanwhile, Guy smirked to himself, silently vowing to prove the Frost Dragon wrong and excel as a mediator in his own unconventional way. Though neither voiced it, both were contemplating the future, knowing their fates were now intertwined in ways they couldn't yet foresee. The revitalized land stood as a testament to the power they wielded and the responsibility they now held. Welcome back, readers. This chapter continues where I left off. Let's unpack a few things. First, after some thought, I decided to push back the beginning of the Aurelius story to 30,000 years in the past. This gives them enough time to develop under Velzard's mentorship before her battle with Guy. Not only that, but her age in this canon is set at 530,000 years old. Velgrine should be a little younger than her, perhaps 510,000 years old. Second, I changed how Guy and Velzard's partnership came to be. While it was initially of her own volition to watch over him in canon, Veldonava suggested it here. Regardless, it still is her own choice to watch over him here because she's given the option not to. Velzard here is determined to see Guy fail at his job. Also, yes, I said it. If she went all out, Guy would have been cooked. I know I'm biased, but it is what it is. Lastly, I thought showing the brief battle between Guy and Veldonava would be fun. While I would have liked to write Guy and Velzard's fight, this arc isn't about that. Also, that battle will be extremely long. I may revisit that in a future flashback if you guys are interested. Anyway, that is all for today. I'll see you all in the next chapter. Author, out.